losing streak is over. Buzzer sounds. Final score, Warriors 121. And the Rockets 108. And Golden State goes to 37-36 and a chance to pick up their second win on this road trip on Wednesday night when they take on the Dallas Mavericks.
All right, Tim Royce's relieved. And no, baby, I'm relieved. I think we're all relieved that the Warriors finally snapped that road losing streak. They win their 8th road game of the season, snapping that 11-game road streak to possibly the worst team in the NBA, the Houston Rockets. And you know what? A win's a win, right, at this point of the season. I guess that's what you could say. They're tied with the Dallas Mavericks for the 6th spot in the Western Conference. Huge game Wednesday night in Dallas. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, good morning to you. Baby mamas, baby daddies, cops, firefighters, longshoremen, Daly City and San Francisco water departments. What's happening out there? Longshoremen, you name it. Spadoni, Lupton, and you, Joe Shasky. It's one of those wins where you just take it. But boy, they play like that Wednesday. They're getting blown out. Let's just be honest. That was a lackluster victory. I know it's on the road. We'll take it. Beggars can't be choosers. But that one didn't feel good. I'm sorry. Well, I just have to say it on the front end.
I know, but well, let's have a philosophical conversation. Can a team that's been scuffling this much on the road be furious at themselves because the win wasn't as pretty as we would like?
No. And they're not. They're going to take the win.
I mean, Curry hurt his leg. I was worried that Poole goes crashing into him. I'm thinking, oh, God. I mean, just to wait for a season to end.
That would have been catastrophic to see both of those guys hurt on the same play.
Right.
But Draymond said it, and we'll play this out a little bit later, where the lack of first-half focus was alarming.
What's the turnovers?
It's just nasty work.
Well, and also it just felt like, the athleticism between the two teams was a huge Grand Canyon divide.
Well, the Houston Rockets, they're a top 5 team when it comes to offensive rebounding. Thankfully, Şengün didn't play, the big out of Turkey.
Well, the other guy, 17, was killing him.
Right, he was killing him.
Eason, is that his name?
Tony Eason. They have some young talent on that team.
I'm surprised by how good he was.
Well, Eason looked good the first time they played Houston down in Houston.
Yeah.
Remember, he was jumping around, He was dunking, he was being a nuisance out there on the basketball floor. Look, Kuminga continues to thrive.
Dude, he
gets
so
better
good.
and better and better.
Totally.
Where he's going to be, no doubt about it, in your top 7, top 8 if you make the playoffs. Splash Brothers were splashing yesterday. Can't be mad at that.
And Clay was going to the rim. I felt he missed the first 3. I'm thinking, oh boy. But then he started attacking the hoop. And I thought that set kind of the tone for his game.
No, you look at the points in the paint, 54-50 Rockets, You'll take that. You're basically even when it comes to points in the paint. Second chance, place the Rockets win that one. Warriors get out of the break, but it's a turnovers. 20 turnovers. And the Rockets only make you pay for 25 points off those turnovers. You actually win the battle when it comes to points off turnovers. So, 20 turnovers yesterday. It was just like the contrast to the World Baseball Classic. And you flip over to the World Baseball Classic, and you go back to the Rockets game, and you go back to the World Baseball Classic, and you're just like, this is a game with 10 games left to go in the NBA. And I get the Rockets are not trying to win. They're the Victor Wembanyama / Brandon Miller / Scoot Henderson sweepstakes. We get all that. But damn, the Warriors, in the sense of urgency, I expected a little more in that first half. Go to half up 5, you're turning the ball over, you're throwing it around. I'm thinking to myself, you're not beating Dallas on Wednesday playing like this. You've got to go.
Yeah.
You've got to step this up.
I don't dismiss that. I feel like this team was I think a lot of people feel the way that you feel, B. I don't think that you're wrong in that sense, but I've just kind of come to the grips with, as much as it frustrates us that we expect them to play a certain way, my setting now on the road is I expect disaster. And so when they win a game, I'm happy. And I'm not trying to be mean or be weird. I
hear you.
B, they've been awful on the road.
They have been awful.
For me to sit here and scoff and critique a victory, all right, give me 2 more and get to 10.
Right.
I know that sounds absurd for a team that has championship aspirations, but you win yesterday, you look up, a couple other losses, you're 6th seed again. Right. And it's it may not look good, but at the end of the day, you're kind of where you need to be.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And maybe I'm coming off too strong there. It's just it's all about form at this point.
I agree.
How can you get rolling here? How can you play clean basketball? And it's probably going to be hard to play clean basketball until you get Gary Payton II back, And until you get Andrew Wiggins back.
Seems like murmurs are that he's going to be reevaluated Thursday.
Yeah, I'm hearing maybe Gary Payton II plays his first game for the Warriors. Sunday gets Minnesota. It's a possibility.
The streets are talking.
The streets are talking.
See, you know what we need is we need a sounder when stuff like this happens.
The streets are talking.
Where we do like the streets are talking, reckless speculation. I'm hearing. Like This is not a fact. This is not a report.
I'm hearing.
I'm hearing.
I'm hearing. The streets are whispering.
See?
GP2 maybe back on Sunday.
Well, every time you whisper, it ends up being bad.
Yeah, it does.
The sports whisperer, it needs to be thrown out.
D4 looks good. He did look good for 2 weeks. And that was that. Shout out D4 making what is he making next year with the 49ers? $8.5 million?
I guess.
Must be nice. So the streets are saying that GP2 may be back on Sunday.
Okay.
That's good news for the Golden State Warriors. Andrew Wiggins, still no timetable. Remains to be seen. Hopefully he's all right. Hopefully they can get Wiggins back for the last 6 games, maybe 5 games, but we're running out of time.
Maybe
here.
I'm reading too much into it, but I thought I saw Clay making a paper airplane in postgame saying something to the effect of basically the sense that I got. Again, I'm interpreting. I don't think they think he's coming back. At least not for the regular season.
I didn't see that.
Well, that was
cut off the grid yesterday with his postgame presser. I'd have to see it.
Yeah, okay. It just that was the sense I got. Again, I'm just going off of the feel. I mean, who knows?
Well,
maybe they're underselling.
Well, if he's not back, then
hey, miracles can happen.
Miracles can't happen. Look, Jonathan Kuminga has been a miracle. Where you get a game where Jordan Poole shoots 1 of 8 from the floor. Yet he was a plus 13 in the plus minus department. I hate when people use plus minus.
He had
a sick dive to Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh my God, where he went
no look
around the back and
no doubt. That was
spun.
Nasty.
I mean, that was really nasty.
That was nasty.
There was a couple of Jonathan Kuminga moments in that game where I'm thinking, and this is just you and me talking here. If you're Jonathan Kuminga, you played with Jalen Green on the Ignite team.
G-League Ignite.
Okay. He must be looking over like, man, these youngsters get any shot they want. They get to play nonstop. And I'm watching Kuminga, and there was 2 plays in particular where I'm like, just dunk the ball, young man.
Right.
Where I think he's so afraid of making the wrong mistake that sometimes it takes away from his athleticism. And I would say to Jonathan, be you, young man.
Yep.
Fly. Fly, Kuminga, fly.
Yep.
He had he had one where he broke out and Curry pushed it up ahead. And it's just, you see the speed, the power, the athleticism. It's just something the Warriors don't have.
Dude, he gets up so fast. And that's why, there's a conversation we were having 3 weeks ago. And I asked you, I said, who's going to be more important down the stretch for this team? Kuminga or Jordan Poole? Well, right now, it looks like Jonathan Kuminga is the better all-around basketball player, which this team needs.
Exactly.
You need somebody who could be good on the perimeter when it comes to defense, a guy who can force you into bad shots. Kuminga can do that. He's very, very smart, and he's underrated as a passer. And moving forward, you see the 17 points, 7 to 9. He's efficient.
Rebounding.
All right, rebounding. He only had 3 rebounds.
No, but they're big ones.
But they're big rebounds.
Yeah.
But he's also active. And a lot of teams are taking threes. Yeah. So there's a lot of long rebounds. Everybody just looks at the box score and say, well, I need 8 rebounds. Well, he's at least being active on the glass. He's being active when the ball is in the air. So he's coming into his own. And look, these next 2 games, Kyrie Irving actually walked out the stadium yesterday with the walking boot. That's something to monitor for the Dallas Mavericks.
I didn't see that part.
Walked out with the walking boot. So we'll get a report on that over the next couple of days. So when it comes to Kuminga in these next few games, you have Anthony Edwards, who possibly will be playing on Sunday. You have Philadelphia with Tyrese Maxey and James Harden. You're going to need Kuminga to step up his defense and play and be an important figure here as Dante DiVincenzo scuffles. And I think he's just a little gassed here. Playing a lot of minutes, starting.
I would agree.
Not taking good shots. He's been horrible when it comes to shooting on his road trip. Kuminga becomes more and more important to where you look at the pecking order, Steph, Clay, Draymond. Well, Kuminga's right there, Shasky.
Is Draymond Green a great rebounder?
Used to be. Not in terms of, when you say great, there's categories, right? There's the Rodmans. There's the Jason Williams when he was with the New Jersey Nets. There's the Ben Wallace's.
Dwight.
I think he's been a good rebounder.
Okay, so I would say that Draymond's one of the better boxer outers of the last 25 years, but that doesn't necessarily equate to him getting rebounds. But it equates to his team getting a rebound. Like, how many times have you seen Draymond clear a bigger guy out so that someone else can come in and get the rebound?
Very good. Very good with the fundamentals.
Now, for his size, I do think he's a solid rebounder. Like, I really do. I think he is. I think there's areas at times where Kuminga gets too jump happy, right, Bonte, where he just wants to jump with people. I would like to see him box out a little better. That is a fair criticism. In his defense, there were a few defensive rebounds yesterday. He boxed the guy out, and Klay Thompson came up with the ball yesterday.
Klay Thompson's been rebounding his ass off.
And that's a guy who I think has done a much better job being, focused on rebounding and then getting loose ball rebounds.
Right. No
He's
doubt.
done a really good job.
Klay Thompson's been rebounding his ass off. He breaks out of his slump yesterday, 11-21, 5-13 from the three-point line, 29 points. Stephen Curry with 30 points. He got banged around, but he wanted that game. 7 rebounds, 5 assists. A great all-around game for the Splash Brothers there. Look, Houston's got a lot of young talent, very athletic. Jabari Smith Jr.'s coming around. And I can't watch a Jabari Smith Jr., and you know how I feel about Paolo Banchero. I'm looking at Oklahoma City saying, you took Chet Holmgren. Now, Chet Holmgren hasn't played all year. We don't know what he's going to look like, but he is so skinny.
Frail.
Oh, man, frail. I just can't unsee what I saw in the Sweet 16. I remember the St. Mary's and St. Mary's Gonzaga game last year. There's a couple people there. Bully was there. A couple NBA scouts there. And I'm getting texts like, man, this guy is super skinny. I just don't know about him. Then I watch him against Arkansas, against the Bus and company, and Jalen Williams happened to be that game. The Arkansas one, who's now in OKC.
Yeah.
And they pushed Chet around left to right. So I'm watching Jabari Smith like, man, how would he look at an OKC jersey knowing that OKC is in a play-in tournament? But that's their problem. That's their issue. We're focused on the Warriors here. And by the way, good morning to everybody on YouTube. Nicole Diaz, you guys are my favorites.
Oh, thank you.
We love you. Hey, shout out to Nicole Diaz. We got the usual suspects here. Dante Wiley. We got Tyler Miller. We got my family. We got JW. We love you all. 888-957-9570. How's that win make you feel, Dub Nation? Is it a palate cleanser? Or are you still skeptical saying, they need to play a little bit better?
I would file it under oatmeal. You know, it's a good.
I'm not an oatmeal fan.
Most people aren't, but it's
good. You like oatmeal?
It's better than a donut. In terms of health.
I agree.
You know,
I don't
throw
eat
some
donuts.
blueberries in there. You know, make sure it's obviously doesn't have a lot
in
of
Russian,
sugar.
it's called kasha. So Baby Ches is always like, kasha. She'll eat oatmeal for dinner. She doesn't care.
I mean, look,
I can't do the oatmeal.
It's better for you than eating a bunch of donuts and then losing, right? So that's the way I would look at it. At this point, we can't scoff at victories.
No doubt.
And I don't hate on anybody who wants to critique it. Like, this team does have championship aspirations. When you have a team with Steph Curry and Draymond and Klay Thompson, like, isn't that what you're wired to do?
No doubt.
So the other thing I keep thinking about, B, is Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney is clearly not laboring, but I feel for the guy. Like, I think he's battling through something.
Double yesterday.
I know, and I'm worried about his body moving forward.
No, you can't really worry about his body at this point. We gotta these guys if they get hurt,
they got no size.
Yes, but see, I know there's people who watch games every little fall. Oh my God, is he hurt? Is he hurt? Or oh my God, he doesn't look right. Like Klay Thompson, he didn't look right either. The last couple games, Memphis and Atlanta. But a day off for an older guy like that,
Agreed.
all of a sudden had a bounce in his step yesterday, looked good. Looney with the day off. Remember, there's no back-to-backs the rest of the way. No more back-to-backs.
I was well aware. Fitz said it 78 times yesterday.
Well, I said it Saturday. Hey, this is the last back-to-back. No more back-to-backs for the Golden State Warriors.
The Warriors led
good.
the league with 15 back-to-backs.
But he's not happy about that. How do you schedule the defending champs for 15 back-to-backs?
God bless Fitz.
Fitz has been in this. He's had an all-time year. Behind the microphone.
This is his unanimous MVP season.
Hey, Fitz has been in his bag, man.
I mean, he called Buki K yesterday, which I had never heard.
He is.
Size
you know what, Lubman? Let's give Fitz a call. See what he's doing today. See what he's doing. He's down in Dallas, or is he still in Houston?
You think he brings the golf sticks with him?
Absolutely.
Be better at your job.
Absolutely. He does love the show. I watched the second half of the game. The second half of the game against Milwaukee in the NBC booth. Fitz is in his bag.
Does he want to slap me every now and then?
No. He goes, you guys are crazy. He goes, you guys are crazy, but boy, you guys are entertaining. I took that as a compliment from Fitz.
That makes me feel really good.
That does make me feel
that's
good.
That's like some of the highest honor you can get in this market.
Right. It is.
My favorite back in the day was The King and the Kid, and I'm going way back in the day. Okay, this was the legend. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Do you guys know
Pete Franklin?
No. Do you guys know who Pete Franklin is?
Only because everyone's talked about it here on the station. Guru, that's where he got his name from, right? That's what I know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
888-957-9570. We'll get to the calls
So
in just
the
a second.
King was Pete Franklin, and the Kid was Bob Fitzgerald. year-old who knew everything.
He knew everything.
He was the encyclopedia and still is the encyclopedia. And what was great about that show, Pigskin Pete predicts. And that was where the whole Tony Bruno Stone Cold Lead Pipe Lock thing came in.
Right. Fitz, he'll be quick to remind you, hey, Bonte, man, I did 28 years of radio, and I'm like, oh, I'm well aware. Think about it. He's been around for a long time.
I know. He started when he was 7.
Out of Sarah High School.
Seriously.
And, of course, Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Fake internet crap.
And he goes, Bonte, I know what you're going through. Working at nights, working in the mornings. I'm telling you, I do my radio show. I drive straight to the stadium in my sweats, get dressed in my car, go to announce a game. I was doing SaberCats, NFL, basketball.
Right. Mark
he was
Grebe.
doing it all.
I remember
so
when
I've got nothing on Fitz.
The Mark Grebe era. I love it.
I've got nothing on Bob Fitzgerald. All right, 888-957-9570. This segment is brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Maybe we get Fitz a call. We'll get some guests on here in a second. Of course, the Roasters are the guests as well. YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity mobile text line.
And for those that do watch us on YouTube, I'm going to tell you right now, okay? You guys can watch us on YouTube all day, but because of some of the licensing and stuff, you're going to have to run to a radio or the Odyssey app and download it, because at 6:45, we're bringing back Pandora's Box.
I like it. Pandora's Box.
I'm letting everyone know on YouTube, all right? Because we can't play some of the licensed music. Go to the Odyssey app so that you can listen to it. Everyone's favorite segment. We're bringing it back. I've got some good ones today, some classics, and there's no way in hell Bonte's going to know any of them.
All right, and also we have King of the Hill at some point today.
Oh.
King of the Hill, where I rank the top 8 Western Conference teams. And you're going to be surprised who I see, who I have at number 1. You're going to be surprised who I have at number 2. You're going to be surprised who I have at number 8. It's not going to be the standings. Yeah, it's going to be insane. It's going to rile up some fan bases.
Do you have the Rockets at 1? After that victory?
I have them at 7. Jalen Green, Kevin Porter Jr. and company. I have them up there high on the list. Look, they got a lot of young talent, but 20 turnovers, man.
Can I ask a question?
20, it bothered. I'm sorry, man. I keep going back to it. I'm just, the form of it. I'm watching. I'm saying, what a lackluster victory. And I can't be begging about wins. You got to take the win as they come. But I'm looking at other teams, and I'm watching other teams, and I'm watching the Warriors, and I'm saying, that's not good enough to win big games.
Did we? I can't remember. Did I do that last year down the stretch?
No, down the stretch last year, you were just panicking. You were just losing your mind.
I've been much better this year.
Well, you've already panicked and stuck a fork in them. And,
No. I told you I'm not gonna freak out over the road.
I don't know if you've been much better.
I mean,
we both been
trying
cut
to
out.
mature a little.
Wait till Niner season when we freak out 4 weeks into the season.
We have a mutual friend. He goes, Joe, angertainment is not goodtainment, as in entertainment.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I'm not that angry, dog. I just give you how I feel.
Yeah, you know, one thing that bothers me, I read into somebody yesterday, said, man, why do you hate Shanahan so much? And I was like, dude, I don't hate Shanahan. I think he's a very good coach.
I think it's football. Football makes us angry.
No, it doesn't make us angry, but what it does to me is when Shanahan gets compared to Bill Walsh, like a lot of people did and call him a genius,
but he does.
Then I take him to task and I say, okay.
Yeah, but he does deserve respect.
He does, but people think I hate him.
No,
I don't
you
hate
don't
him.
hate him.
I would love to go get a cup of coffee with Kyle
Shanahan.
Shanahan. I am a little jealous of him.
His drip is better than yours.
He does have good drip. I can't wait to see him walk on that field next year. Oh, I can't wait for Trinity. I've been thinking about that a lot lately.
Have you?
Oh, I'm already telling Matt Nahigan, yo, we're going to be at the Hilton Hotel.
Did you tell Anna no vacations?
Well, no, vacation's not happening around training camp this year. The Warriors played till June last year.
Yeah.
She deserved it. She does a lot of great things at the house, taking care of baby Chaz when I'm not around. She deserved a 17-day European extravaganza. Now, we're a little broke this year, so it will not be happening.
17-day European extravaganza. It's the most arrogant thing you've ever said. I love you.
Why is it arrogant?
It's ridiculously arrogant.
It is.
It's the extravaganza part at the end. That's what it is.
You got to make it sound good, right, Spinoni? I mean, you got to make it sound like it was the best of the best.
All right, I got a quick gripe on the other side.
All right, that's what's coming up. Sponsored by
Shasky gripe?
Nobody.
I do. I'm
That's
pulling
coming
a guru.
up. Sponsored by Nobody.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000.
Klay Thompson to Curry. Curry down the lane, back to Klay. Klay for three. It's up and good.
Well, they need that.
Yep.
8 of 31 now. And Klay is 2 of 8.
Feels really good, and we have a chance to do it again on Wednesday and really right the ship from this trip. But nice to snap an ugly streak like that. That's gross.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Klay? Nice bounce back game for you. 29 points, 11 to 21 from the floor, 5 and 13 from the 3-point line. But you heard Jim Barnett there. I was like, boy, they needed that three. Won the first half. They were 7 to 23 from the 3-point line. They were just clanking. Brick, as they held a 5-point lead at the half. They did heat up in the second half, however, and they get the win. They get the win going away in the fourth quarter. In the second half, they were 10 to 25 from the 3-point line. 40%, 23 of 41 overall shooting, 56%. Klay Thompson with 18 of his 29 in that second half. So they started hitting shots. Houston will give you opportunities to hit some shots, Shasky. You just can't turn the ball over. That's the one thing they got to clean up here moving forward.
Turnovers? No.
I mean, they've always turned the ball over, but as it's like 80 degrees.
Oh, dude, I'm cooking.
I mean, geez. Can't fix the heater around here.
I mean, you know what's crazy is like,
gosh,
like all those war movies. You start off with like 100 guys, and like you're Alpha Bravo or whatever the hell those nicknames are, and then you're walking around and you start losing guys left and right in the jungle. Like I feel like we're down to like the bare bones of this crew right now.
Yeah, we are, dude. It is.
I mean, the jungle is
steamy.
sweating. I got mosquito bites all over me. We're down to 4 dudes in here. I mean, this is bad.
It's 79
We're Arnold
degrees.
Schwarzenegger and Predator is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically.
Come get me.
This is why I like debate on wearing basketball shorts into the studio. I want to look somewhat professional.
I'm waiting for summer.
But like I'm wearing cotton sweats right now, and oh my gosh, it's hot. Let's go to Marge and Dublin.
What's hotter, here or the steam room at the club?
Hey guys.
Oh, that steam room is nice.
It's
at the club.
best.
I was in there last night. Marge, good morning.
Hey,
How you doing?
Marge.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Love your show.
Well,
Thank you, Marge. We appreciate
listen,
that.
I have a couple takeaways from last night. First of all, I really liked the way the first few buckets were at the rim.
Yep.
And I wish they would have kept with that for a little longer. Really, worked on getting to the rim because it makes everybody feel better. You get quick baskets, they're high percentage shots, and then the guys get to see the ball going through the hoop. Secondly, the turnovers. Man, frustrating.
Doesn't it drive you crazy, Marge?
It sure does. What? Why not fake a pass, and then when the guys cheat, throw it behind them. It just they just need to change it up a little bit. They've been doing this playing the same way for so long, and just. It's frustrating.
I can't remember the last pump fake on a pass from this team. That's a great call. Like on the
pump fake
real.
Marge.
What?
Pump fake Marge. Oh,
I love that. And I'm curious now how Marge watches in frustration. Is she a remote thrower? Does she slam the side of her chair?
You know what I've started to do as I get older?
Punch the pillow?
Because I realize I can't be throwing a remote in front of a baby because I don't want baby Chaz picking up those habits.
You don't want to be a thrower.
Like my guy Philly Zoo was going crazy over a Sixers loss against the Celtics, and baby Chaz still does it. My God! Oh, and I'm like, no, pick that up.
She picked that up.
She laughs about it. So what I do is when I get angry, instead of throwing the remote, I just kind of I cross my arms.
All you get is baby Chaz.
Benny does the. Just dejected. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's my go-to.
He does.
That's my go-to.
Me. Yeah.
You know what I do? I just cross my arms out. And I just go, oh, man, this team. So I do. Oh, man, this team. And baby Chaz looks over and laughs. This team. And I'm just like, hey, yep, this team. That's what I go. That's what I got. That's all I can't do anything else.
We go to baby Chaz, who's on the sideline with the Warriors.
This team. You want to take him to school, Spinoni? Let's take him to school
because I've got an issue.
All right, take him to school. Yep, take him to school. Sponsored by nobody. Stephen Curry. The no look to Draymond. That was pretty sweet.
Curry the rebound. Pass to DiVincenzo. He'll grab it in transition. No look. Flip to Draymond. That was a beauty. And a dunk for Draymond. And a timeout for the Rockets. The Warriors in transition.
Yeah, that was a beauty. I love Jordan Poole's No look to Jonathan Kuminga for the dunk. That was a nice little play right there. Taking him to school. Brought to you by nobody. What you got, Shasky?
All right. You know it's been raining for weeks on end.
Yep.
All right. And a lot of little leagues. We're not the only one here in San Francisco. I know a lot in the North Bay. I know a lot in the Peninsula and the South Bay, and I'm sure in the East Bay. I haven't heard from anyone over there, but I'm sure. All these baseball fields that are grass fields, they've just been rained out. All right. Now, I have other issues with Park and Rec in terms of maintaining the fields. I will keep those to the side. I think generally they do a good job, but when it rains, it's like, we can't do anything. It's like we don't have sand anywhere that we could put over all of these puddles. Kids have not been on the field enough. All right? The kids have not been on the field enough. And there's only so many turf fields. And a lot of them are dedicated to soccer. And I get that. But when it's adults trying to jump on the field while the kids are playing, nothing drives me crazier. And I'm talking to you nerdy adults that are playing in these pickup soccer games. These kids have been stuck indoors for what feels like 3 months, all right? And so when we get on the diamond, and we only have so much time on the diamond, all right, let the kids play on the field. There's only so many turf fields, so the teams that have practices are practicing on the field, and then all these adults show up in the early evening, and they want to play their pickup soccer, and then they get mad because a baseball comes flying into our field that we have reserved.
So wait, the adults are getting mad about that?
Yes.
At the kids?
Yes. And then they go, how much longer is practice? As long as we want, okay, as far as I'm concerned. But number two, no. Can you take a step back as an adult? And it's these 20-somethings.
I agree. Now, let me ask, do these adults play for the space? Do they pay for it?
No. They're showing up after, because the permits end at a certain time.
So they show up after?
After the permits are ended.
So they feel entitled despite not paying for the space on the field.
And the way it goes is first come, first serve. It's like a pickup basketball.
Right.
That's how it's always been. Yeah.
And they show up and they have their little fake jerseys and stuff. And I go, you guys don't even have a permit. These kids have been said, it's kids.
Right.
Kids. And they've got no sense of reality whatsoever, and they want to kick the kids off the field, and I'm not gonna, but I'm ready to fist fight every single one of them on behalf of the kids, because it's like, man, we can't even have a practice.
So what field is this?
It's down to South Sunset right now.
Okay. Because I see, I drove by Kimball Park. Mm-hmm. It's been a while since I've been by Kimball.
Yeah, it's a turf
field. I used to
field.
practice there. It's a turf field now.
It's beautiful now.
When I practiced there back in the day, it was all grass, the 2 baseball diamonds. We used to practice there sometimes. Obviously, practiced there with the San Francisco Seahawks. And then I looked at the field and I said, boy, the people that was practicing on that field on Sunday are people that I never seen these type of. It was just like, man, these guys are from out of town.
It's all hipsters.
What about the neighborhood?
Exactly.
I didn't see anything. So anyway,
I'm with you on this. So back in the day, South Sunset. Now I'm glad that they changed it into a turf. I am not here to say I used to play at South Sunset. It was a mud pie and it was hard to maintain. And I get it. And I'm really happy that they turned it into turf. Here's my thing: if you're an adult and you see a bunch of kids playing on the field,
that's embarrassing.
Take a look in your own soul and take a step back and use the sliver of turf on the other side of the field and let the kids play.
That's selfish. That used to irk the heck out of me when I see the adults do that. Say, hey, how much longer do you guys have?
Yeah, always. Exactly.
Well, when we're done, you can play on this field.
Exactly.
When we're done. But we're not going to force and pressure these kids to hurry up and get through their reps, their swings, or whatever they're doing. That's the worst. That's the low of the low. But, there's a lot of entitled adults, and that's why the city of San Francisco is not a desirable place for a lot of people anymore. It's why a lot of people are moving out of this city.
Facts. And it's not kid-friendly.
It's not kid-friendly at all whatsoever, which is why a lot of kids are moving out.
And it breaks my heart.
No, it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. So that bothers me a lot.
Well, then they stand there.
I could say a lot of things about that. I see it all the time. It's not cool. It's not a good look. And how do you go home and feel good about yourself saying, you know what, I pressured these kids. We got our games in. We get to brag about our pickup games. But you also force some kids off the field, which is not fair.
A bunch of 12-year-olds. Who, and again, you want to know why baseball dies in the inner city? It's because of that right there.
Yep.
That kind of behavior right there. And so I'm watching all these adults, there's 20 of them, arms folded, staring at us the whole time. And I walked over and I was like, guys, we're going to finish on the field until we're done.
Right.
We have been stuck.
Did you tell them that?
Hell yeah, I did.
What
you know me.
What did they say?
This is what I say. I walk up. Do you have a permit? No. I go, well, it's first come, first serve, and we're going to finish our practice because we've been rained out for about 2 months straight now, and these kids deserve opportunity to stay on the field. And you know what, B? It was a beautiful day, and we waited until we were done running the bases. Then they tried to move their game over while we were playing and put the net like between second and third, and I moved the net back. I'm like,
what
guys.
Did they say?
Well, they didn't say anything. Guys, let them finish. It's driving B. I'm telling you.
But then if somebody gets hurt,
me crazy.
If somebody gets hurt by running into that,
whose fault is it?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
And then what are they going to say? Oh,
exactly.
We're sorry. San Francisco's changed,
the adults,
man.
But B, it's the adults ruining it for the kids.
San Francisco's changed.
I'm going to lose my mind.
The worst part is a lot of these adults are not from here.
Well, the majority. I mean, the ones that are doing this kind of behavior. Because if you grew up near South Sunset and you saw a bunch of kids playing ball till 7:30 at night, you know what you'd say? God, that's refreshing.
Right.
God, that's awesome.
No doubt.
That's what you want. You want your kids to be able to go to the park and play under the lights safely.
Right, we got a break here, Shasky.
Sorry, it pisses me
Gary
off.
Payton II expected to be reevaluated on Thursday. And again, there's whispers that Gary Payton II could be back on Sunday. All right.
Yeah, truly.
Yeah, that's right. That's what's coming up on the game. Pandora's Box. We got King of the Hill. Lot to get to here. World Baseball Classic and Roger Goodell. I got something on Roger Goodell a little bit later in the show. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances.
wow.
Maybe back barking at other point guards.
Is this
opposing
the best
point guards.
video of all the Snoop videos?
When he turns into the dog, he morphed into a dog.
He looked like a dog. Yeah. It was great. And the girl turns into the Rottweiler.
Gin and Juice was hard.
So good. With the hockey jerseys.
Pittsburgh Penguin jersey.
As he's getting his hair braided.
Oh, yep. And he was on the bike.
Come on.
He's getting it braided. That's what music videos
were the best.
Was music videos. Now, do they even make music videos anymore?
Well, I'll tell you this. Stunna Man did one of my favorite music videos. Right. During the pandemic, a guy was playing a saxophone.
Oh, yeah,
and it was him in the middle of the street outside doing like an a cappella rap. It was awesome.
He's got a performance coming up. He hit me up. It actually sold out. It was the big money tickets, but I have a Warriors game that day. Let me see. Stunna Man 02. Let's give him some love here. Stunna Man 02, who we saw on the flight. He comes out of nowhere on the red-eye flight in Minnesota. Hey, he has so much energy, 4:30 in the morning. I'm like, Stunna, man, let's go to sleep.
He was the one who told me, if you steam 20 minutes a week,
it
saves your heart for X Men. And then I looked it up. He was right.
He was right. No, he's a genius.
He really is.
He's kind of a psychopathic genius. And I tried to stay in the steam room. I was in there yesterday, dude. It felt so good.
We had a long conversation about living with your woman.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
A long conversation.
At that airport?
We were breaking bread, and I was trying to give him some wise words of wisdom.
What was this?
This was in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah. It
was like 5 in the morning.
And then our boy Carl.
Yeah.
Shout out to Carl.
Speaking of how to live with women.
Hey, well, don't put his business out there on the street.
I won't.
Do you follow him on Instagram?
No. I'm going to have to.
He was just in Europe. Talk about a European extravaganza. He was in London, Paris, back to London. God. I mean, he is living. So this was on last Thursday. The dinner table was Stunna Man 02. And it was the dinner table, an exclusive and intimate live experience that brings together the best of music and cuisine. Stunna Man 02, he was there. It was catered by a variety of black-owned businesses, including Vegan Mob. Shout out to Young No, Don Soriano. So, yeah, this was last weekend. Man, he sold out. The only tickets available were like the $150 tickets. I was like, damn, Stunna, I can't do it Thursday night. Can't do it, Stunna. But we got to go see him perform because he's good to us, and he wants to get back into the studio. But anyway, got a lot going on here. We got King of the Hill coming up. We got some thoughts on Roger Goodell. I think it's going to hit the audience here. We got the recap of the Golden State Warriors game with Shasky. Take it away because I think it's time for Pandora's box.
All right. I'm going to give you 30 seconds right now. If you're on YouTube, go to the Odyssey app or go to your normal radio, 95.7 The Game. Search it, hit subscribe, all right, because we're not going to be able to play the music on YouTube, but for the audience driving around, it's our favorite segment. I ask Bonte, we play some music, and I ask him, who is the band for that particular song? And he gets 3 guesses. Okay, and I'll give him some clues, and I'll read up on some of these bands. These are some classics today. Joey Spadoni, hit me with the first song. Look at your face. This song was on many video games. MLB The Show, Madden, Tony Hawk. The name of the song is Mr. Brightside. All right? The group was originated in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas?
Uh-huh. The name of the band is derived from a logo on the bass drum of a fictitious band.
Limp Bizkit?
It's not Limp Bizkit. This was a huge hit. It might be a little too niche for you. We're starting off hard.
That's 515 million views, just the music video alone on YouTube.
I know this one.
Brandon Flowers is one of the members.
Yeah, Brandon Powers, the Killers.
I'm so proud of you.
The Killers.
I am so proud of you.
The Killers.
I'm so proud of you.
Look at that.
I'm so proud of you.
Because the video game would always say, it'll play a song,
Yep.
and it said, and I'm like, who is this? Why is the song always playing? And it would say The Killers. And trust me, I have my standings up. So I'm not looking at
It's okay.
text
I
line.
trust you.
I'm not looking
Bonte,
at YouTube.
we go on the honor system. It's like golf.
Honor,
it's a
check it out.
game.
If Spadoni wants to
It's a gentleman's game.
You're good, bro.
I'm looking at
honest to
NBA
God,
standings.
We talked about this before.
And
Spadoni, I
Sweet
thought
Deck.
there was a 0 out of 10 chance he would
Me
get
too.
that.
That's why I was like, I don't think he'll get this. I actually pivoted early. I was like, I don't think he'll get this. It's a popular song. Maybe he's heard it.
I'm going to keep it real. That song gets better with age.
It's really good. I saw
really
the Killers
do
at
love
Chase
that
Center
song.
a couple months ago. I got COVID after it, but that's all right. but it was a great concert.
Hey, don't worry. I got COVID at Jerry's World. It's all good. It was worth the playoff
You know
win.
what? It used to be at a point where when we got COVID, we had shame. Now
Right.
I'm like, I just had it.
Whatever. Just had it. I'll take
Just
a couple
get me
days
out
off.
of the quarantine.
I'll take a couple days off and work from home.
Exactly. As long as I don't turn into a zombie like in all of us. All right, let's go to our second
right.
song, Pandora's
All right, let's
Box. I play a beat for Bonte. We start to play the song. I give him a couple clues and see if he
Wait.
can nail it.
Is Killers considered snitching music? What are the words?
I don't think, more like hipster emo.
Yeah, they're like
Yeah.
alternative. They're
Violet.
early 2000s. They were very popular, like when I was like in middle school and
Punk.
stuff like
No,
that. So
I think
It's not punk.
Well, actually, when I heard that song, I think of Spadoni. I think of James Kincaid. I think of all these. The Killers, the Killers,
When
the Killers.
you break up with your girl,
And I think
you
they're
play
like-
Mr. Brightside.
yeah,
Okay.
Back in the
kind
day,
of. It's like
right?
you're going through some emotions, stuff like that. Yeah,
Like it's
yeah,
a
yeah.
love, like when Loveman wants to get sad.
Yeah.
That's the song he's
Well,
playing.
you know what? You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that song, actually? And you say that you play it when you get sad. When it would come on the video game, the MLB The Show.
I got happy.
No, I would get a little sad. I'm like, I'm getting a little depressed here.
It's about your girlfriend cheating on you.
Basically.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's killing me.
Yeah.
All right, second song. Now, I know you know the Puffy song that has been remixed and sampled,
gosh.
but do you know the original? Okay? Now I'll start to give you some stuff. This is an English rock band formed in London.
U2.
Just
Always
wait.
say
U2. No,
that.
it's not
All right.
U2. All right?
U2's from Ireland, by the way.
All right. It was part of
Oh,
the second British invasion, if you will. This is off their final studio album, Synchronicity, 1983. It was number one all across the world. 8 million copies were sold.
Damn.
All right.
Damn, these dudes are rich, huh?
Yeah. And I'm going to name some of the members of the band here.
All right, let's go.
Sting.
I
Andy
thought Sting was solo.
He was solo. He eventually broke off from this group. They had a divorce, if you will. Andy
much
Summers.
like Phil Collins in Genesis, he broke off and made a name for himself.
They all do this, right? All the groups do this.
This is one of the best-selling bands of all time.
It's not the Beatles.
6 Grammys, 2 Brit Awards,
Oh, gosh.
MTV Music All-Time Achievement
Oh, my
Award,
gosh.
one
I
of the
don't know.
500 greatest bands ever, one of the top 100 artists on VH1's list of all time.
Jesus Christ. I can't get this one, man. Who is it?
This is The Police.
I would have never got that. The Police?
Yeah,
I've never heard of them in my life.
Really?
I've heard of Sting.
Roxanne.
Yeah, I heard of Sting.
Have you heard of that song?
No. Can you play Roxanne? Do you
Are
have
you
a beat
serious?
for Roxanne?
It's one of
I've
the
never
great
heard-
drinking games of all time.
No.
Roxanne. So when
Drinking
Roxanne
games.
goes on, you
never
drink.
played
You don't remember? You never heard of this?
No, we never played this game. Where did they play?
Red light.
You guys did this in private
I'll
schools?
drink during red light. You drink during Roxanne.
Yeah,
you don't
no.
know about Roxanne?
No, hell no, we don't know about Roxanne.
You don't have to turn on
I
the
say
red
we,
light.
the culture.
You don't know this song?
Oh, I know this song.
Yeah.
I thought this was reggae.
What?
I thought this was classified as reggae. I used to listen to the song and think like, oh man, this is something Bob Marley sampled or something.
Bro.
I swear to God.
This is how we diversify your portfolio right now.
Man. The Police? All right. I've heard this song before. This is a good song.
It's
See,
a
that sounds like
classic.
reggae.
It's a
That
classic.
sounds like reggae.
That's
That's
not
what I
reggae,
said.
dog.
Oh my God.
All right, let's go.
The beat a little bit, I could see
Yeah.
the reggae part.
Yeah, you see that?
So you're
Well,
one
wait,
for
hold on
one.
really quick. I'm curious. What's the Roxanne drinking game? I've never heard of
Yeah,
a
I've
drinking
never
game.
heard of that.
So
Roxanne
when
drinking
red
game?
light, when they say red light, you drink. When they say Roxanne, I drink, and you get hammered.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
like a great
that
way to get
sounds
absolutely
awful.
obliterated.
That
Yeah, I'm
It
out of
sounds
that
horrible.
game.
It sounds
It's like
like
playing Kings.
I've never heard of that game before.
You
But
never-
anyway,
that
no,
is- oh, yeah,
it's-
drinking game.
all
Oh,
right.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Roxanne, see, that's reggae. That's not pop.
It's not reggae.
All right.
That's
888-957-9570. Is Roxanne, could you classify that as reggae? Play that beat one more time, Spinoni. Listen to that
I already
beat.
Eddie
exited
Murphy
out of
sang
it.
it
All
in
right,
48
all right,
hours. All right, let's go to our next one. All right. I've got two more for you. Pandora's Box. We're having fun this morning. You're 1-1. Give me the next one. All right. An American new wave band from Georgia.
Lynyrd Skinner.
Completely different genre.
All right. Sorry.
And they've got a zillion members. You wouldn't really know any of them, but they had like this whole thrift shop aesthetic. They looked very unique. The videos were over the top.
Gwen Stefani in this group?
No.
She's from Detroit, huh?
No doubt you're thinking
she's
of.
from Long Beach.
No deep. Oh, she's from Long Beach?
Yeah.
Oh,
Used to date the guy from Sublime.
Yeah. I don't know who that is, but Sublime, a great word to use. Like, Steve Kerr used that word last week describing Steph Curry's performance. He just had a sublime performance.
You have no idea who this is.
Yeah, no,
alphanumeric number is the name.
Alphanumeric number is the name?
An alphanumeric name, basically.
I've heard this song before.
I know.
It's actually a good song.
Love Shack.
What movie did they play this song in?
I don't know. There's probably a lot of movies.
I feel like this movie...
I'll play some of the other songs. Rock Lobster,
No,
Planet Claire.
I won't know the names, but I feel like this song was in the original Scream.
It might have been. Do you just give up?
I just give up.
All right. This is the B-52s.
B-52s?
Yeah, this is like an all-time classic.
I remember... check to see if that song was in Scream. Check to see if that's wrong. B-52.
I love how niche you get.
The B-52, I've never heard of them in my life.
So it was in the Flintstones?
They must have been nobodies.
I mean, that's like one of the more famous songs. They had their moment in time.
All right. Yeah, they were.
Do we have the last one? We'll give them the last one.
All right. What's the last
Here's
one?
the last one.
What's the last
Pandora's Box. All right. Now, this one, I think this is one of the great bands that we don't talk about.
We don't talk about them?
No, they're from Garden Grove, California.
Garden Grove, California.
All right, they're a rock band.
Okay.
Dexter, Noodles, Todd Morse. 10 studio albums.
Grammys?
Oh, they've won a lot of different awards. You would put them with like Green Day, NoFX, Bad Religion, Rancid. Like they're all like in the same kind of genre.
Are they still popular right now?
I mean,
Offspring.
I gave it up.
Thank you. Offspring. I'll take it. I've never heard of them either.
You've never heard of Offspring?
Pretty
Fly for a White Guy?
Which is why I said Spring. Because you could have said off, and I would have been lost.
No,
in like,
I'll give it to you. I totally
top,
ruined that one.
Off top, Spinal Tap.
Spinal Tap is the movie.
Yeah, see, Spinal Tap. The other song, B-52. Seriously, what movies? The Flintstones? I've never heard these guys. What's the text line? And, all right, how do you not know these bands?
Cameron sampled Roxanne. Yes, he did.
Look, I'm looking at 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. The Police were heavily influenced by reggae.
I didn't know
that. See that? Come on. Cameron sampled Roxanne.
Cameron also sampled the ESPN beat.
All right. Roxanne sang from Eddie Murphy in 48 Hours.
Yes.
I've never related to Devontae more than right now to 650. Wow. Police.
So which one of those bands would you actually play if you were in your car?
That Roxanne song I will play.
That's a hitter.
I'd play that.
Yeah, it's a hitter.
I'd play that. Look.
Pretty Fly for a White Guy. Do you remember that song?
No, I don't.
We've got to do Police rejoins all day, I guess.
I know, seriously.
Pretty Fly for a White Guy. Could you play that?
It's a classic.
All right. Look that up, Spinoni, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. So, I'm trying to think. It'd be fun to include the listeners into this competition, but they cheat. They just look at
they'd
YouTube.
look it up or
they look it up
it.
and they look at it. Tyler Miller, Bad Bougie, better than Roxanne. I'm with you there. Bad Bougie's a hell of a song.
I don't know if it's got more downloads than Roxanne. I don't know. I really don't know.
Bad Bougie was hard. As Donald Glover from Atlanta said, Bad Bougie, one of the greatest songs ever in hip-hop.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that, but, I mean, Bad Bougie had a pretty good influence on me. Handsome and Wealthy, Roxanne. Roxanne, I told you the reggae influence, man. Reggae influence. The Police is snitching music. Okay, so that's why I wouldn't listen to it. Police is.
I don't know. Sting hangs out with a lot of the big rappers.
I saw
Jay-Z,
Sting.
Diddy. Yeah, he courtside a lot of
He's
Knicks
pretty
games.
badass.
Yeah.
I saw Sting down at the time it was the HP Pavilion, and it was him and Paul Simon. Like they were like co-headlining, if you will. Sting's voice and his live, it's phenomenal. You don't realize how many songs you know of his.
See, I thought Sting was always solo. I thought he was always solo.
Well, he's classic.
510 Xfinity Mobile text line. You did better than me, Bonte. I'm a 41-year-old white guy from North Oakland. Never heard of none of those bands.
Come on.
He's from North Oakland, of course.
You never heard of Offspring?
He's bumping 3 times crazy.
By the way, Bonte, real quick, in 2018, Sting released the album 44/876, a collab with Jamaican musician Shaggy.
What?
Which won the Grammy Award for Best Reggae Album in 2019.
Wow. Didn't Shaggy perform?
Wasn't me.
At Levi's Stadium? No, it wasn't Shaggy who performed at Levi's Stadium during the playoff game. Who was it?
Baby Bash?
Baby Bash and somebody else performed with Baby Bash and Levi's during the playoff game. Remember that?
Yeah, it was Baby
Halftime?
Bash, and I like Baby Bash.
Yeah, I like Baby Bash. Shaggy, it wasn't me.
Yeah,
that song was
classic.
great.
Who was the other guy? I forget.
Mr. Bombastic?
Mr. Bombastic. Oh, that was a classic.
Yeah, we didn't play snitching music at EPA. That's 650. It's in the mobile text line. We didn't do that on Waller Street either. We didn't do that no more. That's fun. It's always fun to do Pandora's Box. Because you know what happens, honest to God? These songs on Pandora's Box, I go back and listen to them and Shazam them. Now I can't stop playing the Pink Floyd song, Buddy. And that's all because of Pandora's Box.
And it's a great song.
I'm like, damn, Buddy's a really good song. The breakdown and everything. I even bought a Pink Floyd shirt. Feel like I'm part of the culture now.
No, I like that. I'm glad that you did. Look, you got to understand, that's my dad's culture. And so, he appreciates that you're actually listening to that. Yeah. I love timeless music. If it's great music, whether it's Bad and Bougie, whether it's Roxanne, it should last forever.
And also, I would want to know this. And real quick, let's do this before the break. 888-957-9570. I would love to get your thoughts on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Hey, YouTube, are you more of a beat guy or girl? Or, do you like the instrumentals or do you like the lyrics? Do the lyrics have to be good or does the beat have to be good? For me, the beat has to be good in order for me to listen to the song. Now,
it's a combo, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm always first if the beat doesn't hit me.
Name a classic song with a bad beat.
All right, what's the Eminem song where it's kind of depressing? Is it Stan?
In My Closet? Stan. Oh, Stan, yeah.
I can't stand the beat.
Well, the song's overrated.
Yeah, see, there you go. But it's a classic song for in a lot of people's minds.
It's in his catalog. Yes, it is.
And so, Eminem, and I love Eminem as a lyricist, but his beats just got so bad that I'm like, I can't listen to this.
Yeah, I agree. Predictable.
One, I can't get jiggy to it. One, I want to be able to knock my head to it. I want to be able to knock my head to
Will
it.
Smith.
You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to bop my shoulders, do a little big head bounce. You know what I'm saying?
Bank head bounce.
There you go.
Are they still doing that?
Hell yeah, I still do it.
Yeah?
Big head bounce.
I'm going to call you Shorty Low.
You know,
From the 415, here's what I'm going to do from now on. I want listeners to hit me up on Instagram and on Twitter, ButcherBoy415, and you send me the songs of popular bands, all-time songs that we need to test Bonte with, and I'll put together a catalog of listener contributions.
Yeah, see, the beat always draws you in first. I need the beat.
That's what I'm saying.
Because sometimes the lyrics are terrible.
There's not a bad...
there's a lot of these dudes, like Little Uzi Vert, even Amigos sometimes, and rest in peace to Takeoff. But, a lot of lyrics are just trash, right? I'm just in my car bumping, I'm in the Porsche, 500,000. That's how they do it. Diamonds are on my wrist. Okay, we get it. Yeah, bubble rap's weak, but a lot of these lyrics are just trash. But the beat will be good, like Pardon Me. The lyrics are not that good. Pardon me. It's just the beat.
Yeah.
And so
that's
I'll listen to the
Future
song.
Songs.
Yeah,
Mask on. Mask off. They're all very repetitive.
Right.
There's a formula to it.
Right. But change locations. But the beat is hard. So I'll listen to the song over and over like, man, that beat's hard. Even R&B beats hard. So as Lubman gets in my ear, 2 minutes. We'll do King of the Hill in the 8 o'clock hour. King of the Hill, Western Conference playoffs. So I'm not getting anything off my chest, Jason. None of it. And people are not happy with you slandering Future.
No, I like Future. I'm saying that, when I listen to Future, I'm not getting, deep, thoughtful, inspirational lyrics. I kind of know what I'm getting. You know what I mean? There are certain people Like Little Flip, for example. I know what I'm getting when I listen to Little Flip.
Game over.
Too Short. I know Too Short is very easy listening, you know? And like, it's not like he's got the most complex music. Sometimes when I listen to Lil Wayne, there's like layers to it, right? I'm not saying all of it, but like, there's different things I'm listening to.
Although Lil Wayne, when he did the mixtape, when he started doing the mixtapes, oh my god.
Lil Tuneki?
Oh, No Ceilings.
Carter 2's a classic.
Carter 2's a classic. He did the albums, then he did the mixtape where he's just jacking everybody's beat.
Yeah.
And a lot of those beats, you're like, oh, I can't even go. Like Ice Cream Paint Job.
Yeah.
Classic song, right? Classic beat. But Lil Wayne remakes it with No Ceilings, and I'm like, I can't listen to Ice Cream Paint Job no more because Lil Wayne just destroyed that beat.
Yeah, he made it better.
Yeah. Gosh, that song is so good. I'm on a boat, getting seasick. Stop playing, I'm fresher than a degree stick. Oh, my gosh. Oh, I love Lil Weezy. All right, we're going to talk some Warriors here. We'll get back to sports. You know what? Let's talk about Roger Goodell. We got something on Roger Goodell and commissioners. I want to get into this as we spin off the World Baseball Classic. USA versus Japan today. Must-see TV. What time, Shasky, first pitch? 4 o'clock West Coast time?
4:30, I believe.
4:30 West Coast time. Ooh, early game. Get to bed early. Let's do that on the other side.
I also think Japan has the best uniforms of WBC. It's not even close.
Nice. They're pretty nice.
Tiffany font goes with everything.
I want Sasaki. I want Sasaki on the Giants.
I do too.
Oh, finally. Oh, no cap 757. We have the Bill Simmons sound. We had no choice but to get after he called us 5 million times yesterday.
Oh, no.
He called Steiny and JD also 5 million times.
Did he really?
Drove me nuts.
He must have
How
had
many
the day
names
off.
did he use?
He must have had the day off yesterday. Or he's just chilling, smoking weed all day, listening to 95.7 The Game, which I have no problem with. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. We'll get to Roger Goodell.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5 Hour Energy. It's perfect.
Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
See, I'm showing a lot of growth here. I remember as a board op, or if I was producing the show, I told my board ops, absolutely no pop, rock, all hip-hop. All hip-hop. But I'm growing here. Espinoni play, what is this, The Killers?
SOS.
This is the police?
This is police.
Yeah, this is a classic.
Message in a bottle.
I hope that someone gets my...
All three white guys, by the way, simultaneously bobbing their head and singing the lyrics.
Very underrated movie that I watched not too long ago. Dope. You guys ever watched the movie Dope?
Movie. Yeah.
And they kind of integrate hip-hop with the rock, and they had the band.
It's good.
That's good stuff right there.
It really is good stuff.
I respect that.
Absolutely.
This is a good song. Not
so,
bad.
you know what's funny, B, is that I know the Warriors won yesterday, and we've got a lot to get into when it comes to them. You wanted to get into the commissioners.
I did want to get into the commissioners and Roger Goodell, and I want to get into Sasaki at some point as well. But Spadoni, I believe, sent us something. I sent this through Adam Schefter yesterday at about 1:02. And Roger Goodell and NFL owners are expected to finalize a multi-year contract extension for the commissioner at next week's owners' meetings in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, Goodell getting an extension. Always look forward to the coaches' photo at the owners' meetings where you see all the coaches in there. Andy Reid with the Hawaiian shirt, Shanahan, who's he standing next to, McVay. The coaches' photo is hilarious. But Roger Goodell signing an extension. And I wonder, and we were discussing this in the thread, I want our audience to chime in on this on YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity Mobile text line. Don't forget Chuck Cooperstein at 8 o'clock, the voice of the Dallas Mavericks. He'll join us to preview tomorrow's game between the Warriors and the Mavericks. What's up with Kyrie Irving? What's up with the Dallas Mavericks? Is Luka Doncic going to play? But Roger Goodell, right before the pandemic, his Q rating was as low as it could get. He gets booed every Super Bowl, giving the trophy to whoever wins it, gets booed. All day long, all night long. But right now, when you think about the three major sports, and if you want to throw the NHL in here with Gary Bettman, go ahead. I actually think Gary Bettman's done some really good things with the NHL. Roger Goodell, his Q rating now that he's going to receive a 3-year extension, is he the best commission sports? Is he the best commission sports? And is that something we would have said 4 years ago? I don't think we would have said that. I think Adam Silver would have been number one 4 years ago. And then there would have been a who's who between Goodell, Manfred, and Gary Bettman. Now, I think you can make the argument that Adam Silver may be the worst commissioner in sports, and Goodell's number one. Manfred has moved up the ladder with what's going on in baseball.
Yeah, we'll get to him.
And Gary Bettman in the NHL has done some things. So, Roger Goodell, Q rating at an all-time high. Best commission sports?
I think he is. I absolutely think he is. And there's layers to this. Do you remember way back when? Let's go back to let's say 2014, 2015, 2016. The league had a lot of issues.
Yep.
There was the concussion issue.
Yep.
There was the kneeling issue. Whether you think it's an issue or not,
it was huge.
America perceived it as an issue, and the president and him were going head to head. There were CBA issues regarding the expiration of the CBA and maybe a potential lockout. You're always going to have push and pull from the big and small market teams. And then obviously you're going to have rule changes regarding the safety of quarterbacks. But I think the biggest thing for him in terms of his evolution is the discipline aspect. Right. Back when guys were getting in trouble and stuff off the field, and you're always going to have that. And it's always in sports. Let's just also identify this. Society gets in trouble at a certain level. Professional athletes always get in trouble at a societal level less than society norms, meaning they're actually better citizens by the data. Can you have bad people? Of course you can. But if you look at the percentages, they have less people committing crimes in their sports because people are the 1% of the 1% for a reason. But in those circumstances, he was judge, jury, and executioner, for lack of a better phrase. And I think that made him the bad guy, whether it's Deflategate, whether it's him and sexual misconduct with Ben Roethlisberger. Everybody hated Goodell because he was the only one who would decide the punishments. The Ray Rice thing. Yep. Remember when the video was leaked?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Everybody lost their minds.
Joe Mixon. Throw him in that category.
Absolutely. Him removing himself from the punishment aspect and putting a third-party arbiter in place has changed the game for him. I really do. I think that's the number one thing. And then if I look at financial feasibility across the board, there is across the NFL, there is a financial stability for every organization. If you're Jacksonville and you've been horrible for year after year after year after year, A, you're still getting your 250 to 300 million television revenue, and B, America still actually does care about the Jacksonville Jaguars because we're betting on you.
Yeah,
and we've got 2 players on your fantasy team.
Oh, we love the Jaguars. They get ratings just like all these other teams. Now,
we don't care if you win, but you get
the financial aspect is there. The NFL has lapped all the sports when it comes to television rating. I think 47 of the 50 highest rated shows were all football games.
And why is that? Because their entire league is sold nationally, not regionally.
Nationally.
Unlike the NBA and baseball.
And they've created urgency in NFL football.
The scarcity
of the
schedule.
The one bye week. You got the worldwide games playing in Munich, Germany, playing in London, playing at Tottenham Stadium, having that partnership internationally. So he's grown the game internationally.
Offset,
the other thing,
thank you for all you're doing.
His finest hour was maybe that NFL draft during the pandemic. Looking at the TV screen saying, come on. That's all you got?
Him having a cocktail and settling down made him more relatable.
He showed personality.
Absolutely.
And I think people was like, this guy's kind of enduring. And he's been around the league forever. I was actually watching the 30 for 30 on the Buffalo Bills not too long ago. And Roger Goodell's on the field before Super Bowl 25 next to Paul Tagliabue out there at Tampa Stadium, old Tampa Stadium. So you look at what he's done with the Pro Bowl. All of a sudden, the Pro Bowl is like, hey, look, the Pro Bowl's not doing anything. They're playing flag football. Let's switch it up. Let's do a flag football game. Let's have individual drills. Now the Pro Bowl looks more appealing. So now the quality of play is better. Yeah, sure, you're catering to offensive rules, but you're trying to fix the game. Okay, replays, challenge flags. How do we make the game better? The NFL's always been proactive in trying to fix the rules and make the game more appetizing for viewers at home. He's embraced fantasy football. He's embraced gambling. I think Goodell has done a fantastic job at flipping the NFL and nobody's even close to touching the NFL.
Well, and think about this. Paul Tagliabue, in his era, you had people leave the L.A. market, and they had the Las Vegas market vacant. I think, obviously, Jerry Jones gets credit for this because I don't think people want to hear this. Jerry Jones is a big power broker. Roger Goodell's not coming up with these things. He works on behalf of the owners. For them to get Stan Kroenke, and I know it sucks for St. Louis, but for them to get Stan Kroenke to build that, stadium in L.A. was huge. They needed to get back in that market. Then they went to Vegas after the Golden Knights, but they went to Vegas. It's been a smashing success.
No doubt. No doubt.
It's been a smashing success. And so I just look at what Roger Goodell has done across the board. Like, think about this. The Jacksonville Jaguars drafted #1 overall back-to-back years. Is there a team that you're more high on in the AFC in terms of where they've been over the last 5 and where they're going than them?
The AFC South, at least. I mean, yeah, no doubt with Trevor Lawrence and them making the second round of the playoffs.
Right.
Divisional round, no doubt. And Jacksonville, say what you want about that market. They've had some good football teams.
They have.
And when they're good, that fan base, they buy in.
Yeah.
And they sell that joint out. So, and football in Florida, the state of Florida, football's huge.
And then I also think that some of their small, subtle adjustments regarding draft pick trades and also player trades, you've seen more player movement than ever in terms of trades at the deadline and during the during the offseason.
And they've really heightened that with the trading draft picks and the deadline stuff, saying, Major League Baseball has a lot of success and the NBA has a lot of success at the trade deadline. How do we make ours? And football's now a 365-day a year sport. The offseason is highlighted
100%.
When the tampering period starts, when the draft starts, OTAs. And then, by the way, we go goo gaga over the scheduled release dates. Think about that. When the NFL schedule gets released, how many of us are looking at flights to those cities, booking those flights, looking at everything, saying, we're going to go to this stadium, we're going to go to this. They get it. The NFL gets it. Now, let's move on to the NBA. I think the NBA, and they're struggling right now, I think baseball has a chance with the momentum of the World Baseball Classic. If they could just seize this momentum.
I think Manfred's done a good job. And I can't believe I'm saying that.
Well, Adam Silver, has he done a good job? Player empowerment has jumped the shark.
100%.
Now, we all wanted player empowerment. Maybe there's too much player empowerment in this league.
You need some balance. Like, I think at the end of the day, when I look at consumer friendly, the NFL, like, if you're a great player and I want to keep you, I've got the franchise tag, right? I'm talking about if I'm a fan of a team, I've got the franchise tag. I can cut other people because the salaries aren't guaranteed. The consumer gets served in the NFL. Wouldn't you agree? When I look at the NBA, I feel like, yes, the player empowerment has gone too far, and the consumer gets screwed.
It does.
I don't know who's playing. I don't know when they're coming back. I don't know what's going on.
And then now he's trying to implement this in-season tournament, which who's asking for that?
There's no
We're
sense
just asking
of urgency.
for urgency in the regular season.
Exactly.
Forget an in-season tournament. That's not going to do anything because the minute somebody gets hurt in that in-season tournament, everybody's going to go crazy. Also, I think during the pandemic, and I get what they're trying to do with the messaging or whatnot, and I applaud the NBA for embracing it. However, was it too much? Because a lot of people, whether you like it or not, and whether you agree with them or not, they want to watch sports and just sports only.
No,
they don't want the political messaging, which is why the NFL kind of tap danced around it and we ripped them. Nobody's talking about it anymore.
No.
Nobody's thinking about the end racism signage in the end zone anymore. Nobody's talking about kneeling anymore.
Or Kansas City booing unity.
Nobody's talking about
but
nobody wants that. So I think, and we don't talk politics. I refuse to talk politics in public. It gets people irate.
Well, it alienates people. And I do think that there's we're out and about. You and I are. I think that there are times when there are real political things that intersect in sports, and those times, I do think it's necessary to pause and take a step back and be reflective. But I do think the majority of time, I think our audience has told me, whether it's in person, online, whatever, I come to sports to get away from those things. That's what they say. Now, like I said, are there times when things intersect? Absolutely. Right. But I do think having those things, face front in your grill at all times, I think it does put people off.
And I think Adam Silver did a poor job of putting his players in a position to where all of a sudden, LeBron James is a great basketball player. And you put him in a boss spot by making him be a spokesperson for some of these political ideas. Look, I love what LeBron James does in terms of schools in Ohio and what he's done for kids,
it's an amazing
community,
things off the court.
Off the floor. Yeah. You can't say a bad thing about LeBron James.
No doubt about that. You have to give him his
doubt
respect.
about that. But you put these guys in a position to where they need to be the voices. And a lot of people rip Michael Jordan for not doing, quote unquote, not doing enough by not speaking his voice. Well, now you got these guys speaking their voices, and now they're getting ripped by the highest offices in terms of politics, in terms of Fox News. And some people may say, who cares? But that puts them in the bad light. That kills their Q rating or whatnot. And then the whole China business or whatnot, what happened with that? The NBA took a hit there. So
a hit? I think a lot of people that were looking for a reason to hate the NBA used the China thing as an excuse to further cement their position. And I think we can't also, as we talk about the harmony amongst owners in the NFL, and I'm sure, look, it looks harmonious on the outside. I'm sure New York hates, for example, the Houston Texans or whatever. Like, there's always going to be these squabbles amongst these ownership groups. There is a huge, quiet divide between the small market teams like in Oklahoma City and the Golden State Warriors. You hear it every year. Why do you think the taxes are so penal? Why do you think that the luxury tax situation is set up the way it is? These and if you don't think the top dogs hate the people that aren't spending, you're kidding yourself.
No doubt.
You're kidding yourself right now. Like for inside NBA circles, you know what people say about Michael Jordan as an owner, specifically as an owner? He's cheap as hell. He refused to retain one of his point guards because he wanted to save money and got another point guard who was $5 million less to keep him out of the luxury tax. It had nothing to do with basketball.
Right. It was all about business. Now, in terms of basketball, it turned out to be the right decision because Kemba was done. Kemba Walker was done after that. So it was actually turned out to be a great decision by Michael Jordan. And then he ends up giving money to Gordon Hayward. When you think about the Terry Rozier and Kemba Walker, just a quick aside, it turned out to be a great decision. Kemba Walker was done.
No,
imagine if he paid that money.
No, I know.
He did that with the purpose of staying out the tax.
That was the whole point.
Yeah, no doubt. But it actually worked out in his benefit. So it's tough for me to crush Jordan. Yeah, it was a business decision, but it was the right business decision.
One of the few that he's made.
Now let's get to Rob Manfred. And we think about baseball, what's happening right now.
One second on that. Before you move on. David Stern, for all of his horrible things that he did, because you watched that doc that I did as well. Yep. He's the prior commissioner before Adam Silver. I do think David Stern was a trailblazer, and although he pissed a lot of people off, and I think he was a tyrant at times, I think he was really good for the league.
No, they need David Stern right now. Rest in peace.
David
Stern was around right now. A lot of this a lot of this nonsense that's going on in the NBA wouldn't be happening.
I agree.
The John Morant stuff, John Morant would have been suspended a lot longer.
I agree. You can't be partners with the owners and partners with the players.
Right. No, you got to draw the line in the sand.
As the commissioner, you work as an ambassador of the game, but really, you're there for the owners. Right. That's what you're there. It's a union amongst owners, and you're the head guy. And I feel like if I'm one of the owners, I would think that Adam Silver's done a very poor job.
The John Morant situation. Right then and there, Adam Silver had a chance to put the hammer down and say, you know what, John, this is bad for the league.
Yeah.
But instead, you give him a suspension when, he's already served 6 games. No, that was a team-imposed suspension on John Morant. The NBA had nothing to do with that. So anyway, Adam Silver, I think, has done a terrible job. But when you think about 4 years ago, Adam Silver was lauded. Yeah, Players League, and the players really like him, and the league is going in the right direction. He's fumbled a lot of ball. Even just look at from this sense. The NBA Finals are happening with the Boston Celtics and the Golden State Warriors.
I'm glad you're bringing this
up. And
the
talking points on the major networks was Kevin Durant wants out of Brooklyn. What's going on in Brooklyn with Kevin Durant? They got swept out of the first round. Why is Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets a talking point? The league should have been selling, and your major partner, ESPN, which broadcasts all your games, including the NBA Finals, you're dismissing a classic series, a classic West Coast versus East Coast matchup, two of the original franchises in the NBA between the Warriors and the Celtics, and you're discussing Kevin Durant and whether or not he wants out of Brooklyn. What's going on with the LA Lakers? The talking heads on your major networks that are partners with your game are not even worried about the NBA Finals. Adam Silver should have done something about that. Say, hey, ESPN. You don't think Roger Goodell in the NFL will say, hey, NFL, get off this breath?
Yeah.
Talk about the games happening.
We didn't talk about Aaron Rodgers leaving during the Mahomes Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And I think that when I look at the league right now, the consumer, they're not rejecting the product.
Right.
But they're telling you in subtle ways they're not as into the product as they used to be. Did you know, I had to look this up. Did you know that the ALCS and the NLCS on Fox 1 outrated the Eastern and Western Conference Finals? Every single baseball game in the AL and NLCS outrated every single Eastern and Western. I couldn't believe that.
I couldn't either.
That's crazy.
Now, think about this. You had Celtics Warriors, one of the blue blood organizations in the sport, against one of the most popular television products that the league currently has, the Golden State Warriors. And they struggled to beat Astros Phillies?
Well, ALCS and NLCS, it was Astros.
No, I'm talking about the World Series.
World Series.
And the finals had very comparable ratings.
Very comparable ratings.
Okay.
But you were talking about, I'm talking the NLCS was Padres Phillies. It was Padres Phillies this past year. And the ALCS was Astros. Who's in the ALCS?
I can't even
Astros. It wasn't Yankees.
No, they were already
bounced. It wasn't Red Sox. It wasn't Cleveland. They beat the Mariners in the first round. This had to be, was it Tampa Bay?
Might have been Tampa Bay.
Yeah. We can't even name it. And then you had I think it was Miami Heat versus Boston.
Miami Heat versus Boston.
And then the Warriors were facing Dallas. Big markets. South Florida, big market. Dallas, big market. So I think at some level, the consumer is not being served by the NBA. I don't know who's playing when they're playing. I don't really care. Guys are bouncing, going around all over the place. Kyrie Irving is one of the great players the game, talent-wise, has ever seen. How many teams has he been on?
Yeah, 4 now.
How about Russell Westbrook?
Mavericks.
The end of his career. James Harden. Yeah. Kevin Durant. Go around your league. Look at they're moving too quickly. Teams can't embrace their guys. And so I look at what they've built right now in the NBA, and I think that they're in a really tough spot.
They're in a very tough spot.
And I think they need to look at what they've been doing.
Well, also because you have some of your top players being from Greece, being from Europe.
That factors. That's the problem with baseball.
International talent. But
we can't even pronounce a Rosarena, a lot of people, and he's one of the stars of the game.
But it feels like we've embraced these Ronald Acuna Jr.'s, Vladimir Guerrero
More
Jr.'s.
than Giannis?
Yeah.
Something to clean up real quick. The Rays got knocked out first round against the Guardians, who lost to the Yankees. Yankees got swept in the ALCS. Remember, they were booing.
Astros. Oh, yeah, that's right.
They're booing Aaron Judge.
They can't, because Mike Francesco was going crazy saying the Astros own us.
Yes.
They own us. They're in our domes. You can't beat the Astros.
The NFL, for example, we compare to the other two sports, highest rated Cowboy Niner game of all time.
Yeah.
How How? Like how? The Super Bowl was up in viewership as everyone's cutting cords and everyone's viewing through all these different streaming platforms that don't get recognized by Nielsen ratings. They're up. Yet the NBA and baseball has actually risen in the last couple years because it was down big 5 years ago. But it's come back. The NBA is lower and lower and lower. They're in an inflection point.
I think baseball with their playoffs and their format has really we bitched and moaned about the wild card spot, the extra wild card spot. But you involve more markets in there. And now if baseball can just tweak a couple things. Like, I really like Smoltz's idea that he had about 5 years ago where in the minor leagues you have a first half and second half champ.
60 games.
First half champ, second half champ. Maybe you do 60-game sprint first half of the season, second half of the season.
120 is the sweet spot.
And you get the first half and second half champ meeting in the playoffs, and then you got the other playoff spots. I don't know how you work that out, but there's more urgency with baseball. The pitch clock is going to help. I think universal DH is going to help because now everybody, we don't need pitchers hitting. Well, don't worry about that now. Pitchers are not going to hit.
The banning of the shift.
The banning of the shift, and so now you're going to get more action on the base pass.
It's already paying dividends.
It's going to be a more appealing game.
Have you watched any spring training games?
I don't watch spring training. I'll watch the World Baseball Classic. I'm not going to watch
the World Baseball Classic at times has gotten slow because I'm recalibrated to the new game.
Right.
And once, if you look at your when the Giants start, depending on where the clock is going to be, if it's not in your sight of vision, you don't notice the pitch clock at all.
Don't.
You just see that the rhythm of the game is so much faster.
No, you don't. You don't. But
I applaud Manfred for what he's doing.
I think Manfred. So the Q ratings, Manfred is actually rising up the charts because he's actually listening, saying, okay, let me listen to the fans. Let me listen to the players. Let me receive this input and try to implement it. So he's done that. Adam Silver, what can he do? What can he do to help the NBA?
You just saw the Houston Rockets yesterday. Now, baseball's got this problem, too. We've seen Oklahoma City. Like, we're going to lose for many, many years in a row.
And it's the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yes.
They don't even try to win.
They don't. And I just... Man, it's so tough. Like the NFL, are there a Houston Texans team? Of course there are. I would be foolish to say that there wasn't a team like the Texans in the NFL. There is. But it does feel like if they just get something right in one draft, they could turn it around quickly, right? I don't get that same sense in the other two sports.
No, I don't. But even though baseball, the Orioles for a long time, it just takes a while to build.
Yeah.
Because you have to go through the minor league system. You got single A, high A, double A, triple A. And then it takes a while it may take you 4 years to get to the big show. And then it may take you another 4 years to have an impact on the big show.
What do you think Adam Silver's biggest problem is right now as a commissioner?
I think it's too much player empowerment.
That's the number one thing.
Too many players are one. It makes them look like divas. All of a sudden, Kevin Durant goes to Brooklyn. Kyrie Irving's running amok, and all of a sudden, how does Kevin Durant, one of the biggest stars in the history of the NBA, get traded midseason? It's probably the biggest midseason trade ever. Think about that.
I mean, when Randy
Clyde
Johnson
Drexler got traded midseason, Dominique Wilkins, they weren't Kevin Durant.
Like, think of in baseball, the equivalent would be what, trading Ken Griffey Jr. at the deadline?
Yes, Bryce Harper.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen. Shohei Ohtani getting dealt at the deadline. It wouldn't happen. It normally does not happen.
It does not happen.
Not a player of that magnitude.
Not many. Ramirez got traded. But was that
No, that was at the deadline as well. But that was also he had kind of worn out his welcome. He had the
Machado got
testosterone
traded to the Dodgers at the deadline. That was a similar one. Machado. He got traded to the Dodgers.
But he was going to be a free agent at the end of the year.
Exactly.
So there's
Randy Johnson. And Baltimore was cheap. They were cheap at the time, saying, "Hey, we can't pay this guy. We don't get the revenue."
Durant's under contract for multiple years.
Right. That's the thing. He's got another 3-4 years on that deal.
I mean,
Kevin Durant.
As someone who loves the league as much as you do, because I know you love the NBA so much, and I think it has potential to be so much better than what we're seeing right now. As a television product, last night, Warriors versus Rockets. I have no false givings that Warriors-Rockets is some compelling, really matters in this grand scheme of things. But at the same point of time, like, if you had just watched the fourth quarter, that's all you needed to watch.
That's all you needed to watch. The first half was
Casually
unwatchable.
Watch the fourth.
The first half was unwatchable. Now, say if it's a Pittsburgh Pirates, Baltimore Orioles game.
You could have that same argument.
Fantasy baseball, that's another aspect of everything. The fantasy football has gotten a lot of casual fans into football.
I care about Titans, Jags because of Tannehill or whatever.
It could be a Randall Fenn, Megan in Pleasanton. Be like, I'm not a diehard NFL fan, but Patrick Mahomes is on my fantasy football team.
Yes.
Baseball, kind of look at baseball. Like baseball, at times I'm like, the Giants are bad. How can I can I just keep my head in the game when it comes to baseball? Well, you know what? Me and my buddies, we have a keeper league that's been going on for 15 years. So now all of a sudden I do care about Royals Rays. I care about Bobby Witt Jr. leading off for the Royals. Fantasy basketball, for example, I've been out on that for 15 years. I quit. I was like, I can't do it because I don't know when the stars are playing.
Yeah.
I set my lineup and, oh, boy, Dwayne Wade's out for 3 days. You know what I'm saying?
Don't you also think that the referees are part of this equation?
The referees have been awful.
Like last night's game is a great example. How many times did we stop the game, go to the referees, and now I've got the camera on the referees as they're huddling up, looking at a screen that we've seen the replay on 4 times.
No, all the time.
Figure this out.
Well, how about this? We always hype up Kevon Looney playing in 184 straight games in the regular season. AC Green played in 1,000 straight games. Pull up Chris Mullins' game logs year after year after year. 78, 82, 78, 82, 82, 82. That was a given. Now it's like a badge of honor if Mikal Bridges, oh my God, he hasn't missed a game in 3 years. Whoop-de-doo.
Well,
just go back to the 80s and 90s. These guys were like, I'm 75%, I'm playing.
What does Mully say to you and Darrell Wright say to you off to the side? I mean, I don't want you to give me all of it because I know some of it you can't.
I tell you what, former players.
What do they feel?
You could put Darrell and Mully, and I don't want to put words in their mouth. But it was like, you felt embarrassed to be on the injury report. You felt embarrassed that you couldn't practice.
When they sat Halliburton against the Warriors for load management, I was like, he's 23.
It's a joke.
I couldn't believe it. I might not see Halliburton all year.
That's Jim Barnett. I bet you Jim Barnett, he's not going to crush the players today. But all of a sudden, we're like, man, and it's remarkable that Looney hasn't missed a game in so long, considering his injury history.
And the way his career started, absolutely.
In the 90s, would that even be a conversation?
No.
Would we give that any credence to say, oh, man, Looney's played 184 straight games?
No, but it means something now.
It means a lot now. All of a sudden, it's like, yo, get this guy a gold medal.
Jordan Poole. Like, I think one of the things where I get frustrated with people criticizing Jordan Poole on some level. Yeah, does he make a bad pass here and there? Does he not play defense? But he's least available every single game. And in this particular NBA landscape, that is a market inefficiency. Like, he's absolutely valuable because he plays every game.
No doubt. So I think the NBA, in terms of this, we talk about baseball maybe having a first half and second half chat.
Yeah.
The NBA, forget the in-season tournament. That's stupid. That's just beyond.
Well, they're going
to
do it, which is dumb.
Which is just dumb, right? And the owners will never do it. They're not going to do it. The owners are not going to give up revenue gates, and I don't know how the finances break it down. They don't want to do that, no matter what.
Regional sports
Joe Lacob, you hear Joe Lacob?
I know
We're not giving up any games.
I know, but with this regional sports network implosion that's going on, it's kind of one of the more underrated stories. It will change the financials for a lot of these small market teams that have Bally Sports as one of their regional coverages. So they're going to miss out on it. I do think reimagining the NBA landscape in terms of scheduling is on the docks.
I will say this. There's owners out there who believe, okay, this guy doesn't want to play 82 games.
Then I'll pay him the 60. If he pays 60 of 80, I will pay him 2/3 of his salary.
Not only that, but they'll also say, I'll go find a guy who's going to play 82 games. I'll find a guy to go play 82 games.
That's an interesting point.
That's how these owners think. A lot of these owners think.
Well, do you blame them?
You don't want to play 82 games? I'll find somebody. They think it's a joke.
Well, do you blame them?
Absolutely not.
You know?
The fact that we could play it over back-to-backs, these guys back in the day were playing 4 games in 5 nights, flying commercial, and giving us great products, great basketball. Now, it would have maybe prolonged their careers, but that's where the AAU comes in. That's an entirely different discussion.
There's layers to that.
There's layers to that conversation. Kids are playing way too much basketball at a younger age, I believe.
On the hard court, yes, I agree with
4
that.
games in 4 games in a day, and then you come back and play 8 games in 2 days. That's ridiculous.
Yes.
High-level basketball, that's stupid. SF Bay Trevor, I need the NBA back on NBC. There's something to that.
So that's
There's something to that.
Right now, they're negotiating. They're re-upping with ESPN and TNT, and TNT's already told them, we know it's going to cost twice as much to get less of the amount of games that we have now. They want to have a smaller package and they of games, and they know that they're going to pay incrementally more. There's going to be a third person in there. So Adam Silver will make more money for the league because live sports and politics are the only things selling on live television.
No doubt. We love our live sports.
There's only so many of these rights that you can be a part of, and so Hulu, Apple, Amazon Prime, they're going to pay to just have that programming. Right now, MLS bought in with Apple Plus. Did you know that part of their deal was Apple Plus said, we'll buy in.
Right.
But you have to add playoffs.
Yep.
So because they want more must-see
games,
stuff.
more must-see stuff. Let me ask you this, because SFA Drummer brings up the NBA on NBC, and I believe there's something about the presentation of the game that draws people in. And what I mean by that, when I see A-Rod, and he's a clown,
But he loves the game.
David Ortiz, Frank
How
Frank
good was
Thomas,
that last night?
Kevin Burkhardt, Dontrell Willis.
Yes.
Jimmy Rollins.
Ambassadors.
Curtis Granderson.
Yeah.
TNT.
Smiling.
They give you everything they got.
Yeah.
There's an urgency. The presentation of ESPN's NBA.
Van Gundy, miserable.
No,
Mark Jackson, miserable.
Forget the mics. I'm talking about just the pregame show.
Yeah.
Leading in. Greenberg, Stephen A. Smith, Michael Wilbon, and Jalen Rose. Compare that to Kenny Smith, Shaq, Barkley, and EJ.
Which is, I believe, the superior product.
Yes.
I would also say their Tuesday one with the guy with wears the turtleneck.
Adam Lefkoe.
Adam Lefkoe. He's very good. And when they had Dwayne Wade, I really liked him with Candace Parker. I thought Candace Parker loves the game. I actually enjoy listening to her commentary.
The presentation of it. When I get Sunday Night Football and Tony Dungy's boring behind the microphone, but in the studio, it screams big game.
Yeah.
It screams urgency. It screams, hey, I want to watch this. I'm watching Greenberg, Stephen A. Smith. I'm like, turning the channel.
It's the main thing why I don't like Al Michaels. When I listen to him, it's like, been there, done that.
Been there, done that.
That's the feeling I get from him while he's there.
And everything about Amazon Prime before the game, and I'll let you get in here, Spinoni. Sherman screams, okay, urgency. I'm going to get everything that I need out of Richard Sherman. Whitworth getting better. Ryan Fitzpatrick I could do without. But you have some elements there that draws you in.
Yeah.
NBA and ESPN, they're talking about narratives about the league.
But even during the game, like Mark Jackson and Van Gundy, I like Van Gundy. He's miserable.
Sometimes he is miserable.
He's miserable.
Stan Van Gundy's
Jackson,
a lot better.
And, Doris Burke is a lot better.
Right.
I love Doris.
Mike
Doris
Breen
loves the game. They're bored by their own product.
Right. And when you think about NBA and ESPN, breaking down a basketball game, Kenny Smith's going to give you that.
Yeah.
Jalen Rose will give it to you, but he falls into that trap with Stephen A. Smith and Michael Wilbon. I can't take Mike Greenberg seriously.
I have enough of Stephen A. Smith on my television throughout the week, so I don't need him. And I know why ESPN's doing it. They're like, oh, we're paying you $10 million. Right. We're going to use you on everything. But it's garbage.
You're selling me a product, and you're getting ready for a big game at the NBA Finals. Stephen A. Smith and Mike Greenberg are there?
Well,
I'd rather have Malika Andrews.
You still don't like Tony Romo? I like Tony Romo because when he's there, he's into it. He's happy. He's excited. Troy Aikman, when he wasn't doing well, it felt like 5 years ago he made a distinction. He's like, you know what? I got to be more excited.
Yeah.
And then he became more excited.
And critical.
And it was better, and the product was better. When I hear the other commentary around the NBA, Perkins, JJ Redick, it's just anger, and I'm smarter than you, and I played and you didn't. And
Perkins sells out his former teammates and gives you all the luck.
But who's happy?
He looks like a snitch. Looks like a cottonmouth.
He's hot takes. Right. Too. That's all he's doing. Like, they haven't had a legit NBA X's and O's, and it hasn't felt like a legit pre and post game show since Stuart Scott was on there. That's exactly what I remember.
I like that.
But
that's when I used to watch it.
Who's A-Rod? I know people hate A-Rod, but when I see David Ortiz and A-Rod, they are ambassadors of baseball, and they love the game.
Right.
Dan Orlovsky, who wasn't a great player, but loves football.
He's really good.
He gets geeked out, and I get geeked out when I watch him get geeked out. Who's the guy doing that in basketball?
Tim Legler. That's it. And they don't use him enough.
And they don't use him
enough because he does X's and O's, and they don't like that because he's not into the hot takes.
Legs is really good.
Like when they used to have, I go back to Stuart Scott, like when they used to have John Barry, who liked the X's and O's, he was really good with Wilbon. Magic was whatever, but he was Magic. He was happy, he was enthused and stuff like that. That was the good pre and post show. Ever since that, and God rest Stuart Scott's soul, they haven't been able to bottle that back up. Whether it was Michelle Beadle, whatever, Sage Steele,
And Michelle Beadle had her agendas.
Yes.
She was go Spurs, go all the time. I don't need that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't need that on my national. Malika Andrews, say what you want about her. You know what? She loves the damn game.
No, she does.
She gets into the game. She's very passionate about it.
It's not enough of her. It's
not
too
enough.
many other people on the screen.
And it's the presentation.
Yeah,
and that's where the NBA.
It's
it's all that stuff with the NBA. It's the way the players are running the league. It's the way your presentation on one of your main networks.
Well, think about what you had when we were growing up, like the Bulls era. Now I know there wasn't all these cable channels and people were watching on NBC, and so it's different back then. You had Bob Costas, Bonte. Bob Costas and Marv Albert. You're talking about legends. And say what you want about Bob Costas. He can come off prickly.
No, I love Costas.
No, but,
you know how I feel about Costas.
But it means big time.
I love Costas.
Screams big time.
You know what? I'm glad you...
They used to have Mike Tirico.
Right.
Mike Tirico was with when Tom Tolbert was excellent on ABC. They used to be together. It felt big time.
So here's the dove. Here's the thing with Bob Costas during the pandemic. Somebody on Twitter posted him and his final thoughts on the NBA Finals. And it was about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And it was just legendary.
Yeah.
And it was all about the game. Their pregame intros, all about the game. When they would set the scene and set the tone, it was about the game and the players involved in that game. You don't get that anymore, man. And that's what we try to do on NBC Sports Bay Area with Mully and Kareth and Monty and D. Wright and Fezzi and the whole crew. We try to make the game feel big time. Forget the narratives. Forget the stuff off the floor. We really talk about that stuff. What's Kyrie? Or you may get some quick thoughts on it, and we move on quickly.
Well, yesterday is a great example on the pregame show. Darrell Wright references a pump fake. He goes, when you're facing a bunch of young guys, you put us above. Like, I'm thinking to myself, when was the last time you were watching one of those Saturday night games and they go to Greeny and all those guys, and instead they're talking about transactions and narratives and this. You never hear about, like, hey, against this defense, this is what I'd like to see them do.
Yep. Don't get that.
At all. That's my one criticism right now when I look at the Fox television for football. It feels stale and old, and they've kind of gotten away from what made them so good because they've been doing it for so long. And I think they need a little reset.
You need more baldies in that. You need more baldies. All right, that was a lot of fun there. We got the injury report coming up. Chuck Cooperstein to talk about the Mavericks game tomorrow. 888-957-9570. We'll have some final thoughts on the Houston Rockets game as well. Talk about unwatchable. For the most part, it was unwatchable. And that's the problem with the NBA. Too much unwatchability. Whether it's pregame shows, nationally, or pregame shows.
I mean, you've got a player in Draymond Green who's one of your all-time champions of this era, and he says, I don't get up for March.
That's not good.
Could you imagine Peyton Manning saying that?
David Stern would have fined him.
I mean, if Nick Bosa said that, I don't get up for November games.
David Stern would have fined Draymond Green.
You think so?
That. Oh, absolutely. When he says that, all former players look and say, what? You don't get out of bed for games in March?
Well, you could think that. You can't say it into a mic.
You can't say that. Same thing Trae Young did. They made the Eastern Conference Finals.
I can't stand
and Trae Young says, yeah, it's hard to get up for regular season games. The first week, dude, you made the playoffs one time. You made the playoffs one time.
And you beat a Knicks team.
And you're talking about you can't get up for regular season games? Well, guess what, Trae Young? You're back in the play-in, buddy. Can you get up for that?
No.
Injury report time.
Offset, thank you for all you're doing.
That was the best. During the middle of the pandemic, they're going to cut to Offset. Give it to me one more time.
Offset, thank you for all you're doing.
Oh, it's the best.
After announcing the Falcons pick. And he goes back in his chair. What about when the fans were booing him? And Goodell was like, come on, that's all you got? That's sweet, come on.
What did he have, like a bowl of M&Ms there? He's like, I love these M&Ms. God, you're so stale, dude.
He 100% had a shot of brandy, right?
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, no, he had his glass the whole time. He was definitely getting hammered.
Oh, he was drunk.
His eyes were so glassed.
They wore him out during the draft. But you know what? We needed that. And he was actually endearing during that pandemic draft.
Yeah, he felt like your uncle who was uncomfortable addressing the entire family.
By the way, Matt Barnes is really good on TV, breaking it down.
No,
they don't
Barnes
use him enough. Matt Barnes is excellent.
But he's not on enough.
No doubt. It's time for the injury report, sponsored by Boxer & Gerser Law Firm. Austin Slater, a spring training to forget. The Giants outfielder suffered a strained hamstring. That's right. And the status for opening day is now officially in doubt. Also doubtful for opening day at Yankee Stadium is Mitch Haniger, who's still recovering from a strain to his oblique. But the good news is, Casey Smith looks good.
No, he looks great.
Casey Smith looks great.
Baseball.
Casey Smith looks great. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerser, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Chuck Cooperstein coming up, the voice of the Dallas Mavericks, to break down tomorrow's game between the Warriors and Mavs. It's a pretty big one. That's coming up on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Offset, thank you for all you're doing.
Hot rods, muscle cars, trick trucks, and more. America's favorite car show.
baby. Oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? By the way, the last segment was sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Good morning to YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity mobile text line. Let's get back into the dubs. Let's say good morning to all the strippers, the baby mamas, the baby daddies along Sherman. Water departments, both San Francisco and Daly City. Big time, big time. By the way, some big coaching news. FDU wins as a 16 seed. Iona wants to go get Tobin Anderson. He was a finalist for that job.
Huh?
Top target.
Who?
Yeah, I know.
What?
Tobin Anderson. Also, Rick Pitino going to St. John's. St. John's.
The vampire.
Patino's back in the game.
Of course he is. He was like, oh, the NIL is more scummier than I am? I'm back.
Back in Manhattan. Back in the big time.
And by the way, if you're outraged by Pitino getting back in, like, look around the sports. I mean, come on. You know how this works.
Right, let's get to Chuck Cooperstein.
If you can recruit, I can look the other way.
Let's get to Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Dallas Mavericks. We've had him on before, and look, it's a big game tomorrow night. Warriors at 37-36. Mavericks at 36-36. Both teams 4-6 in their last 10. Warriors coming off a lackluster win over the Houston Rockets. Mavericks losing a tough one to the Memphis Grizzlies. Chuck, good morning. What is happening? Welcome back to the Roast.
Morning to y'all. A lot earlier out there than it is here.
No doubt about it. 8 o'clock. We get up early out here, Chuck. The sun's not even up yet. So what about Kyrie Irving? Let's start there with Kyrie and Luka. Kyrie left the game yesterday, I guess, or he left the stadium, FedEx Forum, with a walking boot on. What's going on with Kyrie Irving and his injury?
Well, he's had this injury. That's the injury that forced him to miss 3 games before the Laker game last Friday. And he and Dylan Brooks got tangled up last night. Shock on shock. But really, this was not anything untoward by Brooks. It was just something that happened during natural play. And Kyrie tried to play through it in the fourth quarter. You could tell even when he got hurt in the third that he had limped to the bench and it didn't look really good. But these are the times that try men's souls, and you've got to go out there and try to win games, as many games as you can. And Kyrie has been the best fourth quarter player in the NBA, and the Mavericks obviously had a big lead going to the fourth, and they wanted to be able to salt it away. But he didn't move real well, and he didn't make a shot in the fourth quarter. The Mavericks only made 3 as a team, and they got caught and passed. And so now we'll see. I mean, the boot is a precaution. I think Kyrie very much wants to play, and we'll see if he does. They certainly need him.
Yeah, so 12 points in that fourth quarter, Shaz.
The irony, we just had like a half-an-hour conversation about why the NBA is obsessed with all the stuff that's not the actual playing of the games. And now I'm going to ask you about something that happened after the game. What happened with the jersey swap between Dylan Brooks and Kyrie Irving?
I didn't see it. Can't tell you.
Oh, no idea, huh?
Nope.
Oh, wow. So you think Kyrie's going to play then tomorrow?
I have no idea.
What about What about?
I mean, I think he very much wants to. I don't think he's looking to ask out. Kyrie certainly has had his issues, and they have been well documented, and indeed the criticism at times has been very well justified. But he has been a model player since he's been with the Mavericks, and sure there are reasons for that. Not the least of which is he's playing for his contract, and he's got to make sure that he's doing everything the right way, and he is doing everything the right way. If he can go at all, I think he will go tomorrow. As far as Luka, they've tried to, they're doing more stuff with him. He did a lot of post shoot around stuff the last 2 games with the Lakers and last night in Memphis, and they're hoping that he can go. I mean, the fact that they actually called him questionable before ruling him out yesterday is a good sign. But we'll see if 2 more days makes the difference. From the Mavericks standpoint, I'm sure they're hoping that it does, because let's face it. I mean, this game is. I mean, I don't know how the Warriors look at this, but I know from the Mavericks standpoint, given tiebreakers and whatnot, it's absolutely essential because this is the only other game that these teams will play. It's a 1-1 season series, and the tiebreaker could really be the difference between making the top 6 and having to play in the play-in.
Hey, Chuck Cooperstein here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, voice of the Dallas Mavericks, of course. So Luka left that game March 8th against the Pelicans with the left thigh bruise. Anything else? Because it felt like he was laboring for the previous 2 weeks before that injury he suffered where he left that Pelicans game down in New Orleans.
None that we know of, other than just the normal punishment that he takes, and he does take a bunch of it. But he's he's incredibly tough. I mean, look, he tried to play on the second night of the back-to-back when he got hurt, or at least certainly finally asked out against New Orleans, which he had not played on the second of a back-to-back since early December. So, I think he certainly understood the importance of trying to win that game, and especially, again, they just come off a win at home against Utah to end what had been a very disappointing 3-3 homestand, and it just didn't work. And it's been kind of the story of the Mavericks all season. It's been one step forward and one step back, and when you do that you're a 500 team. That's what they are right now.
Yeah. How are they viewing the Warriors right now? Because I think a lot of people, Warrior fans, are like, oh boy, but they're still champions, right? Like, so it's very, very difficult to assess them. How do you think Dallas or you would assess them going into this game?
The Warriors?
Yeah. How do you view them right now? Are they wounded? Are they a team that you want to take out? Or do you still think that they have championship aspirations?
Well, you definitely want to take them out, but I don't think they can win a championship. In fact, I'd be surprised if they even got to the conference finals. I mean, they don't play defense.
Yeah.
And that has been, that's been the secret sauce to the Warriors for their championship run. I mean, everybody loves the offense. It's so pretty, and they, make so many passes, and they shoot it great and all that stuff. But they are able to do all that stuff still while turning it over at a ridiculous clip. I mean, they're second last in the league in turnovers. Only Houston turns it over more than they do.
Yeah,
and the only way you can overcome giving up extra possessions is to get stops. And they have always been able to get stops. They've always been a top 5 level defense in their championship years. They are hardly that this year. They're middle of the pack, which means that they're pretty ordinary, which means their record is what it is, as Bill Parcells would say, right? Your record is you are what your record says you
Absolutely.
are.
You know what, Chuck, though? I'm looking at the turnovers, and they committed 20 yesterday to a bad Houston Rockets team. They've always been a high turnover team, even during the championship years. But it feels like this year, the timing of the turnovers, where you mentioned defensively, they're not as good. They can't overcome that. But if they get wholesome, you don't think none of these teams in the Western Conference will see the Warriors in the 7-game series and say, boy, they are the champs. They're wholesome now. We know if any team is capable of doing it, and that's flipping the switch, they are capable of doing it. You don't think no team fears that?
I think teams will respect them. I don't think teams fear them.
Gotcha.
I just don't see it. I mean, again, you play the entire season, and this is 2022, 2023. It's not 2016 or 2018, anymore. And these guys are older. Sure, there are no more back-to-backs to worry about and things like that. I mean, look, they're like everybody else in the Western Conference. Everybody has flaws. The question is who can mask their flaws better. And the Warriors this year, to me, have had a harder time masking their flaws than most. So we'll see. But listen, I love who doesn't love watching Curry play and having him go off and see what he's capable of. He's on an incredible run right now since he came back. Clay's playing great. Looney's been terrific. Looney's probably had his best year as a pro. But Jordan Poole's been terrible. DiVincenzo's been a nice addition, but again,
what about Draymond Green?
They're so small. They're so small, and they play small that ultimately, in a 7-game series, I think they get beat up. I mean, I don't see them. I don't see them winning a championship, and I really don't see them getting to the conference finals at all.
Before we get you out, what's your thoughts on Draymond Green? Because you mentioned the roster there. What's your perception of Draymond Green this season, on and off the floor?
I mean, he's probably slipped a little bit. Again, I'm not around the team, but I still have to wonder how much of an effect the Draymond Green punch of Jordan Poole's had on this team emotionally. I mean, he's still a really terrific connective player. But is he difference making? Is he the guy that you're going to put on someone and totally shut them down? He's not that player anymore. But he's a good player. And I think maybe that's the story of the Warriors. The Warriors, I mean, they still have very good players, but they're not at the level that they were. And I realize that a lot of times it's very hard for fans and media to accept. But, hey, Father Time has never lost.
All right, Chuck. Have a good call tomorrow.
Great candor, Chuck.
Should be a lot of fun tomorrow down. What do they call it? AAA, American Airlines Arena down there in Dallas in the Metroplex?
No, it's the American Airlines Center. The American Airlines Arena was in Miami. Does not exist in Miami anymore.
Yeah, not filled that. Yeah. Now it's
I like the spray painted jerseys that say Mavs. Like they kind of have like that '90s Mavs colorway, the blue and the green, and
the Rolando Blackman
I
uniforms.
really like those jerseys. Those are really sharp.
They're fantastic. They're far and away the best the best City Edition jerseys the Mavericks have ever had.
Totally,
not even close.
All right, Chuck. Have a good call tomorrow.
All right, take care.
Chuck Cooperstein, straight shooter, voice of the Dallas Mavericks. A little spicy there. How much do you want to beat the Mavs tomorrow now?
Well, I kind of
I want the Warriors to kick their ass tomorrow now. I want the Warriors to beat their ass by 20.
You mad at Chuck?
I ain't mad at Chuck. He's just a little cocky. Oh, the Warriors aren't getting to the conference.
The Dylan Brooks jersey thing. I don't know. Didn't see it. I was like, he absolutely saw it.
Yeah, you saw it.
You know what? Maybe it was an unfair question on my behalf.
No, it's not unfair.
Not even close. You just asked what happened.
Right. Well, by the way, how funny was that?
I kind of want to hear it back. Right. How quickly I pivoted.
Right. No, Kyrie Irving was like, yeah, I'm good off that jersey, homie.
That was great.
I'm not hanging your jersey up.
See, I have a really hard problem right now. When my wife gets mad at me, I don't know how to say no to people.
Right.
And I say yes to too many things and I overcommit. And so, I kind of respect Kyrie because I need to figure that out in my life as well.
Yeah, dude.
Respectfully say no.
Yeah. Kyrie was like, yeah, I'm good. And Dylan Brooks is walking off the floor with 2 jerseys. By the way, Dylan Brooks says something. We'll play it. I don't know if we should play it. He was talking about Kyrie. He's like, yeah, he's like Kobe and Jordan, man. He just changes his pace, and he's really tough to guard. He actually complimented Kyrie Irving after talking trash about him a week before.
I think we need more Dylan Brooks in our life. I'm enjoying it.
Did you see the outfit he had on yesterday?
It's hilarious.
The choker chain.
Of course.
With the tattoos
he knows
showing.
What he's doing. Now it's a bit.
I need Warriors Grizzlies in the second round again. I need
on their way to another conference finals.
I need that in my life. I need the Warriors Sacramento first round. Because now Sacramento fans start. Kitty Caraway's now. I love you, Kitty.
I told you.
But now he's getting a little arrogant. He's feeling himself. And him and D'Lo, they're taking all the photos. They're doing photo shoots all the time. I love you guys. But you know what? We're getting a little too arrogant.
They're counting their eggs before they hatch.
Clay Thompson threw the 4 up at Dylan Brooks. And oh, man, that's mad corny. Now I'm like, was it corny when Kobe did it? They were getting rolled in Dallas, and Kobe had to remind somebody, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right, 5.
Yeah, but if De'Aaron Fox was putting up the 0, for the entire Sacramento Kings franchise.
So I need Sacramento in the first round. I need the Warriors to get together. Now, you need Wiggins and you need Gary Payton second back, at least, bare minimum.
It feels like GP2 is coming back.
It does.
Don't know about Wiggs.
Get Wiggs back.
Boy, they could use
Give me Sacramento. Because I was watching Harrison Barnes last night, late in the game against the Utah Jazz. Wide open quarter threes to get to tie the game up. Brick. Same OHB. Brick. Do we need to remind Sacramento fans that, hey, Harrison Barnes in 2016, last 3 games, NBA Finals, 5 of 32. 5 of 32. He went scoreless in game 6. Scoreless. So
he's the Felix Rodriguez of the Warriors.
I mean, he's the Sacramento Kings.
And the
Warriors.
Yeah.
Well, he went 5 of 32. Warriors get Kevin Durant. So thanks, I guess. You say the HB. So take care of Sacramento in the first round because now I want Sacramento.
I remember
they need
Tim
to be
Roy's
humble.
Favorite call. One of my favorite calls of all time. The Black Falcon flies high for the jam. When he was 20 years old and scored 20 points. You guys don't remember that?
No, I do remember that.
We used to call him the Black Falcon.
Yeah, they still call him Black Falcon.
I love that nickname.
So Barnes is Brick City. Warriors take care of the Kings in the first round.
Barnes is Brick City.
Take care of the Kings in the first round. Take care of them in 6. Humble those dudes. And then all of a sudden, Kings fans are going to say, the Warriors and Kings are rivalries.
Can I ask a question?
It's a rivalry. Then you take care of the Grizzlies because I need Dylan Brooks back in my life. I need to humble him again.
Klay Thompson on the bench doing the 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Why is that corny? Now, I'm asking sincerely. Don't you play sports to win it all so that you can have the upper hand and talk smack?
Not only that.
Isn't that part of it?
Not only that. You guys say you want more trash talk in your league. So Dylan Brooks is talking trash to Klay Thompson. Yeah. And Klay Thompson should remind him, hey, yo, I'm a 4-time champ, homie.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
And I beat you
from both sides.
I beat you last year on my way to a fourth championship.
Yeah.
We went through you guys when you had home court advantage to win that fourth championship.
What's the point of having FU money if you never say FU?
Right.
Right? So, right now, Clay's got FU money. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. I apologize if I'm not. But, what's the point of, not having fun with it?
Sure, it's a little petty, but didn't Stephen Curry say he's the petty king?
Yeah. Petty, come on. LeBron is the most petty guy of all time.
They threw a concert and a Halloween party with 3-1 on the drums.
Exactly.
With Halloween cookies that said, rest in peace to Stephen Clay. That's what we do.
It's sports.
That's what we like.
Isn't it supposed to be fun?
We need more of that.
You got to have irrational confidence.
Now, some people took Steph Curry's facial expression later on the bench, shaking his head, that he was embarrassed about Klay Thompson doing that.
I think it was more losing.
Yeah. I don't think Clay. I think Steph is remind Dillon Brooks.
I think we underestimate the confidence level of a professional athlete.
And especially a 4-time champ.
Yeah, exactly.
Golden State Warriors.
Exactly.
They're confident.
I just don't understand who's getting hurt by them having a little smack talk back and forth.
Right.
How is this ruining anything? We celebrate Puig and Madison Bumgarner going at it. We can't celebrate Clay and Dillon Brooks going at it. I don't understand who's upset over that.
Now this can help the NBA in terms of ratings. We don't need guys giving Kyrie Irving not saying, yeah, Dillon Brooks, I don't want your jersey.
That's funny.
That's funny and good.
I agree.
I'm good off your jersey. I'm not taking a photo with you holding up your jersey. I'm straight, homie. Dillon Brooks talking left and right, talking about I own real estate in San Francisco. Great. He's made himself the villain. Awesome. We all know when it comes to the playoffs, hey, Dillon Brooks, we're going to let you shoot. Please make them. We're going to dare you to make those shots. Are you going to make them? I don't know.
As we say that we can't stand, the way the NBA is presented, I'm sure you heard the Kendrick Perkins sound.
No, what'd he say?
Basically ripping Klay Thompson for,
Do we have the sound?
Now they're petty.
I didn't hear it.
Oh, basically saying that the Warriors are petty.
But before we play it, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who just signed with Detroit Lions, 1 year, $8 million deal. He just tweeted, Philly fans called me overrated, LOL. Y'all was just my friend. Laughing emojis, switch-ups. Philly fans are switch-ups. They are. Screw Philly. Kendrick Perkins. I just wanted to take a shot at Philly. Sorry.
Okay. I guess we needed this segment right now.
Yeah. The Sixers and the fighting Kate Scotts are coming into town Friday night. So
Embiid looks good.
Embiid looks great.
When has Embiid not looked good when he's been healthy?
So we need them to flame out in the second round and lose to Boston so Embiid can demand a trade and maybe we got action with the Golden State Warriors.
This thing about
I'm gonna start that right now,
and
Spinoni.
pettiness and this, that, and the other. It's all right.
You like that, Spinoni? That's outside the box thinking.
Much help does Steph need, really? Come on.
Yeah, I know. It's the same amount of help as LeBron. What did Kendrick Perkins say? Let's hear.
All right, let's listen to Kendrick Perkins.
And here's the thing my message to the Golden State Warriors. They need to stop counting those 4 rings and start competing. Because when we look at them with the matchup with the Memphis Grizzlies, every time they done matched up over the last couple weeks, it's been a spanking. And that's been without Ja Morant. So, look, I understand and I respect the championships. You got to respect it, right? You could never take that away from a player or a team or an organization. But at the same time, the game is won between the lines right now. And it's, what are you doing right now? We have seen the back and forth, not only with Clay and Dillon Brooks, but Dillon Brooks and Draymond Green. And so far, the Memphis Grizzlies and Dillon Brooks, they've been talking that talk and walking that walk. So I'm looking at the Golden State Warriors right now, who are horrible on the road. We're coming up into the postseason. They're going to start off their season on the road, and they need to get their act together. But when I look at it right now, the Warriors are the ones that's being petty, especially Clay. If you're going to talk that talk, do something about it. Don't go in there and get a spanking.
All right. Does he not know the season series is tied at 2 games apiece?
No, because he knows the last 2 games the Grizz have won.
Have won. All right. And
that Christmas game feels so long ago.
And the Warriors won that game without? I don't think Andrew Wiggins played.
Curry did not play in that
Curry
game.
didn't play in that game.
It was Curry.
There you go.
Curry. Because remember, Clay and Dre were laughing at Dillon Brooks.
Right. So Curry didn't even play in that game.
Never has an athlete done less and talked more than Kendrick Perkins.
That's where our last conversation.
You were the 7th best player on that Boston Celtics team. You won the one measly ring. You underperformed. Then you got traded to OKC, and you were the reason why they couldn't keep James Harden.
Yeah, they should have amnestied your big ass and kept James Harden. But that's the problem with ESPN right there and there, and the presentation of the NBA. This guy has a voice in Kendrick Perkins. Basically said, hey, it's racist on why Jokic is getting the MVP. And he was uninformed, and then when he was wrong, he got mad at J.J. Redick when J.J. Redick started spitting facts at him. So Kendrick Perkins, it's just, that's the problem right there. Why does he have a voice? He did nothing. Remember he took the photo of the Eastern Conference trophy like he did something? And Draymond Green told him, hey, you're a cheerleader, homie. Keep cheerleading. What about when Stephen Curry looked at his face during the NBA Finals? Stop. He's too much. Like,
Perkins
he makes
is
no
just a
sense.
mascot for drama.
It's just a mascot, period, for anything.
But like, this is the thing that I don't understand is that we want personality, right? We want to have fun, and I get it. Like, Clay didn't have a great game,
right?
But he's talking smack back and forth with somebody who I believe to be maybe not rival, but one of his quote unquote enemies in Dylan Brooks, and they're talking smack back and forth. Who is being hurt? Like the 12-year-old kids that are watching no, that's a teachable moment for you as a parent or you as a coach. You can work with those kids. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
What? Like, what? We're talking about the regular season not mattering, and these guys are clearly going at it on the court, and they're not punching each other.
Right.
They're not throwing
trash.
up gang signs or anything. He's talking about rings that he has.
Right.
Like, I don't see what the big downside is on this. Like, it's fun. I find this to be fun, playful, like smack talk. It's okay.
And it's a reminder. It's a reminder. Hey, Dylan, you haven't done anything yet. Keep talking about these regular season games.
Clay was phenomenal for 2 months.
Right.
So all these people like Clay's had a bad year. No, he has not had a bad year. He was phenomenal for 2 months. Was he having a bad night? Absolutely. And of course, the frustration boils over, and he does something. You want to say it's classless? I think that's too far of a stretch for me.
No,
I think it's fun.
Some people say it was
Clay's
cringe.
earned the right.
Whatever. That's what Clay's doing. And when the guys come back from injuries like that, and people called him washed, and Memphis is taking a lot of shots at the Warriors. They want it to be a rivalry so damn bad. Now Kings fans want it to be a rivalry so damn bad. It's like, okay.
What are the rivalries in the NBA?
If there is one, it's probably Memphis and the Warriors.
I think it is. I can't really think of maybe Miami versus Boston.
Philly, Boston.
Yeah.
Miami, Boston.
That's more the fan bases than it is the teams. Wouldn't you agree?
Milwaukee, Boston.
Is that really a rivalry?
I don't
know. I think that's a problem with where the NBA is at. There's just no rivalries.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is guys bouncing around.
And you get the NFL, right? Cowboys, Niners. Chiefs, Bengals. Bengals, Bills now. You have Niners, Packers. Cowboys, Eagles. Niners, Rams. Niners, Hawks. I mean, there's rivalries
Steelers
all across
versus everyone.
Think about baseball. Dodgers, Padres, Giants, Dodgers. Braves, Phillies.
Cubs, Cards. Those are 100-year, rivalries.
But even now, like Houston, Yankees.
It feels legit.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah, feels legit.
It feels legit.
Mets and Braves versus Philly.
Yep.
Yeah. I do think the old school 90s, like Heat Knicks, like as someone's texting in right now, those were great. It feels like we're just so far removed from that.
We are so far removed.
And again, this goes back to the bigger NBA question.
Yeah.
Like the NBA is just in a weird spot, man.
No, Perkins is a joke. We'll play more sound from last night. Final thoughts on the Warriors beating the Rockets, snapping their 11-game road losing streak. 11-game road losing streak. Finally gone. Warriors finally win a game on this 5-game road trip. They're now 1-3. Can they sack it up and win tomorrow? Definitely not going to win tomorrow playing like they did last night. Well, final thoughts on the Rockets game. We got Kirby. Oh, we got delivery. No, I don't see that on my.
I've got a live
Sorry, that was
read
supposed to be in
coming up.
Shasky's here. I hit your button on accident, Bonte.
Oh, sorry. Okay, all right. Delivery of the game? Haven't done? No, okay, all right. Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene.
That's embarrassing.
Email us at hss@957thegame.com. 957thegame.com, HSS at 957thegame.com. Mavs Suns, not bad. Be featured on the Prep Rally podcast. First 3 episodes now available. First 3 episodes. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT, 188-TAX-EXIT.
Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 24th through March 26th.
95.7 The Game.
Who's this, B-52s?
This is Sting.
You know who stung a ball yesterday?
Oh, God.
The entire Japanese team. That was the WBC game-winning hit, correct? On Japanese radio?
TV, yeah, Japanese TV.
TV. All right, I want to make sure we give credit. Come on, that was fun.
No, the hit and the highlight was great. The song right here makes me want to walk off set. How sad is that?
Well, not every time.
We're trying to uplift people on a Tuesday morning driving around in this terrible weather. And you guys are playing depressing-ass music, dude. I want to cry.
This song's about love. It shouldn't make you depressed.
Dude, it's just the tone, man. Oh, my God. That's a love song? Jeez. Like, put me in a bad state of mind.
If you're
it's
running,
like the world is ending or something.
Is tonight an indictment of Artie Moreno or what? You got Trout on one side and Ohtani on the other, and you can't even come close to fielding a playoff team if you're the Angels.
Yeah, that's sad.
As the United States is going to face the Japanese baseball team tonight, Japan.
Sasaki.
I am so excited for this.
Dude, I just, gosh, that song just, Like, and we know Lubman right now, our boy Sam Lubman, producer Sam Lubman, everybody give him some love. He's having a rough morning. And you play that jam?
Actually cheered him up.
No, it didn't.
Loves it.
Miami's got 2 teams going to the Sweet 16, and the guy's still sad and moping around. And you play that jam?
It's all about the you.
Gosh, they beat Indiana twice. The men's team beat Indiana. The women's team beat Indiana.
Is Indiana the new Nebraska of football?
Oh, they're terrible.
When it
They're
comes
so
to basketball?
overrated.
Like, they were once great, and they have not been in a long time.
Dude, the only thing good about Indiana is those warm-up pants.
Yeah,
Red,
those are
white,
cool.
those are cool.
Canes, those are cool.
They're a little overrated.
They're cool.
You know, David Bruce always wore them, which, you know, kind of diluted it. But, I mean, damn, Lubman. You got Spinoni playing that music? And he's having a down day? I'm telling you, man, I could spend 20 minutes on how sad.
For the rain outside.
100%.
Perfect song.
And that's how I feel right now when I'm finding out that probably our Little League game and softball game will probably get canceled tonight. Again,
students are in the car with their parents.
I'm so sick of the rain.
Students are in the car with their parents thinking, Dad, I'm supposed to feel good about going to class today. No, it's Tuesday, and I'm like, damn, I don't want to go to first period gym. I don't want to go to first period
Jimmy,
English.
And get dropped off. That's what I would say.
They got to get dropped off. Jeez, they had probably
I'm
put the
getting much love from the Xfinity mobile text line. Bonte, you're hating. This is a great song. Yeah, come on, Bonte. Great song. Was Bonte serious? Well, dude, Sting, come on.
You skipped over to 845, which says Bonte is right. That song sucks.
That's a fake area code. I don't know what that is.
That's no cap 757
yeah, that was cap.
I mean, gosh.
650. Sting is one of the most best and intelligent songwriters around.
I agree.
Your knowledge of so many things is pretty absent. Oh, wow.
510, that's a pretty song.
Yeah, your reactions are so laughable. No, my reaction to that love song is that it depressed me. It depressed a lot of people out there. Yeah, a lot of people just can't get to their phones because you know why? We have a lot of responsible drivers who listen to the roast. They know not to text and drive. All right? That's why they're not coming in with the texts. They share that same empathy with me. They share that same, that vibe. Jeez. World Baseball Classic.
I'm so pumped for this tonight.
USA! God.
Baseball. Yep.
Right show, wrong song. See?
Right show, wrong song. That's pretty good. God,
I'm telling you, it put me in a bad. The tone. Was that elevator music?
Got one more rejoin. You better be careful.
Maybe I'll just take a longer bathroom break and just come back and let Shasky open the next segment so I can avoid that.
Like Manny Ramirez, you go into the Fenway wall and not come out?
And not come out. You go hit the vape pen or something.
I was looking at an entire YouTube montage of the funny things Manny Ramirez did.
It's the best.
We miss guys like him in the game.
We need that. We need him. Dude. Rosa Reina was putting on a show yesterday.
I love him.
Signing autographs between innings and stuff, in between pitching changes.
He's in my all-time, like right now, not all-time, my current stat. If you're looking for arm wrestling champions, I think Rosa Reina is in the list.
He's legit.
Him and the guy Titus Young or Titus O'Neil or whatever his name is for the Cardinals. The guy whose dad was a bodybuilder.
Mm-hmm. Nah, he's legit.
And those Mexican jerseys are sweet. I love the M, the way the M's curved on the hat. It's a really cool hat.
Wow. Man, that's all really brought me some positive vibes. Dude.
See it?
Can you play it again one more time? One more time, please. Just one more time.
Vamp for a little so I can pull it up.
All right. World Baseball Classic.
USA! Baseball. Wow, that's baseball.
Here's the walk-off.
The pitch is hit to left center field. Hit very well, and it is off the wall. Ohtani flying around third, right behind him, scoring the winning run. It's a walk-off. Japan will play for the championship.
Now, you compare that to Al Michaels on the Jacksonville Jaguars game-winning touchdown, night and day. Dave Fleming killed that call. Crushed it.
He did crush that call.
It. God, I love Dave
crushed
Fleming.
that rally. Coming back from a 3-0 deficit, then in the deficit in the bottom of the ninth inning. Oh my!
Did you see Ohtani get to second base before that? Ohtani gets to second base, and he's like, "Yeah!"
He's pumped up.
Oh, dude, I was fired up.
He was fired up. And that crowd down there in Miami. Yeah, baseball is alive down in Miami. David Sampson, you almost ruined it. I'm blaming Sampson.
If you're to bet on the next 5 years, Giannis or Ohtani?
Being a bigger star? Giannis.
I feel like Ohtani's pretty big, dude.
He's big, but we don't talk about him outside of baseball.
Okay.
Like Giannis, all season.
He's bigger than Jokic, right?
Yeah, because Jokic doesn't want to be that big.
Okay. Who else?
Giannis also in the commercials. I see him on Google commercials all the time. He's doing all that sort of stuff.
I don't even think Ohtani's bigger than Embiid. Embiid's had a lot of commercials.
Well, he's had a lot of great commercials, too.
Great commercials, and he's great on Twitter and social media.
Yeah, I think he kind of leans into it. Right. So I agree with that.
Gosh, that's all.
Ohtani, how many extra $100 million did he give himself off this tournament alone?
Well, I think even before the tournament, it just reemphasized that I think the Giants, for me, Sasaki and Ohtani, you need to get them to his blank. Well, Ohtani, you need to give him a blank check. I swear to God, I pay Ohtani $75 million a year just to bring him to my club.
I'm being real
because of the revenue and the jersey sales and what he's going to do for that stadium, what he's going to do for local ratings. If I was the Giants, and Larry Bear, if you're out there listening, because I know you listen to us, not the competition, Larry Bear, give Ohtani $75 million a year.
I agree.
And who cares? Who cares about the backlash? Who cares about the market you set? Give them $75 million a year. You need a star bad.
So I'm coaching 12-year-olds right now, and I like to ask them, like, who's your favorite player? Some kids don't even have a favorite player, which totally fine. You know, they'll go to a different sport or whatever. The majority of kids, when I ask them who their favorite player is, on the Giants in particular, some like the Padres or whatever, who do you think the name is?
For the Giants?
Favorite
player for the San Francisco Giants?
Yes.
They don't have one.
It's Buster Posey, and he doesn't even play for them anymore.
Oh, gosh.
And a lot of them didn't even see Buster Posey like in his actual prime years.
Right. They saw the back end of Buster Posey, which wasn't the prettiest thing.
And now a lot of these kids, they really, really like, obviously, Fernando Tatis Jr. They don't even care about the suspension.
Sad.
Or they like
so
Aaron
sad.
Judge. What?
That's so sad.
It is. So you bring in someone like Ohtani, and I don't want to do this all during the during the regular season. I want to talk about it now because he's facing tonight against Mike Trout, another great American-born player who's not the face of his league. Like, even though we want to make him, he's not the face. He's not. He's just not the face of baseball right now. I look at Ohtani and I say to myself, every single kid who plays Little League Baseball right now wants to pitch like Ohtani and hit like Ohtani.
No doubt.
Why are you laughing?
209 Xfinity Mobile text line. I play that love song to my girlfriend. I will be single again like yesterday.
Yeah, but isn't Sting known for his like tantric sex?
Please stop playing that crap. It's sad and depressing. Sounds like someone died. Oh, please stop with the trash, too. Someone please take the auxiliary core from Spadoni. I'm telling you, man. I'm the only one feeling like it. By the way, Roki Sasaki, because you are right about Ohtani. Everybody wants to hit like him. They want to pitch like him. I want him on my team.
It's what every kid wants to do.
I would give him $75 million a year if I'm the Giants.
You know how many kids, right? Like, we play, like, the best player plays catcher and pitcher, shortstop and pitcher, center field and pitcher. Like, that's what they all do. They bat third, or they bat second, or they bat leadoff. Everyone wants to be Ohtani. He's one of the most compelling baseball players that I can ever remember.
Do I sound crazy by saying I give him $75 million a year?
No. Think about you have a little daughter. You have a daughter. If you were to buy your daughter her first ever Giants jersey, not a jersey, but
it'd be
jersey.
A custom. Because there's no players on the team I want her to rock.
That's my point. But if they got Ohtani, you'd get it yesterday.
In a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
She had a Posey. She grew out of it.
That's what I'm saying.
I'd buy the Ohtani every single year for her. $75 million. I know people. Messi was getting over, I think, $100 million. What was the exact terms? He's getting FC Barcelona basically was like $96 to $106 million given them per season, and it was worth every damn dime. Now they almost went bankrupt, but now they're back in action. They're now winning again. I would give Ohtani $75 million a year, knowing that I'm getting a Cy Young Award type of pitcher and an MVP caliber bat, and say, you know what? I'm only getting $20,000. The Warriors are down the street competing for stars. They still have Stephen Curry. They're filling out the building. Nobody's coming down to my yard. Nobody's coming around partying around Oracle Park. I need to get a star player.
And then what you're really getting, like obviously you're getting the star quality. You're literally getting an ace who's a top 5 pitcher by the metrics in baseball and a top 5 hitter in baseball.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm giving him 70.
Right?
I swear to God, I give him $75 million a year.
Larry
Bear, I know you're listening. You always listen. You tell me you do. $75 million.
And you get that international. You finally get that international superstar that we've been trying to get for so long. And you get,
in this market,
we've been dying for
in this market.
Think about what Ichiro did for the Mariners.
Oh my gosh!
The relevancy and the eyeballs that he gave them. Julio Rodriguez. I was talking about this yesterday. Like, the Mariners are a really fun, up-and-coming team. You take Julio off that team, you look at that team totally different.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? Just because they got Julio, you're like, that's one of the fun teams in baseball.
You know what's crazy? And we'll get to Roki Sasaki. We'll get to Roki Sasaki in a second. Because he was throwing 100 miles. He threw 20 fastballs. Dude, he threw 20 fastballs. There was one that was less than 100 miles an hour. He was pumping gas.
Yeah, he looked ridiculous.
He looked like Strider.
He made himself
He looked like Strider from Atlanta.
He did.
Strider from Atlanta throws a fastball.
Well, I get the Lincecum vibes from Strider.
Dude, he's sick.
I like him.
Strike it out 10 in 5 innings like it's nothing. But Ohtani, where's that going here with Ohtani? Oh, the Stars. Matt Nahigan. Let's talk to him, our program director here at 95.7 The Game. I was like, Matt, man, what's up with the Giants? He goes, my sons, who his sons play baseball.
Mm-hmm. They're a big baseball family. Although baseball you wouldn't be able to tell by the way the little guys running the bases. That's on Coach. That's on Matt. That's on Big Matt.
Well, that's Hudson.
Got to work on some running.
How do you get there?
But, it's the genetics, too.
Talent. Yeah, I mean, you could only take your skill set so far, right?
I mean, he's injured, too, right now. The boss is hobbling. He's got a big cut on his hand.
How do you boss get it from their mama?
Oh, that's
There's
obvious.
No doubt. They don't get into the knee. Not an ounce of athletic ability. Did Nahigan even play sports?
I don't know, but what position would you put him if we had a softball team?
Nahigan?
Yeah.
Third base coach.
Look at me when second.
No. First base coach. Because third base, you got to do a little running. First base, just keep it at first base. And just stand there. And try not to get hit by a foul ball.
He would wave his arm and be clock.
Keep going.
So he said, my son Boston loves Julio Rodriguez.
I do too.
Takes him to the A's game.
Such a fun player.
I'm trying to decide on my keepers. I have Bobby Witt Jr., Julio Rodriguez, Trey Turner, Ronald Acuna Jr., Fernando Tatis.
What are you in a 4-guy league?
No, 12-team extravaganza. Word of the day. And I've come in second back-to-back years after finishing first place.
No one
I've had a great 3-year stretch.
Okay.
With this core group.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, Farhan.
So Boston loves Julio Rodriguez.
As do I, a Wilson Glove guy.
Matt Nahigan said Boston has not one time said, hey, let's go to a Giants game.
And he's a big baseball player.
He'll go to a Cubs game because it's Cubs. But he doesn't want to go to a Giants game. Why? Because the Giants have no stars.
Well, that brings me to Casey Schmidt.
They're not cool enough.
That brings me to Casey Schmidt. Now, look, Julio Rodriguez is a once-in-a-generation type of a player. At least that's what you believe, right? When he shows up, you're like, whoa, wow. If he's this good for 10 years, they got something unique and special. The way that they looked at Ken Griffey Jr., even though Griffey is just one of the all-time greats. Casey Schmidt has to break camp with this team. I would make him my everyday third baseman right now. The glove is already big league level. The bat will come along. Like Joey Bart. We look back at Joey Bart in the 2020 season. How many people push back on me saying he should just play? There were no minor leagues going on at the time. Do we really believe that the 50 or so at-bats that he took in 2020, do you think that stunted his growth? Do we really think that? You're either good enough or you're not.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying you can't go down and work on things if you're not getting everyday at-bats. Like, that's a different conversation. But, like, really? David Villar is going to stunt the growth of Casey Schmidt? Just put him at third base. And if he's good, let's just say he's good and shows a little bit of promise, how different is the vibe around the Giants for every single fan? You have one guy who could be a cornerstone-type player defensively. It changes everything.
Well, you still need to bat. Can he hit? That's what's going to really
raking in spring training.
Okay, so he's raking. If he rakes, and I would just let him. The first 2 months, I say, Casey Schmidt, the job is yours. Don't worry about going down.
Yes,
don't worry about Sacramento. Don't even think about Sacramento.
Yeah.
Don't even look at a River Cats box score. You're playing here for the first 2 months of the season. That's what should happen.
Well, and here's the other thing.
That's what should happen. And if he, what will galvanize the fan base? We need a bopper. Let's offense sells tickets, dude.
But defense as well.
Defense is fine, but we're not paying to go watch Crawford pick it all the time. That gets old.
Well, what makes Nolan Arenado great is he can do both, right? What makes the truly great players is they can do both. Now, I don't know if he's on that level, but I know the glove is dynamic. Look, Brandon Crawford has had a 13-year career. Why? Because he has one of the most dynamic gloves and arms the game's ever seen.
No doubt.
Right? And I'm not saying that flippantly. I mean that sincerely. Like, you don't just play shortstop for 13 years and win a Gold Glove in your 12th year if you're not special.
Have you ever spent money on a ticket? And maybe you're the wrong guy to ask. Maybe you're the wrong guy to ask for this. But do you spend a ticket for a guy who has a great glove?
Ozzie Smith. Scott Rowland just got in right now.
Matt Chapman. Did we spend money to go watch Matt Chapman pick it at third base?
Well, the bat has declined since the hip injury. But he was really good before, like, in terms of the bat, before the hip injury.
When Nolan Arenado comes to town, I'm excited to watch him hit.
Agreed, but he makes sick defensive plays. And in this era where there's going to be a more emphasis on no shift, on no banning of, on not being allowed to shift, you're going to need more defensive players. Like, I think that there's going to be an emphasis on it.
But if he doesn't hit, Casey Schmidt, if he doesn't hit, then fans would be like, yeah, great with the glove, but he can't bat.
Well, I mean, right now, the third base production.
They need a hitter.
I mean, the third base production, you're looking at about, 15 home runs a year that Longoria's given you and a 250, 260 average?
Exactly. That's not good enough.
Well, if he can't do that, then it's not good enough. But he fits right in. This is a team that had like a 228 batting average as a team last year.
I'm looking at Tyler Miller, Posey, B. Crawl were stars. Posey was a star.
Crawl was not.
Crawl was not a star.
No, he was not.
He was not a star.
No.
He was an eighth hitter.
But he still can go down as one of the great defensive players in Giants history.
He's had clutch hits. But it turns to resonate, though. And if you want to be endearing to the fan base,
somewhere.
I agree with that, Shasky. I don't think you're understanding, though. If you want to be a star here, you better be able to do both.
Well, that's obvious.
Like, I'm looking at Arenado's stats up right now with the hitters.
Yeah.
8-20, 400 average.
In the WBC.
In the WBC, World Baseball Classic.
I mean, he hits 30 every year.
Every year.
I know.
And we know he's got a great glove, but it's like, damn, he can hit.
Yeah, but Nolan Arenado is the gold standard at the position. So, that's a high bar. Right. I mean, that's like someone saying, like, oh, you're a good point guard? Well, look at what Steph Curry's doing. You know what I mean? Not that Arenado is Steph Curry, but, like, Arenado's going to the Hall of Fame as long as he maintains for a couple more years. Right. That's how great his numbers have been. Right. This kid, Casey Schmidt, defensively is just different. And I think that the glove is already there. The bat will come. And from what I've seen thus far with the bat, it's not like he's a 190 hitter.
Well, if the bat comes.
In minor league, he has hit better than Joey Bart.
Okay, so if the bat comes, now we're talking about some star power. Now we're talking about a potential star. But the bat has to come. That's all I'm saying here.
Is Bregman a star?
Who?
Bregman?
Alex Bregman, absolutely.
You think he's a star?
Absolutely, because of his bat.
I don't know if I'd say Altuve's a star on that team.
Go look at those numbers, man.
I know they're incredible.
Bregman's been awesome.
But I don't think, when we talk about stars, I don't put him in the star category. Yeah. Great player. Bregman is and I don't know how many people know he's third baseman for the Astros, MVP candidate, the last couple of years.
Great player.
It can hit, can run, can throw, can do a little bit of everything. I mean, just a solid all-around player. But, like, if he's that kind of level player, he is an all-star.
Well,
Forget being a star.
If Casey Schmidt is Bregman, You're talking about a guy you could build your roster around.
I totally agree.
You're talking about a 2, 3, 4 hitter.
But that's what this guy could potentially, even if he's a 5 hitter, like even if he's a 5 or a 6 hitter, you can get away with that.
Yeah, you can. So the bat has to come around.
And we don't need him to be.
That's all I'm saying, Shasky. It's if he doesn't hit, sure, you're going to be a great defensive player.
Obvious.
But you'll be a 7th, 8th hitter, and we're not going to talk about you much.
He retransformed his swing in the minor leagues and has hit at every level. That's why he rose so quickly last year in the system. Whereas a lot of guys in the Giants farm did not hit, he actually did hit, and that's where he made the biggest strides.
Exactly. Well, that's all I'm saying. I want to see him hit because Bregman is a cornerstone with the Astros. They let Springer walk.
No doubt. Springer, Correa, too.
Correa, they let him walk.
I know.
Why? Because they had Altuve and they had Alex Bregman.
Well,
and Jordan Alvarez.
I was going to say, Jordan Alvarez is ridiculous.
And Kyle Tucker was coming
And they
up.
had Pena coming in through the ranks. Like, they had a lot of stuff. So, look, I'm just saying, I have not been this excited for a prospect in a long, long time for the Giants. And maybe he's just not good enough, and we'll find out. But from the glove, I think the glove is special. And if you have a special glove, that puts you in the lineup every day. The bat can come along, and I'll grow with the bat. Yeah. Like, did you think that Crawford would have a 13-year career 10 years ago?
Yeah, but they hit him down on the lineup for a long, long time, and they didn't put that pressure on him to be a 5, 4, 3, 2 hitter.
But we don't need him. We don't need that from him today.
Yeah, but
they've got Conforto, and they've got Jock, and they've got some other guys. I know. You're rolling your eyes.
Conforto, come on, dude.
But I'm not asking Casey Schmidt to bat 3, 4, 5 right now. I'm asking him 2 or 6.
But he has to do that.
Well, eventually.
2-hitter is a big spot now. Mike Trout bats second.
Well, Mike Trout's the best player in baseball.
But you're putting your power hitters in the 2
they have
hole.
Ohtani batting third.
A lot of these new analytics are putting their guys in the 2 spot.
No, I know.
So if you're batting in the 2 spot,
the Larry Walker.
Yeah, if you're in the 2 spot, that means you can hit.
Of course.
That means you're one of my best hitters on the team.
Well, and he's one of the few guys that actually can move.
So,
right? Because they have a team of guys that can't run.
So if Casey Schmidt can't hit, he's going to be batting 7.
I'm looking at this
and
team.
that doesn't get me excited.
He's hitting better than Yaz. He's hitting better than the other outfielders that they have, not named Conforto. Van Chaniger's on the DL right now.
So he should bat second.
I don't know what he's going to bat. I got to see what the lineup looks like. Estrada might bat second right now. I don't know what they're. I'm thinking, like, from what I've seen right now, it looks like Conforto's somewhere at the top of the lineup. I think Estrada's going to be somewhere at the top of the lineup, and Jock's probably going to be in the 3 hole.
Where's Casey Schmidt going to be?
I think in the 6 hole to start with.
That's not bad. That's not bad. But eventually, if he wants to be a star and a cornerstone of this franchise, because Posey was the cornerstone. Pence was the cornerstone. I even think Brandon Belt was more of a cornerstone than Brady Crawford.
Well,
Brady Crawford
Pence was
had
an
the glove.
acquisition, but I agree.
But he turned into a cornerstone.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying?
But when he joined the team, like, they already had established studs. You know what I'm saying? Like, they had those guys. Belt was still in his prime. Posey was still in his prime. And they added him to the mix. And he was absolutely worthy. And Pablo, don't sleep on how good Pablo was.
So, you just made my point.
But you got to start somewhere.
Crawford wasn't that cornerstone. You're hyping up Casey Schmidt these last 2 days.
I'm telling
you. And I hope
different.
Casey Schmidt is really, really good. But you're hyping him up like he's the next Nolan Arenado.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
you're hyping him up.
I think his glove is special, and I think the bat will come along.
And as a Giants fan like me, I'm the type of Giants fan who's like, I'm tired of hearing about prospects.
Who was the last prospect that excited you for the Giants? Was it Duffy?
Probably Lincecum. No, but Posey.
Posey?
And that was 13 years ago.
That's my point. So I can't get excited now?
But I'm not saying you can't get excited.
Like, we're talking about Kuminga's potential.
It's not the excitement.
I've
it's
seen
the hype.
so many. I know, but
no, it's the
Kuminga
hype.
had hype. Wiseman had hype.
Well, you see it, though. You see it. They're both balling. They're both balling.
There was a long period where we didn't see a lot from either one of them.
Well, that wasn't.
So
that wasn't
Casey
really
Schmidt
on them.
shows some flashes in some games. I can't get excited.
No, I'm not saying anything about your excitement. You're taking it the wrong way. I'm saying the way you're hyping him. I'm expecting this guy to be Nolan Arenado.
Well,
you're hyping this guy up saying
egregious.
He's hitting 414 in spring training. Now, I don't give a damn about spring training numbers. How many times we see spring training numbers get inflated or deflated, or a guy's batting 100? Oh man, he didn't look good this spring, and he goes out there and bats 330 during the course of the regular season. Trey Turner was having this conversation yesterday. Yeah. Trey Turner hasn't hit a spring training home run in 5 years.
But he's an established
got 3 in the World Baseball Classic.
But those are established studs. When you're a young player.
So miss me with. I
can't remember the last time a young player went into Giants camp and proved it. Okay. It hasn't happened, and that's why this feels different.
Right. But miss me with the numbers. I want to see it.
Well,
and it's not the excitement.
All I have right now are those numbers.
It's not your excitement. It's the hype that he's not receiving. And we've seen hype with a lot of prospects.
Who
Gary Brown comes to mind. Steven Duggar comes to mind.
Over a decade ago.
Steven Duggar
Gary
comes to
Brown
mind.
never batted 400
Steven Duggar comes to mind. They were hyped up.
But he wasn't this.
Joey Bart, number 2 overall pick. He was hyped up.
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
I think the people that
How many times I heard about Tyler Beatty and Ty Block and all those guys?
Well, those guys were all flameouts. I mean, that's
people were excited about those prospects.
Again, when they drafted them, they were excited. But seeing the actual production of what he's done in the big league camp, I think that's the differentiator.
Right. And it has nothing to do. I'm not killing your excitement. I'm excited to see it now. But I'm saying the hype that everybody's giving this guy. Like, whoa, wait a minute here. Let's see it first. Okay, his glove is great. What can he do at the plate? Can he hit for power?
Well, isn't that
because his team needs power hitters?
I mean, like
his team needs.
But what's what
guys
we do
who
in
can
sports? When we see a little something, you and I did a video on Trey Lance off of practice, so I can't get excited off of Casey Schmidt in these real games.
You're taking it
real
wrong.
games, but these
I'm not
games?
killing you for being excited. I never did that once. I'm saying the hype. Okay, let's see what he does on the big league diamond, and let me see what he does at the plate.
That's
and
fair.
if he doesn't do anything at the plate, then how can he be a star? And if he doesn't do anything at the plate, then he's not going to live up to the hype that you're giving him.
That's obvious.
That's all that's saying.
I mean, if Brock Purdy comes back and falls on his face, then yeah, he's not going to be a starter.
I'm not killing you for being excited about the kid. Great. We got one prospect to be excited about. At least there's one thing to be excited about with Giants baseball.
And that's
how dire the situation is, which is even an indictment on the Giants. The fact that we're getting excited about a prospect we just heard about last September.
Look, the most excited people are is to see Sergio Romo get his final pitch against the Oakland A's. Like, that's how dire it is, to your point, and I agree with that. So my point is, I want to see the Giants start with this guy. Let's see some optimism. I think if he showed any promise early on in the season, the entire vibe of the Giants and how we cover them, how we watch them, how we view them would be just totally changed. I think it would just change everything.
All right. I hope so. I really do. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And that's what happens on the show.
What's that?
I disagree with something, and all of a sudden I'm the buzzkill. I'm not saying I'm excited about Casey Schmidt. Everybody's talking about him all spring long. Okay, great. We're talking about him. I've heard other prospects be talked about. I worked at that other station. Oh, my God, Tyler Beatty, did you see him? Oh, my God,
Tyler Beatty never had success in
I know, but
training.
people were hyping him up.
I hear you.
And it feels very similar.
I hear you.
Now, I'm looking at the highlights with Casey
Schmidt.
Schmidt. Right. I just want to see, can he hit? Can he be a 2-3 hitter? Can he be a 4 hitter? Can he play over David VR? Well, and then you got to ask yourself, do you trust this regime in developing him? Because we've seen a lack of development with this organization.
That is undeniable.
Under Farhan Zaidi.
And I think that's undeniable. And that's the part to me that is the most compelling part of what's going to happen here. Like, clearly the guy has shown promise. Clearly he's gotten better in the minor leagues. Clearly his defense has been noted as being the best in the minor leagues, hence the Gold Glove. Right. And now the big question is, if he comes up to the big league team, can they do what they did with Estrada with him, where Estrada was a nobody, and he had a great year last year. A great year. Now, I still want...
Was it great or was it good?
No, he had a great year last year. For a second baseman, in terms of batting average and impact, like, he played almost every game. He was really good last year for the Giants. Really good. And like, I'm looking at Casey Schmidt and I'm saying, can this guy take that next step forward and prove to be an everyday player? And yes, the bat's going to keep him in the lineup. The glove gives you opportunities. The bat keeps you in the lineup. There's no one doubting that.
Thairo Estrada played 140 games last year.
He was really good.
14 home runs, 62 RBIs, batted 260.
Yep.
OPS is 722. On-base percentage 322. I don't consider that a great year.
Bonte.
It's a solid year.
He was one of the best Giants last year.
It's saying a lot, man.
I mean, in a lineup that didn't produce, he did.
That's not great, though.
I mean, but that's
where we're at.
Yes,
we're moving the goalposts.
No, but I'm just saying, Estrada was a really good player last year.
He was good.
He was a really good player.
When we say great, I think Julio Rodriguez was great. That was great.
That's obvious. He's an all-star.
No, but he was a rookie. This is Tyler Estrada, 26 years old. We're saying, hey, man, 14 homers, 62 RBIs, 260 batting average. That's great.
What was the league batting average last year?
Hey, it was low.
It was the lowest it's been since the 60s. All right? 241 was the MLB league average last year. He's higher than the league average at a position where there's not a lot of power and there's not a lot of on base. And so, yeah, I will take those numbers at second base. And he played backup shortstop on a team that doesn't have a backup shortstop, which is one of the biggest holes on the team. Another reason why I would keep Casey Schmidt, because not only does he play third base, he also plays shortstop. So defense is very important, and that's the one area with this Giants team. Base running and defense, I think, are massive question marks. I do think they're going to hit this year. It's, can they play defense? So if I can plug in a Gold Glove caliber type of a guy from a minor league system that has developed some defensive players, I want to see that guy get into the lineup. I know they've got Haniger's going to hit if he can play. Conforto's going to hit. Jock's going to hit. Those guys are all going to hit. If this guy can give them some much-needed defense at third base, because that was a problem last year. When Longoria didn't play, defense at third was a problem.
215 batting average, Joey Bart. 213, Brendan Belt. They're both. Brendan Belt's gone in Toronto.
Horrible.
Crawford, 231 batting average, 9 home runs in 118 games. Had the knee issues. Already has a knee issue. All right. Evan Longoria, 244. Jock Peterson actually ended up batting 274, which is surprising as hell. 23 jacks, 70 RBIs. Yes, Mike Yastrzemski, 214 batting average, 17 homers, 57 RBIs, no speed. Luis Gonzalez, back injury, 254, 4 home runs, 36 RBIs. Thairo Estrada was one of your better players, but it is a stretch to say, hey, he was a great Giant. If we're just setting the bar,
if they didn't have Estrada, they don't win the 81 games last year. Like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but like you got to watch the games. Like, Estrada was really good for the Giants last year. He was a table setter.
81 games. Did they play like an 81 team?
No, but I mean,
awful.
That's what they had last year.
What was their record in September?
Like, but listen to what you're talking about. They're awful, but yet the Warriors are 500 right now. Like, I know that they're
champions, and they still have Stephen Curry.
I hear you.
You still have a top 10 player of all time on your roster.
I know.
That's why they're exciting. Jonathan Kuminga is more excited than any player in the Giants right now. Now let's wait on Casey Schmidt. This is why I'm
excited for Casey. That you're proving my point. This is why I'm excited for Casey Schmidt.
See, you're not hearing me. I never crapped on your excitement for Casey Schmidt. I'm not doing that. I'm not. I'm glad you're excited about a prospect. Thank God you're excited about a prospect.
Yeah, it's
Thank God
big
somebody's
step
excited about someone when it comes to Giants baseball. First it was Kyle Harrison. Now he's going to start in the minor leagues. Nobody's even talking about Kyle Harrison no more.
And I'll tell you why. Because he struggled in the few appearances that we've seen him. He got the one start. He came out of the pen a couple times, and he looks like he needs a little more time.
The Giants.
He's 21. You know, Schmidt's older. He's 24, so I want to see him get up.
The Giants finished 8. They were 18-10 in the month of September.
Yeah, they finished strong.
I knew everybody was going to ride that wagon.
They finished strong.
Let's see what they played in September.
Well, how much that was guys just trying to get their next contract in a strong September. Shout out Jock Peterson. I want just my thought on Casey Schmidt here. I'm kind of in between you guys when it comes to the hype, Shasky. I don't know if I didn't match your hype.
Am I even hyping it up that much?
No.
The Giants, you know how the Giants finished? Hold on real quick. You know how the Giants finished 18-10? They swept a 4-game series in Colorado. Then they played Colorado at home and swept a 3-game series. Then they beat up on the Diamondbacks, man. And now we're 81-81. Listen, I'm excited about Casey Schmidt because you guys are hyping him. But be careful with the hype. Go ahead, Ludman.
Well, no. I'm excited to see Casey Schmidt and the fact that we're finally seeing the farm system produce somebody. I think the glove is good enough to where I don't care about the hitting. Just get him in the lineup. The glove is enough for me. The hitting will come along. That was similar with Brandon Crawford. The first couple years of his career, Brandon Crawford was terrible with the bat. He was a consistent 250 hitter, but you accepted that because the defense was there. Is Casey Schmidt like the cornerstone guy that we've been waiting for? I don't think he is.
The way you guys are talking about him, you're hyping him up like he's a cornerstone.
No, this is what he is. He's a young, everyday player that I've been coveting for 6 years. That's what it is.
If he had a Brandon Crawford-ish career, I would kind of accept that, to be honest.
If he had a Brandon Crawford-ish career, he'd be on the Giants Wall of Fame. What? Again, I know, because we don't view Crawford that way. He is essentially a version of Ozzie Smith for the Giants. That's what he's been defensively. He's a stalwart.
No, yeah, I mean, obviously, I'd like him to have a better career than Brandon Crawford. But if you told me his floor is just what the career that Brandon Crawford had, I would accept that. Obviously, yes, I would want more. But if that's the floor, I'm okay with that.
If he's Crawford,
Captain save a Giant.
Look. I get it. I'm going to sound insane. I'm going to get overexcited. I've been waiting 6 years, and now I finally had a little view of one of these guys that I've heard rose through the system and has risen in Keith Law's prospect rankings, the Giants' own MLB.com prospect rankings, Melissa Stockhart, who really knows her stuff when it comes to this guy has risen for a reason. All right, did I say Lockhart?
Stockhart.
I apologize. I really apologize because she does a great job. I apologize for that. But can
we get her on?
She's really good. This guy is risen for a reason. Now, I'm with you. Hitting 30 home runs, the Giants haven't had a 30 home run guy since Bonds.
I understand.
That was 2007. All right, come on. So I hear you on all that, but an exciting young everyday player in the infield, that does excite me. That makes me super optimistic.
Again, you're getting caught up in excitement. Nobody's killing your excitement. It's the hype. And it's if he doesn't bat, if he's not a pillar of this franchise, then how does that excite Giants fans? It would be disappointing with all this hype he's getting. Everybody keeps throwing the spring training numbers at me and the glove and all the highlights, and that's great. Can he do it in the regular season? Can he do it? And if he can't hit,
but that's every
at
prospect.
third base. Third base is a power position.
That's every position.
It's a power position.
I agree, but that's everybody.
You know what I'm saying? The third baseman in the league, I don't know if it's ever been better.
This is why Joey Bart, we thought he could hit, and he can't hit.
That's
and that's the biggest problem.
I'm not killing the excitement.
I don't think that's any, that's like saying, your quarterback can't complete passes over the middle. Then he's not going to play.
I want to make it clear. I'm excited to see what Casey Schmidt does because there's a lot of hype on him. So I don't want anybody out there who's misconstruing me pushing back at Shasky.
No,
I'm not pushing back at your excitement. You want to be excited about Casey Smith? Fine. I'm excited about baseball. I'm excited about baseball starting.
If this was for example, there's this guy Sobel who's the catcher. He's a Rule 5 guy. He was in somebody else's organization. The Giants claimed him. I don't know if he's a journeyman. I don't know if he's a true prospect. But I'm a little more skeptical on him hitting really well in spring training. The guy who rose through your own ranks, you found, you drafted, you developed, who was I think he was a second round pick, I believe. Second round.
Picked 49th overall.
Yeah, in 2020. So clearly he was coveted and had a monster year last year, changing his swing a little, and has always had a plus defensive metric. That's a guy I take serious. And when he comes into spring training against big league pitching and some minor league pitching, and he rakes and he looks like he belongs. And when I hear from Logan Webb knows it. He doesn't just say stuff for fluff. When I hear from Brandon Crawford, who's never really hyped up any other infielder like this, even Joe Panic or Duffy, he never talks. When he says the way this guy fields is different, I'm like, all right, now I have to listen. I'm going to listen to the experts.
Well, we'll see. They said that about a lot of prospects. Players are always going to say that about prospects. When are you going to get a player like Logan Webb to say, yeah, I don't know about this prospect, man. They can really show me in a minor. They got to really show me. They're never going to say that.
I think that's what's so frustrating to your point, Bonte. In Major League Baseball, more than any other sport, we can hype these guys up all we want, and then the fan base hears about it, and then you just may never see him play.
Exactly.
Right.
Gary Brown.
That's the problem.
Clint Frazier can't even get on the field with the Yankees.
He's on there anymore.
Hype.
Yeah, he got traded.
Hype. Matt Laporta back in the day was traded for CC Sabathia. I'll never forget this. Matt Laporta was in the Brewer system. Mm-hmm. CC goes from the Indians, now the Guardians, to Milwaukee. Matt Laporta, oh my God, can't miss prospect. This guy's going to be the next. I don't even think he lasted 2 seasons in the base.
I think he was called a super prospect at one point.
Super prospect.
That's how ridiculous.
We hear this a lot in baseball. That's why I just like to wait and see. Let me see what they do in the base. I'm excited. I'm glad the Giants are going to give a young prospect a chance to flourish. I'm excited about that.
That's
exciting.
Isn't that fun?
Again, but I'm not mad at your excitement. I'm not trying to kill Shasky's excitement about Casey Schmidt. I just want to see it
Think
first.
about where we were 3 years ago. I remember me and JD were doing Giants pregame type stuff here on the station, and I literally tried to convince myself and he was 26 or 27 at the time. This year's all about developing Steven Duggar. And Steven Duggar, we all kind of knew what Steven Duggar was, right?
Yeah, but people were hyped about him.
We've come a long way. And
Gary
so that
Brown
makes me optimistic.
Gary Brown. How many people were hyped about Gary Brown?
Yeah, but Gary Brown never sniffed any success in spring training.
But how many people were hyped about him? How many people begged for him to be called up to the big league roster?
But again, not only did Gary Brown have hype, but we didn't see him at all.
How crazy.
We've seen this kid.
How crazy did people go over Matt Duffy after his rookie season? They went
he had
nuts.
A great rookie year.
So
he
much so that when he got
traded,
I know, to Chris Bryant. He should have won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, he was really good that year.
Chris Bryant had the Cub hype.
I think he batted 300 or close to it.
But he gets traded from Matt Moore, and everybody loses their mind, and now look at Matt Duffy.
Yeah, they squeezed the lemon.
He's a fringe major league player.
Joe Panic was a Gold Glover and an All-Star and fell off the map.
And people still disrespect Joe Panic.
You know? And he was another guy who was a first-round pick who wasn't really that highly touted and ended up being a stud for them.
All right, Bob Nightingale for a few minutes to talk about the World Baseball Classic. That's coming up, plus your final thoughts on the Golden State Warriors beating the Houston Rockets. We have some sound for that before we get to Steiny and Guru here on 95.7 The Game. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with a full-blown weekend.
Sounds like something I would hear at a hookah bar. Smoking hookah. Listen to this. What is this, Benoni?
This is Sting.
Sting. All right.
Desert Rose. This makes sense, though. I dream of rain. It's raining out.
Somebody let Shasky know that we have a show coming up, or that we're currently doing a show. Maybe he's going crazy in the bathroom over Casey Schmidt. Bob Nightingale's going to join us. He's in Miami for the World Baseball Classic. It was at last night's game between Mexico and Japan, and he will be there tonight for USA Japan. That's going to be a lot of fun. USA Japan. Bob Nightingale down there in Miami. Bonte Hill eats lunch at 9 a.m. No, I eat yogurt parfait. This is a parfait, folks, if you want to see that. And I don't eat again until about 1 o'clock. I space my meals out. I've done a great job with that. Great job. As Guru's running material during the break.
He held me in. I didn't even know we were back. I apologize.
No, you held yourself in.
Well, we were just talking about a lot of things.
You're always laid back.
By the way, I just want to let you know something. Casey Schmidt. Owned single A, batted .342, which is the hardest league in the minors, the Eastern League AA, also dominating, hit 21 home runs over multiple levels. I mean, the guy is...
Well, I'm looking at 2021, the single A for San Jose.
Yeah.
He batted .247.
Yeah, that was before he switched up his swing.
Okay, all right.
You know, Hunter Pence did the same thing, switched up his swing. Justin Turner changed his entire career trajectory, switching up his swing. David Ortiz, same thing.
That's fine. Why are you doing that to me? We'll see. We'll see in the majors. I'm excited to see... About time they push somebody through the system. About time Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Clapper are going to have a youngster playing. And it's no guarantee he's even going to make the big league roster. He should.
Which is fair.
He should.
But isn't it more the metaphor and the symbolism of now we're finally seeing some of these guys come up?
It's taken long enough.
Agreed. But like if he just, Monte, let's say.
Are we off the... What's my guy's name? Who's had another back injury?
Luciano.
Marco. Are we finally off of Marco? Because we were all excited about Marco Luciano. Well, can hear enough about him.
Well, think about last year.
Listen to the sound coming off his bat. Marco Luciano hasn't sniffed the major leagues.
No, I know, and he hasn't earned it yet.
So that's why you feel me for my pushback?
No,
I want to see it at the major league level.
Look at Ramos last year. I watched a couple games. What did I say to you guys? I came in. You guys thought I was crazy. I said, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. Like, I hear the hype. We've been hearing about him for a long time. And I asked Mark Willard the same question. What's his defining skill trait? Like, what's the skill that he will hang his hat on moving forward? Like, I'm a big believer in that. Like, you know, when you look at Julio Rodriguez, like power and speed, right? Like, he's got those in abundance. Right. When I look at Casey Schmidt, what's his defining trait early on? The glove is unbelievable.
That's good.
Unbelievable. So he has a defining skill. When I look at Ramos and why it's slimmed out, is he a power hitter? No. Is he a contact hitter? Not really. Is he a speed guy? Kind of, but not really. Like, he doesn't have a plus arm. Like, I just didn't see what everyone else saw. And look, he could still maybe come up. But when I saw Casey Schmidt play in the 3 games that I've seen him on TV, I see the glove. The glove pops off the TV.
What about the bat?
Again, I told you, he has hit better in the minors than any of their other prospects.
I'm just asking what he's done in spring training with the bat.
And he's batted .424 in spring training.
How's the bat look, though, when you watch him bat?
He took one the other way to right center, and true power is when you can hit to all fields.
Right.
And I don't know if he has true power at the next level, but being able to hit the ball hard into right center, that was a defining trait of Buster Posey early on. I'm not saying he's Buster Posey. Jeff Kent had the inside-out swing as well. I want to see this kid play because I think he's got those types of traits.
All right. Vontae don't have the swag to be rocking an Ohtani jersey. Stick to basic fanatics, player.
No, I kind of would like to see you in the Japanese pinstripe jersey. I think you'd look dope.
I'm rocking every jersey but the Giants jersey. I'll tell you that much. I'm not buying a Casey Schmidt jersey quite yet. The way you guys talk about him, put him in the Hall of Fame. Put him in the Hall of Fame. Go ahead. Go ahead. You guys are hyping this kid. Just let the kid play.
We talked about Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman for months.
Yeah, what's Kuminga show you?
Well, he showed me some flashes.
We do that from day one.
I know, but I'm saying we talk about like other prospects in other sports for months on end.
We just spent 40 minutes talking about Casey Schmidt.
I know, but I feel like I'm being condemned because I have some optimism.
No. You've been hyped up every day off of him. I'm excited because you're excited. We just talked about Casey Smith. We've never talked about Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody for 40 straight minutes.
Well, that was COVID radio when we were talking about, who they're going to draft.
We saw Casey Smith for 40 straight minutes. Casey Smith, a guy who half our audience doesn't even know.
Well, I would say
know what he looks like.
I would say more.
Yeah, so there you go.
Well, I'm hoping to educate them, That's what I'm doing today.
Well, we're going to see. Well, we'll be educated at Yankee Stadium in a little over a week. when he takes some hacks against the Pinstripes. All right, Bob Nightingale in Miami for the World Baseball Classic. Of course, attended last night's game between Mexico and Japan. Japan scored 3 runs in the bottom of the ninth inning to win the game. 2 runs, in the bottom of the ninth to win the game. He'll be there tonight for USA and Japan. And Insider Calls are all presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Bob, what's going on, man? Long time no talk.
Yeah, doing good. A little WBC action the last few weeks. So, yeah, it's been fun. Bucks got to monotony of spring training and been some great games.
No, it's been some awesome games there. The environment, the passion. Mexico had a real good run here. Rosarena really put them on the map. He had a hell of a tournament. Obviously, Shohei Ohtani, Sasaki yesterday throwing 100 miles per hour. What's the biggest takeaway for you so far at the World Baseball Classic?
Yeah, just the enthusiasm and passion. I mean, it is like playoff games. I mean, guys will tell you, the guys who have played in playoff games before, World Series games, says, it's right there with them. I mean, Andy Pettit the other day said, the atmosphere for their game against Venezuela, was louder and more raucous than any Yankee Red Sox game he played in. So that sort of thing. Certainly the guys are fired up. It gets them ready for the opening day. We had a one freak injury in Diaz, one baseball-related injury, with the Altuve. But, nobody's, hurt their arm or anything like that or, something that happens in spring training. We haven't seen that in the WBC, so they've kept their fingers crossed for that.
Yeah, even Gavin Lux got hurt in a spring training game, so it can happen anytime, any place. It's unfortunate. What are some of the elements, though, that you think are transferable to Major League Baseball? Like, what are the things that you're seeing in terms of maybe, just how the game is played or the reactions from the players in the dugout? What are those things that they can bottle up and kind of inject into the Major League Baseball?
Well, it's a great momentum builder going into opening day.
Yeah.
Like Mookie Betts was saying, hey, you think I want to be in the backfield in Glendale, Arizona, taking 4 swings, or I want to do it in front of 50,000 people screaming their heads off. And, just guys are fired up. I think if you did a survey among all the players on WBC, they'd say, man, I wish opening day was this week and not next week. now they're ready to go.
No doubt. They feel like they're ready to go. Mike Trout, how does he feel, Bob, as we're talking to Bob Nightingale, of course, prominent baseball writer, of course, MLB insider. How's Mike Trout feeling right now? He's playing meaningful baseball for the first time since 2014.
Yeah, absolutely loving it. He kind of kicked himself in 17 when he didn't play and saw how much fun those guys are having. Now, of course, he'll be back. I think Aaron Judge will play next time, too. But just, guys are seeing the fun and enthusiasm. And spring training is so long, guys get bored on their mind. You take 2 swings, meaningless games. Where now you're playing an entire day and people screaming and yelling like you're, in a playoff game or in the middle of a pennant stretch. So, it's a lot more intensity than the All-Star game. Not even close.
Bob, let me ask you this. Shohei Ohtani, I think we can expect greatness from him once again. He's having a hell of a tournament. I'm making a case that, if I'm the Giants and they've whiffed on all these big-name free agents, I'd offer Shohei Ohtani $75 million a year. You get the Cy Young Award type of pitcher, an MVP type of bat. Am I crazy for thinking that? Because I look at Messi with Barcelona FC when he was there, and he was getting paid over $90 million a year. And I think it was worth every penny with the revenue, the ticket sales, and everything. And what Shohei Ohtani could do for this market, is $75 million a year for Ohtani crazy?
It's not that crazy you think about it. I know people are talking about 50 a year. I think it'll go higher than that. Remember now, he makes, I was told that he makes the Angels about $20 million a year. So, take that, in merchandising, licensing, and that sort of thing. So when you talk about 70, it's really 50 because the money he makes. He sells a lot of tickets. It'd be a huge attraction. The one thing I'm sure teams, worry about, like, okay, how long can he really do this? How long can he be a two-way player? What happens, when he can't pitch? Will he still be, that great hitter? He should be. So, yeah, I think he's definitely staying, in the West Coast. So I still think the Dodgers are the favorites. Padres, spend much money as anybody in the world. Then, then I throw in the Giants and I throw in Seattle Mariners.
Wow.
Well, you bring up the Giants right there, and we were just having a friendly little discussion. You may or may not know who this prospect is, but have you ever seen Casey Schmidt play? Have you heard anything about Casey Schmidt, the third baseman that the Giants have been, really, really happy with here this spring training?
Yeah, I mean, you hear things, but yeah, I have not seen him play or anything. A lot of times in spring training, you talk to scouts, you see the toughest time to evaluate a guy is spring training in September with the September call-ups. So, we'll see. I'm sure, with these prospects, people just are very cautious, when they're ready. The last thing these teams want is you call up a guy and then you have to send him down to the minors in April and maybe break their spirits.
Yeah, interesting. Well, what's your view on Farhan and Gabe Kapler right now? Because there has not been any formal announcement of Farhan's extension. I guess his contract is coming up here. What do you think is going to happen with him?
Oh, I would think they'd retain him. I've heard nothing from his bosses that that haven't been very open as far as how much they like him. Think he's doing a good job. 2 years ago, he was staying top of the world. I think they raised expectations, too high. Last year, 500. They're a better team than that, but they weren't not a 107 win team. That was, I'm not saying it's a fluke, but it just wasn't going to happen again. So I would, just like the Dodgers, they're not going to win 111 games this year either. So, he's trying to do things, a little bit like the Dodgers, build out farm system, make sure they're a perennial contender, year after year. I would think if things go right, they could win 85, 87, games. I think they did a better job in the offseason than people think, but just people so focused on Aaron Judge and Correa, people forgot about the other things they did.
Bob, we were talking to Bob Nightingale, MLB insider, of course, here on our Morning Roast. Roki Sasaki saw him throw 20 fastballs yesterday. One went under 100 miles per hour. What is he going to make on the open market next season? What are teams going to bid for him?
Yeah, I think it's. I don't think he's eligible to come out to about 2026 or 2027.
Really, that long?
Yeah, that long for him.
Damn.
The one fear is he throws so many pitches. I mean, there's times he's throwing 190, 200 pitches in a game, and you got to have some movement on it. I mean, you saw Team Mexico wasn't like they're filled with all stars,
right?
And and they were putting some good swings on them. So it wasn't like a it still takes some work. He's still used to 6-man rotation, that sort of thing. So it's not like he's going to come out here and be Max Scherzer or Justin Verlander or something like that. But yeah, I mean, as long as he stays healthy, but there is that fear. Like, he has thrown so many pitches. I mean, you throw that hard, that many pitches,
right.
At some point, does the arm become susceptible to injury?
Bob, as we start to kind of look toward opening day, 9 days away, I believe today, 9 days away. What's the biggest storyline for you in all of baseball?
I'm not sure there's, one that jumps out. I mean, you talk about Ohtani. I mean, everybody's in love with what he does. Aaron Judge, can he possibly, come close to doing what he did a year ago? Could he do even better than the 61 home runs? We'll see. But yeah, there's not that one that just jumps out. I know everybody's so focused on that, Met spending, but they may only be the third best team in that division, behind Atlanta and Philadelphia. So, I think in the star attractions is probably still, back to Ohtani, Judge, Mike Trout. I mean, but particularly Ohtani because he's a free agent. Like, okay, if the Angels are out of the race, do they trade him? Does he say, I want out? You better trade me because you're not going to get anything back in return. So I think he's still the number one story.
All right, last but not least, before we get you out of here, Bob, we'll get you out of here with this one. What do you think the Giants' ceiling is this year? They finished strong last year and went 18-10 in September to finish 81-81. And a lot of people are drinking that Kool-Aid saying, hey, they're a 500 baseball team. They played much worse than that. What's their ceiling this season, you believe, with the San Francisco Giants?
I would think if things go right, 87 wins, that sort of thing, and 88 might be pushing it. But yeah, let's be honest. I mean, that division is still the Dodgers and the Padres. Who are they going to knock off to get into the playoffs? Probably the NL Central is just going to have one team, and still the Cardinals division to lose, and you still, three-hit a monster in the East. So that's just a question of who are they going to replace if they are going to make the playoffs. So we'll see what happens to the Padres. I mean, I think the hype's a little too much. We'll see about that pitching. The pitching's got some holes in there. So yeah, maybe they're a disappointment. So, but I think if the Giants can squeeze in a wild card spot, they would take it right now.
All right, Bob Nightingale. That's Bob Nightingale, Odyssey MLB Insider. Thanks for the time. Enjoy Japan versus USA today. Who you have winning? Real quick, 10 seconds or less. Who wins today?
I got Japan. I had Japan all along. I'm not back right now. That pitching staff's the best they've ever anybody's ever assembled in this tournament's history. So I'll go with them. It'll be fascinating to see if Ohtani comes in tonight in the ninth inning.
All right, let's see it. Bob Nightingale, thanks so much for the time today.
Sure. Take care, guys.
All right, that was Odyssey MLB Insider Bob Nightingale. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real, proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Why do you have that smile?
I don't know. You laughed in the middle of the interview. Why don't you tell me why you laughed?
What did Nightingale say about Casey Smith?
Call him Casey Smith. He clearly doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. I'm not even mad. He just doesn't know.
Don't put stock into spring training. That's basically what he said. Be careful.
I've said that how many times?
Time out. No, time out. But you can't. How can you, off of a couple of preseason games from Trey Lance, feel one way, and then I get a little excited seeing Casey Schmidt, who actually has proven it in the minor league level.
Preseason football is more of an indicator to get ready for the regular season than spring training is for baseball, because you don't know who's in, who's out, what they're working on. A pitcher may just go into a spring training game and say, hey, I want to work on my fastball today. Hey, I may want to work on my changeup. Spring training gets diluted more than any other sport. I think
they're on equal footing.
No, not even close.
You're not even seeing the best players play. At least in spring training, you do see the best players play.
No, you don't.
You don't?
No, you don't. You see him play for like 2 at-bats.
Well, okay. He's facing real guys that are trying to really make a ball club. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think that you're trying to drive a hard line between the two.
I'm not trying to drive a hard line whatsoever. At all. I'm excited about Casey Smith. I can't. Matter of fact, we have the
I should make it that you're not allowed to root for him at all.
No, okay, get out your feelings.
That's a joke.
Yeah, get out your feelings, because you feel like that. We're going to do a Smith watch every single game. Casey Smith watch.
Good. See, now you're in.
No, I've been in. See, there's some misconceptions. Again, the same people who say I hate Shanahan think I hate baseball. I've been playing fantasy baseball longer than anybody at the station, been watching it, all that stuff. I love baseball. MLB, the package is the best out of the bunch. You can watch 4 games at once. I love baseball. But don't sell me on this mediocre product down the street. I don't love that.
It's not mediocre.
The Giants are mediocre.
Average.
500 is mediocre in today's baseball.
Okay.
And they finished 18-10 because they got the beat up on the Rockies the last week of the season.
They did it, and I think they're going to have a solid team again this year.
We'll see about that.
I think they're going to be solid.
We'll do a Casey Smith watch or something like that. We'll rename it, and every day we'll break down Casey Smith. And I'm sure if he goes 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, we'll focus on his defense. That's how that's going to be flipped. I can already see it. My crystal ball already sees it. We're going to shine him up any way we can. By the way, Keith Smith joined Steiny and JD yesterday. And if Draymond Green opted out, I wanted to run this by you earlier. Casey Smith, we're talking somewhere, Keith Smith, excuse me. Casey Smith. Now I'm stuck on Casey Smith. I can't get him out of my head now.
If the kid was batting like 280 in spring training, I'd be like, all right, I get it. He's batting 440.
All right. You heard I'd go. Nobody put stock in the spring training.
Well, look it. You want to have the Nightingale conversation?
No, don't rip it. No, don't do it.
I bet you don't even know what team Bobby Witt Jr. plays for.
Okay, all right. Now you're being disrespectful.
No, I'm not.
MLB Insider.
No, I'm not.
Because he didn't agree with it. Now you're getting all of your feelings.
Your panties are in a bunch,
and you're getting mad.
In a team's organization?
Oh, man. I bet you the Padres don't know who Casey Smith is. Casey Smith. I can't wait. I can't wait for Casey Smith. I can't wait. I cannot wait. But Keith Smith believes that Draymond can get anywhere from 3 years and $60 million on his next deal if he opts out.
So about 20 per?
Mm-hmm.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know what these guys because I don't know if they're anticipating the cap to explode with the new contracts that are coming in, because you're going to have a new explosion of cap money because the television deals are going to go through the roof. So I don't know if that pours over into teams thinking they have more money. I don't know. I also don't know how other teams view him financially.
Would you as a Warrior fan, to set that 3 years, $60 million?
Again, I don't know what the projections are. I don't know. And I don't know how this ends.
And if he's not the same defender that he was a few years ago,
I don't know.
In this locker, wouldn't it be better just to let him walk?
I don't know.
A lot of people are, oh, man.
Like, how would he be viewed? Like, would Orlando, for example, want to bring in someone like,
I don't think they would.
A veteran?
Yeah, I don't know.
Isn't that what a young team always tries to do, bring in veteran winner guy?
They could say, hey, he was a veteran on a team full of young players, and they'd have traded the number 2 overall pick. One of them got punched, and one of them was stuck to the bench.
Well, is he going to change his stripes and allow you to develop some of the young guys?
I don't know.
Doesn't that factor into your equation?
Would you hope he had done that for an organization that he won 4 championships for?
Yeah.
And that he grew with? So if it didn't happen in his situation, which many people consider the best situation in basketball, how would it work in Orlando?
I have no idea what to do with Draymond. I want to see how the season plays out.
All right.
And then I'll make a better calibration after the season.
All right, let's get Willem Marin. Willem Marin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to bring up that I do believe with Vontae that the MLB and the hype, it's one of the biggest misconceptions that you can get lost in, because I'm going to bring up 2 quick examples. One was, we all know who Mike Trout was, but I remember, Bryce Harper was coming up with him, and he was supposed to be just as good. He was a left-handed version of him, was hitting 600-foot home runs in Las Vegas in front of all the scouts, blah, 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 blah. But it took him some time to blossom. Yes, he's great now. He won an MVP. He's deserved it. The MLB figured him out when he was younger. He figured the MLB right back out, and he did what he was supposed to do. Now, I'm not saying, the next person I'm bringing up, I'm not hating on him. This is just a pure good example of the excuse of passing the eye test, looking good at the plate, taking a major league at bat. Yasiel Puig was supposed to be an absolute monster. And I'm not hating him because I'm a Giants fan at all. No, he was supposed to be dominant, and I was fearful. I was like, dude, this guy's supposed to be like a 30-20 guy. He's supposed to bat in, the 290s, 300. He's supposed to be amazing. The guy ended up being like a semi-doubles machine, and he's trash. He's not even in the league. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't get hyped on this. Like, yes, am I excited about Casey Schmidt? Am I excited that the Giants finally have prospects in their farm? Yeah, it sounds great. It's cool. But prospects in baseball are like excuses. Everybody has them. It just all depends if you're
Will. The Giants haven't had any prospects, though. Like, I mean, yes, they've had people that are ranked high in their system, but when you look at, like, the top 100, they haven't had any legitimate top 100 guys. Like, they just haven't. They just haven't had a lot of those, if you study those things. Like, I hear what you're saying. Now, the Yasiel Puig thing, I think it's unfair. He's coming from Cuba. Right. There's a language barrier. There's a culture barrier, right? And then obviously there was a style of play barrier as well, because the guy couldn't even hit the cutoff properly. He wanted to play the game in a way that didn't conform with how the team wanted him to play. On top of, I think he got intoxicated by the LA nightlife. The guy was doing 140 in a Maserati, recklessly, and a lot of teams didn't want to deal with him.
Yohan Moncada
had a good first year, had a good first half last year, and has fell off, but looks really good in WBC.
But he's had a couple seasons
He's also
where he
24.
can't say, yeah, he is. But the hype of prospects.
But if you go Yohan Moncada, I will go Luis Robert, who looks way better than him.
He can't stay on the field, though.
He's a stud, though.
Can't stay on the field.
He's a stud.
I had Luis Robert last year.
Look at Juan Soto.
Can't stay on the
Juan
field.
Soto starts baseball at 19 years old, wins a World Series at 20, and is going to get a $400 million deal. And he's worth every penny.
So there are
guys that flame out.
Pirates have had prospects for many years.
But that's every sport. Chet Holmgren was hyped up. He was the number 1 overall pick. You don't even like him.
Number two overall.
Okay, number 2 overall. Oh.
I would have taken Paulo Banchero, and the Magic made the right decision to take Paulo Banchero. And now he's going to be Rookie of the Year as we bring in Derek Johnson. Yeah, no doubt.
Every sport has that.
I'm excited about Casey Schmidt, too. I am. There's one thing to be excited about with Giants baseball. It's Casey Schmidt. But isn't that sad on the Giants that there's only one thing to be excited about? I can look at the Pirates. They may not win 70 games this year.
They got O'Neal Cruz.
At least they got 3 guys where I'm like, damn, the Pirates got some dudes I'm excited about.
Yeah, they got O'Neal Cruz.
The Orioles, you see their prospects?
Yeah, Rooshman and him. And
Henderson, Gunnar Henderson.
They got Mullins.
Yeah.
Well, he's not a prospect, but he's older.
They got ballers.
I know they do.
I got one thing to be excited about is Casey Schmidt. We don't even know about it.
Well, that's
what's up, baby?
That's how far we've come.
But you guys deserve an Emmy. Is it Bammy or Emmy? But Chuck Cooperstein, we got problems here in Golden State. The play-by-play guy for the Dallas Mavericks you guys had on. Spadoni, can you play it? Shasky, you asked a great question. Is Kyrie good? I'll let Chuck say it. Play it, Spadoni.
What happened with the jersey swap between Dylan Brooks and Kyrie Irving?
I didn't see it. Can't tell you.
Oh, no idea, huh?
Nope.
Oh, wow.
Is
So you
Kyrie
think Kyrie's
playing?
going to play then tomorrow?
I have no idea.
Why did you call in the show? He's mad. Dallas is going the other way.
Yeah,
but you guys played that
tried
out
to
so
be
perfectly.
professional.
Yeah, no doubt. You were perfect, but that's sour grapes because I think where the team's at.
Oh, okay.
I could never do that.
And he shot the Uzi at the Warriors. Yeah, they're not making the conference final. They don't play any defense, blah, 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 blah.
I got two things. Nothing is more sacred to me in sports than the starting lineup on a baseball card for Major League Baseball.
I do love it.
Not the starting five, not the NFL.
Right.
It's that lineup card. Giants a couple years ago shocked the world 107. So the beautiful thing about baseball, it's not name recognition. You can go out there and still do what they did when they got 107.
Exactly.
But you're reminded everywhere you look in that division, the Giants, with what they don't have, and they don't have that star. So I'm going to watch.
But Goop, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm going to watch, but he's right.
No, I get his point. But don't we watch sports to find, like, that next guy?
No doubt.
Like,
we do.
One of my favorite things in sports is like, that guy pops off the TV.
Right. No doubt.
I like him.
I love that. That's my favorite.
Well, that's why I'm so excited
That's why my
about
strategy in
Casey
fantasy baseball always draft young
I'm
guys.
in your league.
Yeah,
You
you're
never
in the
throw
league.
in.
Well,
I finished last 2 years in a row.
Yeah. He's been struggling. Kluber's trying to. It takes a while to fit. Yeah. Like what the dealers. He sucked at fantasy his first 7 years. Now he's in championship contention because it takes time. Yeah, it took him a long time. But no, seriously, I love prospects. Trust me, I do. And the Giants had a lack of prospects forever.
Which is ironic because if you just look at baseball right now, they maybe never had more all-star level players under 25 than, like, I can't remember them being this flush with young players.
Let me ask you this, because why we all connect is I got 3 kids. You can never say which one you like the most. You love them all the same.
Yeah.
And that's me with my sports. I'm seasonal.
Yeah, I am too.
But I've been detecting from you that you're irritated with the association.
I am. I've been this way for a minute, and I told him this. The season's too long.
I felt it. I never asked you, but now, okay.
The players don't care as much as the fans do, and it frustrates me. Now, that's a blanket statement. It's not every single player.
No, but I get you.
You know,
the load management.
And it's not just load management. It's this constant, this don't matter, you don't matter as the consumer. Not that the other sports don't have that element. They don't tell you to your face at a podium. You know, when I hear Draymond, imagine, I said these guys, Thursday.
That hurt. That cut me a little bit.
Look at
that was not cool.
When Peyton Manning would Peyton Manning ever say, November games, I just can't get out of the bed for?
No, he would not.
Right?
After a game after you lost.
Right?
Say it after you win.
I don't even care if they lost or won, but that's what, like, even like a Cal Ripken Jr. or Ken Griffey Jr., I just can't get up for these August games.
Well, you know what, though? But it's also the messenger. It's Steph Curry. He said that, I don't really get out of bed for March.
He never would, though.
But
he would never say that. He would never say that. But if he did, it wouldn't be it's because the messenger is Draymond Green.
No doubt.
And everybody's fatigued off of Draymond Green. So when you hear from Draymond Green when he's, a lot of people screenshot him against the Milwaukee Bucks where he's got the ball in his wide open lane. He's not even looking at the basket. We're like, yo, Dre, you're not even looking at the basket.
It's getting old.
You're a basketball player.
No doubt.
It's gotten old.
Well, and it's not just that. It's also watching the players. There's not a sense of urgency if you watch the games. There just isn't.
There has been the last 3 weeks, but it takes too long to get that urgency.
First
I'll say this about the Warriors, and no, I'm not bringing the streets in here. I don't know why Wiggins is out. Thoughts and prayers. But the bottom line, basketball-wise, is this could be a death blow. They are Tupac of the NBA. There is no above the rim. One guy, it's Kuminga. Other than that, there's nobody. Like you're watching Houston, and you're like, dude, they're like, you're playing at the Y. I want some above the rim. Wiggins can do that, defend,
I love
hit a jumper, create a shot. I think a lot is getting lost about just what he means to this team.
Treasure.
What he means. Am I wrong, B?
How could you pull that out?
I was in the hotel room. He came out.
How could you pull that out?
Yeah, there's no above the rim, man. I want that for him. So we're asking a lot from this Warrior team if he doesn't come back. That's all.
And GP2. How much pressure's on GP2 to be the GP2 from last season?
See, I'm not worried about him.
He'll
help, but Wiggins was arguably your second best player in the off.
Difference maker.
That's all.
Impact player. You're missing an impact player. When Phoenix got better with Kevin Durant, Denver's gotten better. The Lakers gotten better. The Clippers, They're up and down. But Sacramento has their best players.
To get in here, so the street's talking. He'll be in here with me. He wanted to come in. I said,
why did he come in?
Because I've
heard that the last 3 days. He wanted to come in, but he didn't come in.
It's like
hey,
minutes.
I wanted to go to the Giants game, but I watched him on the couch. I want to go to a Giants game.
Away.
Guru, this guy underrates my excitement for baseball.
No, I know you're a real one. But you're disgusted with what you're seeing.
Yeah, my team stinks, and I got to play fantasy baseball.
It's almost baseball bougie because it's like, who do you got? Nah, I ain't good enough.
No,
you'll be watching
Guru. How many times I'm looking at other prospects and damn, I want that.
Yeah.
I want Ronald Acuna Jr. I want Albies. I want Harris. Think about the prospects they brought up last year. Strider, the two young
Austin
brothers.
Riley.
What happened to Luciano?
He's hurt his back. The whole
we don't even talk about last year. We're talking about Luciano. Oh my God, the sound coming off his bat. The sound coming off his bat, and now all of a sudden nobody's even talking about Luciano.
Let's stay for the Fast Five. Let's do the Fast Five.
All right, what is the Fast Five?
I don't know. We'll just keep talking.
All right, we'll just keep talking. Fast Five.
It's time for the.
All right, we're talking baseball, prospects or whatnot. Guru, I'm sad. My team, I go into the yard and I'm going to watch the other team. It's like watching the Warriors back in the day. I used to go to Warrior games. Oh, Iverson's coming to town. Cool. Gilbert Arenas is coming back to town. Cool. Kobe and the Lakers coming to town. Can't get that
adopt
ticket.
Him in the playoffs. That's how your little Laker joke. That's all.
I have to adopt teams in baseball now. Now people think I'm a net. I love the Braves fans. I like the way they play. That hurts me.
Wow.
I mean, look, as long as you're watching, I really don't care.
Okay.
The reason why I'm so into baseball right now is, look, WBC has hyped it up, and it's got me really ready for the regular season, and Little League has started. I've been on a diamond trying to be on a diamond for a month now, and so I'm in baseball mode right now. Yes, there's still basketball
right
and all
on the
those things
table.
going on.
I'm a Ranger fan a little bit. I'm rooting for Boach. I think he's got some stuff.
And I'm watching with envy, actually, because I miss Bochy.
It's real.
The more and more I'm hearing things behind the scenes regarding Kapler and some of the things that he's said to some of the veterans in his first couple of years, I don't think he gets it.
Wow, that's real. They ran him out of Philly.
I mean,
ran him out of Philly. They can't stand him in Philadelphia.
I think how you treat someone like Buster Posey, I just think that Buster retired for a variety of reasons, family being one of them.
Go ahead,
but I think there was more to it. And there's always more to it. Whenever you make any decision in life, there's a variety of things. But I do think that the manager played an element in it. I don't know what slice, I don't know how big, but I think he was part of it.
I'm also jealous of the Padres, Guru. The Padres are spending money left and right. They're coming in with $400 million.
They're like the Warriors of MLB.
Do I sound crazy? I just asked Bob Nightingale this. I would give Ohtani $75 million a year and not even think twice about it.
Didn't you tweet just starts at 500?
Yeah. It sticks.
600.
Right. 600.
He's two players.
I'd give him $75 million a year, and
the place would be packed. Butch, come on, for real.
Oh, I don't deny that at all.
So why can't that happen? Why can't I dream?
It's the same thing like when we talk about the kids loving John Morant, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, man, they still, but they also love Steph Curry, right? You ask any Warrior fan, you go to the games, Steph Curry, Clay, Dre, they have their pick of players that they can love. You go to a Niner game, Bosa, now Brock Purdy or whomever.
Kids
Fred
are wearing
Warner,
Kuminga jerseys.
Debo. If you get one player like Ohtani, that is everyone's favorite player.
Flips everything.
Immediately. I'm with you.
And you're competing with the Warriors down the street to get some buzz around your stadium. To get some buzz around the bars around Oracle Park.
The last homegrown talent drafted outfielder from the Giants is still Chili Davis. That's just think of you could do a 30 for 30 on that.
That's incredible.
It's incredible. They've had how many different left fielders since Bonds left?
Shout out to Darren Lewis.
Straight different left fielders.
Shout out to Darren Lewis. He listens all the time. He loves the station. Dude. Darren Lewis even said, hey, Bonte, I'll come on the show, but don't ask me about no Giants right now. Don't ask me about baseball.
He checked me. No baseball.
No baseball. He checked me because his team don't have a star.
Wow.
They don't have anything to gravitate. And that's why Casey Schmidt, we're hyping him up so much, partly due because we don't have stars.
So will he be on the big club?
I think he should. I think he should.
All right.
I do. Look, I like David VR. He was a really nice story last year. He's batting like 100. Another guy with a back injury. I'm not wasting this spot. And they need a backup shortstop. Estrada's not a backup shortstop. Schmidt plays backup shortstop.
Real quick, before we get out of here, Guru, Fast Five question yesterday, because we saw that fan on Twitter or TikTok say, I could throw for 10 yards in an NFL game, in a 60-minute game. And she actually asked me if I could finish the game with 10 yards. Hell yeah, I'm throwing for 10 yards.
Not a screen, like down the field.
Quick slant, fade route in between the cover two, the safety in the corner.
Now, I wasn't listening yesterday. I was in the air, but I feel like my name might have came up. Yeah. I know I could throw for 10 yards.
Thank you, Guru.
So I'll hit you, Butch. I'll see over the line. I got
a Texas route. McCaffrey coming out with the Texas route over the middle of the field. It's shotgun, Guru.
And you saw me throw a bowling ball.
Hey, I saw Guru throw a baseball. Dave Stewart even said, "Wow, the pop in the glove."
You remember that?
You threw it like 89 miles an hour. I'm not going to lie.
Every baseball season,
were you on the shelf for a year?
Yeah, no. Dave Stewart was like, "Don't hurt yourself, young fella." And I looked at him like it was lightweight hate. I was about to throw this thing.
If the Giants had swag like Goo, the buttons were unbuttoned on the top of the jersey. Do we get that with the Giants? Oh, wait, we get Brandon Crawford batting 215 doing that.
I'll say this about the Giants. You're in first place when it starts. You can win without. It ain't just here,
just
Kobe. Here, Jordan. Here's the ball.
Yeah, just get in the playoffs. Yeah. The Giants. Just get in the playoffs. Why not? Ohtani tonight. Are you excited?
It'll be my first one I watched. I am excited.
All right.
Yep.
There it is. Guru can throw for 10 yards. Spadoni can too.
Do this more often with us.
All right, Steiny Eagle coming up next.
Oh, no idea, huh?
Nope.
Oh, wow. So you think Kyrie's going to play then tomorrow?
I have no idea.
As CEO of Jack in the Box, I wake up at dawn every day to get to work. As a customer,
All right. He's back. Daryl the Guru Johnson.
We back.
He's been gone since midweek last week. And I'm excited, very excited. But I'm also a little worried about something. I haven't seen him in a while. And now I saw you this morning. Yeah. And I'm worried about something that I'm noticing. So it's tempered my enthusiasm a little bit. We don't have to talk about it now. No, you always wear Warrior shirts.
All right, you want to?
I
miss you, buddy. Shout out JD, held it down.
Trust me, this is from a place of love. Do you worry sometimes you might be spreading yourself too thin, as they say?
Sorry, I'm the Energizer, buddy. Well, my wife wouldn't say that. But other than that, when it comes to the radio, Stoney, I got a lot of juice.
Yeah, I've noticed that basically you're on every show. You're on the morning roast. You're on the morning roast. You hang out here a little bit more.
Well, you got an invite.
Hang out with Dibley and Willard. I mean, it's just like you're part of 3 shows. And you know, there's that old Broadway saying, an old showbiz saying, make them, leave them wanting more.
No. Well, to be honest, let's put the right on the table. I missed you, bud, and I got something to come down your road about. Willard and Dibbs had the pleasure of doing their thing with them and us. And I used to be like, man, I envy those 2 dudes. So they invited you too.
Yes, they did.
And I was asking, because I was gone, is Stoney going there? And they're like, not yet. So we got to get that to where it's the 4 of us, and then the 4 of us in the afternoon. That's what the people want.
The bottom line is, the reason...
like I ran 10 laps.
You almost... I mean, it's weird.
Loud.
It's weird. You're the only guy I know who knocks on the studio door to let him in during another person's show.
Well, I'm going to say this before we get to it. My boy Vince Gibbs, Union City, California, he's the kind of friend that when things are going good for you, you don't hear from him.
Yeah.
But then if something goes bad during the car accident, he's like, or fires, hey, what's going on? Sends me a text yesterday. I'm at the airport. Stoney don't want you back.
That's not true.
Laugh emoji. I go, why would you say that? He goes, he called it a session. The session just started, and he said he ain't looking forward to having you back. Then, of course, I went to the Odyssey app. You didn't say that. It was about my Warrior thing. So quit hating, Vince, but I'm ready.
Come on, V. Why doesn't Stoney do the crossover from the 707? I'm going to do the crossover at some point.
My fault.
Listen, here's the deal. I think there's some wrinkles to iron out with everything, with those things.
All right, look at
and I just want, and I want to get them ironed out before. Yeah, nobody likes you start something, then you got to change it, then you do something else, and then it's like a week later, let's just scrap the whole thing and do it this way.
I got you.
You know,
they call that formatting.
How you feeling about your Warriors? Wait a minute. Let me think of this. Do the math here. Wednesday was your last day.
They had the Clippers. Curry went off. They didn't win.
So you weren't here the day after they lost the Clippers. So they're 1-3 on the road trip.
Okay.
All right.
And I know you're
So they lose to the Clippers. I'll just refresh. Lose to the Clippers. Lose to the Hawks. Lose to the Grizzlies. They win last night. How you feeling, Goo?
I'll go if you don't mind. You guys don't mind. I'll go day by day. So Wednesday, Steph Curry, that was incredible, and that's what it's going to look like for the Warriors to make some noise in the playoffs. Friday bothered me in the ATL. Atlanta tried to give the game away, and the Warriors couldn't guard anybody. So I'm no longer concerned with the Warriors offensively. It's all on the defensive end. Then Saturday, Dylan Brooks has clowned you. Draymond did a podcast. And Dre, I'm not coming down your road, but I'm disappointed that this is the second time in a month that Dylan Brooks in Memphis without Ja have gotten the best of you. So I'm living in the past thinking the Warriors, and I'm using your metric, if they're within 6 with 50 seconds left or they're down 8 with 2 minutes left, that's what you better watch out. A lot of that is emptying. That tank is on low. And to lose to Memphis in the fashion they did and have Klay go finger gate, I love Klay Thompson, but I felt like Klay. How about y'all kick somebody ass and then you won't have to resort to doing the numbers. But if that's what you want to do, that's fine. And then last night, I'll tell you what, Stoney, as bad as it's been on the road, beggars can't be choosy. You won. But defensively, teams are having their way with the Warriors. And when I was on that airplane and I'm in front of you now, I will say this to you. I'm not asking where Wiggins is at. I'm not asking why Wiggins is out. What we know is he ain't been around. And since he ain't been around, Jack, this team is missing arguably their second best overall player. And if he's not coming back, I may need to just, it got to be payday, send you that hundo. Because, Steiny, they cannot overcome his absence, especially on the defensive end. That win yesterday was a C- D+, but you needed it. And they miss Andrew Wiggins. I feel like I can say that without people saying I'm being insensitive. Well, you mind your own business. They miss Wiggins.
I think he did a great job of summarizing the last few days.
You love words.
And I think he did a great job of recapping their 1-3 trip and kind of each game. But I asked you how you're feeling right now. How are you feeling about your Warriors? They're one game over 500. All right, Goo? Right now they're in the 6th spot, a half a game ahead of Dallas. They play Dallas tomorrow.
Humongous.
They're 1-3. I don't know if you remember this. You probably don't, because it was just another case of me being right on the money when you were making outlandish predictions about this road trip.
4-1.
And what did I say? I tell you what.
2-3.
You come home 2-3, you're going to be fine. They win tomorrow against Dallas. They're going to like their spot. That's where I'm at.
I like that, but I'm nervous. I'm going to keep it real. I am really nervous right now, Steiny, and it's what I told the guys as I did the pre-show. There is no Tupac on this team, Steiny. They don't have a lot of athletic guys except Kuminga. And you could say, Goo, this ain't a dunk contest, but you know what I mean? A guy that can put it on the floor like Andrew Wiggins and create his own shot, shoot the three, defend Tatum or Brown or the other team's best player. I think we're asking this Warrior team, and we've been unfair because it's starting to come into focus for me, Matt. If Wiggins does not come back, this team has no chance.
Is that news? We've all been saying that.
I think because there's two sides to this story about some saying you're being insensitive. To me, it ain't getting enough run.
There's nothing wrong with saying.
If Tatum or Brown go down in Boston, you're done. If Fox goes down in Sac, you're done. If KD doesn't come back in Phoenix,
well, don't compare Wiggins to those guys.
But the impact is there.
Of course it is.
He is your second best player on both sides of the court. And we've been pussyfooting around about, well, not you. Oh, well, what is it? Forget what it is. Thoughts and prayers. The bottom line is the team is hemorrhaging. All they do is shoot threes. Nobody goes to the cup but Jordan Poole. And I'm no longer on him. He's doing the best he can. Some great passes.
So you're just expressing frustration over things right now.
Yes, and that's why when you ask me as a whole, like a loaf of bread, where I'm at, I'm nervous.
Well,
I'm nervous, friend. Help me.
But to me, you saying the Warriors can't win it without Wiggins, and that's 99% of fans think that.
Well, can they beat Dallas tomorrow on the road without Wiggins?
You know, that's a yeah, sure, why not? They can win a game on the road without Wiggins.
All right.
But, that's one of those things where it's kind of like the old foul trouble thing. Guy's not in foul trouble anymore after he's fouled out. It's like the Wiggins thing, I mean, he's not here. He's not here. And you got to figure that he's probably not going to be here.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. Can you win without Wiggins? Probably not. Probably not. But, how do I want to put this? I don't know, why. You don't have to be frustrated, I guess is what I'm saying. Because he's going through something, and he's either going to come back or not. And I think at this point, there's 9 games left.
9.
Why don't we just say he's probably not coming back?
Okay.
Why don't we operate under that premise?
I'm resigned to that. I've done that.
So let's go from there. Let's treat Wiggins as just a bonus. All right?
No doubt.
A bonus.
You are in my notebook. Let me throw this at you and how my computer or my Wi-Fi work. So I don't know about you, Steiny. I have an ego. I have pride. I'm part of a team. I've been a part of many of teams. And I feel like I've been a good teammate. And a part of being a good teammate, one trait you have to have is you got to have your teammates back, whether they're right or wrong. And where I'm going,
whether they're right or wrong,
regardless, I'll talk to you about me having your back in public, knowing your ass was wrong, but I won't put you on Front Street and not have it. Memphis, the first game in Memphis, Draymond dedicated a podcast about Dylan Brooks. And to me, I'm a guy that keeps saying they got a switch, they got a lever, and they'll hit that lever when it's go time. But when stuff gets personal, and there's hate and there's disdain for each other, like I believe Memphis and the Warriors, and especially with Dre amping it up with Dylan Brooks, for Dylan Brooks to beat your ass the way he beat the Warriors weeks ago, that bothered me. Then we got Saturday, revenge, Kevin Costner. I'm thinking, okay, the Warriors are going to, James Brown, the big payback. They're going to rub Memphis's face in the mud for embarrassing them. What happens? Draymond's on the court. The Warriors are at full strength. All I know, Wiggins. And the same thing happens. So now I'm watching this team thinking, if that can't get you jumped, started, what can? So I'm holding out hope that the playoffs, game one, they'll hit the switch. But if you didn't hit the switch and have Dre's back and know that Dylan Brooks is just a clown, and you still let him clown you guys? Because that's what he was doing, talking to Steph. You got Clay counting the Warriors don't do that. We don't stoop to, I'm saying we don't stoop to that level. That makes me think it's bigger than what I think it is. And that's why I said, and that's why I'm saying Andrew Wiggins is a must. And if you're right, Steiny, he's not coming, Warriors ain't scaring anybody. You can still go win. They ain't scaring anybody.
So if you're this worried about the Warriors, why do you keep saying they're not going to do anything in the playoffs?
Because I felt like their mettle was tested.
I mean, maybe they won't make them. Like, if they're as bad as you think, they ain't maybe making the playoffs. They might not make the playoffs. Like, if they lose to Dallas, then they drop to 7. I mean, listen, I'm not saying it's going to happen. Okay. Utah is right there.
You got Philly Saturday, then Minnesota, New Orleans.
I know it's if Minnesota comes in here and beats you on Sunday,
that can't happen.
Okay, well, it's now game 73, and 17 things that can't happen have happened. We got to like you keep saying this team's not very good, but you got to allow then for the fact they might not make the playoffs. Let me ask Warrior fans this at 888-957-9570. Are you more concerned with seeding and who the Warriors matchup's going to be? Or are you kind of like me and you're like, I should worry about getting into the playoffs? Because getting into the playoffs is not a lock. And I'm obviously the top 6 are in the playoffs. 7 most likely is going to make the playoffs, but possibly not. But 7's not the playoffs. But 7 will probably get you into the playoffs. Right. 8 will probably get you into the playoffs. But you look at the standings, I mean, they're not far from 11 if they lose 2 or 3 in a row right now. So that's all I'm saying about the Warriors. We're, on the one hand, well, they can win the championship. They got to get to the playoffs first. And if they stub their toe at home for the first time this year,
because they got 4 coming up,
when they get back there, they're in trouble.
They got 4 in a row at home coming up.
Right.
And that's why I kind of had off the table. They got Philly this Saturday.
You think Philly can beat the Warriors?
Yes.
Okay.
Minnesota.
Okay. Can Minnesota come in here and beat the Warriors?
I got 2 questions. Anthony Edwards playing or not?
Yeah, he's
playing.
Okay. He's playing.
Anything's possible.
All right.
New Orleans. I think the Warriors take care of business. San Antonio. I think the Warriors take care of business. Then they go on the road to Denver and come home to OKC and end it in Sac and Portland.
408, do you think we're just kidding ourselves about the Warriors going anywhere in the playoffs at this point? We kept telling ourselves we'd go on a run all season long, and here we are barely over 500.
Man.
Depends if you think they are they have a switch or not.
What'd you think of last night? Like, or do you want to throw something at me because they got their 8th win on the road don't ask about how last night was, but if I style point it.
I don't care about style.
Okay.
They're not good enough to think about style points.
And you know what? I'm just late to the party on that, man.
Had they lost that game, winning that game last night is the bare minimum.
No doubt.
It doesn't change. It doesn't really change things one iota. Now, Dallas tomorrow,
it's a playoff game.
You win that game,
you got
now
Philly
you're feeling
Saturday.
good.
Yeah.
Now you're feeling a little bit better. If you lose to Dallas tomorrow, you go back to 500. You're essentially you essentially now can't catch Dallas because they'll have the tiebreaker over you. So that'll be very difficult. And then you go home for 4 games, which on the one hand is great, but on the other hand, it's like, well, don't lose it at home now. Meaning your mojo.
Yeah.
So, the other thing I was seeing was, by the way, how come nobody reported that the Warriors before the Atlanta game?
What we got?
They were stranded on the team bus for 45 minutes before they got into the arena. They were stuck behind a train under State Farm Arena, so they just had to stay on the bus for 45 minutes, sit there and wait. Then they got to the arena late.
So you saying that might have had something to do with the outcome?
Well,
because the Steiny I know would have been like, Guru, come on.
Then again, they got off to a 16-4 start that night.
Oh, there it is.
Anyway, they weren't.
Man.
I mean, last night you got to take your victories when they come. I mean, with any victory, you can find a lot of good stuff in it. Kuminga was solid.
Yeah, he was. Poole made some great passes.
Who would have thought Jordan Poole could be a positive factor when he goes 1 for 8 from the field? Curry and Clay made shots when they needed to. They won the ball game. There you go. Now they got to try to win another one in Dallas. 8-29 now on the road for the Golden State Warriors. Couple things.
That's wild. That's
like I
wild.
said, hey, if they win tomorrow, they come home 2-3, 2 games above 500, and I think at that point, 7 at least is looking real good. 8 at the worst.
So 7, you would host the play-in. You would host the play-in game.
7 and 8, you host the play-in game. 7, you can host both if you need to.
But right now, Steiny, they're 6, and they would avoid that.
That's right.
But you got a date with right now Sacramento, who's just Sacramento or Memphis, because Sac's 3rd, 1 game behind Memphis. If I were to ask you and Warrior fans, honestly, Ja coming back? He was on the sideline last night. Looks like he's past this stuff. I'm asking you, man to man, would you prefer a series with Memphis for the Warriors or a series with Sacramento? Because you know where I'm at.
Both teams are going to beat the Warriors if that's what it comes down to. How about that?
You never lied to me. I ain't caught you in one. I just don't believe you got that same energy on Sac as you do with Memphis. Because Memphis knows what it's like to play the Warriors in the playoffs. And to be honest, I know you don't call it the offs. 3 years ago, it was the play-in game. They came here and won with Curry. But they scared the bejesus out of the Warriors last year. Sac is a good story, but you think they got enough to beat the Warriors 4 out of 7?
They're together. They haven't had injuries all year. They know their rotation exactly. They have a style of play that worked all season long.
But if the Warriors get back and set their defense up, Steiny, that's what I'm thinking. Not
you
the
asked
Kings
me.
Yeah,
you asked me.
And
hey, if you think the Warriors at 500 got no problem with a team that's going to win 50 games, even though they're not going to have home court, that's fine. But I'm going by the teams that I've seen this year. And the one thing that I put stock in is that the Sacramento Kings, what they may give up in experience or know-how, they get back in A, enthusiasm, and B, they are completely defined as a team. Assuming they don't have any injuries moving forward, at least at this point, they know exactly. Fox is going to play this many minutes. Here's when he's coming out. Here's who's going in for him. Sabonis, here's what he's doing every night.
Strength and numbers type of thing, Steiny.
I mean, they just have the rotation set. They know who they are. They have an identity.
Monk, they got some players.
So you asked me, and I think right now, the question I have is, who do the Warriors beat in the first round? And I get it. The Warriors can beat anybody. But to me, every team can beat them. Let me think. With the exception of, I think Dallas. I don't think Dallas can beat them in a postseason. Yeah. But let's see. So we got Denver. I think Denver beats the Warriors. Memphis, Sacramento, Phoenix if they're healthy. I think I should say they're better than the Warriors right now this year. Clippers. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not saying the Warriors can't win a round, maybe even 2. But for them to get 4 is going to be hard. Yeah, especially when all 4, they're not going to have home court advantage.
Yeah, and that's why I went on my rant about, again, not beating a dead horse, the importance of Andrew Wiggins, because you just talked about it with Sacramento. They're healthy. Memphis is getting healthy. KD may be coming. Looks like he'll be back soon before the playoffs. So it's just imperative that they, somehow, if, like you said, it would be a bonus if he came back, but I'm going to move past that. I don't hear enough in Dub Nation, to me, Stoney, that recognizes and gives, this may be hard for some people right now because we don't know what's going on, but to give Wiggins and his importance its due diligence, its flowers, because he is missed. And they were sneaking it up on the road with Drew, but now it's go time. And if you're telling me you ain't got that bullet in the holster chamber, I mean, that's a big, and I just think
they're 500 with him. They're 500 without him.
But they're champions with him.
Okay. Well, they were champions with him. They were champions with Andrew Wiggins, the player, last year. He hasn't been that player this year, even when he was playing. Yeah. So again, this is just where is Andrew Wiggins going to come back? And if he comes back, is he going to be at the championship form he was last year? I'm sorry. I don't think so. Wow. I don't think so.
Well, wouldn't you rather kind of find out and have that as an option?
Not if he's not ready to play.
Man, nope. Drew, 9 games left, man.
And here's the thing with Wiggins. At this point, he's missed over a month. So something's going on that's serious. So, I don't know. Is he going to wake up on a Thursday, hear the Rocky theme, and go, I'm going to go back. I'm going to get it is time for me to lift my team. I don't think that's the way it works. So, that's just not the way it works, I don't think. So,
and that's what world I was living in, and I'm slowly coming out of it, Donnie.
Well, you can pay me anytime you want if you want to just give up completely, as opposed to just kind of hang it. It sounds to me like now you're just making all my arguments that I've been making all season because you're starting to see the writing on the wall. That's the way I look at it. Like right now, you just said, I don't think they can win it without Wiggins. Hello?
But I'll leave it alone because we actually had this talk over dinner.
Who did?
The Johnsons. The bet was predicated on Wiggins would be there. And it's kind of
okay.
Is he going to call it out?
All right, you know what?
I told him he ain't calling it out.
So for those, this is, and it's now gotten to the point. It's pathetic. It's pathetic, and it's so pathetic. I have to refresh. All right, before any game started this year, Guru said Warriors are going to repeat. I said no, I don't think they're going to repeat.
Right.
Want to bet? Okay, what are we betting? We're betting $100. Okay, let's bet $100. You think they're going to repeat? I say they're not. So I have the field, and you have the Warriors.
Yes.
$100.
Let's go.
Okay, we make the bet. Then we start talking about it. And Guru said, signing the championship pedigree, and Kuminga, and this, and that. Go. And I said, Goo, they're old. They're going to get hurt.
You're right.
I said last year they were very fortunate. I said Draymond punched Poole. I said Bob Myers doesn't have a contract extension. I said, what's Draymond Green doing? I said, I just feel like this team's got so many agendas. They don't really know what's going on. There's a disconnect between the young guys. This was when Wiseman was a player. And the old guys, they're not meshing. They turned out not to mesh. And they go through the entire season, and they're absolutely, positively ordinary. And then another thing happens.
A big thing.
Another thing happens with Andrew Wiggins. They're 500 with him. They've been 500 without him. But Guru says I should cancel the bet because he didn't see Andrew Wiggins' personal issue that apparently he didn't factor for any kind of adversity.
Right. Brandon Sinclair says, "Goo, your stick's getting old.
It is.
Pay the man."
I agree.
Ernie Chavez donated $2 to have this one read. Guru, you make a bet, you understand the risk.
Right.
SMDH.
I mean, just now I'm going to ask you
I won't
seriously.
bring it up again.
I don't care if you bring it up again. Just acknowledge it's a shtick. That you really don't think I should cancel the bet. Just say, Steiny, you're right. It's a shtick. Just say that.
I missed you. And I'm going to say something.
Okay.
I want you really to penetrate in the cardiac muscle. I am the type of dude that would tell you, I did not foresee this, whatever's going on happening, call that off. That's me.
Okay. And I think that's
Union City, California.
I think that's really, really,
all right. I got
really
you. All right. I got your ducket.
Sketchy.
If you need it.
That is sketchy. It's sketch.
This is how I feel.
Well, what if Steve Kerr
People call
has
it
to go?
A weasel.
You are. It's total weasel.
And I hate the way weasels look.
You know what? You know what?
This is not weaseling.
Yes, it's total weasel, and I'm going to use weasel like you use choke. You're a weasel, and everybody knows it. On 95.7 The Game, and it's sponsored by AC Transit.
Listen, Gil, when I get healthy and I can play basketball, I will come play with wherever you're playing.
Bob, I will not let you forget that. It's
I
noted.
won't.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, but I'm not healthy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That'll be a fun pickup game between you and Bob Myers. Where are you going to do it, in Brooklyn?
Oh, please.
LA?
We'll do
You're going to go down and play him in LA?
Chase. I'll tell you what, though.
Yeah, you better do it soon.
Get it, make it a close game, Bob. Or get Lemon Booty. He said he don't like to take the shots.
I don't see it, Bob. You know I don't like to call attention to myself. But in this life, sometimes you do have to. Sometimes you do have to appreciate your own self. And something happened in the first half of the show, the first half hour, and I'm proud of myself because I can tell I'm growing like the little seed that grows into a tulip. I just kick because you are out of line. Wow. You are out of line, and you actually hit that chord in me, which kind of gets me a little upset. But I've learned I've learned to cope, and I now have coping mechanisms.
Oh wow!
And I know how. So in my mind, I have convinced myself that it is shtick.
Oh,
and you know it's shtick.
Wow!
But you're just going to take it
to
the limit, like the Eagles.
I'm going to give you a 3.
But it allows me to move on without a weight on me.
Resentment.
Exactly.
Well,
So
that I'm a Taurus the Bull. May 19th, Donnie. It's who I am.
Yeah.
And if you would have approached me and said, you know what, we kind of made that wager, and I get it. Had I done this in Vegas, it's not a weather that the game's not rained out. You don't get the money returned. I get it, and I'm gonna pay you. But we don't know if I'm gonna pay you yet. You asked me how I feel.
Right.
And how I feel is not predicated on they still got their they control their destiny.
This is about you actually believing I should call out.
I mean every
I
word.
should call off the.
Yeah.
Well, then you have no integrity.
But we got 9 games
gotta
left.
Hurt.
Yeah.
The 9 games have nothing to do with anything.
What if he comes back? Then I'd be like,
my bet doesn't change. I made the bet. Wait, okay, I'll tell you what. Since Wiggins has been out, I'll call off the bet. Then he comes back, the bet's back on? I don't get it. See, I got you here.
No.
And you have usually you have way more allies than me because you're a nicer guy and your opinions are better.
That's where I was going to
go to. This is where
2 things
I'm going to crush you.
The Xfinity mobile text line. Weasel, that got to me because I hate that. Okay. I hate weasels. And shiesty. I hate shysters.
Yeah, we'll let that word alone.
You don't like it? Hey, let me tell you what I thought you were going to say that you noticed.
Oh.
My mustache. That's where I thought you were going.
No. No. You've had your mustache before.
Yeah, but it was, I just grew it out in Louisiana. I'm actually feeling good about it.
So it's a full-on mustache now? Or?
No, I do the French mustache where you line it up. Voo-jay-voo-voo.
Huh.
Yeah.
707. See, now I want to punch you. Come on, boys. On-air fights make for bad radio. That's my point. It's not going to be a fight because I've learned to mature. 707.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying? It's going to allow me to move through the show with a smile.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what will bring a smile to my face because I don't know if you and JD talked about it.
All right.
You said Memphis or Sac, but the streets and the history, wouldn't Warriors Sac be awesome? I mean, Snotty, from a basketball, remove yourself from our state. Just that's what we need. It's never happened. 2 teams basically in the same market.
I'd be great, but so would Warriors Memphis. Quite frankly.
I'm going to tell you what about that. I think it's too early for that.
For what?
Warriors Memphis.
Yeah, because the Warriors are 58 and what? 17?
No, but
you know what? Come to think of it, you're right, Goo. Even though the Warriors have had a tough year, they should just make them the 2nd seed because they're the defending champs.
Now, how did you get that from what I said? I'm coming from a place of I want to see something I haven't. Warriors Sac.
No, I'll take Warriors Sac.
130 games, 140, 135 maybe. That's right. It's a lot of that.
I don't like that. Austin in Redwood City. What's up, Austin?
Hey,
how you doing, man? Get us going.
I'm kind of mad. Yesterday's game, I did not like watching that game at all. It looked like a 24-hour fitness game.
Man.
The Warriors do not look – they don't look sweet at all. they traded away James Wiseman. Iguodala's injured. Try Drone, whatever his name is on the bench. They got all these minutes, and Moody still can't crack the rotation. Like, come on, what are we doing? We need all players right now to get most minutes, the most value out of these players with the mistakes or not. The Warriors got finessed out of that trade. They should have traded Moody if they don't play Moody, and they didn't play James Wiseman. They should have got Diallo back from Detroit. You know, the guy that used to play on the Thunder. He's pretty good. They could have got him back. But what do you guys think about that?
Well, I mean, I know people might think I'm being snide, but I'm not. You know, Moody played 8 minutes last night.
Yeah, he did.
So that's where you start a guy, 4 to 6 minutes a half.
And he's been playing pretty frequently for him the last few games, Steiny. He's been in the game.
The Wiseman trade is going to really be a killer.
Can we put it right on the table early?
Yeah.
It's too early to say that they messed it up.
Well, no, it isn't.
Or they panicked because you're right. They got nothing back. You could say, I just get Chris Webber vibes all over. And I know those were different circumstances, but when you watch him play, and I watched him, Steiny, I'm just like, oh my God, the dude can put the ball in the hole. He can grab a rebound, and he's probably playing free basketball. But this is what bothers me and a lot in Dub Nation. I'm citing Warrior Twitter. You are a team that lacks size, and you gave them away.
What if I told you?
That's what hurts.
The two things can be equally true.
Right.
He can't help them now, the Warriors, but he might be good in 4 years. And that's what it was. And they said, we can't wait. We can't wait. In fact, we can't wait to such a degree that we'll take a role player back for him.
Yeah, and
who's not healthy.
That, man, you on fire.
888-957-9570 is the number. Guru's back. Matt Steinmetz along with you, and we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They play Dallas tomorrow, 4:30 start. Very, very big game, and they got work to do. They flat out have work to do. Here's one thing I want to throw out to Warrior fans, and JD and I kind of danced around it, but I think I know where he's coming from. But we got a fundamental thing, if you will, with the Warriors. So, and I want to know where Warrior fans stand on this. So the great Bill Walsh, all right, the great Bill Walsh,
man,
who everybody calls a genius and everybody respects, has the famous phrase, it's better to trade a player a year early than a year late. All right, that's Bill Walsh's words, right?
Yeah.
And we all have a lot of respect for Bill Walsh, and we all think like he knows what he's talking about, right? So why, when it actually comes time to making the decision on a guy a year early or year late, people are still scared to do it? I don't like, I get it's hard to do. He's saying it's really hard to do it, but I would rather get rid of a guy a year early than a year late. So, so I'm going to now extrapolate that, and I want to know what Warrior fans think. If the Warriors, let's say Wiggins comes back, I'm going to go worst case scenario.
Year. Okay.
Wiggins comes back, Peyton comes back, they lose in the first round. All right, they lose in the first round.
Right.
What are you going to do? Like, are you going to bring Steph, Clay, and Draymond back? If Draymond says, you know what, I'm opting in for my last year, so I'm going to play one more year here. So you bring those three back.
Gotcha.
Wiggins, Poole, Looney.
All right.
Hey, we got our 6. We're going to run it back again? Are you going to do that?
Yes. And let me just tell you something, Steiny.
Wow.
What else can you do?
Now, you can move one of the big three, or you can move Poole, or you can try to move Wiggins, or you can try to do something so that you won't, like, to me, if you can't bring back the same team if it doesn't end well this year. To me, that would be kind of the definition of insanity. But I get it. What else are you going to do?
Right.
Well, you're going to trade Draymond or Clay. All I'm saying is, and I'm not advocating for
got
it.
You, Steiny,
what I'm saying is, if Bill Walsh says it's better to get rid of a guy 1 year too early than 1 year too late, And we all agree that's a great strategy, but it's challenging, and you got to be like, if the Warriors don't go anywhere this year, why wouldn't you think of trading Draymond or Clay?
Well, it's twofold.
Okay.
I tell you what, and I keep going and bringing this guy's name up, but I mean it. David West. And David West basically gave the Warriors culture the biggest compliment ever about what the team was dealing with that didn't get out. Now, things have changed. And if you're right, let's say they lose in the play-in or they lose first round and it's ugly, we may see stuff come out, finger pointing to where the handwriting, like Dre says, on the wall, and he may be like, get me out of here. My thing to you is Joe Lacob taking into account Wiggins' absence? Not what they were before Wiggins went out, but when it was go time, what they didn't have at their disposal. 2, you just gave Wiggins his bread. You just gave Poole his money. My thing is, and what I'm hearing that bothers me, and I'm going to get to Bill Walsh in 1 second, is you cannot tell me these guys don't like playing with each other. I'm hearing so much.
So you don't think there's anything to Poole? I'm sorry. You don't think there's anything to Steph, Dre, and Clay not being into Poole?
Well, it's not a marriage in the sense that if they're not,
so you're fighting against it. Like people say, yeah, they clearly don't like him. You're like, that's not the case.
No. I think they basketball like him. He probably gets on their nerves, but they could have prevented Poole from getting his money in the offseason if they thought he was close to getting the bag when Dre was like, he's going to be a factor. My thing is, Steiny, you have rubbed off on me. It's attrition. Guys are slowing down more than it is. I don't like Poole, so this is what we're going to be on the road. I don't think that has enough gravity to where that's the reason. Now, you could trade Poole. You could trade Kuminga. I'm saying if this thing gets ugly and they get bounced, everything's on the table. And about the great Bill Walsh, Steiny, that was Bill. But what if you have this run that the Warriors are currently in?
So Bill Walsh didn't have a run?
No, I'm just saying he might have been so cold that he didn't
That's
care.
Right.
But we saw the Giants where they gave contracts for kind of what you did for us.
How'd that work out?
It didn't.
Right. But you would do it anyway, knowing you're making a mistake.
But I'm looking at you right now.
Seriously.
No matter what happens, I'll take worst case scenario. I don't see a scenario to where Klay Thompson's moved. Like, I don't think Clay, Dre, and Steph are 80% of what ails you. So I think because of what they mean to the fan base, Joe Lacob, and Joe handed out money that we thought he wouldn't hand out to Wiggins and Poole.
Well, he didn't hand it out to Peyton.
Well, you're
right.
And
he traded Wiseman to save money.
And I think he thought his team was better, that they could like cover that up. And to come to find out they couldn't.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. A lot on the table right now. And the one thing that struck me as I was driving in today was what Bill Walsh said, the former 49er coach, about it's better to trade a player a year early than a year late. And I'm thinking about the Warriors season. And obviously, if they get to the Western Conference Finals or they make a run in the playoffs, that's not what I'm essentially talking about. But what I am talking about is this team's 500 and they're one little 4 or 5 game losing streak away from missing the playoffs entirely or getting into the play-in game. And I just want to know why, if we all acknowledge it's better to trade a guy a year early, the bottom line still is everybody's afraid to do it. Nobody still does it, even though it's a strategy that we seem to have signed off on. And so all I'm saying is if the Warriors get knocked out early this year, I'm not running it back. I'm trying to move. I don't know who I'm trying to move, but I'm listening to everything. And if something comes up with Clay and or Draymond that makes sense, yes, I'm doing it. Wow. Because, to me, we ran it back last year. We won it. We made no changes, essentially, except to a few role players. We ran it back, and it's been a disaster. It started out with Draymond punching a guy. So my feeling, if you go 42-40 and lose in the first round in 5 games,
Oh, Steph,
you can't. I mean,
that's ugly.
You're gonna bring the top 6 guys back again and say let's try it again. I'm sorry. I have to.
Okay.
I have to address that 6-man core.
But I'll say this. There's only 2 people that meet that criteria in regard to the Bill Walsh. You trade him a year too soon, and that's Clay and Dre.
Right.
Okay, I get that. I think if it ends 42-40 and they get bounced, I think Dre is I think he wants out of here. That's just me. I could be totally wrong, but Clay, Steiny, I'm sorry to watch where he's at right now and him get through the dark valleys. And I know here again to the people out there, he ain't 2019 Clay. I think he has a sentimental, emotional thing that he won't get moved. It would be one of the young pieces, Kuminga or Jordan Poole, because watching Steph Curry right now and where he's at in that game in L.A., Steiner, he's got a lot in the tank left. So if I'm Lakeup, maybe he's saying everything's on the table for me to get immediate help and better pieces. And some of me does wonder if the Looney Dre dynamic of I'm not looking to get my shot, I'm going to get the rebound. I'm talking about Looney. Kick it back out. If now we're talking about an older core, maybe they need somebody that can put the ball in the basket between the two, and I'm wondering if that's kind of ran its course. But I can't get that answer until 22 comes back, and I just wonder if Joe Lacob is saying, you know what, Stoddy? I didn't tell anybody this. That punch ruined us.
Why do we need to see Wiggins kind of come back? Like, we kind of know exactly what he does. We know he's going to help.
But he covered up for so many other weaknesses that
he's going to help. Is he going to help?
Then they're going to win a title? If you make a decision without him, it's kind of like foolish because he's such a big component to what you do.
But they've played half the year with him, and they've been a 500 team. I'm playing devil's advocate right now.
I'm not
advocating anything. I don't know anything. There you go. There's your cut for you.
Man, it's Madoni.
But the only thing I'm saying is let's look at the 2 ways you could look at this. Let's say Poole and Payton don't come back. Okay, and you get bounced early. Well, yes. Then I think while I still probably wouldn't do it.
Okay.
Because I've seen enough. If that were to happen, then I guess you do bring everybody back and say, well, that was just a bad year. And Wiggins, had personal issues, and Draymond and Poole.
Yeah.
But now we're a year older, and we're going to go through a regular season again, and I don't know. I think that, to me, is kind of pie in the sky.
It's interesting that you say you've seen enough when yet, Steiny, without Wiggins, they still yet to stink in a playoff game. So that's all I've
watched them all year.
Yeah, I got you.
So does the punch not mean anything? Like, do you think there's no internal
riff?
Yeah. So do you think this team's got great chemistry now? I don't. So that's another reason why I don't bring back a team that I know doesn't have good chemistry.
Well, then, if you're right,
this is assuming they get bounced.
If you're right, obviously. Poole and Dre got to be broken up then, because that's essentially where it's rotted at. So you got to do something. And I know Jordan Poole as much. Stoney, I got to be cool here. I've been too hard on him, and you pointed out. And I was driving to the airport listening to you and JD. You pointed out he's the only one that has his role changed on a daily basis, and I'm sitting there thinking. I haven't even tapped into that to kind of look at him and his thought process and the embarrassment from the punches. But it's a grown man sport. He hasn't said anything that would lead you to believe he needs to be moved. Dre has said that. So I'm gonna ask you this. What type of defense is Dre playing now? I'm not coming down this road. He's taking the ball out of the – dudes are scoring on the Warriors. So if Dre is not Giannis. He's not 2016 Dre. So I'm asking you, where's he at on the gravity meter as, we suck over here and there, but I'm here. I got us. That like a bottle of ketchup where you squeeze it, trying to get that little corner out. That's where I feel like this Warrior defense is at, and I'm putting it at arguably their best defender's feet.
So it sounds to me like Grambling. You went to Grambling. Yeah. You got on a college campus, and you probably did a lot of thinking, right? Because it's a college campus. It's an academic environment. Yeah. Probably got you to thinking. Maybe even in
a hotel a lot too, Steiny.
Yes, but you're thinking a lot, and it sounds to me like a lot of what you were thinking about is, boy, Steiny looks like he's right on everything.
That never crossed my mind.
Well, because it just feels like you came back.
No, I feel like we're running a marathon race, like and you're putting your hands up, and we got a mile left.
Well, maybe I'm
when you said you've seen enough, you ain't seen enough.
Oh yeah, I've seen enough.
Nah, because then you're telling me nothing. No magic is about to take place come the playoffs.
I can't. I don't expect magic. Do you expect magic?
I do.
Okay. Well, that's where you and I are fundamentally different as people, and
I do expect it, Stein. That's why I bet. But that magic was going to be with somebody else, 22, with a wand in his hand. So let me ask you this: so what's going to galvanize them for tomorrow night?
I don't know. But they're not together, Goo. Yeah. It's like, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I ain't fighting you on that because listen, you asked me, hey, the Memphis games more than any other game represent. If the team is, if they can do it for one night. Listen, and they didn't do it for one night, especially when it was Dre's adversary.
Okay.
So you think,
so just
and I'm
throw
asking
that,
you.
If you think they're going to win it, throw that away. If you think they're not going to win it, say that's kind of the issue.
This is my last thing, and this is when people are going to call me crazy. When I was at the bar watching Clay do the finger gate,
right?
The camera panned to Curry. It was right after Clay did the 1, 2, 3, 4. Steiny, I'm telling you, this is my core and who I am. I felt like Curry was like, want to get away. Like, he couldn't believe Clay was doing that. I know it sounds crazy to you. Like,
let me ask Warrior fans this. I'm just putting the question out there because I've actually been noticing how it's just being put out there. And I kind of agree with it. But it's the idea, these guys don't really get along. Why are they losing so much on the road? Maybe because they have to hang out with each other. There's definitely some. Jordan Poole. Well, Curry's thrown his mouthpiece, and Clay's gotten mad at him, and Draymond punched him. This team. So if it's becoming common, this team just doesn't get along. Why would you bring the same team back? Yeah. Because they're going to get along next year?
And I believe
because everything's going to go right? Like that
I get you on the same.
That's what I don't. That's what I don't.
One of their big pieces is DiVincenzo's out, right? He's earned himself a bag
that the Warriors can't give him. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, so that's already a blow in itself.
Yeah, I mean,
I just hate him starting. Not that he can't, just that he knew his role coming off the bench, man. And now, you know what I mean? He's small, Steiny, so they go at him a little bit more. It's just. Yeah, you got to put your big boy pants on. Offensively, I am not worried about the Warriors as much as defensively. They cannot stop it. Houston look like the young kids at the gym.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. A couple topics, Warriors related. One is, I'm hearing a lot. Yeah, Warriors can still get it together in the playoffs. I mean, are you just assuming the Warriors are in the playoffs, or are you actually more concerned that they may miss the playoffs entirely if they don't get it done in the play-in series? And then secondly, if this team has a quick exit, what are some of the things you have to consider doing? I mean, the question I have, and it's fair for people who think they got to run it back. If they don't get Poole and Wiggins back this year and they get beat early, is it fair to assess this team? Or do you just have to say, you know what, this year was a wash. Let's bring everybody back. Because this year didn't go right. 888-957-9570. You don't know Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Where was that from? That sound like a record.
Which?
You don't know me.
That was while you were gone.
Who was that to?
Somebody who
a troll
said something. Yeah. Matt Steinmetz, Dow, the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. 650. Come on, Steiny. Even if they make a deep run, don't you try to get better? If the core five looks solid, then doesn't Poole become a highly valuable trade asset? Yeah, I'm not necessarily against that. If they make a deep run, then yes, you figure out, well, we got to the Western Conference Finals.
Right.
What's the tweak to get back over the top? Yes, that's different than they finish the season like they've played the season and they get beat early. I don't know, man. I just
you said Lacob's a killer.
I'm out on this team moving forward. The top 6 guys. I got to break it. I got to do something. And the reason I got to do something is here's the other thing. Somebody talked about egos here, and I wanted to pick up on that. Think about last year. Last year they had their top 9 players. They were all on the same page. They were all motivated to win a title. Curry, Clay, Draymond, Looney, Iguodala. Those 5 definitely were playing with a chip on their shoulder. Okay, then let's look at the rest of the team. Jordan Poole. He's playing for a contract. And you know what? He gets to play more than half the year without Clay there.
Right.
So he can score and he can be a big part of this. All right, so Jordan Poole is playing hard. Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins was maligned his entire career for the most part. So he comes to the Warriors, and now he's got something to play for because he's playing with high stakes now. And guess what? He comes through. He comes through. That's 8 guys right there. 8 guys who are all on the same page. Otto Porter Jr., he came here to fit in. That's 9. Okay, so there it is. You had 9 guys, 9, 10 guys. Boom. All we want to do is win it. They go win it. Now they come into this year. Everything has changed. Draymond was talking about a contract extension. Poole and Wiggins got paid.
Yeah.
All
Which
right?
you thought was a good thing.
Well,
but go ahead. They got paid. Then the punch.
Klay Thompson has not had Klay Thompson's single biggest focus this year has not been winning. Klay Thompson is not as focused on winning as he was last year. Ditto for Draymond Green. Their priorities have changed. They just have Kuminga now is more about playing time than trying to figure out how to contribute.
But those are all natural for Kuminga. That's part of the process. Is okay, like you said, you got to bust your ass, young fella, in practice. You know why? Because that will equate to more minutes. That's not being selfish. That's just how you earn the opportunity to make the impact on the game.
He thinks he should be playing more. Kuminga. He just does. And
is that a bad thing?
No, but it's not a good thing if you're not getting the best out of him. So, that's...
But right now, do you like what you see from him?
He's fine.
Yeah, I do.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's different. Like I said, Tupac and above the rim, Steiny, this team is so under the rim. He every time he gets it, I'm like, wow, I just wish we could get that with more players. And that's why I'm fixated on Wiggins and just his absence I just don't, okay, he's out, but we can't talk about what the impact of everything. Like, what if he was here?
Don't talk about it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, Wiggins is out. He's got a family matter. He's important. They're not very good without him. They probably can't win a title.
Can I go deep on last thing on Wiggins? What if, and here I go, I got to be careful. Are we so sure his absence and the relationship
isn't an issue in and of itself?
No doubt. That's sneaky on the table. Because I know, and I ain't just talking Lacobs, Steiny, I'm talking about players. Just a thought I have. Just a thought.
Robert in San Jose. What's going on, Robert? How you doing, man?
Thanks for taking my call, Steiny and Guru.
Sure.
It seems like the Warriors kind of screwed themselves with this Wiseman trade, and more it looks like it. And you're talking about now letting go of Dre or Clay a year early, which means, especially with Dre, you're going to have to change your style of play if he's not there anyway, and you let go of your young big man. It seems like someone really screwed up here. Who's going to pay for this with their job? Because if I'm Joe Lacob, somebody's got to pay for this.
Well, what if it was Joe Lacob's idea what if it's Joe Lacob's idea to draft Wiseman, and then it was Joe Lacob's idea to say, you know what, that was a mistake, let's trade him? What if it was Lacob?
Well, if it was Lacob, then, nothing could be done. But, because I say he's not going to fire himself. But if it was somebody else that talked him into it.
Well, maybe that's what's going on with Bob Myers. Who knows? Yeah. Thanks, Robert.
Man. Yeah. You might be onto something, Stoney.
I mean, I do think there's a lot going on. 510, Kuminga should be starting and filling Wiggins' spot in the front court. He needs to play more with Draymond. Okay, well, then you can't play Looney. Wiggins is
Kuminga.
Not a 3. Can't play 3. I shouldn't say can't. They don't play him at 3. They don't like to. 707, Joey Lightyears ain't paying the luxury tax for a play-in team. See, that's another thing where I think it's within the realm of possibility that Lacob is like, hey, guys, this is your chance. This is me running it back. You don't get it done this year. Circumstances be damned.
Wow.
This is it.
And maybe that's why Trey said what he said.
You have 1 month to convince me you're a playoff team.
Yeah.
You don't have a month, then the whole off season, then all of next year. Samir, Oakland. What's up, Samir? How you doing, man?
Good. Thank you. I've been thinking about this for a while. The Warriors still, even this year, considering all, I think they're exceeding my expectations of what I saw them coming into. I do think they'll make the playoffs, although I don't know how far they'll get. I know, Wiggins is gone. Let's just say he's injured, torn ACL or whatever, instead of getting into his family business. But he gave us 16 boards and 13 boards in the final game. And now I'm looking at it. We traded Wiseman. The tallest guy on the team is 6'9". So you can run it back, but my only untouchables would be you keep Clay, keep Curry, of course. I like Wiggins as a lock too. And the rest of them, I feel like they're expendable. If there's too much talk around Green and Poole at this point, it's a distraction. And the only focus should be keeping the dynasty going. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Samit.
Yeah. And if you guys are right and you think there's a riff or just, what did we ask Bob, use the word disconnect with Jordan Poole, then you got it. He's got to go. And Jordan Poole can fetch you something.
Who has to get you?
Jordan Poole.
Oh, man.
Because I can't believe. Remember, I was so drunk, and this is a compliment to Jordan Poole. I was sipping that Kool-Aid so much, Stoney, that I thought he thought of himself as a starter, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I thought he would not sign, and he would play this year out because he knew Clay's not going anywhere and Steph's not going anywhere.
He was going to turn down 140? No chance. That was the highest contract that a guy in his class got.
Well, now, so now, and it kicks in after this year, but now how do you think he feels about after that punch? Because obviously that changed everything.
I don't know.
And if there is a riff and he feels it,
he
probably would want to be on the first thing smoking.
If the Warriors get bounced early, and the move you make or the move you try to make or the move you do make is a Kuminga and Poole for somebody who can help immediately, that to me is very, very, very dangerous, especially if you're attaching any kind of picks. Now, JD and I have gone into this. He disagrees with me.
He says run it back?
He says if you lose early, he says the only thing that's proven is the big 3, and so the problem is you got to get better around them. So you do, and I'm saying you get rid of Kuminga and Poole for a guy that they think can put him back over the top now, and it doesn't happen? I mean,
yeah, but it's how you feel, though, partner. Lacob would do that thinking, I
don't know that he would.
I feel like this is right.
What if Lacob doesn't think? Give me a player. Give me a John Collins isn't good enough. Give me
Bridges.
That's too good.
Okay,
because I would almost do. Bridges is a different kind of player.
I watch Milwaukee play. What's my guy?
Siakam. How old's Siakam?
Pascal. I got to believe 26 or 27. I'm looking. But go ahead. 28.
Okay,
Damn.
so it would be like the Warriors.
Thanks,
and I don't know the money. Whatever. Yeah. You get Siakam and you give up Kuminga, Poole, and a first. Would you do that if you're the Warriors? So next year you're running it with Wiggins, with Clay, Draymond, Steph, Wiggins, Looney, and Siakam.
And what am I giving up?
Kuminga, Poole, and a pick.
I love Siakam. So I do like him, Steiny, but no, that would be too much.
Anthony in Vallejo. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Well, I'm trying to stay dry on this ridiculous rainy day, but I'm trying to figure out, one, what makes Steiny, I got love for you, my brother, but what makes you so definitively or just matter of fact that, like, Clay and Dre, their priority isn't winning? Like, I don't understand where you're getting that from. But then I really want to come in and talk about what you guys are just going at about Poole's contract. Like, Poole's contract next season will be $130 for 4. Siakam, I don't think you need to give up Kuminga and a pick to get Siakam.
You might be right.
Like that.
I'm just kind of speaking off the top of my head, but I got you, Anthony. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm thinking. So I think we can all agree that there is a disconnect with Poole and the veteran guys, and I think that Poole and Draymond Green cannot exist together. So in my opinion, you give up Poole to get someone like a Bridges and maybe an ancillary player like, let's just say, Cameron Johnson, because he went to Brooklyn with Bridges. Now you have a defender that can score. He's a 3-and-D guy, and then you have someone like Cam Johnson. They're still young players. They're only like 24, 25, but their season's enough because they were drafted and they all played 4 years in college. So I'm kind of like, that's where I'm at with the whole situation. But I just wanted to push back on the whole, like, play and trade. Their priority isn't winning, because I think it is winning.
Well, and here's what I meant by that. When they came in to training camp last season, they were all galvanized and they were all together. They wanted to prove the naysayers wrong, that they were done, and they did. They flat out proved it. And they won a title last year that nobody expected, and it was their crowning achievement. They come into this year. Clay doesn't play all summer. I don't know why, but whatever. That's the way it worked.
Yeah.
Draymond starts talking about wanting a max contract. Bob Myers isn't under contract. Draymond Green then punches Poole, who did get paid, along with... It's like I'm not saying... My point is they all have different agendas. What was Clay doing the first 15 games of the year this year? Was his focus winning? Was his priority winning?
Everything you laid out.
That's all I'm saying.
But I'm like Anthony to this degree.
And now we're in April, and everybody thinks it's just going to change because Steph Curry's magical.
But Steiny, I can't disagree with what you laid out and what's important or what's on said player's mind. But when they're out there free in their domain playing basketball, do you really believe that's why their defense is bad? I don't. Or whatever agenda each player had. Like, you think Jordan Poole is trying to get blow-byed every time, or they're mad at him because they know his shortcomings, but he's helped them too. So I just don't believe what's off the court is the reason they're ineffective on the court.
How would you assess the Warriors' chemistry this year?
500.
Okay.
But it's not...
Like, you're almost asking me, Steiny, does chemistry really matter?
No, shut up, Guru. No, when did we get that one? Hey, when did the chemistry supersede the play?
It always does to me.
Well,
the Warriors were always, even during their championship years, they were great offensively, they were great defensively, and they had a great culture/chemistry.
They're second in the league in turnovers. Well, that's not just Jordan Poole, Steiny.
All right.
Okay.
This is where this is where I think this is revisionist history. The Golden State Warriors have always turned the ball over a lot. It's what happens when you get 35 assists a game.
Right.
If the Warriors wanted to cut down on their turnovers, they would put Steph Curry in a pick and roll 50% of the time because his turnovers would go up, but the teams would go down because he would be handling it just himself most of the time. The problem is they're committing as many turnovers as they always have. They're just not as good in other areas.
Right, and that's why Steiny.
So don't expect them to get now they're going to get really safe. They're not going to turn it over anymore because, no, that's just who they've always been.
Yeah, I just feel like you could say it's a bad analogy, but when I was 24, I could go out and party all night and get up and go to work, and I'd be good. Now I'm at 50. I can't do it like that. So, yeah, that was part of the staple. The staple was you could overcome their turnovers, but that's when you were lethal. Now I feel like that is a component that's hurting them, and it's not just a Jordan Poole or Jonathan Kuminga issue.
Listen to Draymond last night after the game.
They're a lot better. Jabari's playing so much better, shooting it better, but he's just way more aggressive. He's attacking the offensive rebounds every play. They seem to be taking better shots. So I think they're moving in the right direction. It doesn't necessarily show up on their record, but, you even look at the last week or so, they've won some games over the last week or two, not against easy teams, so I think they're moving in the right direction. And, it'll be interesting to see. There's so much young talent. It'll be interesting to see how it pans out, but I think they're guys that'll have good careers.
The other thing Draymond talked about was often a team like the Rockets who lose, they pick up bad habits and they don't even know it. Well, is it possible the Warriors have had a bad habit of turning the ball over during their entire dynasty? Why are they going to all of a sudden take care of the ball 10 years into their dynasty if this was a complaint we had even when they were 73-win team?
If I had the answer for that, Snotty, I'd be on the sideline.
They can't.
Yeah.
They turn the ball over a lot. Why? They pass more than anybody else. That's all. But they don't have to play that way, but that's the way they play, and it's so advanced.
And they get nothing. And I mean, this is going to be the death of them to me, is they get nothing in the inside. This just all... Hey, but this is who the Warriors are, the Splash Brothers.
Not who they always used to be.
Man, they get nothing. Even when it's going bad, nothing.
They led the league in layups and
I know
dunks.
who leads it. Now, Jordan Poole. If I want to say something about Jordan Poole, give me another guard that goes to the rack and gets his stuff batted more than Jordan Poole.
At least he goes to the rack.
No, hey.
At least Jordan Poole gets to the line.
I just zip my lips right there.
He gets to the line.
I just zip my lips.
Doesn't just take 27-footers.
I just zip my lips.
Bernard's in Dublin. Hey, Bernard. How you doing, man?
All right. Hey, guys. First of all, I want to say, man, we have gotten spoiled. It's no doubt. And I just sound like we kind of kicking the team when they down.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things going on with the team, and a lot of things that you guys are discussing. It's valid. Look at the Warriors and look around the league. I mean, it's really unprecedented to have that core of players to stay together as long as they have. And they keep pushing it down the road. So change is going to come. And they did try to push it one more year and see what happened, but things just haven't gone the way that we expected. And it's hard to watch them play because we used to them playing at such a high level. And I think it wears them down. I mean, you hear it all the time. When the Warriors come to town, all the fans in that city want to go play, even their fans. All the players get up, and we see all these players that we really haven't heard about. They play as hard as they can. It wears the Warriors down, so they need their young players to play better. And it's just a multitude of things that has happened. So, and the chemistry things. What I do a lot of times, guys, when I'm watching the game, look at the team when like a timeout is called or a dead ball or something. And I seen the play last night. Jordan Poole made a play. I think he got fouled or something. It might have been an and-one. And like him and Draymond were walking by each other. You know how they usually dap each other up, hit somebody on the bottom. Hey, good play. I mean, it's like they barely even made contact. So obviously it's something there. That's not going to go away. So they just got to get through this year. My thing too, I'm like this. Are they going to make the playoffs? It's almost like people it's guaranteed that they're going to make the playoffs. There's no guarantee. But if they don't, man, next year is a new year. Man,
right.
They've given us 10 years of great basketball. We need to be grateful.
Thank you. And Bernard, like that is my entire. I'm with you 100%. They've won their first title in 15.
Damn.
This is 13. They have the exact same core. What they're attempting to do
23
is unbelievable. All right. If this same core wins a title 8 or 9 years apart, like that's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's historic. So I am with Bernard. It's like you won it. Now you're trying to go back to back. You won it last year. You're trying to do one of the hardest things possible, which is go back to back. You're trying to go back to back as you're getting older and your young players aren't quite there yet. It's like, what's the big deal? Like this year, things aren't going great. Let's see what happens.
But you're calling for wholesale changes if it don't happen.
Of course. Well, first of all, what's a wholesale change?
Well, you're not pro run it back because I'm sort of with JD.
Okay.
Because again, you're doing this without a big part of your team.
Yeah. See, if I just think so, you're going to run it back, even though we know we got chemistry issues.
Man, we putting all the cards on the table. Steiny, I told you this when it happened. Draymond Green and Jordan, I feel, could not coexist. And the Warriors chose, and it was on the fly, that they didn't have time to do anything. I just feel like that is a cloud that will follow you until the buzzer goes off on the last minute of basketball played by this team. When it is, I don't know. So one of those dudes got to be moved.
It's been happening all year.
So that's a natural big move if Dre, who already said the handwriting's on the wall, the handwriting's on the fist of the lip or the chin that you hit Jordan Poole with. Like, everything people are talking about, if you feel like this synergy is off and the two dudes that the caller just brought up were the two dudes involved in the melee that's over. One of them got to be moved. Okay. And I'm asking you right now.
You just said, I'm with JD. I'm for running it back.
Yeah, because I believe you
So
can
do you want to trade Poole or not?
I would trade Dre before I would trade Poole. And that's what I was going to ask you.
Well, that's not running it back. That's trading one of your core pieces.
Which I think is going to happen. One of those two dudes is out of here. Regardless of what transpires, Donnie, it's too uncomfortable.
What's more likely, Draymond opts out or Draymond gets a 3-year extension for $75 million? Would you extend Draymond right now for $25 million a year? He's making $27 this year or $25 this year. Hey, Draymond, we know you can opt out. We know you're looking for more years.
I love everything.
Why don't we just give you 3 for $75? That keeps you at your salary now. It's a lot of money, and we got you for 3 more years.
I wouldn't do it. I think it's time. The next phase of Steph and the Golden State Warrior basketball is upon us. And Draymond will be a different person or a different player with a different skill set. But Steiny, I think that's staring us in the face. And we know how smart Draymond Green is. And I keep going back to what he said. The handwriting is on the wall. And he knows way more than you and I know in regard to what's going on behind closed doors. And this is the most important facet. How you feel and how your organization feels about you. Because you could communicate without communicating. And when they didn't give him, when he said he wanted that max, and it was crickets, that probably hurt.
He knew that was coming. He absolutely knew that was coming. All right, so
it's go time, Steiny.
It's been go time.
Damn, man, 9 games left, and this has the ingredient. I know we're up against it. We've never seen the Warriors get ran out of offs. Well, the play-in don't count.
I know. Everybody forgets when they lose.
Okay, well,
everybody just forgets when the Warriors lose.
Weird, but
they didn't lose to Toronto in 19. No. They got hurt. Okay. Well, they didn't lose to Memphis in the play-in game. Well, that doesn't really count.
That wasn't the playoffs.
They didn't lose when they went 15-50 when Curry got. No, those were winning years that we're airbrushing at this point. All right, we come back. I see your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture.
Days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Stein, Matt Dowell, the Guru Johnson with you. Warriors, they won last night, 121-108 over the Rockets. They play Dallas tomorrow at 4:30. Woo! Warriors live at 3:30. And that's a big game because the Warriors are playing for either seeding or the play-in seeding. And right now they're half game up on the Mavericks. But if the Mavericks win this game, then they're going to go up on the Warriors and have the tiebreaker.
Man, which is big.
So this is a big game for the Warriors. If the Warriors lose this game tomorrow, you know, that brings the play-in game as more of a possibility for sure, Goo.
And that could be a Laker team with a LeBron James. I don't know. I don't know who they would play. I'm just telling you, Steiny, who's to say if they lose tomorrow and they have 8 left, what they make of that 8 to where, because we've seen them at 9, we've seen them at 10, and just imagine that first game being on the road. So to me, and I know Steve Kerr is saying this to the gents, he may not even have to say it, it's Operation Avoid the Plan. And that's to stay right where they're at or try to catch the Clippers in 5th. But there's a chance, Donnie, they may play a Dallas team. I know their voice guy joined the morning show today, Cooperstein, and he talked about the possibility of having Luka or Kyrie. Kyrie played last night. Dallas lost, up 8-13 going into the fourth quarter. But for me, a basketball connoisseur, a purist, I want to see both them dudes on the court.
Kumar in Mendocino. What's up, Kumar? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Love listening to you. I gotta say, I love arguing at the radio with you, Matt, but I think I'm in agreement with you a little bit this time. I feel like the Warriors started the season kind of discombobulated, and when they're trying those crazy passes through the weeds now, I just don't feel like they've got that arrogance that they've had in the past. And they need that arrogance, especially on the road. I think they have it a little more at home. But I feel like you have to have that arrogance behind those passes. It has to guide you through it. That's what allows them to bounce back. And that's why they were able to always come back with 5 minutes left if they weren't behind by that much. And I just don't see that on the road anymore. So I think that, it's kind of dawned on me listening to you guys this morning. I think that the arrogance is what's missing, and I think you hear it in Steve, you hear it in Draymond, you hear it in Clay, and you hear it in Steph after the game. And I'm curious what you guys think about that.
That's interesting.
Arrogance. Gall. Audacity.
You lose your arrogance when you know you ain't as good as you used to be. That's when you lose your arrogance, right?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. Last night, I felt like the Rockets were a pack of black birds trying to get something on the ground because I felt like through my television, Steiny, those youngsters wanted the smoke. Give me the ball, like fighting over the ball, loose ball. Like they felt like they could get to the bucket on anybody in a Warrior jersey. And maybe it was just me, but that's the type of stuff after a win, I could say that didn't feel good. Because Houston felt like Dylan Brooks was getting the ball. Xavier Tillman, guys get the ball, and I feel like they are licking their chops at the I can get to the bucket on these dudes. I don't feel like that's ever been the case.
It hasn't. They're usually a great defensive team.
How do you fix that?
You can't.
Well, you can.
How?
You can help it. They got Fix the Flat.
Somebody was asking me.
Wiggins could come back, and that would help your defense.
Somebody was asking me, how do I know that? I don't know anything that's going to happen. What I'm saying is, okay, Andrew Wiggins. He's been out for more than a month. He's got personal issues. All right? He's got a lot of stuff going on. Anybody with the internet, can sniff around and believe what they read or not believe what they read. But it doesn't matter in a way because he's going through something that is significant.
Yeah.
So last year, at the end of the season, Andrew Wiggins played at the highest level he's ever played at in the NBA. So am I a jackass? Because I'm wondering, well, if he comes back, even if he comes back, is he really going to be the championship player he was a year ago? Wow. Probably not.
Yeah. That's well said, man.
City boy. What's up, City?
Julian.
Yo, what's up? What's up, my guys? I think any Warriors fan that's endured this season feels like this probably isn't the Warriors' year. That being said, I think defensively they've really been atrocious, and this is a team that's defense is predicated on team defense, right? I mean, Draymond has always been one of the best help defenders in the league. The problem is they're getting just destroyed at the point of attack, right? I mean, I've heard that a lot this year, point of attack. then they're helping and over-helping and giving up open threes, which is why they lose all these road games, right? It's been the three-pointers. I really think if Gary Payton and Wiggins are back, that really fixes it. I think Poole would get a lot less minutes. I think Gary Payton can stop guys at the point of attack, and so can Wiggins. And all of a sudden, their defense, the connectivity comes back. So I'm not writing this year off completely, but I would say it's not as hard of a fix for next year as we think. I mean, the end of this dynasty is in sight, right? Whether it's 1 more year, 2 more years, 3 more years. But I really got to think they trade Poole and they extend Draymond for that 2 or 3 years. And they can always trade Draymond in a year or two. But, they would have probably loved to move Poole at the beginning of the year. But with what he was making, it was really impossible to trade him for anything of value. They knew they had to sit on this season and play it out. The punch was really unfortunate, but I got to think Poole is gone, and the Warriors get a couple veterans in return for him, guys that can help.
Hey, Julian, before you go, man, you hit me in the cardiac muscle. This is real, and it's new to me. Is there anything as a fan, because that's what we are, more demoralizing than watching this Warrior team? You said it. They're getting destroyed, so there's nothing to help. Like, that leaves me, even when they're in these games, and last night they won, I've never had the feeling like if I could return a W, I would do it because it don't look like the staple of the Warriors in the past.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, it just comes down to they're getting beat. And, I think that Peyton and Wiggins could fix it. I mean, I got to think at some point Joe Lacob's calling Wiggins and just saying, look, buddy, I love you. It's been a month, man. We need you. What do you think? At some point that conversation is going to happen. Now, Wiggins might say, I can't do it, and they'll respect that. But I got to think that phone call's coming. Yeah.
Might have come already.
Interesting.
Thanks, City Boy.
We hadn't
Maybe
even talked about that, yeah.
Maybe they know.
And that's why Kerr said it's a possibility. Maybe he doesn't return.
Here's the one thing I don't...
He said destroyed Stein.
I want Warrior fans and you to answer this for me. If you've ever this year been talking about the Warriors through 73 games and either acknowledged or believe that there's some kind of disconnect on this team, whether it's between the old and the young guys in general, whether it's between Poole and Draymond in particular, and all that may be intermingled in there. If you've thought that, and I kind of do, I just don't think they fit right together, this particular team. Why would you run it back?
I get that. I told you.
Could it be fixed? If the Warriors lose in the playoffs this year, can you come back next year with the top 6 guys and see if you can put it together? Or is that the definition of insanity? That's my question.
Well, if you guys are right, and to answer your question, I have thought that, and it was right out the gate after the punch. And when Looney said Dre has to earn our trust back, I haven't asked, but I haven't heard Looney say he's earned the trust back. My point is, we were so passionate about what transpired, I said they were ruined. They were finished. But guess what? Time goes by, you forget, and I thought they got past it. Steiny, to that point, there's no way you can bring Dre and Poole back because you need to know moving forward if it's just about basketball why we're not getting our goals, why we're not reaching our goals. It's about basketball as to why we're not good defensively. This can no longer go on because if we're talking about it and you are right and there's something there at the underbelly, you need to cut that out. That needs not to be an option of your basketball team. And if I'm wrong and it's at the core, I still think you go out there and try to take it out on the other team's ass. I don't think it's I'm playing lesser D or I'm trying to miss a shot.
See, that's all I'm saying. This is where I got to give you more credit. You're not that naive. Come on, Goo. You know that a team that doesn't get along is not going to be. They're not going to be reaching their potential like a team that has great chemistry. Like, I don't know how it manifests itself, but it's manifested itself for whatever reason in Draymond punching Poole, Clay at times getting frustrated with Poole, and Steph Curry throwing a mouthpiece. So, like, you've seen sports enough to know, well,
I was thinking
it's
of the
going
Reggie
to...
Jackson A's, and when they hated it's different sports. Okay, forget that. What about what David West said, and they won it? Why did it work then?
Because they had veterans. They had, like, these complete professionals in the locker room.
That's a great answer.
Leroy in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny?
Leroy.
What's up, Goon?
Hey.
So, I'm looking at the Warriors, man, and I love the Warriors, and I'm looking at them on the road, and I was trying to figure it out. I'm thinking it's Wiggins. I'm thinking it's Poole. I'm trying to figure it out. And I think I finally figured it out. Steiny, Goo, I've heard you and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people say this over the years. When you're on the road, there's a brotherhood. There's a you against the world. And this is where teams bond. This is where teams bond. I used to hear about the Warriors going to the movies, and it's us against the world on the road. And that's a brotherhood, and they had a brotherhood. With the punch, it took away the brotherhood. And when they get on the road, they're probably just going their separate ways. And, all right, we got a game tonight. There's no cohesiveness. There's no bond on the road. And I think that, as much as anything, has been hurting this team on the road, is there's no brotherhood anymore. And I totally agree with you guys. Can't bring those two guys back because it's disrupted something that you just can't get back. And again, that's a brotherhood. You get away with that at home. The crowd's pushing you. You're at home in your own bed. You jump in your own car and whatever. But when you're on the road and it's us against the world, there's no more us for the Warriors. And it's sad, but I think that's the problem.
Wow. Because Steiny asked me how many road games I played in the NBA. I think you know the answer, 0. But I just think, like, if you got something that strong,
what's that strong?
It's a disconnect where guys don't like being around each other. Yeah. I don't think it fixes itself at home. Like, it rears itself. We would know there would be scraps or arguments. Like, it's just not, we're at home, and I get what Leroy's saying. I ain't got to worry about tickets, all that stuff. But we see many teams not like each other, and it get the best of the team no matter where they're at. But for you just to fall off like they have on the road.
Makes sense.
Man.
Makes sense to me. It does make sense to me. It's easier to play well when you've got 18,000 fans in front of you cheering you. They're better in that environment. The teams that are coming in are not as good in that environment.
So that's why you're giving more effort?
Yes!
See, I don't feel like we're seeing a lack of effort. I just see like they're getting whipped defensively.
So the Warriors get down 8 at home on the third quarter, and Curry makes a 3 to cut it to 5, and the crowd starts going nuts. Okay?
Well, I got that.
That's different than the Warriors being down 8 on the road. Curry makes a 3. Okay, and now they give up 2 on the other end. Like, it's just,
and that's happening
to me,
a whole lot.
It's obvious.
But this is why you call me naive, Steiny, and I'll wear it, but this is why I'm living in the past. When you got Curry and Clay and that Warrior jersey and logo, and just like the Atlanta game, they came back to take a 1-point lead, and I'm pointing at the TV. That's it. Here they come. It's a wrap. Atlanta, you messed up. And the Warriors can't stop any. They just lay up. It's like, I am and it's happening every game. Memphis, they make a run. Oh, Memphis, you in trouble. You watch out, Jack. Nope. It's just like open door policy. Go by us and score. Go by us and score. We'll shoot threes until they miss. We won't get the rebound, and it's over. Like, I don't know how. That's why Warrior, I'm toxic. I'm talking about Warrior Twitter. We're not used to this.
No, but you act as though it's a stumper. You guys act as though it's like, man, we are looking at one of the greatest mysteries in sports history. No, we're not. It's called the end of a dynasty. It's called great players going from great to really good. It's from young players going from unplayable to barely playable but still hurting us.
Damn.
It's guys getting older and agendas coming in. Yeah, Zeus Stomper. Sean in Fremont. What's going on, Sean? How you doing, man?
How's it going, fellas?
Going well.
So, I am probably the most irritated Warriors fan ever. I got two things for you guys. First things first, I think Jordan Poole is the issue. I don't think Draymond is the issue. I think it's Jordan Poole. And why I say that is because if you looked at Jordan Poole in the G League, how arrogant he was playing basketball with his teammates. He thought he was better than everybody else. And so he takes that back, gets a great deal with the Warriors, gets paid millions of dollars. All of a sudden, his arrogance is back. So if you look at yesterday, I had to turn off the game after the first 9 minutes of the game. If you think back at the first quarter, 9 minutes, there was Poole turnover, Poole shoots a three, then Lamb shoots a three, then Poole shoots another three, or I believe it was Kuminga, and then Green turns it over. Nowhere, Draymond wasn't even on the court. Now, if you look at that, and you look back at that yesterday's game, it was like around the 9-minute mark. If you look at that, how irritating is that to watch? Like, they're not, I mean, if a three is missed, I don't see anybody cutting into the lanes, not, doing a screen or a high screen and then rolling off that screen to go into the paint. I don't see that. Even with Steph, I don't even see that anymore. We used to see Steph always attacking the hoop. They're not attacking the hoop.
Well,
you guys think? Thanks for
thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. They're not attacking the hoop because they don't have the shooting they've had in the past, which spreads the floor. They've also gotten a little older, which makes them a touch less quick. They led the league in layups and dunks when they were at their best because teams took away the three-point shot. Now, they don't shoot the three-point shot light years better than everybody else.
Man.
So here's what I want to do at noon.
Yeah.
Because everybody knows I'm not a Warrior fan. But I'm also, if I were a fan of this team right now, I would be, first of all, I'd be ecstatic. Okay, because I saw this team for 25 years before they ever won anything.
All right.
And I've watched the Celtics and the Lakers and the Bulls and all those teams. So I know that a dynasty is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and extending a dynasty is even harder. So I'm looking at the Warriors where they are right now in 2022, 2023, one game over 500 with 4 titles in our back pocket. So first of all, I'm ecstatic. All right. There's nothing to do this year, to me. Wiggins is either going to come back or he's not coming back. Peyton's either coming back or he's not going to come back. You're either going to miss the play-in entirely, you're going to play in, you're going to play off, you're going to get beat early, you're going to get beat late.
Yeah.
You're going to win it all. Okay, you can't do anything now. Let's see how it plays out. Once it plays out, then I think if I'm a Warrior fan, I'm assessing kind of where we are. And if we made what I think is a conscientious run at a title where we had a shot at it, we just got beat, then yes, I'm thinking, what are the tweaks where we can get back on top? But as of now, how I look at it, if we get beat early, I got to move on. I just have to move on from this team, knowing that we didn't get along this year, and knowing that my core is getting old, and knowing that we've already lasted longer than most dynasties. Khaled's in Oakland. What's up, Khaled?
What's up, guys?
Hey, long time.
No speak.
Yeah, how are you, buddy?
Good. So, Steiny, you just hit on exactly one of the points that I was intending to make. And I don't think there's anybody who knows me that can say that I'm not a Warriors diehard fan.
Correct.
And I've been there through the tough. I've been there through the good. There's been a lot more tough than good. And we're literally playing with house money right now. And one of the things that irritates me to no end is they're robbing Curry of a year of his prime. No, they're not. No, they're not. This team, for a decade, let me repeat that again, for a decade, has been dominant for the most part. And, yeah, you could talk about the throwaway years where Clay was hurt and everything else. But there is not very many organizations in the entire history of the team, in the history of the league, that can say that they did what the Warriors have done in this 10-year run. And I'm not even talking about the years where they made the playoffs before they won that first title. We're talking this 10-year period since they won that first title. It's been amazing. I mean, there's nothing left for me to see that I have not seen already. You know, I would love more championships, but we've seen more in this 10 years than people will see in their entire lifetimes rooting for another team. And I never thought that I'd ever be able to say that as a Warriors fan. So, with that said, let me talk about this team this year. What we're seeing is just an absolute lapse of IQ when they go on the road. And it's not just the young
Khaled,
one who keeps saying,
Khaled, we're up against it. I'm going to ask you to hang on through the break because I don't want to cut you off. Will do? All right, hang on, Khaled, because I do want to hear what you said. Khaled, rational.
Well, he was getting to the nitty-gritty.
Knows what he's talking about. Hey, the Bay Area Panthers, they're back. Enjoy indoor football league action this season at SAP Center in San Jose. The season kicks off this Sunday, March 26th, as the Panthers host the Arizona Rattlers. Get your tickets now at BayAreaPanthers.com. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Finish and then lay out for me, would you?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I walk outside after the break, and my boss said, there you go. That's one of the top 2 to 3 cardinal sins of radio.
What?
Leaving a caller on hold through the break.
Did he get you?
Because I guess it's not like
Khaled's
it's not a good
family,
tease.
though. Yeah.
Because Khaled's coming back. Let me tell you something. I break the rules for Khaled.
Yeah.
What's
was
up,
about
Khaled?
to get
How
to
you doing, buddy?
The drama portion of his call.
Start us off this segment. Hell with a boss.
We'll do, guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate you breaking the cardinal sin and keeping me on hold. I didn't mind it.
All right.
You better be careful.
Let's get back to what I was talking about. The Warriors' lapse of IQ when they go on the road is something that I haven't seen in a while.
Wow.
And it warrants the record that they've got. When you look, and it's not just the young guys, and I love it when people are like, oh, it's the 2 timeline plan. No. The Warriors have always been known throughout this run to make boneheaded plays in regards to trying to push the ball up the floor. But using yesterday as an example, you had 2 turnovers by Curry, at least, 2 turnovers by Clay, 2 turnovers by Draymond. And and you look at DiVincenzo, even, who's a smart player. For whatever reason, they get it into their head that they have to push the ball every single time that they get the ball, rather than getting an opportunity to take a shot. And everyone's like, oh, the other team scores so much more when they're on the road, it's their defense. But we all know, because the Warriors have lived on it for this last, 10 or more years, is you create offense by defense. So off a turnover, they're running it down your throat, and they're getting an easy 2, an easy 3. It makes it harder for you to be able to get into your defensive sets. And they're not doing that at home. And a lot of that I blame on not just the players and their lack of IQ when they get on the road for whatever reason, but I also blame it on Kerr. Kerr, for the first time ever, I'm sitting there saying, stop being so set on your rotation that you take a hot hand out of the game just to bring back another player for whatever reason that may not be having
the
streak that this person's having, whether it's Jermichael Green, DiVincenzo, or whoever it may be. Kerr is set on, okay, I'm going to take this person out because I need to bring back Clay or Steph. Well, take someone else out and try a different rotation. But there's been a few times where Jermichael Green, over the last month, has been on a heater and he sits them.
Yeah.
And then you don't see the guy coming back in the game, or when he brings them back, he's cold.
Hey, Khaled. Hey, thanks, Khaled, for the call. Appreciate you hanging in there. I think one of the reasons for that, Khaled, is because they have had so many guys in and out of the lineup that we're probably getting near the end of the year, and he's like, I got to find something stable.
Well,
by the way, R.I.P. Willis Reed.
Oh, man.
Willis
Steiny.
Reed passed at 80, former center for the New York Knicks.
That moment he came, just me growing up, that moment he had coming out to the Garden when they thought he wasn't going to play, Steiny, and the crowd going crazy. I know he didn't play many minutes that game, but that was iconic. Rest in peace to a real one.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They win last night. They beat Houston. They snap an 11-game road losing streak. They're now 7-29 on the road, and Dallas
8-29.
8-29.
Yeah.
That's right. I
Don't
don't want to
cheat 'em.
shortchange them. They play Dallas tomorrow, and it's a big one. It's a big one because it has seeding implications. These teams only play 3 times this year. They've split the series. And so if Dallas wins this game, Dallas gets the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
And Dallas would then move ahead of the Warriors. And I think if Dallas wins tomorrow and moves ahead of the Warriors, that really makes you start looking at the play-in as opposed to a top 6.
Man, you want no part of that.
You're going to have to, if you lose to Dallas tomorrow, you're going to have to finish 5-3 or 6-2 maybe to get a top 6 spot.
Yeah, let me ask you this, because you always talk about Joe Lacob. Quickly, though, Steiny, how do you think he is doing what I'm doing or what a majority of Dub Nation is doing, taking it day by day, hoping that this team, as currently constructed, has a switch? Or do you think the assassin that he is, he's seen enough to know the bigger picture ramifications?
I think I'm going to surprise you with my answer. I think Warrior fans, a certain segment of Warrior fans, are way more concerned with what's going on than Myers or Lacob.
Wow.
This is where there's nothing Joe Lacob can do right now.
No, I'm talking about for the future. Like, does he
can't do it now?
You blew me away. I didn't tell you when
he can't
you said
do anything about
this
the
is
future.
probably this is there. I let you try to run it back here.
He can't deal with the future.
Once this season, the book is closed.
Right, but not everybody's like you. Not everybody worries about 3 months from now.
But that's your job.
Right, but we're not okay. Why would you Why would you lock yourself in to the moves you want to make without knowing how the season finishes? There's nothing to do now.
Yeah.
Watch how the season finishes.
But if we're okay with that,
if they win the title, you're going to have a different offseason than if you don't make the playoffs at all.
But
there's nothing to do.
But we don't know, because you brought it up. We don't know the ramifications because they were caught off guard, like Poole was when Dre hit him. Like they didn't have time to remedy that. That may be something they got that they know this can't go on moving forward.
All right.
Yeah. Now that part of it, like what we don't know. They may not know who it is, or they may, but that's something they know concretely. This one of them got to go.
Well, they either know that or they don't know.
Yeah.
Or they don't think it's a factor. But I think a guy like Joe Lacob is more realistic and practical about where this dynasty's at than the fans. And I'll tell you what, mate, I know you're gonna say I'm crazy, but I'm not likely to bring the same team back almost no matter what happens.
And I'll give you...
But that's me.
When the time arises, Donnie, I'll give you kudos for saying what I scoffed at and hated because I was coming from Disneyland. And, I'm a romantic that just had a Last Dance feel to it, because what I didn't know when I scoffed at that a Jedi Knight like Bob Myers was without a contract. So now that I put that into the ingredients of this being the last dance, or the version of the Golden State Warriors led by the Big Three as we know it, that is incredible. Like, that is, and I'm going to say this to Joe Lacob, who I met, Steiny, but I don't know. I'm just telling him this about Bob Myers, and this is not because we have him. A man of that magnitude and as accomplished as he is, this is poor man's version. Joe, if you're listening, be careful and be 100% sure that if Joe is gone, that the guy or the guys you replace him with, make sure you know that they're ready, because this has the perfume of a Jerry Jones move. It is, I'm telling you, Stunny, the streets are painted with the no potholes. It is like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But be sure that if you go down this road and you replace BM, and that ain't baby mama, that's Bobby Myers, be sure that you know what you got to replace him. Because Jerry Jones, when all them rings start going to his head, he's like, we don't need Stein. They can do it whenever. And then you look up and it's 5-6 years later and you're like, oh boy, Steiny was great at this gig. Just be careful. In my Stephen A voice, be careful.
Why would you, if Bob Myers leaves, or why would you question Joe Lacob now? Like, he's proven everything there is to prove. If Bob Myers doesn't come back, why wouldn't you give Joe Lacob the benefit of the doubt? Like, okay, you know what? I get it. It might have been time. And we got Kurt Lacob, and Mike Dunleavy.
Well, I'll tell you what. If it's like Bruce Bochy, Steiny, because I'll give you your flowers on Bruce. You're like, Goo, blah, blah, blah. I don't think he's done. He ended up in Texas, so something was going on. He wouldn't want it. I'll leave that there. But when you say the benefit of the doubt is you've had so much success, there should not be doubt. This guy should still be back.
Maybe Bob doesn't want to be back as much as Joe thinks he does.
And that's what I was going to add. That was the caveat I was going to add. Now, if he ends up in San Antonio or somewhere in a year, then he still loved what he was doing. That's all. We'll watch. We'll be watching if it happens.
Justin's in Oakland. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? Quick, man, I just wanted to talk about Patrick Baldwin Jr. I think what they're struggling on the road and, like having some hard time with defense and getting some momentum going, I think this is a great opportunity to, see what our rookie got. I think he's 6'11" now. I guess he grew a couple inches. I think that length.
Does that mean he got skinnier?
Ability to shoot.
So if you get taller, does that mean he gets skinnier if he's not putting weight on?
I'm going the other way. I would know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, the length, man, like just the contest, that may help out a little bit.
No, you're right. You're right. People didn't like what I said about who he reminded me of at this point. Were you? Oh yeah, you weren't here that day.
I'm all ears. Bugs Bunny.
Somebody said, "Who's Patrick Baldwin Jr. remind you of?" And
who did you say?
Well, I mean, I just tell you who he looks exactly like right now in terms of style of play is Mike Dunleavy Jr. He's not. He shoots outside shots, but he's not a great shooter. He can't string together a bunch of makes in a row.
He looks like he has more chicken on the bone than more girth than Dunleavy Jr. Not that that's why Mike. Mike had a career.
The bottom line, though, is this. If Patrick Baldwin Jr. has the exact same career as Mike Dunleavy Jr., the Warriors made a great pick.
Okay.
Great.
Put some respect on his name.
Pick. Sergio's in Fairfield. What's up, Serge? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I just wanted to call in and speak about Poole.
All right.
I think that people hate on him. And, hey, listen, he got his bag. Yeah, he got his bag. And upper management obviously felt he deserved it. And the older, you say, the triple threat, Clay, Steph, Dre, and they hate on him. But, hey, he can make his own shots. He's talented. Yeah, he does slip on the floor a lot, which I find funny. But I think that he is essential to the team. I
agree.
I don't know why people are hating on him,
Yeah.
I agree, Serge. And if he and Draymond have a problem and one of them's got to get moved at some point, I'm not saying you can't move Poole, but you better be careful.
Oh, there would be a line for him, too, Stoney. Who do you think the line will be longer for, Poole or Green? Where Green's at in his career?
Poole. Draymond Green can only go to about 5 teams.
Right. No, I got you.
He can't go to any team that stinks.
Yeah.
So take half the league.
So he won't have to do the March thing.
888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors win last night against Houston. Tomorrow night, they play the Dallas Mavericks. And it's a big game. There's absolutely, positively no doubt about it. Yeah,
well, it is a big game. And we kind of touched on this, but let's just say the Warriors lost that game and they stayed at 7 and Dallas stayed at 6. If the Warriors win and stay at 6, they would tangle with Sacramento first round.
Well,
but if they lose,
I mean,
then
2 and 3 are so close.
Man, oh man,
So
you're
you can't
in that
really
play-in. And the Warriors got not. I know you're going to say, "Oh, Stoney was a couple years ago." I still got trauma for the play-in. 2 games the Warriors I feel like should have won. LeBron hit this crazy shot. Yeah,
got beat.
Memphis Curry didn't score an OT. Just think of 5 minutes the chef didn't score.
So you brought up Joe Lacob, and
I am thinking about him, Stoney, a lot, man.
How come you don't draw a parallel between Joe Lacob being able to tell Jerry West, you know what, we're moving on, and Jerry and Joe Lacob saying to Bob Myers, you know what, Bob, we're going to move on. Like, that's what owners do.
Yeah, right, but
like
I guess he had a great.
You think this guy's like, hey, Joe Lacob, what should?
Never.
I don't mean it like you, but like, what should I do, guys?
Right.
Like, he's the opposite of that.
No doubt. And that's why he said bye-bye to Jerry.
Right.
But when you said bye-bye to Jerry, you really had that depth that you talked about in the GM department when you were on the TK podcast with Bob Myers. And to be honest, Donnie, the house is not on fire when Jerry left. You got rings. You still had parades. I'm just like, where this team's at, I'm going Bone Thugs and Harmony. They're at the crossroads now. Like,
perfect time to move on.
But does the winning move on with you?
I don't know. It's hard to move on. It's hard to win when a dynasty's coming to an end. Like I guess that's the part that in the grand scheme sometimes can frustrate me. Is they're at a point in this thing where the idea that they're going to have 5 more winning seasons in a row, it's like
we're spoiled.
Yes. That's what I think.
But sometimes that's not a bad thing.
Yes, it is. When's it a good thing? When's it a good thing? When is being spoiled a good thing?
After you've gone through starvation like Dubnet. Well,
that's not spoiled.
Well, they had almost 20 years of just pathetic basketball. So a lot of these new fans don't know about the hard times. Shout out Run DMC.
But how's that good?
It's not good. I was going to say it's good in the sense that your parents has to, you got spoiled children. Well, you're spoiled because your parents did some good stuff in their life.
Spoiled fans act like they're supposed to win it every year, and we know that's just not the case.
I'll put it right on the table.
Oh, go ahead.
I got to be careful here.
Ooh.
So, Steph Curry is as great, as transcendent as he is, and I know him to be. You called me his protector. Okay, if this team is going through what it's going through, and it's currently the 6th seed, is it as simple as we question, is his gravitas as strong as it was before? Is it unfair to just go there? Because I kind of did it earlier in the show with Draymond Green in regard to, if you're that dude defensively, then why is your team crap, Ola, defensively on the road? I'm wondering, okay, Curry can get his, but can he take everybody else to that promised land? And if he can't, there's no shade, because on an individual basis, this dude still got it. But when we talk about the NBA, we talk about, okay, you're great. Who can you take with you?
Did he take Durant with him?
He allowed.
Did he take Draymond and Clay with him 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think he could.
He took him with him last year,
if that's like, to me,
he did it just last June. That's why I'm I don't know where I feel like I need a shower for bringing it up.
You should, because you're diminishing the other two. But it is about Steph Curry. I hear you.
Oh, see, so no, but I don't need a shower for the other two. So I said nothing that you took that I was minimizing Curry's impact. Like, yeah, you're good individually, Steph. We're watching it.
Okay.
But we're about to watch. Can you take them to the promised land?
Okay, Goo. Of the big 3, who is aged the least?
Oh, good Lord. Number 30.
Okay. Well, like, I mean, there he is.
Well, hey,
in fact, we're saying he looks the same. Okay,
he does.
If he essentially looks the same, then he can do everything he's always done. So then it's up to the other guys to do everything they've always done. And I don't think he can lift them.
Okay. All right.
Like, he's lifted them enough, kind of. Julie's in Oakland. Hey, Julie.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. How are you?
So what I want to say is, Draymond talks about, the writing is on the wall. It is so obvious to see what's going on with these guys that after the fight, that he had with Poole, and it's not the same. It's not going to be the same. And sometimes I feel like one of the other callers said, why not give the second team, the second string, a chance? Because yes, I agree. Sometimes they take, one of the second bench out to give, the three, 4 key players their time, and it's like it all falls apart again. They all try to dribble. Draymond, Clay, sometimes they do these plays right in the net when one of them could just obviously dunk it. What are you doing? Why are they
I'll tell
trying
you.
to get so damn fancy?
I don't know. And I know. And Kuminga's been doing that. He did it again last night. Thank you, Julie.
Wow, he did it against...
Take a dunk!
Man, he did it against the Clippers, and they didn't let it go. The announcers were Reggie Miller, I believe. Yeah, but Steiny, maybe he's in he's in his own head, or that you got to play the right way, and he ain't letting them all hang.
The right way is dunking.
Yeah, especially for a dude that can do it like him.
The question that keeps coming up about Steph Curry is, does he need better players around him than he's ever needed in the past? I don't know. Maybe a little.
Well, last week people were saying the Warriors are failing them.
What?
The people were saying I was gone on Twitter. Oh, the Warriors are wasting Curry.
Who said that?
Oh, it was all on
Bill
Twitter.
Simmons?
No.
Okay.
Did he say that?
How does it mean that? You got it?
It was Bill Simmons who was talking about that.
What does it mean? Can somebody tell me what it means? If somebody says the Warriors have wasted,
they didn't put enough around him to maximize his excellence.
They don't know what they're talking about.
I didn't hear Simmons say that either. Right,
that's just
this
idiotic.
Right, and I'm
makes
not
absolutely no sense.
No way.
They ran it back for Steph Curry.
Currently, right now,
they've kept for Steph Curry. The organization has kept Draymond happy, Clay happy. Okay, so they've kept the big three together their entire career. And they still have years left on the contract.
What are you preaching?
What did they do this offseason? They re-signed Looney. They re-signed Wiggins.
Get that back.
They re-signed Poole. So for Steph Curry, they brought back his 5 most important teammates. Don't tell me they didn't do anything for Steph Curry. Yeah. You know what? Bob Myers, but when they downgraded from Otto Porter to
DiVincenzo.
Who's that? You know what? Jermichael Green, he's the reason. He's not as good as Otto Porter. So it's like, give me a break.
Yeah. And that's what Khaled was referring to. Some of that
Warriors
noise.
haven't done, please.
And the final exam is upon us. It's coming.
You think wait till Joe Lacob starts really paying more attention to money. He's godless. No, he's not. He's responsible. He's responsible. We should be more humbled than spoiled. That from the 209. Yeah. And that's why I'm looking at the Warriors right now, and maybe I need to stress this more. If I'm a Warrior fan, I'm like, believe it or not, I'm intrigued by what's going to happen. I'm intrigued. How many years do we know they're going to win it? They're not going to. Your team, are they going to win it? They have a chance. Are they going to win it? They have no chance.
Forever, it seems like.
Well, the Warriors can miss the playoffs entirely. They can make a deep run and maybe win it all, or they can get bounced early. As a fan of this team and this franchise, and I've witnessed a dynasty, I'm putting myself as a fan. We've won 4 titles, and we're right here, right now. I'm like, okay, well, let's see how this year ends. Let's see if they got some magic. I'm not convinced they do, but what the hell? It's been a great run. Let's see what they do this year. Let's watch what they do this year, how they finish, and then figure out where we go.
Man,
to me, there's. This is, I'm with Khaled. This is house money this year for Warrior fans. Doesn't mean you don't want to win it. Doesn't mean you're taking it any less seriously. But it just means, hey, let's watch what happens the rest of this year, and maybe then we'll know who we are more than we do now, and then we can, I don't know, get better. 888-957-9570 is the number. God, Warrior fans. We should be loving life right now. We beat Dallas tomorrow. We're probably a top 6 team. And then we got that chance to make a run. There's nothing we can do right now except watch and be intrigued. And you can do that and listen right here on 95.7 The Game.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, come on. How you doing, buddy? You and me, buddy.
Iron Man.
Iron Man. Iron Man.
You missed time.
I'm also more of a veteran than he is. I didn't miss time at his age.
Well, look at you.
Let's see if he comes to post at my age like I come to post.
Dude, we need more of him, man. I wonder what he thought about Draymond's comment.
Like playing time?
Yeah, when Draymond said after
whose
they
expense
lost.
is that going to come at?
No, not more playing time.
okay.
Just the fact that I'm available. And Jordan Poole to you, I missed you. I'm giving you too much credit today. But you talked about Poole's always available.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Saw this today. Jordan Poole. He's got the third most total turnovers in the NBA. Trae Young, Anthony Edwards, and Jordan Poole. Yeah, that's what you get for playing every single game. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to tell you this.
Listen,
go ahead.
Okay. Well, I want to tell Warrior fans, we're all right. You won a title last year. All right? You're trying to repeat at the end of a dynasty. Season hasn't gone the way you thought it was going to go. You're one game over 500. You might get to play Dallas tomorrow without Kyrie and Doncic. And if you win that game, you have the fast track to the 6th seed, which means you don't even have a play-in game.
No doubt. Well,
there's nothing left to do except watch what happens, see the result, and when it's all said and done, then we'll figure out how to move forward.
No doubt.
No time for consternation.
I do want
the only people who are worried, the only people who are stressed, the only people who are frustrated are people like you who either expect them to win or have money on them. And see, that's affecting your judgment. That's affecting your judgment
because you've never gotten in this way.
Don't you get it?
What?
Don't you get it? Like I'm able to look at this team and kind of see where they're at, and maybe it can be better. But because you put money on them to win it all, everything's not going to be enough unless they win it all. I just think that's fair. Unfair, rather.
No.
You're being so harsh on these guys.
I'm not being harsh. This will be the first time since the inception of the dynasty that they come through the back door to start the playoffs.
Fun. Let's have fun.
But see, your heart ain't in it, so you can say that. For other people, they're stressed out.
But this is who they are this year.
Don't even taste good. Water a little
bitter.
They're
not a 73-win team.
But
they're not a 60-win team.
The million-dollar question is why?
Because
that's what we want to know.
You know what? This is where you piss me off. I've been saying for 3 months what's wrong with them, and now you're like, but why, Steiny? Been telling you my impressions of why for 4 months. You just don't listen.
No.
But one day you come in and you say,
take a victory
Steiny,
lap. Yeah.
hey, Steiny, you're right. Draymond's not playing D like it.
Well, that's some stuff adding up, and I'll come point it out. But you can't take the lap yet because we still got this rest of these the Drew Brees. We got 9 games, and then the playoff switch that oh my gosh, I think they got some electricity.
I was saying to I forget who I was talking to about you. And I said,
on air?
No.
Oh.
No, this was in private.
Well, that might be worse.
We were griping about you for some reason. I forget who I was talking to. And I said, sometimes I just don't know what Goop believes in.
Who do you
And then I realized, you know what he believes in? Hope. That's it.
Now you just hit me when you did my obituary. That hit me.
You believe in things that likely won't happen.
Now, I don't like how because then you're calling me unrealistic.
So
no, until the plane goes down, we got a chance. And that's how I do. I'm not no front runner.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna say this. Oh, go ahead, because
you kind of are a front runner because you're pissed that they're 37-36 when you've watched them all year and know that's who their record is.
I know
but you expect them to be. No, they're not. No, they're not.
They're
37-36
for right now.
Yeah,
but you are still baffled as to why they're 37-36.
No, I'm not. I told you they weren't going to be good at the beginning of the year.
8 wins in 29.
Okay, who saw them 29-7 at home?
I'm gonna be honest.
That's a damn good record.
Yeah, but it's a damn good record by a team that just won the championship the year before.
I bet they weren't this good. I bet they weren't this good on the road last year. Oh, they're not good on the road because they don't
go to the movies and watch Lassie together.
Oh, please
they
explain.
Don't watch Netflix.
No. Oh, Goo. Oh, please.
Get out of here
Here's
with
Goo.
that.
Here's Goo.
It's more than
please.
that.
Oh, please. Tell me, why aren't they very good anymore, even though I know they're getting older and I know they're getting
why
slower?
Does it work at home? Damn it.
I told you why it works at home, because it's easy to play in front of a home crowd. Jasmine, Birmingham, Alabama, one of the fastest growing cities in the United States.
My pick to win it all.
Hi, Jasmine.
Hi, how you?
Hey.
Doing, Dahlia, great.
Yeah, like I agree with him. I think that they should definitely look to kind of move off either Dre or Clay. I think it's time. I think that they need to retool. I think they're a little slower this year. They cannot defend at all at a high level like they could last year. Draymond, that punch really, I think, really ruined the chemistry of that team. I'm sorry. And I love Dre. I think he's one of the best defenders ever to play this game. But
me too.
The writing's on the wall. I don't think he want to be here at all, to be honest with you. Because the loyalty go through on the road is like he's just going through the motion.
Thanks for the call, Jasmine.
Man.
That's a problem.
Love that name.
Oh, boy.
Draymond and Clay and Steph, for the most part, go through the motions on the road. That's why.
Well, they can't do it tomorrow, Snotty.
Well, they can do whatever they want. They're 4-time champs. Mm-hmm.
Number 4.
Could you imagine
what
the ridicule you'll go through if somehow they pull this off? And
no, I'll go through no ridicule.
And I'm eating as because we're going to be together. You don't just get the 100
ridicule.
And you go bye. This is a outing. Evan, you're invited. This is a show bet. So I'm gonna be in your face.
I don't care what you do,
but I want to give me some more. Give me another off of your bread. Oh, it'll be sweet.
See, what you don't understand, Goo, is
I can taste it. Well, I can't right now.
What you don't understand is 99 out of 100 people would have taken the bet that I made. 100. So I'm not ashamed by the bet at all. And in fact,
you've been worried a couple weeks ago. You came in. Not worried.
I do that for you. I do that to balance out the show a little bit because you come in and you give up one day, and then you're on board the next, and then you give up, and then you give up.
To new information.
Yeah, you give. I don't know what you believe in. We don't know what you believe in anymore.
Scoreboard.
Okay, well then why do you think a 37 and 36 team is going to win it all?
Because they're better than that.
No, they're not. Like just because you say they're better doesn't mean they are.
Okay, so just keeping it real.
You're not keeping it real. You're not. You're arguing out of a position of hope, which I get.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
So I'm doing this because I can.
No, I'm listening.
You honestly believe this team has not missed Andrew Wiggins over the last month?
Of course they have.
Now, what if I told you can't say, "Oh, Goo, they were this and that with them"? It ain't about that.
Of course I can.
They missed him though. You agree with that? So they are shorthanded in almost one of the worst ways.
No, they're not.
With one of your top
Steph
3
Curry's
players.
Their best player.
Right.
They haven't lost their best player.
Okay.
Phoenix has lost their best player right now. They don't have their best player. Right. Dallas has lost their 2 best players.
But Wiggins could arguably be your best 2-way player. That's all, Stoney. It's a major
blow. You were 500 with him.
Right. So, and the whole thing about this was you were going to take
I get it.
with him, Stoney.
I get it.
Now and he had his best game in his last game that he was a Warrior.
I get it.
I'm not prying. I'm not being nosy. I'm telling you, I just feel like a lot of people, because there's so much secrecy, and rightfully so, on whatever's keeping them away from the team, that we have lost our mind by not stating how big of a hit and how much we miss this kid.
And the reason you're bringing that up, in addition to it having some merit, is
Shout out Lake.
that you have an agenda. And your agenda right now is to, if the Warriors don't win it all, it's 99% of because of not having Andrew Wiggins.
I would never go.
90%.
No, I would never go.
90%.
And that hurts me that you think you would.
No, absolutely.
If you said 40, 57, 61.
Well, why? How else could he be so important when they're 500 with him and 500 without him?
Because I'm a realist, Donnie. Some stuff was going on when he was here, and they accumulated
and he's
a majority
come back
of that
and be,
road record.
Just he's going to be himself?
No, you just mentioned it was Bob. If Wiggins is back, I got more hope.
KT in Oakland. What's up, KT?
Hey,
Hey, Matt, how you doing? It's KT from the gym.
Yes, sir, KT. What's up,
KT.
man? You don't know him. He's saying hello to me.
No, but he should be saying what's up to both of us. What's up, KT?
No, he doesn't like you. He doesn't like you.
Whoa,
KT's down on you.
The truth comes out.
Actually, you know what? Hold on, KT. I'm kidding. KT's a man of God.
I like him too.
He's a great man. What's up, KT? Love you, buddy.
I got a remedy for you guys. Bet for Guru. You got to honor your bet, but Matt, here's the get out for him.
All right.
You take the $100 now,
Okay.
and then if the Warriors make it, you buy them lunch. That's the get out. I think that's fair.
See, that's you know what, KT? You're right, and that's what kind of bothers me is the son of a gun knows I'm going to use that 100 for both of us, and he still tries to weasel.
Please.
All right.
Hey, I don't like weasel. That's getting to me.
What do you got, KT?
Well, let me address the Warriors real quick.
Yeah.
I think the Warriors got themselves in this predicament is when they gave Poole and gave him the bag. I think when Poole was at his best, and Poole's never been, a guy that really impressed me that can, take you there. So at his height, when they had him before the fight, I would have just lowballed him. And then if he didn't want to sign, I would have traded him. And at that time, he was at his height, man. You could have got a lot of back for him. And with Draymond, he'd have seen what I did with Poole, and I'd have told Draymond, I'm not giving you the bag. And I would have created me some space to make some deals, and if I would keep Draymond because I get more value for Poole, and I can surround Draymond with better talent and keep that same get a guard, pretty much anywhere. So once they gave Poole the bag, they kind of hampered themselves. I think pigeonholed themselves, and then I would have paid Wiggins and I would have paid Looney, but I was baffled at the James Wiseman move. If you're gonna hold on for Looney for 4 years and not hold on to James Wiseman, your number 2 pick, to give him time to develop. I just couldn't see that. So I think it's the front office made a bad move there, kind of pigeonholed themselves. And then the Warriors just, they're just united as a team. And I think if they'd have took care of that, they wouldn't be in this current situation. So, I think Poole is the whole key. So in the offseason, if I have to, I'm going to move Poole because I'm going to get more for him. And Draymond is still an integral piece to my dynasty.
Yeah. Good stuff, KT. And I think that's where a lot of Warrior fans may be if the season doesn't end well. I'm with the 925 here. Are we not going to act like Jordan Poole didn't carry us in the playoffs at times last year? They had to pay
as he
him.
earned his bag the whole season. I think I'm the first one that brought it to your attention that he's on the floor more than a mop, but that's okay. I still don't understand it, and we'll get to it. We had you were out. We had the great Jim Barnett on, JD and I, and he said, because I asked him about that, and I told you, Poole throws the ball ahead of him. He don't dribble all the way. He throws the ball ahead and then runs and go. And he said maybe that might have something to do with him fumbling, but I'm not out on Poole. I just feel like if this doesn't get better, the realization of me thinking a dude on your own team can embarrass you or hit you like the way that Draymond did, and for you to get back to where you were when you reached great heights last year, I was the fool. And maybe JP, to his credit, ain't mentioned it, ain't blamed nothing, nobody. Maybe he needs to change the scenery. Could be the truth.
As for Poole, listen, I'm here to remind people. Poole turnovers. Curry turned the ball over like crazy early in his career. He turned the ball over so much that Keith Smart took him off the floor. Keith Smart said, we can't have Curry turning the ball over at the top of the floor all the time. That leads to fast breaks. Is Poole going to be as good as Curry? No, he's not. But, stop treating Poole or expecting Poole to be a 10-year veteran when even the champions got to grow into their roles their first 3 or 4 years.
And where was the 9? I believe it was 9. He helped me out. 9 or 10 turnovers between the Splash Brothers. I want to say Atlanta or Memphis, not too long ago. 12. Damn. So, it happens. But, Steiny, I am so fascinated because you sat with me at Oracle. You, Bonte, JD, and Warriors up 20 with KD. And that was great, but it wasn't exciting. This has the ingredients to go off the track and not make it, get bounced in the play-in, or shock the world in the play. Like
that's what you
everything's on the
think.
table.
That's what you think it's on the table. And you know that's and that's where I've done a lot of soul searching, and I effed up in a big way. I probably shouldn't have made the bet, even though I'm going to win it.
When you're jinxing it left and right, but
because the bet that was made was Guru's got the Warriors, I've got the field.
Oh.
So that has now set up a dynamic, and it's unfair, and it's really
what dynamic?
It screwed me, and I get why Warrior fans can't stand me at times. But because I made a sensible bet that 99% of the people would have taken. Hey, Steiny, $100. The Warriors or the field? Well, I got to take the field. I mean, I'd take the field if it was the 27 Yankees. So if the Warriors win it, as far as me looking like a fool, big deal. They won it. Nobody thought they'd win it.
No,
they won it.
Did what
I lost the bet.
Yeah.
I lost the bet.
That everybody
Here's your
$100.
$100.
Yeah,
that's great. And if you want to rip me for a year, go ahead and rip me for a year. That's fine. But I also know 99 out of 100 people take that bet. So that's why I'm not going to let revisionist history get me down at all. Yeah. But anyway, what the bet has done, unfortunately,
this is what we want to get to.
Has made me now you've made me look at the Warriors only as a championship or bust team, and because I'm looking at this team as though, I win the bet if they don't win the title. Okay, well, so what am I going to argue? That they're not going to win the title? Like, it's put me in a bad spot. Like, I'm not saying...
Yeah.
But, like...
I don't want to go back to...
The point is this.
Dallas and 6.
The point...
we know it. Yeah,
you know. Yeah. You're bringing that up because you know it meant nothing.
Right, but, the stuff was coming your way before the bet. That's all. It ain't tarnished your...
The bottom line, though, Goo, is you're going to sit here... I'm looking at them like a championship team. They're not a championship team. So I'm being unfair to them when I say I don't think they can win it.
No, you're not.
Okay. So then they're they're 37 and 36, but people want to try to convince me and other people that they're actually a legitimate championship contender. And so what am I left to do? I don't think they're going to win it all. Steiny, they might have a run in them. They might have a run in them. I'm willing to talk about the run they might have in them, but nobody else is because it's all about they must win the championship.
No, you're missing the boat.
That's a bunch of crap.
No, you're missing the boat.
Right on the money.
No, let me tell you why. It sounded good. You're missing the boat. I will never apologize for saying a defending champ should have some type of standards. I will never apologize for a team that just won it in June, regardless if you think attrition's going to take over and Father Time is going to be at their doorstep or in their bedroom. I will not apologize for looking at this Warrior team in a championship lens.
Well, you don't watch basketball,
I do watch them.
No, I guess not.
I do watch it.
You can give them all the credit in the world for being champions.
Okay.
That's the other thing. Like,
4-time champs, buddy.
That's great.
Okay.
That's great.
But you're not right. And it feels you got
I'm not saying I'm
your
right.
energy right now is like they bounced out.
I'm not.
And you're collecting the dough.
Of course not.
It's a little of it. Because we don't know.
Hey, then double the bet. I'll double the bet if that's what you're saying.
Of course you would. I would triple it.
Well, then stop saying like, you're going to get hit.
You're looking good. I got you. You're looking good right now.
It's not about, that's the point, Goo. It's not about the bet. It's about, for whatever reason, some people here have crazy expectations, and now it's got to be win the title or lose the bet. It's like, if they win the title, I will give you my 100, and you can piss on me. I don't whatever. My point is, don't try to convince me if they don't win it that it was a disappointing year and that, oh my God, can you believe they didn't win it? Of course I can believe they didn't win it. It's basketball. It's a dynasty. It's coming to an end.
Yeah, well, Steph Curry's not coming to an end, and a lot of what you say
is
about
the team,
right.
not a player.
And let me tell you, Steph is going nowhere, okay? So he's not old and decrepit. We all can see that. It's about what you're saying to me, Steiny, is changes are coming. Change going to come. I give you that. They're coming. I'm just telling you to, and I'm not saying you're anti, buckle up. Because we don't know what's in store these next 9 games and the playoffs.
So, you're repeating exactly what I've just said. Yeah. Let's watch what happens. Let's see how it ends.
But you're telling,
and let's watch them
like
go in the offseason.
You're telling fans to be reasonable.
Yes,
it never happens. Come on, and I'm not saying you're
and that's
wrong,
where I'm going to be.
Khaled.
That's where I'm going to be different. I disagree. I think that, and I mean this. That paints fans out as idiots. That does. Like, Khaled is a knowledgeable fan.
Right.
Does he expect them to win it?
Did he expect them to win it last year? Nobody did.
That's right.
Right. And they did it. But that's the essence of sports. So you cannot sit here and tell the world what's going to happen or how you feel or if you're stupid for thinking something's going to happen. No. When real quick, last year, they shocked the world and they shocked you. So how can you sit here and beat your chest about how somebody's or what they're supposed to dream in when the team just told you to go stick it and shut up? And they did it last year.
This is great.
So how can you just forget that?
Because you don't hear what I'm saying.
I do hear it every day.
Dude. No, you don't.
Because what did they do last year? Don't tell me you knew what the title of the jam was. Listen. They wanted to prove it wasn't over.
Listen.
You can't take credit for that. They shocked us, Matt.
That's right.
They shocked the world.
So let me
give them credit for that. And now you're going to beat me up.
I not only give them
fans for thinking.
Here's where you're so off base. Here's where you're so off base. It's not even funny. Did they shock the world last year?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And this is just like you. Now you expect them to shock the world again. Expect. You said expect. If they shock the world again, it is one of the most historic achievements of all time. But you and other fans expect it. And that's where I think it's unfair.
Now, I feel like that's...
You used the word expect.
Yeah, but that's too strong, Steiny.
Well, you used it, not me.
We're hoping. But you're talking.
There's nothing wrong with hope.
But you're calling us idiots.
I'm not calling you idiots.
They may not
if you expect a title, you're an idiot.
But
what's wrong with that? If you expect a title, you're an idiot. Okay, I will say that.
But I admit, who expected it last year, man? Nobody did.
So by my way of thinking, it's going to make it 5 times harder to do it again this year.
You would be sitting here looking at it now like, goo, as much as you're sitting here.
Well, then it's not shocking the world last year. You know what I mean?
Right, it is because nobody saw it coming.
Okay.
So now you're telling us what's not coming.
I'm not saying what's not coming.
Well,
I said if you're a fan who expects this team to win a title, you're an idiot and you don't know the nature of sports. Let's let it. They might win it. Everybody who doesn't think they win it might be wrong. But if you're expecting it, and if they don't do it, you think it's a failure, that's where I say I can't subscribe to that at all, not even 1%.
Okay, I know where I'm against it. You made your point. But when you look at this road record and just how they played, Steiny, you can be disappointed.
Of course.
Okay, all right. Expect and disappointed. Man.
There are fans.
Expect.
That's
wow, that's hard.
I mean, I'm just using the word that
because we talked about hope. I'm hoping.
That's right.
But
Hope's fine. Yeah. Well, you kind of did expect because you made the bet. But I mean,
I felt good. I just want. I feel light.
And this is where it's like.
But I get how you
don't you
feel,
get it?
But you
if
can't.
You expect the Warriors to win a title,
see, I'm hoping, Steiny.
No, but if you expect them to win a title, like that makes it sound so easy. Like, oh, everybody just does this. We'll repeat. We'll do this. Expect it. Like, all I'm saying is if they win a title this year, it'll be like unprecedented
to me.
Way more. Like, way more.
Oh, boy.
Like, I don't even think.
Yeah, because I don't
what team should
Steiny, that's spoiled rotten.
I mean, like, I don't. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs fans expect to win a title?
I think there's something, a fraction of them, and you wouldn't be crazy if you did. That's all.
That's an unbelievable standard to live up to. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru and I, you know us. We'll be here till 2 o'clock. Then we'll go to Dibs and Willard. 95.7 the game.
What did I do wrong?
like the little seed that grows into a tulip.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
If you're a Laker fan, do you expect to win it this year?
No.
Why not?
Because going
they have
into
championship pedigree.
Yeah, but going into the year, your roster wasn't ready to the point to where you had to make almost wholesale changes during the season. So I don't know if people were expecting that to happen. But I would say no.
Right. And I would agree. Yeah. I wouldn't expect the Lakers to win the championship either.
Now,
so I don't expect the Warriors to win a championship either. I would never sit here and say they can't or they won't. Like, I want. Of course, I'm going to always leave the door open. I have an issue with this expecting of things and the notion that, like, what they're doing is just the NBA's MO. It's like, if they win it this year, yes, it will dwarf last year.
Wow. And
that's kind of what I'm saying. You're trying to go back to back on the back end of a dynasty.
I get it.
It's not even the Warriors.
Yeah.
I don't even care about the Warriors. Put in any team that's done what the Warriors have done, no matter what, and put them in the exact same situation, I'd be saying the same thing.
No
I'm looking at the difficulty of it, not whether they have pedigree or not.
I was in the father son to who cares. Stoney, I was in another state in a hotel room by myself, and something made me dial up Game 7 of the 2016 NBA Finals. Cleveland and the Warriors, and looking at the Warriors, their faces, the non-hair on their... Dude, they look like different individuals, and I'm just looking at it in my head like, this is 7 years later, 6 years later, they won again. They didn't win that year, but they're still going. It is truly incredible.
Let's go to Nick in Ohio. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, fellas. You pretty much capsulized what I was going to say. Steiny, the guru, he doesn't really realize how difficult it is for a team to go back-to-back and win championships. I mean, yes, the Warriors did it, and the Lakers did it, but those are historic teams. And the Golden State Warriors right now are nowhere near historic. I mean, get real, Guru. Come on, man.
Hey, don't hang up. I appreciate your thoughts. I never once said I expect them to win. I'm hoping for them to win. I was looking at the landscape of the NBA this season, and that's why I made the bet predicated on I think they could get it done. But don't put me in the category, please, under I expect them to win.
Well, you really went off on Steiny a few minutes ago because he had a realistic.
Oh, okay. Let me
Thanks
finish
a lot, Nick.
Why you give? See, when you want to talk,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Stay
with Nick. My bad.
Okay, Nick. My thing with Steiny was, and why I got passionate was, you can't rob me or anybody else, any basketball fan, of hope. And last year proves that. That's all I was saying. And he is right. He said 10 things that were staring us in the face. And they may be the reason the Warriors don't win. All I was trying to say was, hey, until that happens, you can't rob us of hope. And that's all I was saying.
Okay, I don't think he was robbing you of hope, but anyway.
Hey, appreciate it, Nick, and thanks for listening from Ohio, man. The reason I didn't want you to feel like, because he was agreeing with me.
Right.
So that's why I was like, all right, Nick, thanks, man.
Yeah, no,
I didn't want you to be, oh, yeah, Nick, go ahead. Go get him because you agree with me.
Don't do that.
I got to agree with Steiny.
Yeah.
You can have all the hope you want.
And we talked about it 2 hours.
It's
you gave
about
me love about my you got hope.
It's about entitled fans.
Yeah.
That's all it's about. It's about entitled fans. It's not about, because if I were a Warrior fan, I'd be the same way.
Let me ask you this.
I'd be like, you know what? You know what I'd be? If I'd be a Warrior fan, I'd be honest with you. I'd be like, I don't think we can make a run. But what other choice do we have?
If they hook up in Phoenix in a 7-game series with a healthy Durant, because I know how you think, so I know you won't. But would you say the Warriors have no chance in that series?
I would never say. See, this is where, I'm literal. Like, you're never going to get me to say they would have no chance.
There's nobody in the West that I feel like that. So that's half my battle mentally is whoever they hook up with. Now, there's some you'll probably want to see way later or if at all. But even Denver, I'm just like, okay, I could see somebody saying Denver's better than the Warriors. That may be the case. But, man, I cannot wait to get to popcorn and watch it play out because the Warriors have to know they have stunk up the joint mainly on the road. But it is what it is. And how many times or how many lives do you have in this season? Was that just you guys not being ready, like your leader said, Draymond? It's just a game in March, February, January, December, November? Or when it's go time, is that when you're going to give us the Warriors that we seen last June?
By the way, Kyrie and Luka both questionable for tomorrow. Both questionable for tomorrow.
Any update on GP2, Stoney, while I was gone?
But here's the thing. No, he's going to get. But here, okay, you kind of did. You kind of did what. How do I want to put this? This is where, it's a sports debate, but like this is what I would say.
Okay.
Because you're kind of doing what annoys me.
Entitlement.
You just were talking about the Warriors.
Yeah.
And the playoffs. And if they can get a matchup, a favorable matchup. Obviously, you don't want to see some teams till later. It's like, dude, they're not in the playoffs. They're not even in the playoffs.
Well, if today ended, they would be, but okay.
But you know what I'm saying?
I'm assuming.
That's just kind of where I think a disconnect is. You're talking about matchups in the playoffs to go to the finals. You're not even in the playoffs yet. Like, to me, that's almost like, okay, I get it. They have championship pedigree. Okay, I'm not going to take that away from them. I can't take that away from them.
But right now, they're 6.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, right now. Yeah. You got 9 left.
Polo's in the city. What's up, Polo?
Nothing much. Just got off work. Hey, man, this for Guru, man. Hey, I was hoping for the Warriors to go back to the finals this year, and I'm hoping they do, just because they hyped up the young crew, the younger guys. That being said, do you think Eagles taking a big part of the 3 crew? You know, Ego like Carmelo Anthony, he had a big ego. He didn't want to come off the bench. You think one of the 3 should be coming off the bench and letting Poole do his thing? Because when Curry first came in the league, he had his issues with the turnovers and ankle injuries and being a defensive liability. And then he turned that around and led the league a couple times with leading in the steals and being in the passing lane. He's not in the passing lane as much no more or anything like that. What do you think about that, Guru? Is Eagles taking over the 3 head?
No, I wish that was it, but I don't feel that way. And this is the beautiful thing about the Golden State Warriors and the trifecta of players we're talking about. 1 doesn't even like shots. There's so much pie to go around. 2, you got 25 shots for Clay if he wanted them any night, and that's why they've had the success they had. This is bigger, and this is what's around them, and the slippage maybe more so from Clay and Draymond defensively and what you got around them on the bench. Now, so I'm not into any benching, and Poole is Poole. I know half of the season he got to start last year. He earned that bag, but Stoney, I'm not out on him. And I know if the Warriors are going to make any noise, JP is going to have to be the positive JP that we've seen. There's just no other way around it.
Let's go to Wolf. Wolf's in Hercules. What's going on, Wolf? How you doing, man?
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Hi. I think both of you are right. Guru is right, is that there's an incredible core of the, and it's not 3, it's 4 plus 1. It's Wiggins plus Looney. But, yes, the management and coaching planned, they saw where the Warriors were going, and they were planning, as you've said in past shows, to win now and in the future. Now, a combination of fate and mistaken gambles, all right? They don't have Wiggins for a lot of the year, which that's defense. But the big thing is, like you said, Guru and both, is the bench. They gambled on Wiseman. That didn't work out. Who do they have backing up Looney? The Warriors gamble on small ball, but the league is caught up. And how are they caught up? Not so much with small ball, but with tall
players who can play small
guys who can can play defense and run.
Yep.
Now, they got smart with DiVincenzo. They hit the home run. They got the best third point guard they've had in a long time in Jerome. But with Lamb is okay, a shooter, but he doesn't have the rebounding or defense of the big men they always used to have. In 2018, look at their roster, how many centers they had, even though they already were focusing on small ball. Poor Looney, who is great, is undersized and under-talented. He does incredible job.
Hey, Wolf, good stuff. And I'm gonna piggyback off the point you made about small ball. And other teams are playing small ball, but they have bigger players who can play it now. Look at John Jackson Jr. I mean, he can play small ball, and he killed the Warriors the other night.
Man, he did. That might have been his best game of the season. Dude has all. Steiny, if you could make him in a lab and can step back and hit threes, sometimes shoot too many, and he may be on the ballot for. He's on the ballot for DPOY.
Coach is in Vallejo. Hey, Coach.
Hey, Steiny and Guru on this rainy day.
Hey.
I'm going to kind of change what I was going to talk about, but I want to talk about Jordan, and I think what has happened to him, Guru, in this last month. Everybody in the league knows he likes to play with the ball on top, then drive to the hole. So I was watching the Houston game. They just let him sit back there, dance around, and they're waiting for him to get to the rim.
Yep.
And that has thrown his game off. I mean, he doesn't know what to do now because he's not a good three-point shooter, at least this year. He's not a good three-point shooter. So now, with all that dancing around at the top, the teams, Memphis did the same thing. They just sit back, and they know he's going to try to come to the hole, and he's not a leaper, so his shot is getting blocked all over the place. So I think that's one of his big problems, and he's confused right now, and he really doesn't have – he's kind of a one-trick pony, so he needs to be a better – he doesn't shoot the mid-range at all, so he needs to learn to do that. So that's just my take on what's going on with Jordan right now.
Appreciate the call.
That's phenomenal, Steiny. That is. What did I tell you a couple hours ago? Is there another player that gets his shot blocked at the rim more than Jordan Poole? But it's like the Westbrook thing, early Westbrook. He don't have that bounce. Not that he can jump, but he ain't explosive like Russ was. And when he gets to the rim, Steiny,
he's more effective than Clay or Curry there.
Yeah, but they're bad.
Because they get fouled. Yeah. He gets fouled. God, he kept him in the Memphis game.
I was going to go there because when it goes good, he can give you 10 straight, Steiny. He can give you 11.
Mystic is in San Francisco.
Mystic.
What's up, Mystic?
Hey, fellas. Look, the problem is the top guys. They're great players. They still have a lot to tank, but they made an error thinking that they were good enough to run it back as is and not supplement their offense with the young players that they had. One thing about it is that this offense right now, it doesn't have any diversity. We're not even talking defense yet, but it has no diversity. It's all perimeter oriented. In the Warriors' top games in the top seasons, when they had David West or Kevin Durant or someone else down there who they could dump the ball down to every now and again, most fates, when the motion offense isn't working, to get you a bucket and get you a couple of fouls, they don't have that anymore, except now the last couple of games, we're seeing it by accident almost with Kuminga. Because remember, they didn't even want to play Kuminga. They ran out of bodies, and finally he got 6 or 7 games to string together and prove and earn his niche. So I think that this has been ego-fueled by the 3 main players saying that they don't want the replacement players to come in, and Kerr, ego, not willing to be flexible with his offense, especially when they're running with second stringers. And I think that is what's really causing, because our guys, they're out of gas. They can't go wire to wire. They're old now. It's ugly.
Appreciate it, Mystic.
Wow. And they are a one-trick pony offensively, Steiny. It's perimeter or bust, man. And I know Poole will get to the rack a couple times. Curry, too. Boy, has he been on the ground lately.
See, I don't know.
What?
Man, it's like, is it ugly? They're a game over 500. They're like, you know what I mean? Like, ugly to me is,
well, he feels
who's
like
got the Spurs. Yeah. They're ugly. And I mean, I get it.
I think he was saying it's ugly, Steiny, like, Goo, you're tripping if you think this team is going to win it.
Oh, I got you.
That's how I took ugly.
Okay.
You think it's also because maybe they looked ugly against an ugly team in Houston?
Like that's a great Steiny. You know what we're talking. Like they don't have what well, you don't want anything that Houston has, but athletically, you got Kuminga, and right now that's it. But in a perfect world, and I keep going here, if GP2, a caller said it about an hour ago, if GP2 comes back, and let's forget Wiggins, let's fast forward to next year. Steiny, you got GP2, you got Wiggins, so your perimeter defense is already enhanced with something you were just missing because of injury and personal reasons. So to me, you still got Steph. You got Clay that can get you 25 or 30 a night, winning every other night.
Is he giving up?
Well,
why are we like?
Bastani, they're not their record because of Clay. There was a point in this season we could say that he is not your. He's on the list. I don't know who's not, but this dude's been a godsend compared to where he was at, Clay. Before they called that team meeting, remember they called that Steiny. I was saying he should be able to
playable.
Yeah,
but again,
hunting. Now he's doing it subtle.
Look, he's not,
he's actually going to the bucket more than I've seen him in the past.
Right. But he's taken a step back offensively and defensively since he's gotten back from injury. And I don't I know that stinks and stuff, but one of the reasons the Warriors were so great was because Clay defended. You just don't go from being a great defender to being average.
Right.
And there's not a cost to that.
Okay. And let me throw this at you and Evan. So since Wiggins has been out, who's picked up the slack?
Nobody. They don't have anybody as good as him.
Okay, that's
but
that's a big as good as him. It ain't close.
But if Wiggins is their best,
DiVincenzo Steiny, he looks tired. He's not the only one. I love what he's bringing, but you could tell he's like, damn, I wish dude was back so I could come back, and play the role that I've mastered. But for you to say, and I'm with you, it ain't even close of matching Wiggins' presence defensively.
It's not. We this again. We can't spend the whole offseason talking about how great Wiggins was defensively against Luka, against Tatum.
I love him.
Right. Okay. So what, somebody's supposed to fill in for that? He was like a one-of-a-kind defender.
Yeah.
He's not playing.
My point was I think we forget that, though. I think a lot of times we come in here and
a month and a half ago, that's why people say they can't win it without Wiggins.
No, we both.
And why they've been saying it.
But I think the whole thing was, what do you do in the offseason if you don't get him back? I got to believe Lakeup knows, okay, I know why we suffered. It wasn't all good, but a big part of why we suffered in the most important stretch of the season was 22 was gone. Now, do I look at myself with 22 or without him? And I got to believe they're going to look at this team with him, especially since you just gave him the bag.
408, a step back by Clay while others are taking a step forward. No, I disagree with that. Draymond's taking a step back. Clay's taking a step back. Wiggins isn't even there. Poole's taking a step back. Looney's been the same.
I feel like teams lick their chops going at this Warrior defense.
Well, let's ask Dirty in Alum Rock. He says the Warriors have a target on their back still. Hey, Dirty.
Okay, so guys, it's boredom on the road this season. It's not getting the whole team gelled at the right time. It's energy at home. We've seen that. It's obvious. The thing that I wanted to say was we still have that huge red and white target right on our back in the middle of them two numbers. Right in the middle of that single number, there's a huge target on our back. Everybody has to get up for the Warriors. They'll get up for the Warriors more than they'll get up for the best team in the league right now with the best record. And that's evident. Look what San Antonio did. They sold out 60,000 seats because the Dubs came to town. Anybody else, I don't think they would have done even 50. Now let me go on this one. Now, when the Warriors were winning their games, when they were in that damn playing game, I could challenge anybody right now besides you guys to name two guys on that roster. And those were two of the most exciting games that I've watched. And all we had was Curry.
All we had was Curry. If these guys even do a little bit of their job, we'll get to where we need to go, and we'll see what happens from there. I don't want to hear nothing until it happens. It hasn't happened yet. They always say, the OGs on this team always tell everybody, let's just get in. We learned a lot from that 73-9 season. Let's just get in. Now they're going to make history this year because they're going to be a low seed going the furthest. I'm telling y'all, man.
If they do that, if Dirty,
them a little bit,
Dirty, if they don't do that, are you going to be disappointed? That's not the right word. Do you expect them to do that? He's gone.
Yeah. He was washing. Shout out Dirty.
Is that a no or a yes?
I think he
expects it.
Sounds like
he
it.
put him under expected.
Sounds like it.
But what did he mean it was just Curry? He said there was a couple games and all they had was Curry. That's where I was.
Yeah. I think he was saying that Curry can still do it at a high level, and it's up to everybody else, essentially.
Now, you watched a lot of games. I'm gonna take you back real quick. But after that L.A. Clipper game, did you guys – Stoney, how great was Steph, though? That was incredible. When he scored 51. I mean, that was elite defense. I don't know. Obviously, I'm not saying, you're going to do that. But that was just like, damn.
20 of 28, Stoney.
Dude, you doing this at what age?
And they lost. Like two.
Wow, that's for you.
I mean, and we can talk about that. Why'd they lose?
Oh.
Are they not as good?
They couldn't stop a nosebleed.
And
we're not talking about Kawhi and PG3. They couldn't top. They couldn't stop average dudes going to the bucket.
That's the other problem with Steph. Having a guy like Steph is he's become so great that there are actually a lot of Steph Curry fans that are almost more Steph Curry than Warriors.
Wow.
So there's a lot of like, hey, Steph Curry had 50. He's still great. Oh, my God. He's still at the top of his game. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
Who cares? They lost. But it's about the Warriors. It's not about Steph Curry. Steph's still really good. If he's declined, it's been somewhat marginal.
Well, then the $1 million question is, we use all these adjectives, and rightfully so, to describe Curry. I'm asking you and the masses then, and we don't know what's upon us in regard to the how this season will culminate. If you got Curry playing at this level, then you're a player. How close are you if you have Stephen Curry still?
They're 37 and 36. And they were 500
now I'm talking
with
about
him
tweaks and changes.
And 500 without him.
I would be excited about that if I were the power to be. If I got him playing at this, a couple things here and there, and we're right back.
How many games is Steph playing next year? If you're the Warriors, how many games? Well, we can do this. 888-957-9570. If you're moving forward with the big three, do you pencil in about how many games you hope they'll play moving forward? Hey, join Guru and Gary St. Jean as they celebrate Bay Street, Emeryville's new Bay Break Dining Terrace. It's the grand opening with college basketball it's a college basketball watch party on Saturday.
Yeah,
there you go. Food, fun, local heroes. Well, Guru will be there. Community support, basketball. Mm-hmm.
He just stopped playing.
I have no sources.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
That wasn't Wiseman, was it?
No, it was Kevon Looney.
You can't play Wiseman anymore.
Wiseman's busy putting up double-doubles for Detroit.
Man, saw last night, Steiny.
Boy, you're going to kill the Warriors. Nah, you don't kill the Warriors. But
that's one
that most people will end up criticizing the Warriors for. Not you.
They gave up.
What do you mean?
They gave up on him too soon.
No.
You didn't see him crash and fall enough to get him out of here. So when the people tell me like you, there's some stuff going on, no, they panicked.
Oh.
The Warriors panicked.
Is panicking a mistake?
Yeah. Dude,
What?
No, I feel like we've been going, I'm happy to see you, but we got to get in my take on second chances.
Okay. You want to
Rick
do that?
Pitino.
Okay.
If you look at his bio, you would think, boy,
the greatest
you never
coaches
did
of
the
all
job.
time.
Oh, he's great. But Steiny, he's at St. John's on a 6-year new contract, left Iona. My thing is only Don King, only America. Dude, we are a land of second chances. Thirds. So I'm not mad.
I'm just going to let that lay out there.
St. John's, that's a big deal to come back from. Especially if they start winning.
Number 3.
Well, they thought they were going to start winning when they hired Chris Mullen.
Yeah, I was rooting for him.
Josh is in Oakland. I'm getting ready. Josh, I'm ready to agree with you 100%.
Oh, we love Mully.
Hey, Josh.
Man, hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I just want to get something off my chest. I'm just kind of tired of spoiled and entitled Warriors fans. And I get it. When you win as many titles as they have, that happens. But I'm just tired of hearing about trading Jordan Poole. This man is 23 years old. Name the 23-year-old that's asked to do as much as Jordan Poole. There's 23-year-olds and guys in his age group that's better, but asked to do more, I don't think so. Come off the bench. We need you to start. We need you to run the second unit. We need you to blend in with the starters. We need you to score. We need you to distribute. It's just so many different things they're asking him to do that Steph, Clay, and Dre weren't asked to do, but yet they were allotted the patience that we're not giving him. I remember when people wanted to trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love. We didn't do it, and it worked out. I remember when people wanted to trade Steph Curry instead of Monte Ellis. They didn't do it, and it worked out. And I'm not saying that Jordan Poole is the end-all, be-all. His game is definitely up and down. But when it's up, it's to the point where he's being mentioned in Hotel.com commercials. When it's up, I know you guys are older, so this probably go over your head, but in NBA 2K, he's got his own dribble package. Mm-hmm. Everybody doesn't get that. When he's up, it's to the point where the greatest player of my generation, LeBron James, is tweeting about him on multiple occasions on how cold he is. And Warriors fans is just like, oh, yeah, we're just going to trade him next season. Like, bro, at a certain point, you got to start looking at your future. You're not going to win every championship. Speaking of championships, we talk about championship DNA. Does Jordan Poole not have that? At 23 years old, he's an NBA champion. He knows what it takes. In 4 or 5 years, Steph, Clay, and Dre are going to be done. Jordan Poole is going to be 27, 28, 29. He's not going to be the same player. That contract is going to be a discount. Last couple points I want to make. When Jordan Poole came into this league, the main thing I noticed about him, even when he was having his ups and downs, similar like he's having now, is the audacity. He's an audacious player. He has the audacity to take certain shots, to make certain moves. Those kind of players play off pure confidence. When you take that player and you knock him out in front of millions of people, over here, we've let it go. You don't think he's hearing about that on the road? You don't think he's still having to deal with that? And then Draymond is still in that same locker room? Like, give him a year, give him some time, bro. And the very, very last point I want to make, and this is just about the Warriors in general. Mm-hmm. We think about basketball and we get minute and we get real detailed. It's simple. This is basketball. The Warriors' tallest player is 6'9". Thanks for taking my call.
Whoa. He hit a triple off the wall and inside the park. And you just traded your 7-footer.
925 I agree with some of your comments earlier about Curry with the turnovers and not playing defense. But where was Curry in his fourth year compared to Poole in his fourth year? Okay? And I think that's fair. Fair question. But here's where I would say, why are we comparing him to Steph Curry? Like, he's not going to be Steph Curry.
Right.
Like, Steph Curry is one of the greatest players of all time. And one of the reasons is because he went from the player he was his first year to the player he became his fourth year to the player he became his ninth. Like, you can't compare him. You cannot compare him to Steph Curry.
And what about the audacity of Poole, though?
That's one of the things that I think is a fact, though. Not fact, but I think it's part of the dynamic. Is I do think that people think the money Poole got is to be Steph Curry's heir apparent. He's not. He's not the heir apparent to Steph Curry. That's when he gets a $50 million contract.
And Curry didn't
ever
have a Hall of Famer in front of him. You know what I mean? To have to come behind like Jordan Poole, or three of them for that matter.
I'd say it's still an encouraging sign that we can look ugly and beat a bad team on the road. 415 optimistic.
Well, I'll tell you this. Everything that the Warriors set out to do is still right there in front of them.
Right.
That's stating obvious, but that's what it is right now.
They've set up a path that is really difficult. Like it's going to be way harder than last year.
I just couldn't imagine them in a playing game. Like, I really can't. There's 9 left. They would have to go 3-6, I believe, to be. Yeah, 3-6 would seal the deal for them to be in that playing game.
3-6 might
get them
out of the play-in.
Well, the Lakers not in yet.
And it depends the games you lose. You lose to Dallas. If you lose Dallas, then come home and Philly gets you, and then Minnesota were to get you, then you're in monster trouble.
No doubt.
But that's the thing. They're one game over 500. So are they going to win their next 3 games? They win at Dallas, against Philly, and then versus Minnesota. They're going 3-0. Are they going to go 3-0 in the next 3 games? At Dallas,
I'm
Philly.
the guy that told you 1-4. I'm sure that guy
giving you another chance.
No, I don't want it. I'm a watching. I'm a token. I put my quarter in, and then I watch because I'm done predicting. Every time I think I got this team's pulse, they just stab me in the back.
Would you say they were going to go on this trip?
4-1.
Now, why would you say that?
They had one in Atlanta. They were trying to give the game away. The Warrior mystique is somewhere, and I don't know where it's at, but they got to go find it and spray it like you do Glade
but
in the restroom after you use it. You spray it and it smells good.
This is where
all the stench is gone.
A lot of things are coming to the fore today, and here's another one. You said they're going to go 4-1 on this trip.
I felt it.
And okay, that's what you felt, but that wasn't based in reality. Right. So now they're 1-3,
and I'm mad.
And you're hating on them for you making a prediction that was unrealistic in the first place. So you're holding the Warriors to a standard that they have not reached this year. So no wonder you're so angry, pissed, and crestfallen.
I love that word, but no, Stoney, that's
it's kind of true.
The Clippers can be had,
right? But they're
why'd
you say 4-1? Because you thought they could go 4-1.
That was the one I thought they were going to lose on Thursday night TNT. They lost that. Curry went for 50, but it's always nobody's on the same. It's like a bad piano. One key is not complementary of the other key, and it's bad music, which is bad basketball right now.
But I guess here's where I would say, what made you before they went on this trip?
I'll tell you when we get back.
Well, you're gonna have to tell Willard and Dibbs too, because they're coming in.
On
95.7 the game, and I know that was a way just to buy some time because you didn't know the answer.
Wow.
Draymond.
first I was on Drew's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's bringing Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Yeah. Man,
along
let me
with
ask
Daryl
you a
Guru
question
Johnson.
based on the rejoin music, because as Biggie raps in that song, if I had to choose a coast, I'd have to choose the East. Which would you choose, Steiny? Because you're from
West
the
Coast.
East.
West Coast.
Wow. Okay.
I've made that choice,
Yeah.
and that's why I'm here.
You've never gone back, have you? I mean,
Nope.
you've gone back to visit reluctantly.
Never gone back.
I thought he was going to do a Dallas in 6 and say the East.
thank
Willard,
you.
he shocked me and said the West. Throw up
Once
the
you,
W.
once you go west, you can forget the rest, okay?
Wow.
There's
Day
out.
Solely for the football schedule. I would live on the West Coast just because football starts at 10 and
I would be fired.
And ends
Monday
at
Night
8:30.
Football starts at 9.
Stop it.
Oh my! The
seriously.
Warriors would play at 10 or 10:30. I
Seriously.
couldn't do it.
Nah,
I'd
brutal.
be fired.
Anyway, I didn't mean to
They wouldn't-
hijack the changeover.
No, they wouldn't be your team, though.
No, but they would be because he's from the Yoon.
No, well, my point is, I like all sports, so I couldn't go to bed knowing the game's about to tip off.
The only thing that's
I gotta
good,
watch it all.
I'm with you. The only thing that's good about the East Coast is if you've lost all your money, you can keep on betting until 1 in the
Now,
morning.
that's a great
It's just like I'm gonna try to win it
Yeah.
back. That
Shout out Hawaii.
That Hawaii game's coming on at 3 a.m.
Right.
Here it
That's
comes.
wow.
You know what I mean? But yeah, no. I listen. I mean, I guess I couldn't even answer that question because I haven't experienced them both.
What about
Steiny, you
Hawaii?
have. What about Hawaii?
Would you want Hawaii? Like Hawaii
To
will
live
get you
there?
with the 8 o'clock
Dude,
a.m.
no,
game.
no. I'm out.
Hawaii's too much.
That's too far.
West
in the other
Coast is
direction.
just right, and the East
Yes.
Coast is too much.
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
kind of
yes,
with
yes, Yes.
Hawaii's
kinda
pretty
with-
nice. I was there for the Final Four national championship game when Miles Simon and Mike Bibby were playing. It must have been 1997.
Started at 1:30 in the
It was
afternoon.
like a 3 o'clock tip.
I just couldn't
It was
handle.
pretty
I
nice.
can't handle sports over there because the entire state of Hawaii acts like they're Modesto or something. Like it's
Modesto.
all like it's all local.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. Do you guys all remember Benny Agbayani who played for
Sure.
the Mets?
Of course.
Hawaiian legend. So you go over the first time I went to Hawaii, you turn on the evening news. This is back when we used to watch the evening news. So I turn on the evening news, and the sports guy gets that like little teaser right before we're going to do
Yeah.
sports at the end of the news. And his teaser was this: Benny Agbayani started for the Mets tonight. The sports is next.
Wow.
And I'm like, this is what are we in the middle of nowhere? Like that's your
Timbuktu.
tease. Some guy started for the Mets,
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's your promo. I'm like, this
Didn't
is,
the Lakers used to have training camp in
yeah,
Hawaii,
this
right?
is too small. They did.
Hawaii.
They did.
For sure.
They did. That's too small for me.
But Hawaii, when you're in Hawaii, you're
beautiful.
always on vacation.
Totally.
So the 1 o'clock game kind of can get you started. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
know.
it's a 10 a.m. kick over there, and the morning games are 7 a.m. And, you know, you get to be
Unbelievable.
you get to be
Wow.
our age, the three of us north of 50.
Whoa.
You're knocking on 50's door. Don't even deny it. 7 a.m. I'm up anyway.
Yeah.
with
What
the
about
chickens.
that London games at 3 in the morning? Have a
That's
good
a good
time.
call.
Yeah.
But that is awesome when you
hope
wake
your
up.
fantasy player
There you go.
isn't a late
Set your
inactive.
lineup before bed.
Jeez.
Totally.
Are you
Crazy.
fantasy baseball guys?
Not really.
Not
I've done it
anymore,
a couple
no.
Not
times.
anymore. I'm in Bonte's league, but yeah.
How many
Ah,
catchers?
just-
How many catchers the Giants going to keep this year?
Keep them all. You know,
All 4?
Yeah, but and then sign some more. No, I don't know. I think you got to keep a third one who can do it. Right?
That's Perez.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Right. But Sable, I mean, how do you not?
I'm waiting on
Take
you and
notice.
Shasky to get me fired up for the baseball because I
We're
ain't
not
watched
there
the-
yet. We're not
yeah,
there
I
yet.
ain't watching an ounce of the WBC. I'll be tuned in tonight, Dibs. I don't know if you have. It's been hoop on mine.
Yeah, 4 o'clock. I haven't missed a pitch, actually, the WBC.
That's a lie.
It's
Oh,
complete.
I'm looking at it like you're a great
again.
liar.
I haven't caught a pitch, is what I mean.
Right.
Hey, Willard, I'm like, boy, I feel a
Well,
little
you've been out
shame.
of town. You're like, has he been talking about it every day? I'm like, no.
I'm
he's
going
not
to
in
watch
town.
today only because it's on at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
And
All right.
I work in a place
And we're
that
here.
has
Okay,
two
we're here.
TVs.
Right.
Hey, y'all got, yeah.
And Mark's already got down on the USA. I'm going to be betting the
chicken.
under on
Okay,
10.
I told Evan that
The number
possibly.
is 10. I like the under. And I'm back betting again.
Look at
you know,
you.
don't tell the missus, but only because the game's on at 4 o'clock will I watch it. It's not appointment viewing, although we will play the calls from the walk-off
Oh,
yesterday.
okay. So good.
The Japanese call was just pure
Wow.
succulent nectar. The Spanish language call, a little bit downtrodden because they lost. And then Dave Fleming with
Oh,
the
man.
English call.
It's go
We're gonna
time.
play them all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just the World Baseball Classic. I'm gonna use
guys getting hurt though.
Right. I'm gonna use a phrase that is somewhere lesser than it's won me over. I'm not gonna say that. But when Diaz went down, I thought, boy, this is really a loss for Major League Baseball. This is not just a star, but think of how many things. Baseball is really short on things that are cool. Edwin Diaz and that intro,
no doubt,
it's the coolest. It's the coolest thing that baseball's got going for it, and now we miss it for the entire year. Now, the other side to it is, though, I'm like diving into the data, and I'm like, okay, how many at-bats is a regular World Baseball Classic star having? I don't know, 15 to 20, 25. It's about the same as spring training. It's like the injury argument, I'd be the same. If a Giant got hurt, I'd be really mad. But I can't find anything that would suggest they're more likely to get hurt in the WBC than they are in the ST, which is the spring training. And so
Florida and Arizona.
And even though it hasn't worked its way into most of our hearts and emotions, it clearly has for a lot of people, namely the players and the nations, right? This is going to be, I don't know if you all know this, this is probably going to be the most watched baseball game of all time globally. Tonight. That is where the data is tracking. So how can, I don't know, I've kind of lost my fire in the we shouldn't be doing this thing anymore. Like, they love it.
4 o'clock.
They're into it. The players are into it.
Who plays?
Yeah.
Japan and the U.S.
We do.
Yeah.
We do.
Ohtani on the well, I guess he's coming out the bullpen.
But it's Ohtani versus Trout.
Wow.
Come on, you don't watch that. You don't watch that.
Well, I'll tell you what I am going to watch. I'm watching the next manager of the San Francisco Giants, Mark DeRosa.
D-Ro. I came into this.
You know that's not outside the realm of possibility.
Anything's in the realm of possibility.
But you know it's not completely
not
outlandish.
Outside the realm of possibility that the Giants win the World Series this year and Gabe Kapler wins his second Manager of the Year.
They're going to be better than people think.
They're not going to win the World Series, but it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Which is more, but DeRosa is more realistic than.
But where are you getting that?
A former Giant?
He's a former lot of things.
Yeah, but he had a special. The Giants,
sure,
they have their guys.
But why are you locked on him?
Because he's done a great job with his pitching staff.
Okay.
Even though he's been handcuffed because everybody's on an innings and pitch count. The guy's been a magician. Dare I say, shades of Bochy.
Mm-hmm. And
he's a horse.
Well, there he is. You know who would argue with what you just said?
Who?
I would.
That's before.
Bochy.
It's always good.
Bochy does not like that idea that he just runs around flipping up with his gut.
I know.
And going, hey, let's go with Affelt. Like, remember, he said it to us on our show. He's like, man, we used analytics from
spreadsheets.
Right. Like, he thinks, I think he thinks that there's almost something to be. He thinks that we sort of paint him with an unintelligent picture.
So,
like,
Bruce,
you're not a brainiac. You're just there.
Bruce, it's been great. 14 years as a manager, and most of your hunches have worked. Everything's just a hunch for you.
I'm rooting for Texas.
It takes good breaks. Good people around you. And Buster Posey. So, anyway, that's it.
Anything out of the Warriors game last night? Or you?
Thank God they were playing the Rockets.
And Mark had it as a cover, and so that was a nice, gutsy cover.
Uncle Backdoor was around the corner. He was at the door.
He was.
Not Uncle Ben, Uncle Backdoor. Nice cover, nice win, and boy, if they could just beat a playoff team on the road, might be something to actually talk about.
Honestly, would they have beaten any other NBA team last night?
You know what?
I'm thinking. No.
I'm gonna give you 90 seconds of hell. Can I like my love life? But listen,
Nolan.
That Memphis game hurt my soul because I think they got a switch that was personal. You don't like Brooks, and you guys couldn't get up twice for Memphis. And then last night, every Rocket player was fighting. I felt like, give me the ball. I want to go with that defense. That's what I did not have imputed into my formula. I'm worried. Not off defensively. God, teams are going. Dylan Brooks was clowning them Saturday, scoring left and right, and Atlanta tried to give them the game.
Yeah.
They can't get a stop.
No, and John Hollinger had a great piece on the road-home split in terms of shooting percentage, but it's more than just the fact that teams are shooting well in their own gym against the Warriors, and they're not shooting well at Chase Center. It's about pace. You guys had the turnover debate earlier. I was listening on the drive in. It's all those things and more. But for me, the bottom line is they don't have anyone who can guard the ball. They don't have anybody
They do.
who
He's
can
not
guard
here.
the ball.
He's not here. Thoughts and prayers to Wiggins.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
Right.
That's
Well,
a big deal, Mark.
But they don't have anybody who can guard the ball. Yeah, GP2, hey, he's hurt.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins is out for whatever personal reason. They don't have anybody who can guard the basketball.
Boy, have we, and I mean this in all due respect, have we romanticized GP2 or what?
He can guard the ball.
This guy,
I mean, that's
how many
all.
minutes a game did he play last year?
Dude, About 20.
He missed more than half the playoffs, and we have decided he's the savior to the
You know
season.
why, though, Mark?
This is not even the guy
He's a guy who can guard the ball.
The
That's
big
all I'm
fella's
saying.
gone,
Yeah,
Mark.
yeah. No, I know you're saying that. And
How
you're,
dare you?
No, but
The big fella's
but
gone,
how
though.
often do we hear that? He's played 0 games for the Warriors
to
this year.
justify the big fella being out of town.
And I can't tell you how many people are like, oh, well, why are the Warriors struggling? You know,
Like he's
GP2's not
Kobe.
bad. It's like he's not even on the team. He hasn't been on the team for 1 minute this year.
Right.
And we've decided that that's why they're struggling.
That's
it's
not
like, what?
That's not the lone reason, but if you look at what's wrong with this defense, a big part of it is they
Point of
they
attack.
have nobody who can guard the
It's
basketball.
over. When you can't stop the penetration, it's over.
Did you give him his $100 yet? Is it that over?
Remember, it's always
he's
over.
playing at both
It's
levels.
always over
Yeah, I
at the
know.
end of
I
a
would've
road trip.
canceled.
Wait,
Yeah.
So
And I was
go-
trying to get a piece of this bet
set
again,
your watch.
and Mark Talk blocking
Set your
me.
watch to next week where
Yeah.
the Warriors at home and Goo comes in
Steiny,
here.
I feel
I think they might win it all.
Mark, can I say
they
something?
got
This will be my last
championship
one.
teams.
3 for your guru.
I'm telling you, here we go.
You're having a good changeover.
We're all family, and we
Yes,
come
we
from
are.
families. Shout out to Ellen, Mr.
Out of
Dibbs,
bed.
Yeah,
Dwayne,
Dwayne
rest in
Dibble,
peace.
yeah, thank you.
The Mary,
Ellen likes to listen.
Look
Yeah,
out, you're on
listen.
fire. Thoughts and prayers, but nobody saw Wiggins' absence not being a thing. It's a thing. If I can break it down to just basketball, this is a hell of a loss. And I'll be
listening
quiet.
to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey
That's
station. Why is it hitting you right now when anybody who watched the
'Cause I-
postseason
honestly,
last year
okay.
would say, well, that's their second best player?
Because
So
I
when they
was
lose
off-
their
yeah.
second best player,
I'm not in the
it is
know,
going to be a
Stoney.
big.
I'm not in the shout out Fresno. I'm not in the know, but I always was under the assumption that I thought he was coming back. Now I've decided, and I'm hopeful I'm wrong. He ain't coming back. He won't be ready mentally. He ain't coming back.
It's awful quiet.
That's a big
It got
blow.
awful quiet.
That's all.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is
That's
why
all.
in my mind, the Warriors, and this is maybe just today, but for today, I've decided that this is the team that is defined by the word why. If I asked you, why did the 49ers lose to the Eagles? What's the
Brock
first?
Purdy got hurt.
Thank you. See how defined of a reason that you had?
The Eagles were
Immediately.
better.
Fine. And you can do that. But
Right.
see how defined your reason was?
The offensive, defensive line.
Watch this. Watch this. All the questions you can ask for the Warriors, and your answer is unequivocally, I don't know. Why is Wiggins not here? I don't know.
Wow.
Why do they lose all their games on the road? I don't know.
Why did Dre punch Poole?
Why did Draymond punch Poole?
I don't know.
I don't know. Why does it look like they don't always enjoy playing together? I don't know.
Man.
Why do they win all their games at home? I don't know.
I'm guessing the trend.
It's just why, and then your answer is I don't know. I
Can
don't
they win
know.
it all, Mark?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We've watched them for 73 games, and I
That's a
feel
lot.
like I know nothing.
Wow.
I hear what you're saying.
Well, there's reasons for all of it, but
we don't know what they
they're
are.
all theories.
Yeah,
Right.
We don't know.
Exactly.
Great
word.
I think it's a million different things. I really do. But like as far as here's the thing. I'm getting back to Peyton. I think you're kind of right because I've thought of that too. It's like Gary Payton. I mean, he's not Gary Payton Senior.
Right.
All right, you're not bringing back the glove
They'd
in
be
his
50
prime.
and 22 if they would have signed him in the offseason.
So,
Okay.
but by the same token,
It's my Steiny.
I got to allow for the fact that this guy can pressure the ball a little
With the best
he'd
guy.
help.
Well,
He'd help.
but I'll also give him a little more than help. I'll give him. He could be a tone setter. He could make them a better defensive team collectively.
Yeah.
And then if Wiggins comes back, I'll allow for all that. But again, they're not getting the greatest defensive player of all time back. So I'm with you there.
They have the greatest defensive player of all time on their team.
They might.
According to the Draymond Green podcast. Yet he's not played the best defense of all time. And I think what you guys were talking about earlier is the number one rat on the table, if I may. I know it's after 2, and we're a little bit outside of the boundaries, but it's the chemistry issue. This team is not playing with the same amount of joy, the same amount of togetherness, and defense comes from a couple different things. One is communication, the other is effort. Wow. And this team defensively is not playing like they give a crap for long stretches of time. And that's partly because of chemistry, and it's also partly because you don't have 2 of your 3 best defensive players.
And that was their staple. They came back and took a 1-point lead on Atlanta. I told Stadion, that's it. You're done. Here come the Warriors. And Atlanta just went down. They could be third-tier play. Just bucket. Memphis bucket. Houston, they were fighting over the ball. Young fellas I was like, they want to go at these because they feel like there's no resistance.
Let me throw this at you. So, and I don't know if you heard this part of it, but there are a lot of people. It's out there. There's a disconnect, right? That's the word. Disconnect between what? Or among who? Well, some old and young going on, or something with Poole and the veterans. So if that's true, let's acknowledge, okay, there is something. Why would you ever run this back?
Well, what does run players back mean? What does that mean?
And here's where I got to get to Dibs because he's right. And like, if they get knocked out in the first round, that's going to dictate, I think, where they go. If they make it to the finals, then maybe they won't do stuff as drastic. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but I guess does run it back mean break up Steph, Clay, Dre?
Top 6.
Wow.
Run it back means Draymond opts in.
Then I agree with
you. Everybody
still
comes
on the
back.
team.
I think you can't do that.
No, I think you do run it back almost no matter what surrounding Steph, Clay, Dre. I don't know what happens.
Okay, so you're open to Poole and Kuminga and Wiggins.
To me, all 3 of them have shown enough this year. They are still enough of a version of themselves to where that is still what I'm going to follow. I've seen nothing on the rest of the roster that suggests anything special is happening when the big 3 are not here anymore.
So would you bring back – so you would get rid of Poole?
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
So here, what I'm saying
is dependent on what they do.
Let's say they lose in the first round.
Oh, it would get ugly.
I mean, I think you have to be open to a Poole, Kuminga, right? Like, what could you get for it? I'm going to lean toward now versus then.
I know.
Because I don't, and there's zero clue that then is anything.
You're right. Drew down, Steiny trying to break up the team already. It's not so much that as it's fear for what you guys know. You've been around here for a while. You know how it can get. It's like the idea of getting a guy in here. We've given up our picks in 25 and 27, and now we move Poole and Kuminga and da-da-da, and Curry gets hurt. Now it's like, now we're in the lottery, and we don't have a pick. And now you could be looking at flat-out stinks with limited picks that I know aren't guaranteed. Like, I do worry. Like, I think it's within the realm of possibility that this team could really drop off. Other people aren't because of Laker.
Yeah, there are scenarios. I mean, we don't even know if the GM is who's the GM.
That's another. I don't know
who's the head coach.
Who's doing this?
Yeah.
Who's the head coach? And does Draymond Green want to be a part of the immediate future if Jordan Poole is here? Because you talk about the disconnect. That point. To me feels like the epicenter of the disconnect, and it's not only because he punched him in the face, but you can see it on the floor in terms of the lack of syncopation.
We'll play some sound on when we get going here. Did y'all hear Draymond talking about the Rockets after the game last night?
Yes.
And he was talking about...
Very fondly.
Right. Well, he was talking about how well coached they were. In other words, he has a fondness for the entire coaching staff. But it's funny because when you watch the Rockets, you're like, did they look well coached? But he's talking about how well coached they were. And in other words, he's like, you watch a team like that, and it's very easy in the NBA as young players to pick up bad habits. And it's very hard to shake those habits. And I'm listening to him talk about the Rockets, and I'm like, who are you talking about right now, Draymond?
I think I got a guess.
Who are you talking about, right? And he was talking about the Rockets. But his view of young players is what I got out of it. And he used the word veteran multiple times in his comments, and you just kind of grab that comment and then put it on what the Warriors are doing this year. And I think you get a window into why, for instance, James Wiseman is a Piston.
No doubt. And it's weird watching him play.
What if
it's like he can put it in the hole?
What I hadn't even thought of this. What if Draymond says to the organization, unless you tell me you're moving Poole, I'm opting out?
Exactly.
Like I didn't even think of that before. Then what do you do?
No,
then you got a choice to make.
Well, I told you my choice.
Is it automatic? Is one of them automatic?
No, that depends. Again, that depends on how the season goes and how the two of them perform when we get there.
It depends on who's running the show, too,
Listen, that's
because
true.
I get the feeling that there has been a disconnect in terms of the front office and how they see the future.
Mm-hmm.
So if Bob Myers doesn't want to be here anymore or they don't want Bob anymore, that changes everything.
Which I think is
in terms of, so is it one of the various Lakeups who takes over?
Right.
And if it is, do they want to already put an eye toward the future? And if so, Draymond is out and Steve Kerr's like, I'm good too. I'm out. Clay's got one more year and Clay makes it known that he's looking to finish his career somewhere else. Then what?
Yeah, and when I try to answer that, Steiny and the rest of the gang, it's your prerogative. When I say, what do you got to do to stay around somewhere like Bob? I'm not saying Bob is perfect, but Joe Lacob, I don't know him. I've met him. But I'm telling you, this just reeks of Jerry Jones. Hold on, Steiny, because I know where you're going to say, oh, what if Bob doesn't want to do it anymore? But what if he does and Joe decides to go a different direction? To me, that is Jerry Jones-esque, and that could be the first start of going down the wrong road. I'm just throwing it out there.
This is just curiosity on my part. This is not by any stretch me saying that this is what's going on, but you think about when dynasties like this hit. So who's the only person in the room worried about 6 years from now?
It's Joe Lacob.
Joe Lacob,
Yeah.
right. So that to me, I wonder.
Well,
and now you could, because of what's happened, you could say Jordan Poole, you could say Andrew Wiggins, you could say
Jordan's not signed in 6
Jonathan
years.
Kuminga,
None
or
of them
whatever.
are.
All right, so even say 4 years.
Okay.
Who cares about 4 years from now? Draymond, Clay, Steph, no. Bob Myers, no. Steve Kerr, maybe not.
Wow.
And not that they don't care, but they certainly wouldn't prioritize that over now.
Exactly.
And so I wonder if that's not why it ended up being like, Joe really likes Wiseman. Well, did he? Or is Joe just...
I think we're going to find out.
He's got to have an eye on every year. While the rest of these guys are like, what the hell do we care about 2027?
And I'm going to stick in my last point. When somebody tells you they see the handwriting on the wall like Draymond did and we kind of scoffed and laughed, have fun with it, I mean, he's telling you a lot more than I think a lot of people took that cut. Like
Bob Myers
it's
told
a wrap.
us when we interviewed him that day in the suite, when you guys had Steve Kerr, we had Bob Myers, and Bob looked at Mark and I both dead in the eye and said, I just want all the fans out there to enjoy this year.
Oh, wow.
Focus on this year and enjoy this year. And as we sit, Steiny,
They have not followed directions.
March 21st, here we are, and those words now ring more true than ever before, as we're maybe a month away from this whole thing being over.
I hope not.
All right, gents. Well, I want you to have a great show today and knock them dead.
So funny,
why
man.
is everybody laughing? It's 2:12.
Because it's not that you leave, it's the way you leave.
No doubt about
You
it.
have got bags on your shoulder, jackets are
Major
tucked away.
bag alert.
You are
I'm
like,
waiting for you to honor
like
How
just,
long?
just end the show. You don't need it. Like all I did was close the laptop, and that was like a clue.
Mark.
But you're like giving me
It's
this
a
body energy that's
Mark,
just
Do
like
you think it's guilt, Mark?
you're not golfing, it's pouring out.
Man,
Mark.
you guys used to be so close.
I
You two. Where is the love?
What is the rush?
Just
You're
get
so-
out of it, baby.
You're so intense
Turn
with
the
your
call off,
messaging.
Steiny.
There's just a lot, Steiny. It's a lot to handle.
And then just watching him, he's just squirming and worming.
You guys done?
I'm done.
I mean, no, we're not done.
Consideration.
I had a couple
It's a
more.
1 minute break, so I'm getting gathered.
You keep thinking that we don't
Yeah,
break.
no.
we're going.
No.
We're going to talk until 2:26.
The intro plays.
No matter
The
when
intro
you leave.
plays,
Yeah.
though.
Right. But it leaves. It plays when
But if you got
leave.
somewhere to go, Steiny, stick
But
your
here,
chest
okay,
out.
you know what I
Send
don't
you
like?
out,
Okay,
baby.
you know what I don't like? All right, I'll tell you what I don't like.
Put the right on the
I'll tell you what I don't like.
Stick it out,
This is gone.
Steiny.
I don't
is a
like when
long
our
list.
show is started,
It's a long
and
list.
you guys are lingering.
Okay, right.
So when your show starts, I want to be out of here.
Okay.
For you guys.
Yeah, but I'm not built like that. You do. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, y'all can't be
It's
white
a
late
lot.
Friday. That's my time. Wednesday.
I gotta go.
You want to hang out? Go
Yeah,
on.
I'm gonna head out.
All right.
Yeah.
He's out of here.
Jim Morrison, it's the end.
Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, there it is. We're here, and we're ready. Thank you, sir. Willard and Dibs now 2 to 6 every single afternoon on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, man, this is a very casual environment. If my nickname's going to be Watch Party Willard, then I'm not going to be about kicking people out of places.
Yeah.
I'm about hang out.
The Super Bowl party famously.
Well, you got to go.
You kicked yourself out.
Right.
I actually was the first one out, knowing that you were going to be the second one out.
I didn't realize this, but that ended up being an elite move. I mean, it's not even just about kicking friends out. I didn't even have to clean up. I'm like, I'm sorry, I have a show. It's national. I've got to go.
Shout out to lovely Christy, who was left literally holding the bag, the garbage bag.
Poor girl. I mean,
it was pretty tidy in there, though. But it wasn't too,
The beautiful thing was she knew damn well when the Super Bowl ends, I got to go. I had told her all week, I'm like, whatever we do here, like if I need to start helping to clean up in the fourth quarter, let me know, because we got to go. But we don't do that around here at 95.7 The Game. You can stay as long as you want. And that
just wait until the sun comes out. Your boy Stein is going to be itchy at about 2:02.
No joke.
Yeah.
No joke. I know. The golf courses are calling. But we mean that for you as well. Hang out. Stay a while. Give us a call at 888-957-9570. You can use the Xfinity mobile text line. We appreciate so much those of you who are watching on YouTube and Twitch. Good afternoon to you. Feel free to chat there, and we'll respond where we can and all of that. But I really do. This is one of those weird sort of days. The Warriors finally won a road game, but none of you showed up this morning, and you're like, okay, here we go.
They're back, Mark.
It was just like, oh my God, this is just like, thank God we're playing the Rockets. Thank God we're playing the Rockets, because I don't know if they'd have beaten anybody else. And I just sort of sat with the idea of the Warriors today, and it was amazing how many times the phrase "I don't know" kept coming out of my mouth. And maybe we never know, right? Like, why did Kyle Shanahan not like?
Why didn't he challenge?
Why didn't he try to go down the field in the Super Bowl right before halftime against the Chiefs? And we take their answers, and we all have our opinions. And I know we have our opinions about these Warriors too, but every single thing going on, from all the losses on the road to all the wins at home, to the absence of Andrew Wiggins, to the punch during training camp, to the way this team does or does not get along. I don't know. All I know is that this team is the most frustrating team to watch in the Steph Curry era. I'll give him that label for sure.
Maybe. I think the team that went 39-33 and lost in the play-in game, that to me was equally frustrating, even though you didn't have Clay.
Yeah, a little more explainable, don't you
Steph,
think?
I guess, but
what is the explanation for this team?
Well, the explanation for this team is the same explanation for the entire NBA, aside from 3 or 4 teams, which is night in and night out, these guys don't really care. And that's, you could look at Milwaukee,
do you really
Boston,
believe that, though?
Philadelphia, and Denver, and Sacramento, the adorable team. They try. They try, Mark.
They do.
That team tries every single night. But if you take
Not
the
last
other
night.
teams in the middle, take out San Antonio, Houston tries. They're just not very
They're
good.
just not good.
If you take the other 20 teams in the association, they all are in the same bucket as the Warriors, where they realize that the majority of the league is in that same sort of mediocre, one night on, one night off. The Warriors are good at home. They're awful on the road for whatever reason, yet here they are. They're a 6th seed right now. They're a playoff team if the season ended today, and I don't think that it does. So that, to me, is the number one explainer for all of this.
I get what you're saying, and you're not wrong, but it's an overstatement. Like, they don't care. Like, they just flat don't care.
They don't care, but they don't care as much as they did last year when they started the year 18-2 with something to prove.
Sure.
This year, you're coming off a championship, and you are in the spot that you're in. And all the questions you asked, and the answer is why, they're all true. Do Draymond and Jordan Poole, do they really not like each other? I don't know. Is the bench really this bad? Why can't you play defense on the road? Is Bob Myers going to be here or not? Has Steve Kerr had enough? What's going to happen in the front office? Why did you trade Wiseman? Was it too early? Why won't you play Moses Moody? There's so many questions, and the answer to me is all the same. This year doesn't have the same urgency as last year.
Yeah, I get that. But then, if we're watching these games now, and maybe it's not a collective, I think that ends up being a catch-all. Let me give you a different example. Did Brandon Belt care about his career?
Sure.
Does he look like he cares?
No, but he got to the point last year where he couldn't do it anymore.
I think and that's fair. And
we'll see if he can this year in Toronto.
When things don't work, then we go, you don't look like you care, right? The Warriors have always played a flippant brand of basketball, have they not? Tons of turnovers. So it looks like they don't care, except for when they win, it looks like they care. I think the Warriors care just fine. However, I'd give you this. Do they care as much as the Kings? No, they don't. And I don't blame them for that. You know what I mean? When you're hungry, you're hungry. The Warriors are not hungry. They're luxurious items. The Warriors are a family that has 2 stories in their home. They've got 5 bedrooms. They've got 3 bathrooms. They might even have a bidet. So how hungry can you be? If you are the Sacramento Kings and you're still renting a 2-bedroom apartment, 900 square feet, you're going to be hungry to keep pushing out. So I don't blame the Warriors for that, but I also don't think our opinion on that would be that firm if the Warriors were just winning more basketball games. And I for the life of me, I can't figure it out. And now there are articles being written that essentially the crux of the article is can't figure it out.
Right. There's a lot of reasons for it, and you can look at a lot of statistics that indicate where the problems have gone wrong, but the big question of why, I think it's hard to really pinpoint. And I think Steiny and Guru are hitting on it in terms of the chemistry. That, to me, is the easiest thing to look at and see that this team is not playing with the same joy that they once did, the same joy that they had last year. And that's a big part of what makes this Warriors team so great. And you've seen a lack of joy from Steph and from Draymond and from Klay Thompson. And Jordan Poole has gone into some funks this year. And then the younger players, they don't have the experience to really play through these challenges. And now here you sit with 9 games left to go in the regular year. You need to win 5 of them minimum to be a playoff team. And by the way, the game tomorrow is maybe the latest edition of biggest game of the regular season because of the tiebreaker ramifications.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, this was a little sheepish, but I think we all agreed when they left for this road trip, didn't we all raise our hand and say, yep, I'd take 2 and 3? Still on the table.
Yeah.
It's still on the table. And in fact, this would be a better 2 and 3 than if they had defeated Atlanta and lost this one. This would be better. Beat Dallas. Give them a loss. Give yourself a little breathing room. But the confidence for them to beat any other team did not go up after watching last night's performance. Again, my number one takeaway, you're sitting there watching that game last night, and I kept thinking it the whole way, thank God they're playing the Rockets. Thank God they're playing the Rockets. Because they probably, I felt the whole game, I'm like, they're probably going to win this thing. Although my fun little prediction during Warriors Live yesterday that they would cover the 11, I was like, I don't know if that's going to happen. and it came down to the last possession. Yep. By the way, we had talked about doing the over-under also.
Yeah.
I think, wasn't the number 232?
234 or something.
232, 234, whatever it was. And we got to a point with a minute to go where I'm like, okay, one of the two is not going to happen. You're either they could get to the over, but the Rockets are going to need to score more because the Warriors won't shoot anymore. But if the Rockets score more, then the Warriors won't cover the 11. So yeah, they covered the 11. I felt all along they're going to win this basketball game, but it's not that's not a resume game. That was not a game. Hey, check this out. Look at what we can do. That wasn't that.
No, Warriors up 4 after 3 quarters, and they had given up 80 points, which is pretty typical for them on the road. On pace to give up $115, $110, $115, which means you got to get to 116 to win that game. And ultimately, the offense was the key in the fourth quarter. You outscored Houston 37-28. But if you are a really buttoned up championship caliber team in late March, that's a game where Steph, Clay and Draymond don't have to play 36, 37, and 34 minutes. And that's where the old Warriors, that'd be a game where those guys shut it down. You don't see them in the fourth quarter at all. You go into the fourth quarter and you're up 97-68, and you realize, all right, guys, put your sweats on. You're done. But that's not this team. You got to grind for these wins.
Well, and that's also because of what the Warriors have to offer when they do go to the bench. Realize if they had lost that game last night, do you know what we would be doing to Jordan Poole right now? This fan base, do you know what you'd be saying if somehow they had not won that game last night?
He's a plus 13.
Poole showed up with 5 points.
1 for 8.
1 for 8 shooting. 5 points. Yes, he had 8 assists. So, and by
Only
the way,
2 turns.
And he had the play of the game.
And didn't fall over once.
Yeah, that's true. 0 falls.
Yeah.
Can we add that to Jordan's box score?
Totally.
Can we just get falls and then just a number? But that around the back dribble and then the dish to Kuminga for the flush, that was kind of the ultimate moment of the game, highlight-wise.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Big time.
And that's Jordan Poole. Like, he's always going to give you something that's dynamic. But is he going to give you anything that's smart and consistent? Same answer as everything else you're asking. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
And why does Jordan Poole go 1 for 8 from the floor? Is it because, the message was sent to where you need to not be as aggressive? This is where I have the biggest issue with Jordan Poole, because he's so wildly inconsistent. You just don't know what you're going to get from night to night. Either he's going to be ultra aggressive and reckless and attack the basket and maybe put 30, 35 points on you, or a game like last night where he was kind of in neutral in terms of looking to score offensively off the bench. 26 minutes, 5 points? Really? Yet, you look at it, and he was a plus 13, and he did have 8 assists. So is this the best Jordan Poole can be for this team? Does Jordan Poole want to be that player? There's so many questions around Jordan Poole.
Yeah. Can we get someone from Warriors marketing on the phone? We get a new idea for one of their, their slogans, strength in numbers.
Sure.
There was gold-blooded. What are some of the other ones I'm missing here during the dynasty? Just the dynasty ones. I don't want to hear about we got next, but right?
Right.
Strength in numbers, gold-blooded. The 2023 Warriors. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all I got. And I think I don't know is actually a powerful phrase. Sometimes you have to turn 30. For some people, it's even 40 before you're comfortable saying that in a room.
Yeah.
Right?
Because there's a certain amount of vulnerability that comes with I don't know.
Especially when you do that. I mean, we work for the flagship station. We get questions everywhere we go. Where is Wiggins? What is going on? Why don't they? I don't know.
I don't know.
Why
did Draymond punch Jordan Poole? I don't know. Is Bob Myers going to come back next year?
I don't know.
Does Steve Kerr want to coach beyond next season?
I don't know.
Is Draymond going to opt out?
I don't know.
Should they have traded James Wiseman? Why don't they play Moses Moody more?
I don't know. I do know that we're sponsored by AC Transit and that we'll take your calls next at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided. Plus, the new hire bonus is paid within
If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Oh, DiVincenzo.
Restaurant quality.
Not quite restaurant quality last night.
Whatever, it's a W.
1 of 6.
Just send that meal
it was
back.
like fast food. Yeah, a little Panda Express, maybe some In-N-Out. In-N-Out. That actually
Pasta Pomodoro would be a more appropriate
Exactly.
comp. Although I used to love pasta pomodoro. I don't even know if it exists anymore.
I don't know that either.
I got to Google that.
I don't know either.
But that would always be like a Friday night. Don't feel like cooking. Let's just get 4 dishes and some garlic bread and call it a
Yeah,
night.
what is a good like Italian fast food joint out there right now? I can't even Olive Garden, but that's not fast food. You're sitting down. You're sitting down.
Bottomless breadsticks.
I mean,
hello.
Tour of Italy. Panera Bread will give you some of that, I guess.
I like a lunch at Panera Bread.
Yeah,
you get the two-way combo. You get the half a sandwich with the soup.
Right. It's kind of like a Buitoni or a what's the name of that bread place? The
Buca de Beppo?
No, not Buca. Buca, you better bring some people with you.
Oh, you're thinking of Boudin?
Boudin, thank you.
Boudin.
There, yeah, Boudin. And you go in there and you get a big old sourdough bread bowl or something.
This from SF Gate, Dateline 2016.
Okay.
Pasta Pomodoro suddenly closes all 15 Bay Area locations.
Wow. It was like they knew
Pasta Ganadoro.
They knew COVID was coming.
Man.
They did it before it even got here.
That was 2016.
That's too bad.
The once ubiquitous local Italian chain ceased operations over the Christmas weekend. Merry Christmas, employees. Pack your things.
Night. Yeah. Maybe a few breadsticks on the way out the door. It is amazing, by the way, speaking of those restaurants.
Let's go to one in El Cerrito out there.
You know what? The public service announcement that you didn't ask for. I wish there were a way. Is there a way, all of you restaurants, especially kind of the quick grab and go kind of restaurants, is there a way to do something with all the food that gets thrown away at the end of the day? Have you ever seen this? Have you ever seen, like...
It's called the dumpster, Mark.
My man.
Some of us feast on dumpster activity.
All these people, right, who need food, and it is unbelievable. I used to do some stuff with the schools. This was back when I still lived down south, and they've got Noah's Bagels up here, too. There was a Noah's Bagels not too far from where we lived. And for a period of time, thank you, for a period of time, the school was like, we called Noah's, and we put together a little thing, and we're having an event at the school tomorrow. Could you go pick up the leftover? They're going to donate bagels that are not used at the end of the day, and you bring them, and we'll use them the next day at school. I said, okay, great, I'll do it. I'll run the errand. And I get over there to Noah's. And it's 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock whenever Noah's is closing. There are 5 massive trash bags on the ground filled to the brim with bagels. I'm like, this is an absolutely breathtaking amount of food.
Bread-taking.
That you're throwing away. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, I mean, I'll bring some of these over to the school, but I'm thinking first, do you have any cream cheese? Because there's onion bagels in here.
Yeah.
There's everything. I mean, right?
Can I get a schmear?
And a table? And before I leave, how about if I eat 27 bagels? This is unbelievable what's sitting here. You throw this out every day?
So much.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that was a random aside.
When I worked in Safeway, the donuts would all get thrown out.
How do I not know that you worked at Safeway?
It was crazy.
Yeah, Red Hill Shopping Center, San Anselmo.
I know that place.
Yeah.
There's a Pete's there.
I was a courtesy clerk and famously got bit by a dog picking up carts one day.
There's a dog park right behind your shopping center.
There was a dog that just comes rolling through, and hey, how you doing, Fido?
Yeah.
Went to pet some random dog.
No wonder you've got a thing about dogs in the store.
That was a
I didn't
issue.
see. Look, here we are still learning things about each other.
We are.
I didn't know that.
That has nothing to do with my anti-dog in a store stance.
I disagree, but anyway, go on.
For me, it's not the dog; it's the dog owner.
I know it is.
And you're a good dog owner. And
I do my best. I leave my dog in the house.
Yeah. Well,
I bring her out.
I
don't go to the grocery store with her. I don't go to the grocery store.
Yeah, or the bar.
Yeah.
Or the indoor restaurant, which is fine. And just because you slap a vest on your dog does not make your dog
a person,
a comfort animal. The amount of abuse that goes on, people who think, I'm going to slap a vest on my dog and now it's my comfort animal. Just go through the certification. That's all, Mark.
Right. Or just, just be quick, right? Be like John Wooden. Be quick, but don't hurry. Crack the window of the car, go into the grocery store, get 2 things, and get your butt back to the car.
Right.
Dog will be fine.
Or leash your dog outside the grocery store.
Can do that too.
And,
that's always a little scary. I'm like, because someone's just going to, take the dog. That's a little, I get it. I've done it.
Okay.
I've done it.
Right.
But, I
guess,
these are our dogs.
Sure.
They mean a lot to us.
Okay.
Right?
And dog napping, I suppose. You're right.
I mean, I don't know if it's a big problem.
Lady Gaga's dog got taken, so it's, famously. Anyway.
We are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game and watch live to see all of the dog info that gets shared between the two of us right here in the studio. Like and subscribe for all of the 957 The Game content on YouTube. And see, look at you people on YouTube. Hi. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for watching. It means the world. 888-957-9570. Anybody want to try to answer the question why? Why?
Which one?
All of them. Just why?
Well, you could lay out all 5 or 6 questions, and we could have people we could do a speed round.
Well, I don't want to do why Wiggins because that's
not.
But just why?
Why did Draymond punch Jordan Poole?
Why are the Warriors the way they are?
Why can't they play defense on the road?
That's that kind of stuff.
Why is Bob Myers still unsigned? And there really aren't answers to any of these.
Yep.
There's only theories. Even the thing about why can't they play defense on the road. John Hollinger, great piece today in The Athletic, laid out all the stats and all the numbers, and he's right statistically. And they have been a little bit unlucky, but also they haven't been that good. They haven't been that determined on the road. So we could look at all the different whys. I agree with you. The Andrew Wiggins one is off the table. And, why can't they win without Andrew Wiggins, I think is up for debate, but not why isn't Wiggins playing.
Right.
That's unfair.
I get the why we think they can't win in the playoffs with Andrew, but yes, why can they not win in the near term, a game on the road like that? That I don't understand. And actually, and I've referenced him before. My good buddy Mike, who is a huge Hoops fan and listens to the show, and so I'll get texts from him once a week on things that we're saying.
Is this your neighbor?
No, not my neighbor.
Okay.
No, this is a good buddy who is a big Warrior fan. He's a big Hoops fan. I should say it that way, and therefore a big Warrior observer. And I usually get a text when he thinks that you and I have said something stupid.
I wish you'd give him my number. So that I get conferenced in?
So I get a lot of texts. And yesterday, his thing was, you guys are being way too hard on the Warriors on the road because someone should go back and give the metrics of how many times this year have the Warriors played these road games at full strength. And I pushed back.
Oh,
I pushed back because I said, listen, look at the NBA right now. I want you to look around. And are we supposed to say, now he didn't mean just Wiggins. He's talking about even the big 3. And that's fair. If Steph is missing games, that's a different basketball team. And each one of them being out knocks them down a little bit. But I don't hear people saying that the Suns are not allowed to win games because Kevin Durant is hurt. I don't hear people right now looking at Memphis and just setting aside everything they do because Ja's not there. I haven't, like the New Orleans Pelicans, halfway through the season, they were one of the NBA's best team. They barely won a game since. No Zion and now no Ingram also.
Lakers don't have LeBron.
The Lakers don't have LeBron.
They're still very much in the mix.
The Mavericks have not had Luka.
Nobody has everybody.
Nobody has anybody. The Timberwolves.
Anybody has nobody.
They won in New York last night, and it was afterward that I found out that Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns are both out.
Sure.
So, I don't know, Warrior fans. Can you really, with a straight face, look yourself in the mirror and be like, well, they don't have Wiggins? Are you telling me that is this your point, Warrior fans? That the Warriors right now don't have enough talent to win road games? The team is drunk with talent.
Right.
They're loaded. Their cup runneth over with players who can put 20 points up in a game. I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
The thing that is most glaring is the home road split, and this is from Hollinger in his piece, and we can agree that they haven't had their full complement at home. They haven't had their full complement on the road. They have had it on the road. They have had it at home. It's been all over the map. The Warriors are 3rd in the league in home defense, 28th in road defense in terms of the home road split. So if you want to talk about why are you so much better at home defensively? They're the Warriors at home defensively. Then you go on the road defensively, you're Sacramento. You're the plucky, adorable Sacramento Kings. And John mentioned something in his piece that I didn't realize, and this is a small piece of the Atlanta game. They were stuck on their bus for 40 minutes because there was a train they were waiting for a train to clear the tracks, and so they were stuck on the bus for 40 minutes.
The Warriors know how to play basketball.
You can look at the fact that they haven't had their full complement, and you don't have Wiggins, and you don't have GP2, and all the rest of it. Bottom line, why, Mark, to use your word, and you know I'm a big why guy, why are you so much better at home defensively than you are on the road?
No explaining it. We asked Steve Kerr, no explaining it. It's funny, John Hollinger, you keep referencing what a good piece it is, and it is, and you get to the end of it, and guess what? You still ain't got any answers.
Nice.
Hollinger's article, it takes you through basically the what, but it doesn't really get to the why, and I don't blame him for that because there is no answer. It is inexplicable the way that this looks home and road. And if your brain goes to, wow, I mean, this unbelievable shooting percentage that other teams are shooting when the Warriors are on the road, it's just bad luck. Well, if you subscribe to that, then that means they've had unbelievable good luck when they're at home, and therefore it balances out. The bottom line is there is no discrepancy in the league. It's not just the record. It's like 100 different data points that show that when the Warriors leave Chase Center, they are a completely different collection of human beings. I don't know how the hell anybody describes that or explains that.
And it's data points as a group, and it's also data points as individuals themselves. Draymond Green's defense on the road in points per 100 when he's on the floor versus when he's at home is dramatically different, as it is with Clay and Steph Curry. And we could look at the bench and say, well, you don't have the same defensive presence on the bench as you did last year, but that shouldn't mean that you have just 8 wins on the road for an entire season. That shouldn't be the case. And he mentioned another fact that slapped me in the face. They have 8 road wins this year. They had 5 road wins last year in the playoffs. In the playoffs,
right, as we
they
know.
had 5.
We know. They played 4 series, and they always win at least 1 road game in a series. It's like a rule.
Yeah.
You have to have at least 4.
The last time the Warriors didn't win at least 1 road game in a playoff series, we believe, against Utah.
Right.
So every single series, even when Clay was hurt in the playoffs and Draymond was suspended and Steph played and Steph slipped on Lake Montejunas against Houston and then he was out, you had KD, you didn't have KD, you had Barnes, Iguodala, all the rest of it. They've always been able to do that one thing, and yet this team, 8-29 on the road.
888-957-9570. Give it a shot. Why? Why are the Warriors the way they are? Let's go to Robin in the city. Hey, Robin, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. How are you doing, and what are you doing?
I'm just sitting here in Oakland waiting to get on because the question, you guys said slogan, the why. I don't know why, but the why made me think of this. That should be the slogan, why. You guys are both parents. I'm a parent, and I'm a grandparent as well. And the why reminds me of the 3-year-old. Remember, 2-year-old is no. 3-year-old is why. Why? Why, Grandmommy? Why? And so I have to tell you this story. Please bear with me. My father, who's deceased now, was a construction worker, and they used to wear that pinstripe shirt with the Ben Davis monkey on it. And so my nephew, who was small at the time, sat on Granddaddy's lap and said, "Granddaddy, who's that?" And my daddy said, "That's me." And he looked up at my father. He looked back down at the little monkey on the shirt, and he said, "Why you look like a monkey, Granddaddy?" He said, "That's the $50 million question, baby." And sometimes it's just, and he said, and sometimes that's just the way it is, okay? And you know what? And that's just the way it is. There's no answer to why, okay? They stink, period, okay? And that's all I got for you guys.
Yeah, Robin, you know what? Yeah, real quick, Robin, what's up?
Real quick, I just wanted to say this. Yesterday's conversation was interesting in terms of Bob Myers and and Steve Kerr. What have you done for me lately?
Yep.
Well, Steve Kerr was the one who changed the offense that made him a championship, and Bob Myers is the one who flipped all those picks to get where we are today. Peace out, you guys.
All right,
Robin, thank you.
Yeah, so here's the funny thing. She's right in one sense. Everything in life. Why? Well, things just are the way they are, right? I mean, there's some truth to that, but with this, in a vacuum, there is a why. There is. There's just not, right? Like Steph Curry is still putting up the same numbers, and Klay Thompson's putting up the same numbers. And Draymond Green is still a solid player, and we've known what these guys are for a decade, and now they're not. And so I can't just accept, well, that's the way it is this year. No, there's a why. There's a why. There are a number of whys.
Right.
But we don't really seem to know what they are.
But you can point to analytics and metrics, and you can start to get some clues, and you can start to get some evidence as to why things are the way they are. And you look at last year, they were one of the best defensive teams in basketball. This year, they're not. Last year, they were number 2 in turnovers committed. This year, they're number 2 in turnovers committed. But the big thing for me is the way they play from a pace standpoint. You play a lot faster, and therefore you don't play as well defensively. Their transition defense is an abomination. Steve Kerr's talked about it all year. When you give up the ball in a live ball turnover, it's tough to get back and get a stop. That's part of it. But also, after made baskets, this team plays fast, and they don't play very good transition defense.
Coming up at the top of the hour, you're going to want to hear something Draymond Green said about the Houston Rockets, and then you tell us if you can translate it to things going on behind the scenes with the Warriors. We'll have that for you in 10 minutes. Want to keep going with your calls right now. JJ in San Jose is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, JJ, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? I just got off of work listening to this conversation. You know what? It's interesting, but I'll tell you why things are the way they are. Because they're trying to rekindle what they had before COVID, before all that. Look, last year, I believe only a team like the Warriors could have pulled off what they pulled off last year because of what they did before COVID, and I'll explain. Klay missed half the year, and Poole started. And what happened? They were like 47-13. All of a sudden, Klay comes back, Draymond gets hurt, and Poole has to go on the bench because Curry's there. And they had so much inconsistency last year, but I believe that they were that good, them players were that good, that they figured it out on the fly throughout the playoffs. I mean, Curry came off the bench first round, and they smacked Denver. And now all of a sudden, second round against Memphis, Poole has to go to the bench, and he was a no-show for basically the rest of the playoffs. This year, I think they took their skill for granted and said, hey, you know what? I ain't even worried about it. They have this I ain't worried about it mentality since the beginning, and it's biting them in the butt right now.
Yeah.
That's where they're at right now, and that's, to me, that's what's going on.
JJ, thanks, man. I just... Here's why I have a hard time with that. The whole idea that they're coasting and they've got our talent is going to overwhelm, kind of a vibe about them. Don't you think by now they would have snapped out of it? Don't you think by now they would have been like, not working. So maybe we need to try something else. Plus this idea that, they like at the beginning of the season, they were just kind of like, whatever. I don't think that's what was going on at the beginning of the season. I think at the beginning of the season, they were trying to bring in the young guys and have them be a big part of this. And then the older guys realized this isn't going to work. And so they had to recalibrate.
I think both things are true about the start of the year.
Recalibration sensation.
That's a buck. And I'm
in the middle of the year.
Happy to have you pay it. I think it was both of those things. They had to recalibrate, but also the veterans came in with a little bit of a championship hangover. And the way they lost some of those earlier games was in a way that this team would never lose games. They lost to bad teams in bad ways. And last year you started 18-2. You had that cushion. You didn't have to worry about Draymond being out, slow playing Klay, Steph getting hurt late because you had the cushion. This year, you've been chasing it. You've been fighting it. And last night's a great example. Steph, Klay, and Draymond all played a ton of minutes in order to beat the worst team, one of the worst teams in the association. So even if they do make the playoffs, Mark, I don't feel good about how fresh these guys are going to be down the stretch.
Yeah, that's a good point. Except for if Andrew Wiggins is on the team in the playoffs, he should be fresh. Yeah. Maybe the opposite. I don't know. Maybe he's going to be rusty. I'm starting to think that
he's not coming back.
I think.
But we've heard from Bob Myers repeatedly. We've heard from a lot of different people saying, I haven't heard that Andrew's not coming back. I haven't ruled out Andrew coming back. And put aside whatever the reason is, the rumored reason that he's not playing. I'm not here for the rumor mongering, but the one thing I look at, Mark, is the man hasn't played in 5 weeks, 6 weeks, if you count the All-Star break. So I just can't imagine him suddenly getting over this and coming back.
Yeah, like a lot of times I think this is why it got everybody scratching their head. You translate it through the team. You kind of follow their cues. And what do teams like to do, especially the Warriors, when it comes to injuries or absences? They like to under-promise and over-deliver. Right? Remember Steph right before the playoffs last year? Oh, yeah, we don't know. We do not know. We do not. Yes, you do. You know. Steph's over here doing interviews with Steiny and Goo. He's going to be ready to go for the playoffs, and you knew that. Same thing with Clay. Under-promise and then over-deliver, and then also sort of lean into being really conservative with coming back. Well, if they knew that he wasn't coming back, you might just go ahead and say that by now, except for if you do that in this particular case, then people really start asking questions. Oh, now what is it that just you can tell me now on March 21st that he's knocked out? Like, the Warriors think they might be playing in June. You're going to tell me right now that he's out for 3 months?
Right.
For sure? Because of something that is like emotionally related? That's a tough thing to say publicly.
And nobody knows.
Well, they do. They do.
I don't even know if Andrew knows.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I mean, they know what started this.
Correct.
I don't know if they know.
I don't even know.
He may not know why he feels the way he feels.
Right.
That's possible.
And he may not know that in 4 days he'll feel better about it, or 3 weeks he'll feel better about it.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls next, plus we promise. What Draymond Green said about the Rockets last night. Can you transfer it to the Warriors too? You're going to want to hear this. And that's next on Willard and Dibs.
Now it's time to guess. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I think sometimes people just have stuff that's like on the brain. I mean, honestly.
Love on the brain. Shout out Rihanna.
There you go. And I don't care if she's pregnant or not. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Wow.
That was the weirdest conversation that came out. Is she pregnant? Who cares if she's pregnant? If she's pregnant, then that's even more amazing. I know you didn't like the performance. I thought Rihanna was great.
I thought they mailed it in. Her and her fetus.
I thought you were talking about like the dancers.
No. I thought it was mediocre.
I think if you're pregnant, you get to mail it in. How about that? How about that?
You don't.
What do you mean you don't?
If you can't bring your A game, then let somebody else do it. Let's bring back Up with People.
Okay, but so I would respond to that. Let's go down a rabbit hole for a sec.
Quick rabbit hole.
How can you tell Rihanna what her pregnant A game is? Maybe that was her A game.
Okay.
Because she's pregnant.
No, it obviously was. I don't think that she was intentionally mailing it in.
Right. So, like, why would we expect her to look and perform?
Not about the look.
An athletic act. Well, no, meaning the look of the performance, not the look of the human being.
Right.
Why would we expect it to look the same if she's pregnant?
Because she's able to go out there and perform.
But it's a different bar. She's pregnant.
And this speaks to athletics in sports when, and shout out Willis Reed, who we lost today at the age of 80. And everything is measured in terms of what Willis Reed did famously in that game where he limped onto the floor and helped inspire the Knicks to a championship. If an athlete is playing in a contest, we judge them based on the contest, not, he's playing through this or he's playing through that. If you're out there playing, you got to perform.
But we did in that case. I mean, we did in a lot of cases. Well,
the Willis Reed game has been wildly blown out of proportion in terms of what he did that night. The man scored one basket.
Okay, but right, he gave you what he had that night.
He sure did.
And so it was inspirational. But we don't look back on it and go, dude, you're out there, so you got to be good. No, like we looked at it through a certain lens. Jimmy Garoppolo, not obviously this year that just ended, the year before that, the NFC Championship run against the Rams.
Yeah.
Did we, with full knowing that his shoulder and his hand were totally messed up, did we factor that into our thoughts about his play in that postseason?
No.
I did.
Of course you did. Of course you did,
You
Mark.
didn't?
No. You're Captain Save a Jimmy G.
Well,
what I looked at was you're out there as a quarterback in the NFC Championship game, go do quarterback things. And if you can't do quarterback things, then let somebody else go out there and do those quarterback things.
Okay, so when Brock Purdy went back out onto the field, you expected him to throw with no UCL.
No,
he's out there.
Well, that wasn't my choice. I expected him to have somebody at quarterback who could actually throw the football.
I
would have rather have seen Christian McCaffrey running around like a crazy person trying to do something other than, hey, everybody, I can't throw. You know I can't throw. So 3rd and 11, might be a run play.
It's a great question. Why didn't we run the wishbone? I mean, seriously.
They tried it once.
Get the Air Force on the phone. If anybody can get there quickly, it's the Air Force. Have them fly to the game. Teach you the wishbone. Let's go. Get 5 people in the backfield and have no idea which direction they're going and see if you can win the football game.
At least, run some Wildcat and let Debo throw it. Let somebody throw it.
Something.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You're down. They were down by 3 scores anyway.
Reason I bring up love on the brain.
Sure.
So, and I think you can hear this with anyone. You can certainly hear it with us. You'll hear analogies and things like that. And, they absolutely come from the current life experiences that we are having.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're right.
Is that what Draymond Green was doing last night?
I wonder.
He was asked about the Houston Rockets. And listen to what he says.
Not build bad habits. You get in certain situations and it's very easy to build bad habits. But habits are hard to break. So you build bad habits and kind of becomes who you are. It's important to try to play the right way. I think they're well coached. You look at the coaching staff over there. Steven, who's been around the game his whole life. Lionel Hollins, who coaching the Grizzlies when I came in the league, been around the game very long time. In NBA game in particular, very long time. John Lucas, very, very long time. So they have a great coaching staff. And I think it's just important that with a young group, with no veteran leadership, really. It's important that they hear those coaches, because they know the NBA game in and out, been doing it for a long time. And sometimes you need a veteran to kind of relay the message the coach is trying to say. They don't have that luxury. And so I think it's just important for them to continue to listen to what those guys are saying, because it'll determine the way their careers go.
Do you hear this? Do you hear the words that are coming out of his mouth?
What I'm reading between the lines and I'm hearing him say is, I told Bob Myers and Joe Lacob to get rid of James Wiseman. I told Steve Kerr to knock it off. Stop playing Moses Moody, because without me as a veteran for this Golden State Warriors team, things would look a lot different. And Houston, you know what, Houston? You need me. Give me 3 years and $90 million. I'll come be a Rockets.
I don't think he was saying that, but I do.
I might have taken it too far.
I think that he relates to what he's looking at with the Rockets, because you hear him say, look, what's important for those young Rockets players is to listen.
Oh, yeah. To the veterans.
To the veterans. It's important that they listen to the veterans, because if you don't listen to the veterans and the coaches, it will determine the future of your NBA career. The whole key to your future is to listen to the veterans and the coaches who know what they're talking about, because if you're a young player and you don't do that, then you will develop bad habits. You cannot break those habits, and it will ruin your NBA career. Draymond Green talking about the Rockets.
The Rockets.
Not Jordan Poole.
No.
He's talking about the Rockets.
We're talking about the Rockets. Not the Pools. Not the Wisemans. Not the Moody's. What are we talking about?
The Rocket Man.
The Rockets. And by the way, the Rockets' oldest player is a guy who goes by the name of Boban Marjanovic. He's 34. After that, you got Willie Cauley-Stein, and you've got Frank the Tank Kaminsky. These are not necessarily players who have the wherewithal or the gravitas, as my man Lone Neal would say, to go ahead and be those types of leaders. And by the way,
they don't even play.
Correct.
They barely even play.
Exactly. And if you take the entire salaries of the Rockets, I don't even know if it adds up to what Steph Curry's making in totality.
Are you looking at it? I hope you're not looking at it. Are you looking at
the salaries?
Yeah.
I am looking at it, but not the total.
I was going to hit Game Show Music, please, to see if you could name the highest paid Rocket and what his salary is.
I wouldn't have gotten it.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have gotten either one.
It's so odd, here at the home of the Checkbook Championship, 95-7
Exactly.
the game of the Golden State Warriors. While we're used to people running around in luxury taxis and making $59 million per year, do you know, all of you listening, that the Houston Rockets have a sum total of 0 $10 million per year players?
Yeah.
None.
0.
Not a one.
And the Warriors have 4?
58 of them.
I mean,
58
Jordan Poole isn't one of them, but he will be next year.
Right? Draymond, Clay, Steph,
and
Andrew.
Wiggins. And Looney makes just shy of it.
Right.
GP2 makes just shy of it.
Just shy.
GP2 would be the third highest player on the Houston Rockets,
right.
behind Jalen Green and Jabari Smith Jr., as you well know.
Looney makes 8. GP2 makes 8.3. But it's not just the number of $10 million per year players. It's how much over $10 million they are. Like, you look at their salary structure, and there's Draymond at 25.8. There's Andrew at 33.6. There's Clay at 40.6. And then there is Steph at $48.07 million per year. The Rockets do not have one player making $10 million a year.
The Rockets' total is about $54 million, according to my rudimentary math skills. So there you have it. Draymond Green speaking to the Rockets, but at the same time speaking the truth to what's going on here in Golden State. And that's why, and I was listening to Steiny and Goo on the drive in, and I agree with Goo in terms of they both, Draymond and Jordan Poole, they both can't be on this team next year. They just can't be.
You think that's a hard line stance?
I think so. I look at it. I look at this year and what's gone wrong. And this is not to blame Jordan Poole. It's not to blame Draymond Green. What Draymond Green did to Jordan Poole in the preseason in that leaked video is a real thing. And I don't think that that's gone away, and I don't think it's going to go away. I don't believe that the three veterans and Jordan Poole can coexist together going forward, even into next year.
Interesting. I wonder if y'all agree with that. I want to answer that. Can Jordan Poole and Draymond Green potentially coexist on a basketball team or not? We're also asking why. Why are the Warriors the way they are this year? We'll get to your calls on that next. Abdul, rest of you stay there, 888-957-9570. We are sponsored by AC Transit, and all new from 2 to 6 every weekday on 95.7 The Game. It is Willard and Dibs. I think that's a hell of a statement you just made.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole and Draymond Green cannot coexist on the same basketball team after this year. I would say, it's the phrase that pays today, Dan Dibley.
What is that?
I don't know.
I think you're going to say why.
I need more. I need more information. I need more. I'm not willing yet to say that a punch followed by a walking off of the court in exasperation, those are two really big, damning subjects.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's enough yet for me to say a bridge cannot be crossed, you cannot coexist, but I'm mindful that also Draymond is sitting here talking about the Rockets last night and young players, quote unquote, listening to the veterans. I wonder if there's something there with these veterans and Jordan Poole.
I think that's a big part of why I think the way that I think about this subject, but also just the stylistic nature of the way Jordan Poole plays versus the way these Golden State Warriors have won. Draymond, Steph, and Klay, they've won a certain way. They play basketball a certain way. Jordan Poole at times fits in that system, but at other times it feels like he goes rogue. And the way he plays with the heavy dribble, less passing, a little bit more reckless, his style I don't think necessarily fits with the way the Warriors have won. You add in the fact that Jordan Poole's going to make more money than Draymond Green next year if Draymond opts in, and Draymond Green would be in the last year of his deal. I don't see Draymond coming back and playing out the final year on an opt-in, and I don't
think not.
I don't see the team extending him. I don't see him agreeing to be extended without Jordan Poole being elsewhere.
Yeah, that I don't know. I have no idea what Draymond's line in the sand would be. I don't know what kind of power he's going to have to make a move like that. He's Draymond. I'm a big believer in player empowerment. It is higher level than I think most of you believe. That's my thought. And so Draymond's going to have a lot of say here. He's the one with the option. He's also Draymond freaking Green. There's no dynasty without him. But I just think there are more chapters to this story that haven't been written. Okay? The Warriors got to the playoffs last year and something clicked. And it mainly felt like it was just health. It wasn't like something emotionally or mentally, but maybe this year it will be. I just, without seeing these last 9 games and then where it goes from here, I don't know if you can grab out a Sharpie and say that these two guys simply can't play with one another. But I get the sentiment based on what we've seen. I absolutely get the sentiment.
Yeah, they can play together, and they have won together. So I don't think it's as simple as, well, this can't work again. This is broken beyond all repair. I just don't think that in terms of next year and going forward, that this situation is something that either or both want to deal with. Jordan Poole is getting the bag, and so he knows no matter what, he's getting a 4-year, $135 million or whatever the exact number is. His contract starts next year. So even if he's elsewhere, he's still getting paid. And if you're Draymond Green, you're thinking, I built this thing. And he said as much. He's the one who built it here. And this team wouldn't be 4-time champs without him. So I don't think that he and Jordan Poole can coalesce together in the future, my opinion.
You can't play with Jordan Poole. Maybe we can get that from a caller at some point.
Yeah, Priest. Shout out to Priest.
What's up, Priest? Thank you. I do know this. The World Baseball Classic is starting at 4 o'clock.
I'm all in.
We've got...
No, I seriously, Mark, I am all in.
Because you bet on it.
I like the under. I'm under 10. Hoping for some pitching. I like that Japanese guy. He can really throw it.
Oh, my gosh. And he's 21 years old.
Oh, is he?
And right?
I
That's
have no
what you're
idea.
talking about, right? The guy who averaged 101.5 miles an hour in that recent game.
He can sling it. He'll give you 3 hard innings. And then we got to go to the pen because
then we out.
World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, so anyway, this is a fascinating sort of thing that's coming up here at 4 o'clock. And I'll also let you know that leading right up to the first pitch of the game, we're going to be hanging out with Dallas Braden. He is not just an A's legend, he is a facial hair legend and has a very, very firm thoughts on the beauty of this World Baseball Classic. So In about 25 minutes, Dallas Braden will be on with us, lead us right up to first pitch of that game.
Big if true.
If true. We will find out. But up until then, let's hear from you on this, the why of the Warriors, Draymond, Jordan Poole, and beyond. Let's go to Abdul in San Francisco here on Willard and Dibs. Abdul, what are you doing?
Oh, well, I'm sitting in the rain, man, listening to this amazing talk show, man.
Wow.
Love you guys.
Thank you so much. Are you actually sitting in the rain, or do you have like an umbrella, or are you in a car, or what's happening?
No, I'm in my car.
Okay, all right. I didn't want your phone to go short out on us.
Dry. But man, ultimately, I think you guys covered most of the points, right? The punch, and I called yesterday, and I mentioned some of the points that most of the callers brought up, like the punch, Draymond not getting the mic on ring night. And I think ultimately what it comes down to is just the two different timelines, and then just trading James Wiseman and everything like that. I think the Warriors, the core group, wanted another set piece with them to help them out, and the Warriors kind of set their foot straight and said, well, this is the direction that we're going by, giving Jordan the contract and extending Wiggins. So I really don't know if the Warriors don't win a chip this year. I don't know if the core group's going to remain together because they're clearly regressing. And so, yeah, that's my main opinion is I think it's the two timelines that completely separated the team. And I think if they don't win a chip, the core group is going to split. And I wanted to know what you guys think.
Well, I'll say...
Thanks, Abdul. Stay dry out there, kid.
Here's what I would say. I think it's being overplayed that the big three are slipping. I don't think they're slipping that much at all. I mean, there's the obvious stuff. They're in their mid-30s.
Yeah.
So are they as defensively effective as an individual? Do they load manage more often? All of those things are obvious. You don't need anybody to tell you that. But this idea that their slippage is what is leading to the Warriors' slippage, I personally kind of reject.
You're coming down the road of your one-time bestie, Matt Steinmetz, who has been highlighting the slippage, or as the French would say, the slippage.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that there is some slippage, but I don't think it's so dramatic that they're falling off the map. You can look at their numbers. Klay Thompson had the two best months of his NBA career this calendar year, January and February. Now, are the three of them as good as they were 3 or 4 years ago? No. I think there's been some, I guess slippage is the word we're using, but it hasn't been so dramatic to where that's why this team is going to be 18 wins less than last year.
Do you know what's wild that I haven't heard anybody say? Do you understand? Steph Curry is better this year than he was last year.
Statistically?
No question. Actually, I don't even know the stats. I just know that I watched both seasons. He's better this year. I mean, we can look it up. He has been
right now, yeah.
He's a better player this year than he was last year. I have no doubt about it. Give me the numbers. What are we looking at?
Field goal percentage for Stephen Curry. Last year, he shot 43.7% from the floor.
This year?
49.8.
I mean, that is significant.
6 points higher.
That is a huge difference.
From three, he was 38% last year.
This year?
43.3.
Huge difference.
And so he's damn near going to have a 50, 40, 90 year. He's at 49.8 from three, 43. He's at 43% from three, 49.8 from the floor, and he's shooting 91.5% from the line.
Explain to me all about all the slippage.
Turnovers are the same. Assists are the same. He's up a rebound a game.
Okay.
Steals are down, but he's a steal a game.
Yeah.
Guy can't block a shot to save his life.
Ridiculous.
He's at 0.4, actually, which is ahead of his career average of 0.2. 29.8 a game from 25.5.
I mean,
offensively, he's been better. Defensively, not so much.
That was never really right. I mean, Steph Curry's defense was never the key to anything in his NBA
Correct.
career.
Yeah.
Right? So,
I mean, defensively, he still is better than he was in his early days.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
So, I mean, we're sitting here going, oh, gosh, the big three are getting worse. Steph Curry is markedly better. Klay Thompson is markedly better this year than last year, just based on availability. And Draymond Green, if there's been a tiny bit of slip in his game from last year to this year, so what?
Well, defensively there has, but offensively, he's been great this year.
Like the net of just those three players, explain to me how they're slipping. They're better.
Right.
They're better this year. So if you want to know why the Warriors are worse, I don't understand anybody who's looking at those guys. You got to look at the rest of the picture. And when you do that, I think it's easy to therefore use all of our clues that the big three are like, yo, this is the problem with this team is all of these other guys and their youth. It's not that we're mad at them. They're just not ready to do the things that we know.
Are you going Oakland A's on me right now? It's not us, it's you?
Yes, I am.
Wow, it's too soon.
And now I'm walk out of this building right now.
Push your equipment out and go to a station no one's heard of.
See you on IG Live in an hour. No, it's just, I mean, it is. It's them.
Clay's points up. Field goal percentage is up. 3-point percentage is up. And
Games
this is
played up.
But this is after a dreadful start, too. So Clay.
I know.
But to your point.
Last year he didn't play for the first
But
half
the
of the
first
year.
2 months of the year for Clay this year were bad. And he's gotten to be so much better that his averages are even better than they were last year in 32 games.
So I wonder if anybody, therefore, can get a window into the frustration that the three of these guys are clearly feeling. They are playing better.
Individually. As a team, they're not.
Correct.
And that's where the frustration comes because ultimately defense is a team exercise. Draymond can say, I'm the best defensive player ever. And you can debate that maybe he is, maybe he's not. But if you don't have four other guys on the floor also playing good defense and five guys on a string and the rest of it, it doesn't matter how good you are individually, and that's where
as a competitor, you
this
relish
team
in
has
the
been.
moments of.
That's my bad.
That's all right. That's why this team.
I bumped something over here.
You did.
Yeah.
That's why this team has been so bad defensively all year. It's because as a group they've been poor.
Clay couldn't wait to answer what we were saying because he agrees. He's like, yeah, it's all them other dudes.
That's what that cut was.
Those other dudes. Yeah, the other dudes are messing everything up here with GSW hoop. I get it. I really do. If you're coming from their standpoint, those big three, which is that if you're coming off of a championship, the validation that came with that particular championship, and then all of a sudden, the following year, you're playing more often, you're playing statistically better, and the team is this much worse, and you have some of your veteran helpers who have been replaced by younger players. I don't know, man. Like, the roadmap to me looks pretty clear. And it doesn't mean that they don't have some responsibility because they are the leaders. But the analogy I've used 100 times this year, and I won't stop because maybe it's just what I relate to the most. I love it when we're like, well, they're the leaders, so then it's on them. Great. Have you ever had a child? Just tell them what to do.
Got a bunch of them.
Tell them what to do, and you tell me if that's all you need to do. Yep. Just show them what to do.
Yeah.
Just show them how to work the washing machine.
That's it.
Show them how to work the dryer, and then they'll do their laundry by themselves every night. It doesn't work that way.
Well, it might happen one night here and one night there, but consistently.
But not exactly.
I tell my baby, who's almost 7 months old, "Are you going to sleep through the night,
come
sweetie?
on, baby.
We'll see you tomorrow at 7 a.m." And then at 3:15, it's like, I thought we talked about this. So it's similar in terms of what the veterans think about the young players. And not again, Mark, it goes back to my statement. I can't see Draymond and Jordan Poole both being Golden State Warriors next year because of what you just said. Draymond, Clay, Steph, they're having good years. The slippage has been minor, if any. And you look at Jordan Poole, shot attempts per game, up. Shooting percentage from three, down. Shooting percentage overall, down. Turnovers, up. All the metrics that you look at statistically about Jordan Poole in his fourth year, and he's not playing well enough, and he's not playing the way that they would want him to play. And if you're Draymond Green, forget the punch, which is indefensible in every possible way. But you're Draymond Green, and you see the organization give Jordan Poole a 4-year deal after you had asked for a max contract, and they all but laughed in your face. I don't know how he's going to be able to want to come back and be in this organization.
I totally get where you're coming from. I just wonder if he's that intent about. I don't know. I don't know if it's that intense of a feeling.
There's that
him.
I don't know again.
Well, how do I?
Nobody knows.
How do I know if he's that mad? If he's going to draw a line in the sand and do the me or him? This town ain't big enough for the both of us. That's a very big statement. And I'd also say, if you do that in an NBA circle, Draymond is not the only one with an ego at this party. It's very difficult, I find, in watching sports, if a billionaire feels like you've put him or her in a corner, it is rather rare that they're just like, okay.
Billionaires don't blink.
I'll do exactly what you say. It's you or him.
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll trade it. Like, I would imagine that Joe Lacob does not want to be told what to do with one of his future stars. That's my guess. That's my guess. It's not that they won't trade Jordan Poole. It's almost as if you want Jordan Poole traded, don't go about it that way. If you tell me to trade Jordan Poole, I probably won't. I might if you just bring the idea up. But
Right.
if you demand it, like you're running the team now, you're not going to take the well to that.
This is a weird statement to make, but I'm
Go
going to
ahead and
say
make
it
it
anyway.
anyway.
Winning a championship ruined everything.
I totally get what you mean.
I mean, in terms of like
not that you'd go
the
back
future.
and change it.
No, absolutely not. And Steiny said it earlier, and I agree with him. This is the crowning achievement for that core group of guys.
No doubt.
The first championship was remarkable. The two with KD were cool. I will never diminish a championship, but those were expected. You know, that's like, you know, a short par 5 and you make a par. It's like, okay, cool. Nice par. Even you made a birdie. Half the field is making eagle, but you made a nice nifty birdie. Good for you. Check the box. Last year's championship was a crowning achievement.
It's a hole-in-one.
It was incredible. It was perfection. And so going forward now, if you're Joe Lacob, you're thinking Jordan Poole, got to have him for the future, and Kuminga for the future, Wiseman for the future. They picked up his option in October before they ceremoniously traded him at the deadline. So I do believe there is some sort of a divide between the veteran core and what the team thinks about the future.
Feels that way for sure.
Yeah.
We'll keep going with your phone calls. We got new merch available, by the way, as well. Check out our I'm Only Here for the $9 beer T-shirts, which I do like to say in a Bochy voice. I'm only here for the $9 beer.
That's pretty good.
957thegameshop.com, 957thegameshop.com. Let's go to Jim and Marin. Hey, Jim, what are you doing?
Well, actually, I've been sitting here. I'm a caregiver waiting for my client. I've been sitting here playing mandolin, but I have a lot to say. One thing, I've watched all the media reports, and everybody talks about the punch, and nobody mentions the assault that Poole put on him with that very strong shove.
Oh.
Do you think he would have punched him if he hadn't been shoved? It's like everybody is looking at Poole as the victim. And first of all, I don't know why they gave him that fucking extension.
All right. I mean, my gosh, that call was a disaster from the beginning.
I mean, say strong shove again. Honestly,
I hate saying this. That felt like somebody who blames the abused spouse for talking too much. Like, holy hell. I mean, honestly, in this setting.
Well, people have actually defended Draymond Green because Jordan Poole put his hands on him first.
This is professional sports. These guys are bumping and shoving and doing this constantly. Trash talk.
Right.
That is garden variety. All the people who are like, oh, there's punches that happen in our team all the time. No, the shove, there's never been a practice in the history of the NBA where dudes aren't shoving, whether it's within the framework of the play or not. It happens all the time. Football training camp, guys get locked up.
Yeah.
Everybody comes over, right? But how often does somebody swing a helmet and whack another player in the head? Well, only Aaron Donald. Are you going to blame a Bengal for talking or something in that experience? I hated that point. Every time someone's made that, blaming Jordan Poole for getting punched, it's absurd.
It's like if we're at the grocery store and I accidentally hit your car with my shopping cart and then you blow up my vehicle. I mean, it's like, wait, what?
Right.
You know, instead of
Punishment
exchanging
fit the crime.
Exactly. And the escalation sensation and to go from a push to a cold cock is just, it's ridiculous. This is not to say that Jordan Poole doesn't have some blame in terms of the trash talk and this and that, but Draymond Green himself has said, I love the trash talk. This is the NBA. This is what we do. So that can't be a justification for popping a guy.
We got plenty of room for your Warrior phone calls throughout the rest of the show. We will keep going with that. I want to throw this out there, too, though. Do a little Quienes Mas Macho. You tell me which one is your favorite.
Okay. Is that what that means?
Well, Quienes Mas Macho is, who is the most macho?
Okay.
Yeah, not what is your favorite. But
Okay.
Yeah, who is, anyway.
No, I wasn't sure. I took French in high school, which was bad parenting. Yeah.
That is, like, how are you going to use that?
Useless.
Yeah. You go to Paris and just say croissant.
It's
and then
seriously.
Like, what are you?
I thought the chicks would dig the French, but it's gotten me nowhere.
Yeah.
If you can actually speak it and you're a good-looking guy.
Just doing a weird accent doesn't actually work.
French would have served you well. Handsome, debonair, short, red, and round.
I've been to Paris, too.
Oh, boy. I should have gone Portuguese.
Anyway, Dallas Braden's going to join us in a couple of minutes. World Baseball Classic 20 minutes away. We're all big fans of USA.
I'm a big fan of defense.
Been watching this from the beginning. But last night, Japan, with the walk-off win to get into this game tonight over Mexico. First of all, Dave Fleming, the American call, MLB Network.
Tani, the pitch is hit to left center field. Hit very well, and it is off the wall. Otani flying around third, right behind him, scoring the winning run. It's a walk-off. Japan will play for the championship.
That's our guy, Dave Fleming, the English call. How about the losing call? This would be Mexican television.
Listo otra vez de costado, Giovanni. Batazo sólido al jardín central. La pelota recoge Candela y va contra el muro. Doble Otani, semáforo luz verde, siga para el Pentágono, anota. Y Japón nos dejó en el terreno, se acabó. Se acabó la historia para México en el Clásico Mundial de Béisbol. Desafortunadamente, no salió bien Giovanni Gallegos como contra Puerto Rico. Y Japón festeja.
Yeah, adios pelota.
Totally.
That was like Dwayne Kuiper going, gone. But this is the winning Japanese television call. Well, Dallas Braden is going to join us next. And for this segment here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs say, sayonara!
Why do we turn crumpled up paper into three-pointers?
Boom! Nothing but recycling.
mistakes. Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right?
All right. I mean, look, some people are just more fun to talk to than others, right?
Absolutely.
Right? I think you're pretty fun to talk to. I want to wring your neck sometimes.
No doubt.
Yeah. You're pretty fun to talk to.
Well, I had a chance to talk to our next guest about 12 years ago when I was doing color commentary for the Stockton Ports, and he was the VIP guest, so Dallas and I go pretty far back, Mark.
Yep, and we were doing Quienes Mas Macho a minute ago, and when it comes to your beard versus his...
Oh, not even close.
Yeah, Dallas is Mas Macho. Hey, Dallas, what are you doing, man?
Willie Dibbs, how we doing, boys? I'm hanging in there, man. I'm hanging in there, not doing much. Strapping down right now, getting ready for an electric factory of a WBC finale.
Yeah, like this deal, man, I got to say, it's kind of won me over when big-time players started getting hurt. You know, it bums you out. I realized they could get hurt in spring training also. But what is it? Would you put into words why this particular year it feels like this just clicked energetically for a lot of people?
Well, I can do my damnedest. I think it starts with the buy-in that you're getting from the players, the buy-in that you're experiencing from the players makes it really, really easy for you to go, oh, okay, you know what? All right, I'll rally around. You know, I just tweeted out Mike Trout on set here with the guys before the game just confirmed, hey, I'm in. I already told them I'm in for 2026. You know, so you're getting that kind of energy from one of the foremost talents in the game, Mike Trout, arguably one of the faces of the game, And that's why it feels a little different, because the investment from all of the right places. And you're getting incredible baseball as well, and it's March. So when you have the national stage set and international competition, and I said this, casual soccer fans are littered all across this country. Every 4 years, people just like me show up at the bar with fans of the of the footy. Really, it's fans who are friends of fans of the footy, and I'm all in. But now it's our sport, right? Now it's baseball, and I can tell you the positions on the field. I can tell you who's who. I can talk a little bit about that. Soccer, not so much. Pass me the beer, teach me the cheer, and I'm rolling with you. But this is a completely different ball of wax, and you're getting it from all corners of the globe. It is an absolute dynamo of a display of baseball.
I've been somewhat of a skeptic of the event, Dallas, but what Mark said describes me to a T. Just watching the enthusiasm with which these guys are playing, Japan in the walk-off yesterday, the celebrations from all these countries when they get wins, and it all culminates tonight here in about 10 minutes. And do you think that this, particularly for the U.S. team, do you think that the enthusiasm that's being shown is going to bring out even more of the top guys in future iterations?
Well, I said this, and it's fun to be passionate and get excited about this, but let's not ever lose sight of the facts, because that's exactly what they are. They are the facts. And you heard Adam Wainwright say it. He talked about it. There's just certain things that are in place, whether it's insurance policies, health issues, and insurance policies, that will always be a hurdle between some of the game's greatest talents, just based on injury history and the investment from their organization into them as individuals and resources, frankly, commodities for their team. So why aren't you going to get a guy like Garrett Cole? Why aren't you going to get a guy like Jacob deGrom? Why isn't Justin Verlander on this roster? Why aren't any of the 20-plus Cy Young vote-getting pitchers on this roster? Why? Well, because if you look at the roster, there's a lot of guys who are older but have injury questions around them, and they've also been compensated heavily and don't want to have that just completely burn their woodpile. And on the flip side of that, you've got young guys who are right in the middle of prime earning years, and they would hate to see that derailed because of an injury a la Edwin Diaz, right? Thank goodness he got breaded up and got his money, because if not, well, who knows what kind of conversation we'd be having right now. But to that point, you mentioned it, guys get hurt on a baseball field, whether or not you think it's meaningful or meaningless. Eloy Jimenez, who was just strapping it on for his club, just went down with a barky hammy, and that happened in a spring training game, but not in a WBC game. So what are we doing? Are we banging the spring training games? I didn't think so.
Dallas Braden with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. The other question about all of this is sort of how to make this click here, and I don't even just mean the World Baseball Classic. I mean, when I watch this, or if I even watch regular season games in the Dominican or wherever, the energy around the whole thing is just different. And here, it's flip-flops, kick feet up, and it's kind of, like you hear people say baseball is boring. I don't subscribe to that, but Dallas, how do you get the energy from other countries in watching baseball to this country?
Well, I think you can honestly, you can think about some of the mediums, right? How is this game translated? And I don't mean literally language-wise, linguistically, but I mean when you're listening to the game, how is it conveyed to you? When you're watching the game, what's the energy like from the folks who are talking about the game that you're watching? Because if you listen to the Japan call, and if you do what I've been telling baseball fans ever since I was exposed to the home run derby in Spanish, I haven't watched a home run derby in English in 15 years. I refuse. The last time I watched a home run derby in English was the one that I got to call with Chris Berman. That was the last time ever, because of the excitement, the energy. It's just a completely different ball of wax. I played winter ball in Puerto Rico. You got cheerleaders on the dugout, drums blasting in the stands. It's an absolute concert. It's a rock show, and it's because this is what these nations thrive on. This is their go-to, the number one, right? Puerto Rico, Japan, Venezuela. I mean, Mexico, sure, soccer's a big deal. Boxing's a big deal. Baseball is picking up steam. And every country, and I made sure to say this, hats off to those countries because their representation of the game, how they consume the game, and how they revel in it, that is what is catching on, and you don't even know it. That's what's rubbing off on you, and you don't even know it. And it's a beautiful thing. It's beautiful.
And are we starting to see that infiltrate the MLB product as well, Dallas, because of the Latin influence now in our game? And you're starting to see some of the old, stodgy, unwritten rules go by the wayside. And now with a pitch clock and a faster game, do you think that the next generation of baseball in Major League Baseball will be a little bit more reminiscent of what we're seeing here in the WBC?
Think about it this way. You've got a guy in Fernando Tatis Jr. who is Latin, right? Dominican. And he is doing a Euro step around third base. And Jazz Chisholm is doing a Euro step at home plate. That's an NBA move made popular by European basketball players that has made its way into Major League Baseball home run celebrations. So the answer is a resounding yes. The proof is in the pudding right there. We're celebrating successes from international stars playing completely different sports, and that's now a tagline in the game of baseball. So we're going to continue to see these young athletes enjoy themselves, and understanding that there is so much pressure that comes along with these games and with the responsibilities of being a professional athlete and in the game of baseball. You're signing up to fail, right? We know that. It's not about how often you fail. It's about whether or not you can handle the failure. And if you mentally can get to a place where your shoes are shiny, your hat's just slightly crooked, you got a bandana hanging out the back, and you got the Euro step on hit, then hey, more power to you. But you got to put the ball over the fence. You got to put the ball in the catcher's glove. You got to get outs. Otherwise, you go from being colorful to just a clown show. And I think that's where a lot of the old school fans go is, I want to see him prove it. I want to see. Why doesn't he act like he's been there? Because he hasn't been there. This game is really hard. He just hit a ball 470 feet off a dude throwing 99 miles an hour. Do you know how tough that is?
No, I don't.
Seriously.
Actually, I do not. Dallas Braden with us here. Hey, Dallas, before you run, how are you personally kind of dealing with all of this this relocation rumor stuff with the A's?
I'm so I don't want to say numb to it at this point. I understand the business aspect of this thing, and one of the things that I've said for multiple years now is we're as close to moving as we've ever been, and we're as close to having a new ballpark as we've ever been. And I think either way you look at that, at this point, it is exciting. You're going to have to make peace with some things one way or the other. But I think just the notion of potential growth being closer maybe than farther away is something that you get excited about. But I'm nobody in the meetings that is hearing any of these decisions being made. I'm just along for the ride like a lot of these diehard faithful fans are. And I know how much they love their ball club. I know how much they love their community. And I know how strong the vision is to see the ballpark be an integral part of the uplifting of this community. And there's a lot of folks who believe that can be a very real thing. And you hope it is. But I know that the best decision is going to be made for the organization and for the community, and that's all you can hope for.
Dallas, man, good to hear your voice, buddy. USA, Japan should be a whole lot of energy. Thanks for jumping in here and talking to us, buddy.
Hey, thanks for having me, boys. You guys take care. Keep killing it.
Thanks, Dallas.
There he goes, Dallas Braden with us right here on 95.7 The Game, and you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And we're going to jump in with Dr. Brian Feely on Cleared to Play here in just a couple of minutes as well, with the latest on if he saw anything with that Steph Curry situation last night in the third quarter. The announcers kept always laboring a little bit. Well, he labored to 15 points in the fourth quarter or whatever it was. He looked great. So hopefully it's okay and not something that tightened up after the game.
Yes, and some Giants injuries to talk about as well. Unfortunately, there's always injuries in and around Bay Area sports to discuss. But Dallas Braden, one of the good guys, Mark. I
Really
don't
good.
know him
Yeah.
super well, but we had a chance to talk to him a handful of times, and the pride of Stockton, pretty genuine dude.
Absolutely. All right, it is indeed time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay, and proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in orthopedic surgeon Dr. Brian Feely. Hello, good doc. What are you doing?
Good afternoon. It's nice to have the new time slot.
Well, thank you. And, nice to have you along with us for the ride here. Hey, Doc, I imagine you watched the Warrior game last night, and he didn't miss any time, but did you see anything funky with what looked like a little bit of a whack to the side of the knee for Steph Curry in that third quarter?
Yeah, I think it looked like he just got banged. I don't see anything that looks all that bad. He obviously continued to play afterwards. As long as there's no swelling and there's no indication that he would have to come out of today's game and certainly hopefully not have to miss any other game as the season wraps up. So hopefully it was just getting hit on the side of the knee, nothing significant, no swelling, and then can play, hopefully the rest of the season.
Movement-wise, have you been able to perceive anything lingering from his previous ligament injuries in the knee?
I mean, he moves better than I do, so I think he looks pretty good. But yeah, no, I think he looks totally fine. There's nothing that looks like he's winded. There's nothing that looks like he's deconditioned. I don't see any slow steps or anything that looks like he's trying to favor the other leg when he's jumping and landing. So my assumption is that injury's healed and he's on to the next part.
Doc, we're all eyes on Luka right now with a very, very big basketball game tomorrow night for the Golden State Warriors, and Luka has been largely out of the lineup of late. He's got a thigh issue, has not played since the 8th of this month. What do you think's going on there, and is he on about the timeline where he would return tomorrow night?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the upcoming games for the Mavs, they've got the Warriors on Wednesday, then 2 games against the Hornets in a back-to-back. I'm not sure he comes back for the Warriors. If they can rest him through the Hornets, then he's looking at essentially almost a solid month off. And if you look at quad contusions and quad strains, the average time missed is about 3 to 4 weeks. So I think if he comes back against the Warriors, it's not great for us. It's great for him. But it might be a little bit early, especially when you look at the next couple games coming down the line.
Kyrie Irving has missed 3 games due to a setback because of his big toe. He's got right foot soreness officially, but the big toe, obviously, it's a big toe. It's a very important toe. What would you expect in terms of Kyrie Irving's ability to play through something like that?
Oh, I feel like you're setting me up to fail on that question. So it is really hard when you think about big toe injuries. The best comp for basketball is going to be like a turf toe injury in the NFL. And you look at those players missing easily 5, 6, 8 weeks with these. So if he's got a mild toe sprain and he can't push off, they're going to rest him. I would be more conservative rather than less with this because you really need to be able to push off, land, and cut all through that plantar plate, the area where you get a turf toe injury. So my guess is they'll be conservative, which is the right call, even with Kyrie.
LeBron James' foot injury has kept him out for a little while. The Lakers are not, kind of out of the Warriors' sphere as of yet. Definitely could be a play-in tournament team. LeBron put on his IG story a couple of days ago, recharging. Now there are rumors, though, that he's going to be out the rest of the regular season. What do you see with that injury, and when do you think he's back to full play?
These are hard. Any of these, we saw this with a similar type injury with Jimmy Garoppolo. Any of these midfoot sprains or foot injuries, especially with these people with the bigger, longer feet, on average take about 6 to 8 weeks to get better. And if you look at the Lakers, they're 6-6 when he hasn't played. They're playing just as I don't want to say just as well without LeBron, but they're rallying well. And if they're trying to get into that play-in game and get him as in good shape as possible, I would not bring him in unless he absolutely feels great, and more time is going to be the secret to that.
Brandon Crawford, a veteran shortstop for the Giants, has been dealing with left knee discomfort. He was shut down. They're hoping to get him back. Is this going to be one of those injuries that the Giants are going to have to closely monitor all year?
Yeah, probably. I think as you look at Brandon's career, he's been largely injury-free, but when you look at players that are over 35 years old, he's 36 years old. If he starts getting kind of recurrent knee pain, recurrent swelling, it may be something that he's going to be on and off the DL. They're going to have to limit his playing time a little bit. But at the same time, we often see that this is how your body responds in the early spring training part of the season. And as you get into the games and you get better conditioning, these early season injuries can just start feeling better. So hopefully it goes that way. But I would be a little bit concerned about his knee going through the year, similar to Brandon Phelps last year.
Casey Schmidt. We shall see. Hey, Doc, great to have you. Thank you so much for doing it today.
All right, stay dry, guys.
All right, there he goes. That's not likely. Although I think we're about to get a little stretch now, right? Right? After today?
I think so.
Aren't we getting a little dry stretch?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go play some golf or do something. I don't know. Walk the dog. Go outside. Not have trees fall down on our houses. Something? Please? Hope so. Proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Great to have Dr. Feely. Look, Luka and Kyrie are both questionable tomorrow night. And you know the old great Motown ditty, Ain't Too Proud to Beg. And that's where I'm at on this game.
You're not begging that they don't play.
No, but
you're not that mean-spirited.
No, I'm not begging that they don't play.
You're begging they both get hurt worse.
I ain't too proud to go ahead and take the Warrior victory if it's because Luka and Kyrie sat out. Fine by me. The problem is, even if they sit out, I don't know if they can beat that team on the road.
I mean,
I don't know.
If you look at their road performance all year, it hasn't been as easy as, they're not very good. They're going to win that game. Atlanta would be a good example. Atlanta's a team in a bit of a free fall, and yet you couldn't help but give up 130 to the Hawks, and you had to dig deep to beat the Houston Rockets.
The Dallas and Phoenix trades, though, are so interesting because they gave up a lot of their depth and a lot of their sort of B-level players, if you will, to get Kyrie and Kevin Durant. And so then when those guys are hurt, like you really just have the team that it used to be, minus 3 of their depth pieces, and they're just not that good anymore. Like the Phoenix Suns are they're fine. They're a solid team. They still got Booker, right? And Dallas is fine, right? They were all kind of Luka-centric anyway. But those big trade chips, if they come and get hurt, like, man, you weakened the hell out of your team.
Yeah.
And that's why, you're watching Dallas is they've gotten worse. By numbers, by record, they got worse when they got Kyrie.
And he's been
in and out of the lineup.
Because he's been in and out.
Luka also.
Luka's been out for about a month. And so that ultimately is going to be what carries you either way, whether or not you had Kyrie or not. And Atlanta's lost 4 of 6, and they've been a team that's been struggling without having their 2 best players. And you're right, when you lose some of your depth pieces and then your top line guys can't play either, you get into a really difficult spot. Dallas was 31-26 after they beat Sacramento, and they've lost 10 of 15. Even if you go all the way back, and that was right before the All-Star break. So since the trade, this has not been a very good team.
All right, Jim Barnett is going to join us later on this hour as we continue with Warrior things. Willard and Dibs is brought to you in part by Bob's Discount Furniture. We have some juicy 49er rumors, conversations to have. We'll do that coming up here in just a little bit. Also, World Baseball Classic getting started. Bet. 1-800-WILLARD and Dibs. 1-800-WILLARD, right? 1-800-bet. But let's keep going with your Warrior calls. Roger in Palo Alto is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Roger, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just waiting out to see if the power gets back here. But
sorry to hear.
There's enough juice in the car. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're doing great.
You.
Yeah, enough juice in the car to keep the battery going. Anyway, regarding the big $1 billion question, what's wrong with the Warriors? There's one thing which nobody talks about is the elephant which left the room, Mike Brown. And that probably took away our defensive pose, strategy, strength, tactic, whatever you want to call it. And then what happens is the folks rely on people like Draymond saying, hey, you step in and do the job for us. But the young kids don't want to respect him because who are you, dude? You get paid less than us. So anyway, there is that dynamic possibly going on in the team. And then just on a general note, what's happening in the league is teams which have bulldozers, like, the bulldozers, the big names like LeBron, talking about Luka, Jokic, Embiid, Giannis. These guys, when they get into the paint, they're so hard to keep the free throws down, and we don't have that kind of a strength in our team, and then the defense definitely sucks. So I think it's a hard one for this time to make it through, unless Wiggins puts on a super cape and GP2 does some magic for us.
Sure. Yeah. Let's. The second part, I think you're right. The Warriors have settled for too many threes this year. The other point being maybe I think the more interesting one about Mike Brown. You said there at the end that young players would look at Draymond and be like, "Who are you, dude?" You got a major problem if young players are looking at Draymond Green and going, "Who are you, dude?" Because the answer is, I'm Draymond freaking Green.
Yeah.
And I'm a key piece
4
to
titles.
a dynasty.
1,
and I've got
2,
4 rings.
3, 4.
I would
right?
think a young player is much more likely to look at Mike Brown and be like, "Who are you, dude?"
I don't think that anybody's doing that in this organization.
No, I don't think that at all. So, but could Mike Brown's departure be a thing? Sure, it could be a thing. Is it the thing? I got a hard time with that. Coaching in the NBA, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter. It does matter, but the players matter more, in my opinion. Luke Walton walked into the Warriors and won all of his games. Why? Players.
Yeah.
That's why.
And defensively, it's more about effort than it is about scheme, certainly in the association.
Wait until you hear which quarterback says the 49ers called him last year to see if he would come play for them. Wait until you hear this. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, Little Bob here from...
got 49ers stuff? Oh.
Yeah, you do.
We got 49ers stuff. Two things.
Number two.
This is interesting. Okay. So the first one is this. How's this grab you? So on 105.9 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, this conversation with Mark Madden and Big Ben Roethlisberger just took place.
You never retired, then unretired, then retired. You know the drill. A lot of quarterbacks have done it. If it's for them, it's for them. But how tempting was it for you ever?
I was really comfortable with my decision. I never wanted to. I think I would say this. Last year, there were some truths to the Niners thing, just in the sense that they were, I think, reaching out for some, just to maybe gauge my interest. And so I had discussions with, and so, that's all. I don't want to sit here and say that I was going or anything like that. They called to gauge interest. Okay. I had conversations with my agent, with my wife, my family, prayed a lot about it. And, I'd be lying if I didn't say there wasn't like a small part of me that was intrigued, like, oh man, I could, I could still do it, like prove to people, right, that I could still play. But at the end of the day, I just can't see myself in anything other than black and gold. And I think that honestly was kind of even though they had a great chance, I think, to win a Super Bowl, it would have been hard for me to go try and win a Super Bowl anywhere else but here. So at the end of the day, it was the smallest little bleep in my heart to go play again.
First of all, at the end of the day has become the most overused phrase in the English language. Okay, now moving on.
Second of all, it's black and yellow. It's not black and gold.
That's another good point.
I mean, you played there for 15 years or so.
We're going to play for Purdue or something?
Thank you.
They're not very good. Anyway.
You went to Miami of Ohio, and they wear red.
Ben Roethlisberger and the 49ers. My first question, and just listening to that, I don't get the sense that he's talking mid-year. But when we first got word of this conversation that happened with Big Ben Roethlisberger and him confirming that the 49ers called to gauge interest, my question was, before the season or when Jimmy got hurt?
At halftime of the NFC Championship game?
I don't know. I don't know if that obviously to Mark Madden in Pittsburgh, that question doesn't matter. The question was, have you ever thought about coming back? And the Pittsburgh fans probably love the idea that I could never wear anything but black and gold. And then once they got over the part that it's yellow and not gold, then they could be like, oh, that's our guy. But so I don't know when were the 49ers, because by the way, the timing here to me
is everything,
is incredibly significant. Because if they called him when Jimmy went down, and that was, remember the rumor from the Combine where Rich Eisen was like, Phillip Rivers wanted to call the 49ers. Because it was like, all you've got is Brock Purdy, and you're tracking toward a playoff spot. And at that point, even if you were high on Brock Purdy, even the biggest 49er fan, and even Kyle Shanahan couldn't have been like, he's going to walk in here and win 8 games in a row. Like, nobody could have thought that.
Right.
So if you called a quarterback then when Jimmy got hurt, that I get.
What if they called him in August?
If they called him in August, then listen, Trey Lance fan, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not a Trey Lance fan. I'm a person who knows that the 49ers picked a guy and he's barely played, and all I'm reading from their body language and action suggests that they don't fully believe in him. Not yet, at least. So was he called before they restructured Jimmy?
Was he called after Trey got hurt?
Was he called when Trey got hurt?
Was he called when Jimmy got hurt?
That's what I would love to know.
Was he called when Brock got hurt, or was he called when Josh Johnson got hurt? Because if he was called in August, Mark,
the Johnson injury would have been funny.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
I mean, we're in Philadelphia.
Josh goes to the tent.
How quickly can you get here?
Kyle's Googling, what's the drive time from Pittsburgh to Philly?
Boy, that's a great question.
Pennsylvania's quietly a bigger state.
It's not that small.
Yeah, it goes pretty far east to west.
Kauai. So can you get here in a half hour?
No doubt.
Yeah.
Ben Roethlisberger played 18 years in Pittsburgh. And by the way, he didn't play in 2022. He didn't play at all. So here's a guy who you're going to expect him to come off the shelf after a year. But I do think it's interesting in terms of when this phone call was made, because if it was made in August, if they're thinking, well, we don't know if Jimmy G is going to be our backup, and we're not totally sold on Trey Lance. And this Brock Purdy guy, he's fighting for his life right now against Nate Sudfeld. So maybe if the call is placed in August, that's damning in terms of what the Niners think about Trey Lance.
Well, by the way, it's a 4-hour and 44-minute drive, according to Google.
Yeah, it's no good.
That's 304 miles. So he was not going to make it, even if he had left before kickoff. He was not going to make it by the fourth quarter. But I'll say this. Like, there is an aspect of this that factors into the Warrior conversation we've been having. What do, and I don't know any other firm way to say this. What do championship-ready locker rooms want?
I want winners.
Veterans.
Yeah, they want veterans. Proven commodities.
Veterans. And then if you're a rookie or a young guy, soon as you come in and go, yo, I will look the part right now, then they go, great, we're going to put our arm around you and accept you too. Because here's Fred Warner after games going, Brock Purdy is the reason we've got a chance. But they didn't say that about Trey Lance because they know he wasn't quite there yet. They're shipping James Wiseman to Detroit. Moses Moody's going to Santa Cruz. And Jordan Poole's getting punched in the face. It's a common thread through all of this. A championship-ready locker room wants proven commodities, veterans, people they know what they're going to get on a daily basis, and nobody's got time to teach anybody anything. So
especially a quarterback.
Right. I wonder if that call, like just the way he's talking about it, it feels and sounds to me like that call might have happened in the process before Jimmy Garoppolo was restructured and re-signed. Because I'm betting what the 49ers were looking at was, hey, we got a squad. We have got a squad, and Trey is our starter, but we need another option in case we get out there and he's not playing well.
Yeah.
And then that fell to, right, Ben says no thanks or whatever. Who knows how many people they called, and it fell to Jimmy Garoppolo. That's my guess. But I wish we could have had this conversation because for us here in the Bay Area, the very relevant question was, could you please give us the date of that phone call from the San Francisco 49ers?
I would imagine it was when Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt and later in the year. Yeah, just based on maybe they called him in the summer just to check in and see how you're doing. But to me, you're going into the season and you realize that Jimmy Garoppolo's getting healthy and you're not going to be able to trade him. So at that point, you're figuring Trey Lance is our starter. You're going to have Jimmy Garoppolo in some way, shape, or form if you restructure him, and it's either going to be Nate Sudfeld or Brock Purdy as QB3. You sign Sudfeld knowing that $2 million if we cut him, fine. Here's $2 million. Thanks for coming out. That would mean Brock Purdy beat him out. That's the way it plays out. You lose Trey Lance early, and then you got Jimmy G and Brock Purdy, and then you lose Jimmy G, and you're left with Mr. Irrelevant, and you liked him enough to draft him, but you didn't know what you had. No, and you're right. They did not expect him to go out and win every single game.
All of the games.
And have your offense score 10 more points a game and look as good as he looked. So I think when Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt, that to me is most likely when the call was made.
Maybe. I mean, you're right. There are 3 intervals where Ben could have received a call from the 49ers.
Right.
Is before they signed Jimmy, it's when Trey got hurt or when Jimmy got hurt. And again, as I listened to that, it just sort of, I guess the reason my mind goes to August is because of the way he's talking about it, where it was like, we're going to take our time, we're going to pray on this, we're going to talk to my wife, I'm going to consider it, I'm going to hang out for a while. Like, it felt like an invitation to come back and be somebody's quarterback. If you call him when Jimmy gets hurt, it's more like, Ben, like tomorrow, can you be here tomorrow? Are you here? Do you want to play? Because if you don't, just hang up. We'll move on.
Yeah.
This isn't something, we're not going to go, right? We're not taking 3 weeks to talk this out and go into darkness and decide, right? We're not doing that. We don't have time for that. So that's why I'm solely picking up on a vibe from Ben that maybe this was August, but I have no idea. And that's incredibly interesting to the story from our perspective.
No doubt. And the fact that they called him at all, to me, speaks to what you're saying, that the team felt like if they could have any quarterback, a good quarterback, somebody who knows their way around the huddle, that we're a good enough team to make this work. Now, you didn't think that Brock Purdy would come in and be as good as he was, although certainly the team had seen Brock enough at that point to where they felt like, well, we have a great defense, best defense in football. We can still run the ball, and we've got Ayuk, and we've got Kittle, and we've got Debo. We got Christian McCaffrey in before Jimmy G got hurt, so you felt like you have enough weapons to still win it.
Oh, man. That is an interesting sort of a move. And again, for me, there's two sides to it, which is one, the sort of belief in Trey or lack thereof conversation that we've had a lot. But this does factor into the entire year-long conversation we've had about the Golden State Warriors. And that is just that if you're a veteran and you've got championship experience or pedigree or whatever, and I know that there aren't any 49ers who've won a Super Bowl, but they went to one just a few years before. And even the guys who weren't a part of that, who then were a part of this, you're just talking about well-traveled, very successful NFL players, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, etc. So what do those guys want? Remember the reports earlier this year that there was already, before Trey got hurt, there were locker room questions about who do we want quarterbacking us. Is Jimmy perfect? No. But do we know that we can do some things with him? We do. Do we know that with Trey? We don't. Maybe it'll be better. Maybe it'll be worse. Not really interested in the maybe, because we're ready to go win right now. I mean, isn't that exactly the same conversation you would bet that Steph, Clay, and Dre are having within the executive offices of the Golden State Warriors?
Absolutely. And that's the conversation they had, I'm sure, coming out of last year when they won the championship. It's, after the champagne dries and you pick the confetti out of your hair and you realize, okay, it's now July and we got to get up and do this whole thing again here in about 2 or 3 months. I'm sure that the veterans all looked around and thought, how do we get our team better? We need a couple of people to replace Otto Porter and Gary Payton II. So you bring in Jermichael Green and Dante DiVincenzo. You have a couple of drafted players, but ultimately you're looking at Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga and Poole and thinking, I don't know if we can really do it. And the team is saying, we're going to give it a try. 2 timelines. And they don't use those words. We do. But the prevailing notion was 2 timelines. And so the veterans, I'm sure, were thinking, all right, we're coming off a championship. We'll go with your 2 timelines plan. Let's do this.
Yeah.
You start out 3-7, and all of a sudden things change.
That's the end of that.
Yeah.
That's the end of that. Huh, interesting. I wonder if we can find out a little bit more on the Ben Roethlisberger
the timeline
situation. Can we book Ben Roethlisberger, please, tomorrow? Mark, John?
Let's get him in.
Big Ben, tomorrow, 2:30. That's my request.
That's a tease.
It's not a tease.
Or
it's a
promote
request.
it.
It's a whole, thank you. All right, and done. Here's the other 49er thing.
There's more?
Oh, but wait.
It's March.
There's more.
The league year is a newborn.
3 hours ago, guess who took to Twitter for the first time in a month and a half?
Draymond Green.
No.
Oh.
Not a Niner.
Sorry. I messed that up.
Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk sent his first tweet in 6 weeks.
Oh.
Would you like to know what he wrote?
Is this for sure Brandon Ayuk? Because I've been duped.
Oh, blue check. The 2 era blue check.
Oh, okay. I'll buy it.
That's BA. That stands for Brandon Ayuk.
Not B.A. Baracus.
No.
Shout out the A-team. Brian Anderson.
And not what B.A. normally means when you walk into a room.
Bear apple.
That guy B.A.'d me. Anyway.
That's a nice 80-year-old reference.
Totally.
Seriously.
I'll try that with the kids tonight. Do you know what it means to B.A. somebody?
Or to moon somebody. Ask them if they know what it is to moon somebody. Same response.
Like Dad, it's daylight savings. The moon's not out yet. But
all this rain, I haven't seen the moon in months.
No joke. All right. 3 hours ago, first tweet in 6 weeks. It's the offseason. BA goes, 1K as the 4th option in a run-first offense, double laughy emoji. I'm as real as it get. Word to Lil Baby and SG. I'm ready to stand on business every time. Year 4, rocket ship, rocket ship, rocket ship.
Three rocket ships?
Triple rocket ship.
Triple ship?
And that's not because the Warriors beat the Rockets last night. I'm confident.
Yeah. Wow.
So now let me translate. 1K is referring to 1,000 yards. 1,000 yards as the fourth option.
And 15. 1,015.
There you go. In a run-first offense, double laughy emoji. I'm as real as it get. In other words, this would be, and again, it is a speculation sensation, but if a guy's going to take to Twitter for the first time in 6 weeks in March and start singing the praises of his own stats and sort of presenting them in, you got to understand what 1,000 yards means in a run-first offense where you're option 4. Because 1,000 yards, when you're right at 1,000 for a receiver, that's good, but it's not like you're a 1. You're not Justin Jefferson.
Well, do you know how many players, Mark, had 1,000 yards receiving last year in the National Football League?
Well, let's hear it.
Randy, if you wouldn't mind.
Go.
Game show music, please.
There we go. How many wide receivers got 1,000 yards last year? I would guess
you mentioned the guy who led the league.
Justin Jefferson.
1809 for double J's.
Like I know both them Dolphins, Jalen and Tyreek both went over.
Jalen 1356.
Tyreek.
And Tyreek. I don't. Tyreek 1710.
Yeah,
that's 3. You've named 3 of the.
Yeah, Anthony Ortiz just paid $4.99. Are you out of your mind on YouTube to say Parag Marate has a challenge on his hands?
Oh, I'll get to that coming up.
And that is correct. That is absolutely correct. I would say it was about.
I'll give you. You like to do parameters? I'll give you plus or minus 2 spots.
I say 12. Oh.
The correct answer is 22.
Oh, my God.
Brandon Ayuk was 22nd in the National Football League. And I believe, I don't know how many teams had 2 other than Miami. I'm just scanning the list.
Yeah,
but
I don't think anybody. Did the Bengals? Did T. Higgins maybe?
Jamar Chase had 1046. T. Higgins had 1029.
There you go.
They had the 2.
There you go.
And such names as
the Bengals and the Dolphins.
Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown, Stephon Diggs, of course, C.D. Lamb.
There you go.
Travis Kelce, the only tight end on the list. Devontae Smith, Terry McLaurin, underrated as a commander. Your guy, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yes, sir.
Amari Cooper.
Oh, there are teammates. DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett
Good call.
are both on the list.
Yeah, and they're both near the bottom. Chris Olave, the rookie.
And Chris Godwin and Mike Evans both on the list.
So there you go.
Okay.
And just to refute BA's tweet just a little bit, you're not target number 4 when you lead your team in receptions, when you lead your team in targets, you lead your team in yards, and you're second on the team in receiving touchdowns.
No,
that doesn't feel like a 4 to me.
No, I'm going to back him. If I said to you, go through the options, and again, he's not saying numbers. He's saying options, which means plays run for him or however the team sort of approaches offense. Would you not agree that Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, and George Kittle are higher on the option pecking order with the way Kyle Shanahan runs plays? I agree with him.
It's debatable in terms of him and Deebo Samuel.
I agree with him. Now, Deebo, especially since Deebo gets balls out of the backfield so much more.
42 carries.
Yeah.
94 targets. Ayuk by far had the most targets on the team.
Right, because he's the best route runner. So, but I like as far as this is the way we approach our offense, who's the option? Like Deebo is being paid to be an option 1. So is Christian McCaffrey.
And Kittle's making mad money too. And this is where, and I love the comment from, I believe it was, Anthony Ortiz. You're getting your $5 worth because you are so right. Parag Marate's got his hands full.
Do.
Brandon Ayuk, if they want to pick up his 5th-year option, he will make $14.1 million in his 5th year. So the team isn't going to pick up his 5th-year option. They're going to give him a new deal.
Correct. So my read on this is the 49ers have made the first call to Brandon Ayuk, and they're trying to get that extension done before Brandon goes out and has an incredible year next year. Remember also that, in theory, who's quarterbacking this team has a lot to do with the numbers that a receiver will put up. Now, none of the quarterbacking options over the last year, Purdy, Garoppolo, Lance, none of them have looked to be like high-flying, throwing type offense quarterbacks. But Trey Lance, they ran the ball a lot. Garoppolo has trouble downfield. The offense became more dynamic when Brock Purdy took over. So if I'm the 49ers, I'm going, if Brandon's putting up 1,015 this year, what would a healthy year, if he gets 17 games with Brock Purdy, what would that look like next year? And they're right. Like, we should get this done now before he puts up another 1,000-yard season. And I think Brandon looked at the number they put in front of him and went, excuse me? Excuse me?
Yeah.
You're handing the ball to Debo right, Christian left, Kittle up the middle, and I put up 1,000 yards anyway, and you put that in front of me? He's right. Brandon Ayuk's numbers, if he were a Bengal, would be way better. If he were a Viking...
Well, if he was a Bengal, he'd be their third option or maybe their fourth option.
I mean, replacing... Like, if he were in that kind of an offense, if he were a Dolphin, then his numbers would be right there with Jalen Waddle.
If he was a Bills...
I believe.
Or if he was a Chargers, for example.
If he was a Bills.
I think you're right.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
I mentioned Terry McLaurin as one of the 22, and you were wrong about that, if I could point it out again. 22 guys over 1,000 yards. Terry McLaurin signed a 3-year deal, $68.3 million, $53 million guaranteed. So if you're Brandon Ayuk, you look at the McLaurin deal, and who played every game like Ayuk did. McLaurin had 1,191 receiving yards and only 5 touchdowns. Comparable numbers. If you're Brandon Ayuk, you're saying, let me get in the McLaurin neighborhood here.
Absolutely.
Parag.
Yep.
But can the Niners afford that? The good news is, well...
They better. They got quarterbacks making nothing.
That's the thing.
They got no excuse to not be able to handle Brandon Ayuk, in my opinion.
Well, you got Bosa, who needs to get paid.
Yep.
And
you got Ayuk, who needs to be paid.
Right. And, you're in a situation where if he is your fourth option... Maybe you move him up the pecking order and you do something with another one of your guys.
I'm sure if the 49ers are looking at it that way, they're sitting there going, okay, how many teams in the NFL go big money on 2 wide receivers? Not great business. It's not great business. And Tom Brady, right, for years succeeded with the Patriots without star wide receivers. So if the 49ers are a run-first offense and they're going to be based on Christian McCaffrey, do you want to pay big dollars for 2 receivers? The answer inside those hallways is probably no.
No.
But I'll just say this as a fan. I do not want Brandon Ayuk walking out that door. I do not want that at all. I would be more interested 2 years from now in Ayuk being on the team and Debo trades being explored. I would. Ayuk is a better route runner, and Debo is a bigger injury risk.
Debo, 3 years, $71 million with $58 million guaranteed. If you're Ayuk, you're saying, let me get some of that Debo cheddar.
Yeah. That's
interesting. No,
right.
Yeah.
No.
Wow. Jeez.
Told you we had some good Niner stuff.
Yeah, some nuggies.
888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on any of that, the Niners stuff, the Warriors too, and Jim Barnett jumps into the conversation coming up next. All new 2 to 6 here on 95.7 The Game. This is Willard and Dibbs.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with a
on 95.7 The Game.
World Baseball Classic underway, and Trey Turner with the Kevin Spacey from the movie Seven swing. Gone. He's gone and done it again.
Tanked it.
Fifth home run
of the classic.
Of the classic for Trey. The USA leads Japan 1-0 in the second inning. So we're following along with that, having some fun. And let's have some fun with Jim Barnett, shall we? On the Golden State Warriors and everything that has been. We're all trying to figure out the same questions. I've come up today and said, I don't know. I don't know why the Warriors can't win on the road. I don't know why the disparity is so large. Let's find out what Jim Barnett thinks on that. Jim, good evening. Thank you for coming on. What's your answer? Why the home road disparity?
Well, they haven't been nearly as good on the road with their defense. To me, that's the biggest problem. They can always score, but they just have been very, very lax and letting easy baskets come. And I thought last night in Houston was a big turnaround because Houston only got 108 points, and they've been allowing, about 118 points, and a little more per game defensively. So I thought they were really good, particularly in the fourth quarter. And their shooting came around a little bit. And I don't know, it's just been a very, very weird season. And, I think they're not as good as they used to be. They're not as deep as they used to be, and they've lost a couple of good defenders that aren't there any longer. And I think they've gotten into a bad habit trying to win just with their offense, and they've been very weak defensively, particularly letting easy baskets come without getting a lot of help.
Is it defensive breakdowns individually, or do you see more of a lack of overall team defense in terms of effort and cohesiveness?
I think there's a lot of individual defense lacking there, letting people beat you off the dribble on the first move, and then all of a sudden people have to give help, and they throw out and find a wide-open three-point shooter. And a lot of times there's no help at all. Someone goes right to the basket. But through all of that, on the negative thing, it's interesting because one game, there are 9 games left, 5 at home, 4 on the road, including tomorrow night's game, Dallas, which is a big one. And from the 6th spot where the Warriors are, one game means everything right now. From the 6th spot clear up to the Lakers, who are right now currently out of the play-in game. They're out of the playoffs and the play-in game. There's, 11.5 games, and the Lakers are 13 back. But if you go through Dallas and Minnesota, Oklahoma City, and Utah, the 7, 8, 9, 10, there's only one game difference, 11.5, 12, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5. We're not going to know till the last game of the season probably what is going to shake loose here. And I hope the Warriors can avoid the play-in and hope they can get a few more wins and solidify at least the 6th spot. I don't think they'll get to the 5 spot. But I certainly don't want them hanging, by the skins and barely sneak in the 9th or the 10th spot.
The great JB, Jim Barnett with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Jim, I don't mean going back to training camp stuff. I mean on-court stuff this year. What have you viewed as far as the dynamic between Draymond Green and Jordan Poole?
I haven't seen, anything other than both playing hard. We know who Draymond is. He's unbelievable as a leader, and making the offense go and finding people open. And I think the thing about Jordan Poole is he's much better. I think if you look at his stats, he's much better as a starter. It's difficult for him coming off the bench, but if they go small, they've done that a couple of times and didn't start Kevon Looney, and he plays better and he gets more points and everything like that. Once in a while, he'll surprise you coming off the bench, but a point taken last night playing Houston. Even though Curry had his 30 and Thompson had his 29, I think. Well, I'm going to talk about Kuminga in a moment here because I think he's gotten better and better and better. I'm really happy with his progress. But Jordan Poole last night in over 26 minutes was 1 of 8 from the field, 1 of 6 from 3-point range, and that's just not good enough. He had a nice plus minus while he was in there, which is good, but that doesn't always tell the story. And so I think Jordan Poole himself somehow, I don't know where that is that it gets in his brain that he's not starting. He takes a back seat and everything. And so that's what I see mostly from Jordan Poole. I don't see anything at all myself, and maybe I'm blind. I don't know. I don't see anything at all with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, and I know what you're referring to and everything like that. So, they've struggled, and they on the road, losing 11 straight until last night. We'll see what they do, tomorrow against Dallas, because it's a big game, probably the biggest game of the season thus far, and with only 9 left. But there's some bright spots too. As I say, Kuminga, over the last 4 games on this road trip, he's shooting well over 50%. He's shooting close to in the last couple of games from 3-point range. He's shooting close to 50% there. The game is really slowing down for him. That's who I'm really excited about. What I'm seeing his progress, and they can depend on him more and more. And so I thought, when I looked last night, he plays 25 minutes and he shoots 7 of 9 from the field, 1 of 2 from 3. That to me is really encouraging. And he's just more consistent. He's he's understanding the game. He can't just take over the game because of his athleticism. He's getting smarter, making fewer mistakes. And so one of the things too about mistakes, the Warriors turn the ball over so much, and they do it more on the road. Last night they win the game, but they still had 20 turnovers and gave up 25 points off those turnovers. So it's just I can't explain everything that happens there. They're a little loosey-goosey with the basketball, but we've got 9 games coming up, and 5 of them at home. 1 more road game tomorrow. Then there are only 3 left, and they're all in April coming up. So we'll see what they are. It's a crapshoot, I can tell you that. Now, and by the way, they've been playing on this road trip. Curry had the 50 points in the game against the Clippers. That was terrific. But since that time, he's struggled from the field, and particularly from 3-point range, as has Klay Thompson, who's been pretty quiet. And I know they got 30 and 29 last night, but they also combined 10 of 28 from 3-point range. Those two, they each made 5 threes, and that's not where they really should be. So I'm glad they won last night, because they won it with their defense more than their offense.
And it was huge to get a road win. Any road win is good for this team this year, and snapping that 11-game road skid. I want to go back to Jordan Poole and get your thoughts on how he plays, because last night seemed like he was more under control, more of a willing passer, yet offensively not that aggressive. At times we see him overly aggressive, and he's prone to make mistakes when he's playing so fast and out of control, but he can be such an explosive offensive player. Which Jordan Poole is the best one for this team?
Well, he's got to get under control. He's really good from 3-point range. He's shooting about 33% this year, not shooting well at all from 3-point range. But if you notice, when he just gets the ball, doesn't take a dribble, someone throws it to him and he takes a shot, even if it's 3 or 4, 5, 6 feet behind the 3-point line, he's very, very accurate. He's less accurate when he's dribbling and trying to go one-on-one so much, and he goes away from the offense, and everybody's standing around watching, and he's going in and out with those dribbles, losing the ball. His turnovers have been just atrocious, even on this road trip. Just not good with the basketball. I think he's had two turnovers in the 4 games. I think he's had a 4 turnover game. He's had a 3 turnover game, another couple of 2 turnovers, and that's just too many for him. He gets a little loosey-goosey. But if he moves the ball, takes the shots when they're available, and doesn't try to do too much off the dribble, even double team, getting stripped, trying to break two defenders rather than pass the ball and give it up, he's a lot better player. So I know he's got a big contract coming. I think there's a lot of pressure on him. But I do think he just plays better as a starter than off the bench, and he's got to learn to play that role. And no matter how many, whether he's starting or not, it's all about minutes on the floor, and he's going to get his minutes, so he's got to make the best of it. And he contribute. He can also do a lot better job defensively. Rather than try to steal the ball, just play in front. Keep your man in front of you, and try to play defense that way, not let him beat you off the dribble and then have to give help. and that opens up the whole offense for the opposition.
Jim, you sound real excited about Jonathan Kuminga. What are you seeing, and what kind of role do you think he could play for this team in the playoffs, assuming they get there?
He's playing better defense than I thought he ever could do that, by the way. He's beginning to see the game at a slower pace and trying not to just use his athleticism to get by and do everything and take the ball to trouble. Earlier in the season, he was taking a lot to trouble and a turnover, can't get the shot, taking bad shots, forcing the issue. And now I think he's letting the game come to him. As I say, on this road trip, he's 24 for 42 from the field, which is well over 50%. The last two games against Memphis, he's 8 of 16, 4 of 7 from 3. Houston, 7 of 9, 1 of 2 from 3. He's not trying to score every time he gets the ball. He's trying to make plays and play within the system and do what he can do. But I like the way he just is maturing. And so the game is slowing down for him. And I understand what that means. I remember coming into the league as a rookie, and I was with the Boston Celtics. They had all these veterans. They'd won 8 straight championships, if my memory serves me correct. And the game was so fast for me. We didn't play that way at Oregon, at University of Oregon, and it was all a blur to me. And it takes a while to get used to that, so that the game slows down for you. It finally did for me, of course. And I think that's what's happening with Jonathan Kuminga right now. I'm really high on him and his potential still.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
JB, I want to ask you about Moses Moody, because you're so right about Kuminga, the game slowing down and the steps he's taken. Why is Moses Moody seemingly regressed in that same vein in terms of him taking the next steps in his career?
Well, it's been tough for him because they were utilizing him early. Then he's not getting playing time. They sent him down, to Santa Cruz. And I don't think that's good for his ego and everything. But I'll tell you what, he's a great young man. I mean, he's one of my favorites. I really like him and who his personality is. He wants to do well. He keeps his nose clean. He doesn't bark. He doesn't talk. He doesn't complain. He just goes out, does what he can do. I think he's a pretty good defender, and he really focuses in that vein. He may be, to some people, maybe a little disappointing as far as an offensive player, the 14th player picked in the draft. Maybe they expected more, but I think he's going to be he's going to be better if the Warriors can be a really consistently really good team, and so he'll find his place there. But right now, he's not someone you can give the ball to and say, okay, can you give us 14 or 15 points a night? He cannot do that right now, and part of it is he's such an unselfish basketball player. So he's concentrating on defense, concentrating on to get a rebound when he can, and not to make mistakes. And so he's still young. He's still young. When these guys play 1 year of college ball, Kuminga didn't even, he played in the Ignite team. Moses played, I think, 1 year at Arkansas. And so these guys they're still learning. It's like they're in college still, if they were in college. And I give them a lot of credit because there's no way I could have gone 1 year at Oregon and come in and started playing in the NBA. It was tough enough playing 4 years at Oregon and then coming in.
Jim, great stuff. Wonderful to have you. Big time stuff going on. Obviously, this is a huge, huge game to tomorrow night, and so looking very much forward to it. And thank you for hopping on today.
Hey, it's a pleasure to talk with you guys. I love listening to you, both of you.
Oh, appreciate
Thanks,
you,
Jim.
That means a lot, Jim. Thank you.
Yeah. Willard and Dibs, thank you.
That is the name. That is the name. Jim Barnett on 95.7 The Game.
I love when Jim tells some old stories about, when he's coming up. And can you imagine being Jim Barnett, good player, great player in college, and you become a member of the Boston Celtics with a head coach, Bill Russell, player coach, head coach,
right,
one of the best players in history, and you're playing alongside Bill Russell for the Boston Celtics of all teams? It's kind of like the pressure of being like Kuminga and Moody and joining
Jordan
this team.
Poole.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I think this is an interesting point you bring up. Like, we may underrate this with regard to the whole old guy, young guy dynamic that has been so discussed this year. Can you imagine being Jordan Poole? You get drafted out of Michigan. Not much comes right out of the gate. You got to go.
No, Jordan.
No, we don't. But I know his story, and so here he comes, G League, and he starts to really, really get better. But like, I wonder what it's like to suddenly be injected in as a major piece to the group that you kind of grew up watching. I don't want to make them sound older than they are, and I also don't want to tell Jordan Poole who his idols are. I don't know Jordan Poole's
Thank you.
idols.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know who he, right? But if I'm a guard and I'm a shooter and I'm 12 years younger than Steph Curry, I got an idea. I'm pretty sure I'd be enamored with the guy. And now all of a sudden, you got to like be his teammate and you got to be on his level. And how do you both give reverence and listen, but also have the cockiness and the swagger and the confidence to be an NBA player that can put up 20 a game? I remember the way Dubon used to look at Buster Posey.
Yeah.
It's just like, right?
With goo-goo eyes.
Seriously, it's like a middle schooler looking at high school cheerleaders or something. Like it was almost uncomfortable.
And think about it, though, in terms of Jordan Poole and what exactly he walked into, because they were fresh off of an NBA Finals loss where one of the greatest players of all time fought back from injury and got hurt, tore his Achilles, and one of the greatest players in franchise history tears his ACL. And you get drafted onto that team, it's Kevin Durant is leaving, Klay Thompson's out for the year, and you're the rook who's supposed to come in and not make everything better, but you're joining a team that's in some sort of transition. And then Steph breaks his hand, and Draymond's out for the year, and they basically say to you, this is your year. Go crazy, rook.
Yeah.
You're not going to Santa Cruz because you're all we have, and the Warriors stink. So you go from an NBA finalist, one eyelash away from winning a third straight title, and now all of a sudden Jordan Poole is the best player on a team that's in shambles?
Not the easiest thing necessarily, at least emotionally. And Jordan has responded to it by being somewhat brash and maybe overly to a fault. I don't know. But it all leads to sort of rebooting our lead question of the afternoon. And you can absolutely, we welcome you to weigh in, whether it's on the Xfinity mobile text line, the Twitch or YouTube chats, or we're taking your phone calls at 888-957-9570. And it's all surrounding the question, why? Why? That's the word. The big question being, why are the Warriors the way that they are? Why do they look the way they do this year? I'm sitting there thinking about the whole situation this year, and there are so many why-related questions, and the answers to all of them, at least as a fan, are, I don't know. Why is Bob Myers not signed? I don't know. Why did Draymond Green punch Jordan Poole? I don't know. Why are they having so much trouble on the road? I don't know. Why is the disparity so big home and road? I don't know. Why is Andrew Wiggins not playing? I don't know. And so it leads us down the road of simply trying to answer. I mean, I guess you could say we always don't know, right? I mean, we never know what's going on behind closed doors. But usually we can look at a team. I used the example of the Niners and the Eagles earlier. Why'd they lose that game? Now, there could be multiple opinions. You go because they weren't good enough.
Yeah, it's basically one of two things.
And Guru says because Brock Purdy got hurt.
It's either because you believe that you lost both quarterbacks, and that's why I thought Philadelphia would have won the game anyway. We'll never find out. But it's not a very convoluted question. It's not a confusing question.
Right.
They lost to Philadelphia because they weren't as good as Philly, or they lost their quarterback. It could be both. It could be the first one. It could be the second one, whatever. Last year with the Warriors, you didn't have these questions. James Wiseman was hurt for the year. There was no question about that. And everybody else was mostly healthy when they needed to be healthy down the stretch. You went into the playoffs, and you didn't really have any questions other than, can they go to Memphis and win? Are they going to be good enough to get by Boston? Everything else kind of solved itself.
I'm rocking osteoporosis with this team, man. My shoulders are up at my ears.
I don't know.
All day long as I'm watching these games. Why do they look like this? Why are they losing in Atlanta? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're up 16-6, then you blink, you go to the restroom, you come back, and then they got 40 points. What is this? I don't know. So we can all sort of guess, but it's been 73 games. and they know the questions. That's what's weird. It's like you guys are veterans, you're champions. You think you'd be able to go into the film room and be like, okay, we got to go do that differently. And the same thing all year long.
And you mentioned earlier one of the expressions that gets driven into the ground, and another one is, you are what your record says you are. And that ultimately, I think, while it's a cliche, it accurately describes this Warriors team. Now, why are they 37-36 when they have 4 Hall of Famers and you've got the core 3 that they've been to 6 finals in the last 8 years? Think about that. I know we talk about they've won 4. They went to 2 others, for crying out loud.
Exactly.
And those 2 others very well could have been wins. There was nothing flukish about either one. You blew a 3-1 lead to Cleveland, and it took 2 catastrophic injuries to derail you against Toronto. Now, I think if Kevin Durant doesn't get hurt and Clay doesn't get hurt, I think the Warriors win that series. Toronto was a more difficult opponent, I think, than many people gave them credit for. And we look back at that and say, oh, they got hurt, that's why they lost. That's a little unfair to Toronto. But they've been to 6 of the last 8. And yet, this year, they've been mostly healthy. And yet, you're 37-36, and you have 1 road win against a good team. I mean, that's the head-scratchingest thing of all for me.
Totally, yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. Drew Down, one of our favorites in Tracy, with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Drew Down, what are you doing tonight?
What's going on, Willard? What's going on, Dibs? How's it going, guys?
What's cooking, man?
Good. I'm going to channel my inner Michael Scott here when he tells Toby, "Why are you the way that you are?"
Right.
But I don't think it's rocket science, honestly. I mean, if you look at, obviously our defense at home is still elite. Our defense on the road is horrible, and I mean, I don't think obviously not to come out and say it, but I think that part of it is that this team doesn't value the regular season. And I think they're bored, and especially on the road, I don't think we don't try as hard. The defense is not there. The effort isn't there. Obviously, the focus is not there, but the turnovers, the type of turnover. I mean, last night was pathetic the way we were throwing the ball around. So, I mean, and I also think that we get into the habit of, chucking up threes and trying to just kind of, outshoot the team, not have to really play super hard, but let's just go out there and just try to outshoot them and get a win. And I think that also leads to, we let the other team off the hook a little bit. Dennis Green, they don't have to play hard defense because we're just getting the ball, just chucking up a 3 instead of run the offense, people moving around, spending energy. We're kind of let them off the hook, chuck a 3, long rebound, long 3-point leads to, long rebounds and lead-outs, whatever it is. So I don't think I think we're overthinking it. I don't think it's some, big mystery of, what's going on? What are they doing? What are they drinking? It's just, we're just on the road. We're just not focused. And I don't think this team, take the regular season in that serious, to be honest with you. So I think it comes down to lack of focus, and I hope that, we got to win something down the stretch, and I hope if we get into the playoffs or if it's a play-in, I hope we're at least a 6th seed. That, I don't want to use a switch thing, but I hope this team, they just need to bear down and focus, and I don't know how to make them do that, but I just think it comes down to effort and focus on the road, and I think it's just up to them if they really want to hone in and do that.
Yeah, Drew, thanks for the call, man. Here's what I think. I think you tapped into something that's a pretty interesting discussion here. Even though the Warriors' offense has statistically been fine. It's not like they don't score enough points. And we always hear that thing about, that Warriors starting 5 when they're healthy remains the best metric in the league for sure. However, what about this? And it's very important tomorrow night, maybe more than any other night of the year. The Warriors, just as an example, last night, okay? Last night, the Warriors had 88 shot attempts for the whole game. They made half of them.
Yeah.
48 of the 88, more than half of their shots were from behind the 3-point
48 of the 88.
48 of the 88.
Their season numbers are 89 field goal attempts per game on the road. 43 of them are threes, so less than 50%. About 46% of their shots normally are threes.
And even that feels a little bit much. Here's Houston, a young team. They shot the ball 93 times, 36 of them just a little bit more than a third of them were 3-point shots. So here's why that matters, especially tomorrow night. Raise your hand if you remember the Western Conference Finals last year. Raise your hand. You remember that? Right? Remember who they played in the Western Conference Finals?
I took the fulfill to the Dallas game.
There you go.
The future father-in-law.
The Dallas Mavericks. Does anybody remember there were actually 2 Warriors who really, really showed out in that specific series?
Andrew Wiggins was one.
And
he dunked on a guy.
Yes, he did. I mean, I don't know. It was a guy this kind of an opinion.
And Jordan Poole. You're probably going to Gary Payton in a second.
Not who I was thinking of.
Okay.
I was thinking of a guy by the name of Kevon Looney.
Oh, yeah,
Andrew
he sure did.
Wiggins and Kevon Looney ruined the Dallas Mavericks at an incredibly high level. What do those 2 guys do? One of them's right around the basket, and the other one goes to the basket. The Dallas Mavericks showed an unbelievable vulnerability around the basket. So if I am Steve Kerr tomorrow night, I am showing up to the game with tape of last year's Western Conference Finals, and I am saying to the guys, go to the basket. Go to the basket. It doesn't mean Steph and Clay can't shoot threes. Is anybody worried about Steph and Clay getting their 3-point shots off? I don't think anybody's worried about that. But this is too high. Bellinger, so high.
Nice.
You get 48 3-point shots, almost 50 burger.
They shoot the most 3-pointers per game in the association. And by the way, thank you. And they're also 30th in the league in free throws attempted per game. And yes, I know it's mainly because those damn refs. We can't get a call.
Right.
Steph can't get a call.
No. The
but
refs
Mark,
the refs are devils.
They don't go to the basket.
Yes.
To your point, Klay Thompson averages 2 free throw attempts a game. Steph Curry's gotten better at going to the basket. Jordan Poole gets swatted a lot when he goes to the basket, but they do not get to the foul line. And the thing that really strikes me about all of this in terms of the numbers, and we can all look at all the numbers you want, defensively, at home, the Warriors are giving up 111.7. On the road, 124.
Dog.
Homie.
Come on, man.
They are 12.3 points a game worse defensively on the road. They give up almost 50% from the floor on the road. All shots. Yeah. Not just dunks and layups, but all shots. They are horrendous on the road defensively.
Yeah, I just, I love the 3-pointer. The Warriors shoot the 3. The Warriors are really good at it. I understand all that. But especially when you're talking about this Mavericks team, just a little bit height challenged. And we know what we know from last year's matchup. Gosh, I'm going to the hole. Certainly a lot more than they did last night. And by the way, on the road, when those runs come from the other team, it's often because you go on a 4 or 5 minute stretch where you can't hit a 3.
Yeah.
And the Warriors usually respond to that by going, damn it, we're going to make one. Go to the hole. Just go to the hole. Like Steph, the most special thing about Steph, outside of the fact that he's the greatest shooter ever, is how crazy it is that at 6'2", that little guy is able to finish the way he does around the rim. It's unbelievable. So it's not like he can't do it. It's not like he can't do it. I know Wiggins is your best slasher. I know that you don't have a great slasher right now. Jordan Poole is your best one, along with Steph. But man, I would love. They're such good passers, right? Like I really think that's got to be the game plan. The game plan for tomorrow night.
And Steiny made a good point earlier. He and Goo were going back and forth about the turnovers. You can't be a team that plays the way the Warriors do and avoid turnovers, because they don't just play isolation ball, ISO Joe, dribble, James Harden, I'm going to hold it for 20 and then jack up a shot. It's a make or miss league. They're trying to move the ball around, move the players around. You're going to be more susceptible to turnovers. They were second in the league last year in turnovers. They're second this year in turnovers. The only thing is they're turning it over a little bit more frequently. They're playing faster, and their defense from a transition standpoint, not very good. 888-957-9570.
Let's keep going. Judy in Moraga, the home of Dan Dibley. right here on 95.7
talk
The
about
Game.
that.
Sorry about that.
I'm off the grid.
What's your address again?
Seriously.
Judy, what are you doing, Judy?
Hey, I am so driving in this torrential downpour, so I hope I'm coming through clearly. It's
You sound
wild
great.
out here.
You sound great, Judy.
Okay, good. I wanted to say, first of all, I love when you ask the questions that every human wants the answer to, and that is why. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be dissatisfied because every question you rattled off, I was like, darn, can't answer that, we can't answer that. But I was thinking about this. Mike Brown's departure doesn't get talked about very often, at least not when I'm listening. And I just think it's pretty amazing that he had to have done something pretty significant for us, because his departure has led to the Kings playing better than they ever have. And obviously we're not playing as well as we know we can. We have not lost all of the capabilities that these players have. Steph is still amazing, and we have other examples, but my point is that we're just not putting it all together. Maybe it's the changing lineups. Maybe it's the starting small, no foul calls, because they said last night, we get hammered. And, if it's the big guys under the iron, they get calls. So I thought it was a miracle that Steph actually got to the line a few times.
You did. Yeah. Judy,
thank you. I
thanks,
can't
Judy.
believe that the broadcasters were intimating anything about the official. Stop it. And then,
they're devil people. They are.
And I love Judy, and I love Moraga. I hope someday to visit there.
Yep.
But Mike Brown, if you want to list the reasons why the defense is not as good, I have Mike Brown as reason number 10 or 11.
Listen.
These are NBA champions. These are high quality, high caliber defensive players. Because Mike Brown's not there, I don't think there is much of a reason why the defense has been bad.
Here's what I'd say. I don't know what it sounds
I love
like.
Judy.
Yeah, and I love Mike Brown. I can't answer specifically what Mike Brown's effect was, but I can say this. Check the San Francisco 49ers. What did everybody say when Robert Saleh left? Oh, crap. We lost our defensive coordinator. What happened 2 seconds later? D'Amico Ryans was the bee's knees.
Because he has Nicky Bosa and Fred Warner.
And because he was
Mooney
sitting
Ward.
there listening to everything that Robert Saleh did. Just like Kenny Atkinson, who had been around. It's not like Mike Brown had some secret that nobody else knows. I mean, hell, Draymond Green is the biggest coach on the court in all of the NBA. So all I can do, this is just a guess. I know we're all trying to put a finger on something. I'm not going to point at the coach. I'm going to point at the coachability of the player. I don't have any questions about Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. I have no questions about them. I don't have any questions about Mike Brown. He's been around the league for a long time. Here's what I do have. I have questions about Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, James Wiseman, by extension at the start of this year, Dante DiVincenzo, and JaMychal Green. The group that was asked to come in and be the bench for this
most
team.
of those dudes don't play.
Well, most of
that's,
right,
like
but
Wiseman
those
doesn't
six,
play.
Those six at the beginning of this year, that was your bench, and now it's had to evolve because Wiseman's not on the team, Moody doesn't play, and Jordan Poole of that group was the only one who had a major role last year, so he gets to hold over. But everyone else on that bench, they were all different people. So when we go, gosh, the personnel's the same. It's not.
No, it's not.
It's not.
To your point, Jordan Poole, even, there was stretches last year in May and June where he was unplayable, and it's because of his defense. And so you had GP2 and Wiggins, and Andrew Wiggins has only played in about half the games this year. And I know that this latest absence is a thing that we don't speculate about, but prior to that, he had the adductor, and prior to that, he had the non-COVID illness. So the fact that you haven't had Wiggins defensively has hurt you. And GP2 last year was a good, solid defender, and he hasn't played a minute for this year's team. So All those things to me are bigger factors than the Mike Brown effect.
Yeah, I just think that right now, if you start to put puzzle pieces together, my questions become, are Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, James Wiseman, Moses Moody, DiVincenzo has answered my questions. He's answered our questions. JaMychal Green? Sometimes. Has he been all the things Otto Porter was? No, he hasn't been. So I have questions about those guys and their ability to receive the information and then execute that information on both ends of the floor.
Some of these guys can't do it. Jonathan Kuminga, Jim Barnett joined us earlier this hour, and he's made great progress, but he's 20 years old.
Right.
You can't expect him to step in and play the defense that Andrew Wiggins has played.
Right. Of course you cannot. And then you can start to put A to B where you're like, all right, Jordan Poole, you were really expected to take yet another leap this year, and all you've done, right, you've got people walking off the floor and hucking mouthpieces and all of this. And so we ask why. And yes, the answer is I don't know, but I could guess. It's because those guys feel like you're not listening to them. Again, we played this earlier. Draymond Green last night after the game was asked about the Rockets. Listen to what he says and tell me if it doesn't sound like he might be talking to his own young players.
Not build bad habits. When you get in certain situations, and it's very easy to build bad habits, but habits are hard to break. So you build bad habits and kind of becomes who you are. It's important to try to play the right way. I think they're well coached. You look at the coaching staff over there. Steven, who's been around the game his whole life. Lionel Hollins, who coaching the Grizzlies when I came, really been around the game very long time. In NBA game in particular, very long time. John Lucas, very, very long time. So they have a great coaching staff. And I think it's just important that with a young group with no veteran leadership, really, it's important that they hear those coaches, because they know the NBA game in and out, been doing it for a long time. And sometimes you need a veteran to kind of relay the message the coach is trying to say. They don't have that luxury. And so I think it's just important for them to continue to listen to what those guys are saying, because it'll determine the way their careers go.
It'll determine the way your career goes, young player, whether or not you listen to the veterans.
Well, in Houston's case, it's Lionel Hollins and John Lucas, a couple of veteran NBA figures, a couple of great NBA players in their day. You don't have the same on-court mentorship that you have in Golden State. So what he was saying about Houston is really what he's saying about his own Warrior team. You got to listen to the veterans, and I don't know if there's been that level of connectedness in terms of the Warriors listening to the veterans. Certainly, Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, they didn't see eye to eye earlier in the year. They saw fist to eye, but they didn't see eye to eye. So that certainly could be a part of it.
You're going to love this update. I got an update for you.
Is it breaking?
It is kind of breaking. Actually, it's more like putting it back together than breaking.
Okay.
But this is just for you. This one is just for you. And everybody
Sorry,
else,
audience.
Everyone else listening in might find it interesting too, but this one's especially for you. We have an update about Andre Iguodala.
Let's go.
Iguodala. We do, and the Warriors have announced that Iguodala, who suffered a fractured left wrist on March 13th against the Phoenix Suns, underwent successful surgery yesterday to stabilize the fracture. It's going to be a reevaluation sensation. He will be reevaluated in 4 weeks. In 4 weeks, that puts us basically right at the start of the playoffs.
A little bit after.
Well, after the play-in tournament.
Correct, yeah.
After the play-in tournament.
Yeah.
On 1 month from now, not 1 month, 4 weeks. 4 weeks from now.
Which is 28 days. That would be the 18th of April.
18th of April. I think that the playoffs start in earnest on the 15th.
Okay.
All right, so there you go.
Assuming the Warriors make it.
Yes.
Correct. Fractured left wrist. I'm concerned about Andre, not in terms of whether or not he can make it back this year and play basketball, but that's his golfing hand. The left hand is the wrist that you really kind of need.
Kind of golf with both hands.
Yeah, but the left is the one that grips the club a little bit more firmly as a righty. unless I've been doing it
Unless
wrong.
you want to hook the hell out of the ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this may affect his strong hand grip come golf season.
Your concern is well documented.
Thank you. My concern is about Andre's golf game.
And his too. That's his concern as well.
8 games this year for Andre Iguodala.
And they were great. They were great games.
7 field goals made.
I mean, it's more than we could make. Brett in San Rafael. Hey, Brett, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm just pulling in here off the road. I just noticed that Jaylen Brown sounds a little uncomfortable with the Celtics, and I know he enjoyed his year with the Cal Bears, and he likes the Bay Area. He's very intellectual, great defender, great offensive player. I mean, I think it's time to blow the Warriors up a little bit and make some trades, some big trades like the Lakers did, and get some new players in here. And I think Jaylen would fit in well with Steve Kerr, and team up with Steph and Clay and go from there. So I think it's time for the Warriors to make some big moves.
Thank you very much, Brett. Listen, I will. I'll point this out.
Yeah.
All right.
Point it out.
Well, Jaylen Brown did say this just recently. Quote, I don't know. As long as I'm needed, it's not up to me. We'll see how they feel about me over time, and I feel about them over time. Hopefully, whatever it is, it makes sense. But I will stay where I'm wanted. I will stay where I'm needed and treated correct.
Right.
End quote from Jaylen Brown, who apparently called Jason Tatum about trade rumors that were developing early this year about Kevin Durant. It feels a little bit like the Lamar Odom situation years ago. Remember when the Lakers traded him and then it got rescinded and he couldn't deal? He could not deal anymore with being on the team because he knew they had traded him. This is a little different.
He had some mental challenges, Lamar did.
And Jaylen didn't actually get traded. So that's different. But is there some discord there? If the Boston Celtics have a disappointing finish to the season, do they look to retool? And just for giggles, I'll let you know that starting next year, the salaries of Jordan Poole and Jaylen Brown match up perfectly.
Yes.
Perfectly.
However, and this is the big but, it's a gigantic but.
You like big but.
And I cannot lie. If Jaylen Brown makes an all-NBA team, the Celtics could offer him a 5-year supermax, which would be worth up to 35% of the cap, which is about $290 million. So Jaylen Brown, I don't think, is a guy who long-term fits into the salary constructs of the Golden State Warriors.
I have no idea. I don't know how they're going to reboot this thing. I have no idea. And you're right. It feels like nothing fits into their salary plans. But I also know they're the Warriors. They're not going to just strip it down.
Right.
They're not going to just let everybody go and worry about the luxury tax only.
Jaylen Brown will make 28.5 next year, and then he is an unrestricted free agent.
And Jordan Poole will make 27.4 next year.
Fine. So you want to trade Jordan Poole for Jaylen Brown.
It's an interesting name.
And I don't know if Jaylen Brown.
It's an interesting name.
I don't think that would be enough, first of all.
Well,
straight up, Jordan Poole for Jaylen Brown.
Who's getting worse on that deal?
The Boston's getting worse in that deal.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Jaylen Brown is far better than Jordan Poole. Far better. He's a better defender.
He's a better defender.
He's a better offensive player. I think so. He's more dynamic. He can do more things.
He's been more consistent.
Correct.
He's been more consistent. But, Jordan Poole, when he starts, I think his numbers add up with Jaylen's pretty well.
He's a volume shooter. Yeah. I think if you want to talk percentages from the floor and the ability to be a one on a good team, I think every GM would take Jaylen Brown in a heartbeat over Jordan Poole.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree
I'm not saying you don't.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to anger you with my tone or my forcefulness, Mark.
But there are ways to do that, right? There are ways to sweeten the pot and whatnot. All I'm saying is...
You're going to have to send a couple of your firsts.
Look, if you... Fine. Who gives a rip about draft picks when I'm the Warriors?
Yeah,
I do not give a rip.
If you're Steph, Clay, and Dre especially.
Exactly. And
you might miss out on the next Wiseman.
Well, but the short nature of his contract, maybe that actually helps you out. That would align his contract perfectly with Klay Thompson's. And so, look, all I'm saying is this. We're going to have to get to a point where we're starting to talk about names here pretty soon if everybody's trying to trade Jordan Poole. Because everybody right now is just talking about all you want to do is trade Jordan Poole. Well, for who? Who? Right? It's like fire the coach. All right, well, who do you want to replace him with? Trade Jordan Poole. For who? I think that's a pretty interesting name if you actually get to a point where you're having a conversation about trading Jordan Poole. Don't you?
That's a great name.
It's a very interesting name.
That's pie in the sky to me.
No, because now here's something that also lessens someone's value. If he is publicly stating that he would like out, which he is flirting with right now.
He's not to that
point
yet. No.
He's flirting.
Well, he's flirting, but at the same time, he's in line to get a Supermax if he's part of the All-NBA team, and I would imagine he's going to be first, second, or third team All-NBA, probably a third teamer.
I don't know.
He's had a great year.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player. He's averaging 26.7 points per game. He's a fantastic player. He's 49% from the field. Great year. You're not wrong. I totally agree. But something's going on there for him to be publicly like, well, we'll see if they want me. We'll see if I want them. He's going to be an expiring contract next year. And if they don't want to supermax the guy because he's not even their best player, well, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to want to do. It's an interesting name. Chris and San Leandro's next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Chris, what are you doing?
I'm just chilling, listening to you guys.
Well, sweet. Now we're going to chill and listen to you. How about that?
How about them apples?
So it's going to be an interesting 3 weeks for the Warriors. It's either going to go about how it's been going, and GP2 doesn't come back, Wiggins doesn't come back, and we'll see what this team does in the playoffs, or it could go another way, and GP2 comes back, maybe Wiggins comes back, they start heating up, and then we'll see how they rock in the playoffs. But I'm still not writing them off. I still believe. I think the playoffs is a different beast, and I wouldn't count these 3 Hall of Famers out,
Well, Chris, here's why I wouldn't count the Warriors out, and it's not the hugest compliment to the Warriors. I wouldn't count the Warriors out because there's not one damn team in the Western Conference right now that I feel like is ready to go to the NBA Finals. None of them, and someone's going to. I think that's the rules.
Yeah.
So
I'll look it up in the break, but I think
am
you're
I right? Yeah. Right?
Although
someone has to go to the NBA Finals. I thought that
from
was
the
the
West.
deal. Yeah.
Assuming that they stick with this, this contrived 2-conference thing.
Right. There's a tournament with all the teams in West, and someone wins it. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
All right, good.
It'd be interesting if they did go 1 through 16 with no conferences, if one of the West teams would be good enough to survive that gauntlet, because I do believe that the 2 best teams, maybe the 3 best teams, are all in the East.
Boston, Milwaukee,
but we don't
Philly.
normally say that.
No, we have. I don't know if my whole life outside of Michael Jordan's presence have we ever felt like the balance of power was in the East. But this year, you're right. It totally is. Denver looks wobbly. And then you get to Sacramento young, Memphis immature.
Wait, Sacramento.
Young and adorable.
Thank
you. And Memphis totally.
I'll back away from that.
Memphis immature.
Fiery.
Phoenix, no KD.
Broken.
Don't know about your continuity.
Yeah.
Who's 5? The Clippers? Give me a break. They're going to load manage games 3 and 4 of their playoff series.
Seriously.
Right? Then you got the Warriors and the Mavericks, and you're immediately into throw your hands up in the air type teams.
Right.
One of those teams is going to go to the finals.
You're counting out Minnesota, OKC, Utah, and the Lakers?
Yep.
And the Pelicans, too?
Yep.
Right now we got 12 teams in the mix for 10 spots.
Someone's going to the finals, and your guess is as good as mine. So why not Golden State?
Yep. Yeah, that's kind of a catchy slogan. Why not us?
Why not
it's
us?
been used before. But in terms of what you just laid
my
out.
slogan earlier. Golden State Warriors. I don't know.
I like my slogan from yesterday about the World Baseball Classic. I wish I was more into it, but I am into it now. USA down 2-1.
So not I wish I knew how to quit you. I wish I knew how to join you.
Yeah.
World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, today's slogan is go defense and pitching because I'm on the under.
No, today's slogan is what the hell were the Dodgers doing letting Trey Turner go?
Good little player.
Oh, my gosh.
5 bomb skis in the Classic?
Yeah, yeah. The Dodgers are worse this year. They're still good.
Yeah.
They're worse.
And Japan right now is about, I guess, 18 outs away from one big fat sayonara.
18 outs away. As long as if you don't have Madison Bumgarner, I'm going to say that's not close. We got a long way to go in that puppy.
What's Japanese for he's a horse?
I don't know. Kumar.
It gets me every time.
In San Ramon. He's a competitor. Hey, what are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Yeah, doing great, Kumar. Doing great.
Hi. I'm at least watching the Warriors from last 15 years. That's how I, start watching NBA games. But one thing in this year which stood out is we lose road games. In most of the games which we lose, Big Three has not come together more effectively, right? Yes, we turn our fingers towards the youngsters, Kuminga, Poole. We expect more from them. But when is the time when all three, perform outstanding? Yeah, one game you see Curry go out and outperform everyone. But Clay and Draymond are okay games. They are not outstanding games for them.
Well,
I think that is one.
Yeah, Kumar, I don't know about that. Like, first of all, to win the road games in the playoffs the way this group has, that takes pretty consistent effort. You're not going to get standout performances from all the stars all the time. I look at what you're saying sort of like someone's golf game. If you play golf, you know this. Your driver and your putter and your irons and your mental game are never all there on the same day.
Occasionally. Those are days where you shoot career best round.
If they are, you're that dude who died in Caddyshack when he went out there and got hit by lightning, and that was it. He had his best round ever, and then he died. Other than that, it doesn't work that way. You're not going to go get 40 from Steph, 35 from Clay, and a triple-double from Draymond outside of an unbelievably rare night. And if you do that, you win by 30.
You win 9 out of every 10 when that happens.
They don't need that. They don't need that.
Kumar makes a good point in terms of on the road, you haven't had too many games where you've gotten anything even close to that from the three of them. And when you have a supporting cast that's not as good as it has been in the past, then you're going to find yourself in some difficult spots.
That's a lot to ask, though. You're like, your supporting cast not doing great. So could you three be epic all the time?
Don't be epic. Just be better than you've been. And
they've been good.
Early in the year, they weren't.
They've all had great seasons.
Statistically, yes. And I don't have all of their home-road splits, but I know that defensively, this team is far and away one of the worst road defenses in the association.
Still time for your calls at 888-957-9570. Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy.
See, again, it's just an inconsistent performance.
I'll say.
Over and over and over again.
What's more inconsistent, the Warriors or the Bay Bridge? Good God.
What's more consistent or inconsistent?
Inconsistent.
The Warriors. The
Yeah,
Warriors.
wow.
Bay Bridge is consistent.
Actually, I was catching some good commutes of late.
Really?
Tonight, I'm not so much.
Yeah, that's over.
Might leave the car here and just walk to Bart.
Oh, that's fine. You could come home with me and fix the broken window at my house.
I mean, I would say.
Just say working an afternoon drive sometimes means there are children home alone. And, bleep happens. Isn't that a bumper sticker, right?
You have 2 teenagers. And,
inside.
Right. Well, you got more than 2 teens right now.
Yep.
But you got 2 teens and a 9-year-old. You got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Brother, I would say you don't even know, but you do.
But I'm kind of in that sweet spot right now.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Thank you, Goo. I got 2 in college, both out of the house and both responsible for their own actions.
Yeah.
And I got a baby who's not yet able to cause the havoc that a teenager can cause.
I didn't mean that you I didn't mean that you have the same problems. I just meant that you know what my problems are.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
But I am in a little bit of a sweet spot with a 6-month-old. The only thing she can basically do is rock the diaper. She's not breaking windows. She's not crashing the car. She's pretty limited right now in the damage she can inflict.
No doubt. We're going to go back to the phones here in a second.
Go to the phones.
Can I say something real quick, though, about World Baseball Classic?
Do it.
Japan leading USA 3-1. Remember I had said at the start of the show, I'm like, man, the World Baseball Classic has won me over.
Yeah.
And it has, but not really.
No.
In other words, when Trey Turner hits the home run and USA goes up 1-0, you get a little juice go, yeah, USA! And then they fall down 3-1. You're like, I don't care about this game. Like, why do I? It's the World Baseball Classic. Like, come on. Is Casey
when Okamoto goes deep, that doesn't infuriate you?
Is Casey Schmidt going to make the roster or not?
Can Brandon Crawford walk? My God.
I think so.
Dude,
I think he said he's going to play opening day.
I asked Dr. Feely that cleared to play with UCSF Health, and
doesn't sound good.
No.
Pandia last week said the same thing. He's like, this is going to be a problem.
All year long.
Yep.
And you feel for Brandon Crawford as he tries to most likely end his career on a high note. You don't want to see him end his career on the IL.
Definitely not.
But I think it's going to be a year of fits and starts.
The offseason plan didn't work. They've already admitted that. And so that's why I think there is this additional intrigue about Casey Schmidt. It's not necessarily because he's having a good spring and because he was one of the top prospects in the system. It's because the Giants are going to need another shortstop.
Right.
And they have very few people who can play that position. Tyro Estrada some, but they want him over at second. Casey Schmidt might make the roster not because he's playing so well, because they need him. They're going to need somebody behind Brandon Crawford. Mystic in San Francisco on Willard and Dibbs. The names get better as we go today. Hey, Mystic, what are you doing?
Guys, I'm sitting in traffic on the Embarcadero, and man, am I glad I have you, because I've been sitting here for an hour and a half with a 13-year-old girl with too much perfume and a 9-year-old who needs to use the bathroom, and we're trapped. So thanks for distracting us for a while.
Well, did they break any of the windows in your car? Because if they didn't, you're doing better than me. But go ahead, Mystic.
Not yet, but I might.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, guys. to the why. To the why. You know, why doesn't Bob Myers have a contract, and why are the Warriors bad on the road with defense? I think it all relates to the same thing. I'm all for player empowerment. Don't get me wrong. And I love the Splash Brothers. Longtime Warrior fan. They're the greatest thing ever. But they are running the asylum. And it reminds me a lot of how LeBron James comes into a team and starts making all these moves, and then all of a sudden you're over a barrel after a couple of years. And that's what's happened to us. Age has sapped them of the ability to go wire to wire, but they have not fortified themselves with the youth movement. And so now the question is, well, what happened to the youngsters that we had that Joe Lacob wanted? Well, one of them was in Detroit, gobbling up double-doubles. And we've got a player on mothballs who can't even get in the game. So to me, this all reflects on, hey, there's a dysfunction inside the organization. It starts at the top. It's rotted its way down into the locker room, and it's coming to a head.
Boy.
And unfortunately, unless somebody puts their foot down, it will continue.
That's interesting, Mystic. First of all,
thank you,
I
Mystic.
think this
Apologies and condolences. Overturned the big rig on the Bay Bridge,
yeah.
so 4 lanes blocked.
Well, and apologies and condolences to 13-year-old girl. That's
a
hard.
9-year-old who's got to go, too.
I mean,
that's brutal.
That's hard. Anyway, I think that's a well-delivered point. I think it was a well-reasoned point. However, it's a point with which I completely disagree.
That it's rotten from the top?
Well, here's what Mystic is essentially saying. Rotten from the top, and the evidence being that they've allowed Steph, Draymond, and Clay to run the show, and that's led to the end of the youth movement. I guess my response would be, if you'd rather the Warriors look like the Pistons and have the exciting young gobbling up double-doubles with a record of 16 and 1,243 losses.
Wow.
Or whatever the hell their record is this year. They've won 2 games since James Wiseman arrived there. Some say 2, some say 1. It's almost like a rumor. Is it 1 or 2?
I thought it was 1.
Let me look. I thought that they had won 2.
Down 7 right now. Wiseman with not even a double single. Oh, yeah. He's got 4 points and 3 boards. It's halftime.
You're right. They've won 1
Thank you.
game.
I Googled it before.
Okay.
Apology not accepted.
When was the trade deadline? What was the date?
February something. It was like February 8th.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
If you look at his game log, games in which he's played, wins 1, losses the rest.
Right. February 9th, the trade deadline.
I was close, Grandy.
February
Thank
9th.
you. The Grandy man can and does.
February 9th. And they did win on February 10th, but Wiseman wasn't playing.
Thank you.
And it was a double overtime victory over the Spurs.
It was a thriller.
It was. They got their money's worth. Since then, they have lost 14 games and won 1. So just because James Wiseman gave you 22 and 13 a couple of nights ago.
So good.
Don't get overly wooed, in my opinion, by those stats on a team that has a totally different assignment every night. Hi, James. Your assignment every night, go out and get better.
Have fun.
And who gives a crap what the final score is?
I think Mystic's point is an interesting one.
Yeah.
I don't agree with him in terms of Steph, Clay, and Dre are running the show, and that's why this thing is going to hell in a handbasket. I do think, though, that they have a certain amount of influence, and it may be influence in terms of playing time for younger players. I don't think they knocked on Joe Lacob's door and said, you got to trade Wiseman, and Mr. Lacob said, yeah, guys, whatever you want. Oh, we'll do it for you. I do think that there was an overwhelming sense of James Wiseman from October when they picked up his option to February when they traded him. During that period of time, I think it was a moment of clarity.
James needs a bunch of games. James did not have room to get a bunch of games here. And so I just don't know. I guess my point would be, is it possible that they regret the Wiseman deal? Sure. But years from now, would you rather, hey, we got Wiseman and he gets double-doubles and we're the 8th seed. But you look back on this time and go, dude, we kind of kicked the end of Steph Curry's career, and I don't know what would have happened if or would you rather go all in on the end of Steph's career and then see what you get after that?
Yeah.
That's kind of my point.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, bud, good stuff. Enjoy your drive.
I just looked at the CHP incident log.
Yeah.
100 incidents.
Oh.
Drive safe, everybody.
That's right. Please drive home safely.
Thank you.
Back at you tomorrow, all noon, 2 to 6 every day on 95.7 The Game. It is Willard and Dibbs. There's a very, very, very large basketball game tomorrow night.
Huge.
And we will lead you right into it right here on 95.7 The Game. And remember, to shoot your shot, it's all you got.
Marvel Studios action.